I don't know what Li Zhuang was thinking. He quit his teaching job to go raise fish in the middle of nowhere. Two elderly people sat chatting in front of an old house typical of southern Anhui province: white walls, black tiled roofs, and distinctive horsehead gables. The weather was unbearably hot. Exactly. Teaching such a good job with a pension and all. What future is there in raising fish? Especially around here. Our reservoir can barely hold anything. If it rains hard one day, everything will just wash away. By the way, I heard that he even sold his apartment in the city for this fish farming thing. He sold all his city property? What's wrong with that kid? Is he not planning on going back to the city at all? That was simply unbelievable. Selling your city apartment wasn't something you did lightly. Without a home, how could he ever return? That's what they say. My daughter told me. That boy isn't even that old. What's he thinking? What's there in the village now, anyway? Just then, an older woman carrying a basket stopped by, intending to wash vegetables at the nearby stream. She's off to wash veggies, one said. Yeah, the water's gone from the ditch by the gate, so I'm heading down to the stream. What are you talking about? We were saying how Lee's boy sold his city apartment. Honestly, who thinks like that? Who would come out to a place like our mountain village anyway? You don't know? The old woman replied. I heard Lee's wife ran off with someone else. They got divorced. He probably couldn't face people anymore in the city. What do you mean? Oh yeah, that's why he came up here to the mountains. But still, why sell the apartment? You think running a fish farm and a farmhouse restaurant here will bring many customers? Exactly. These days, only a handful of people come to fish or eat. You could count them on one hand. The old woman shook her head slightly. That Lee kid must have had something wrong upstairs. No wonder his wife left him. As the three continued their gossip, a man in his mid-30s approached, tall, over 6 feet, and exuding a scholarly air. Andy, off to wash veggies? He greeted. Yep. And you're heading to the reservoir? This damn sky hasn't rained in over a month. Now, even washing vegetables takes a trip. Hanjiakan village wasn't big, but it had some history. Years ago, they'd built small irrigation channels around the village using bluestone slabs. People used to wash vegetables right there. But now, after more than a month without rain, even the main stream was nearly dry. The little channels around the village had long since cracked into dust. Washing vegetables meant walking all the way to the stream, sometimes halfway across the village. Yeah, the reservoir's practically dried out. I'm going to check on it. Don't know when it'll rain again. I should probably check and close off a few sluice gates if I can. Li Dong smiled. The reservoir was under his lease, along with 2 surrounding hills and more than 10 acres of wasteland near the foot of the mountain, roughly 100 or so acres total. The annual rent was about 100,000 yuan, not too high, not too low. He tried running a fishing and farmhouse resort. Not far from the reservoir, he built a small courtyard with 3 large rooms and 2 smaller. One's total cost around 200,000 yuan. A few years earlier, before the cement road was built, construction costs would have been much higher, relying on mules and horses to carry materials. Now, with the paved road, material transport was cheaper. After finishing the courtyard, he stocked the reservoir with over 100,000 fish: fry silver carp, grass carp, big head carp, and crucian carp. Half a year later, the farmhouse business remained lukewarm. On weekends, a few guests came to fish, but rarely stayed for lunch. Earnings were slim. That's partly why the villagers talked. If you weren't making money, clearly something was wrong with your head. Hanjiakan wasn't far from the city, just over 10 kilometers. Add in 5 or 6 kilometers of mountain road, and it was less than 20 kilometers total. Most villagers had already moved to the city. There were very few young people left in the village except for a few idlers who never worked. Most had found jobs in the city and stayed there. Li Dong himself was originally from a city. Once a teacher with a stable position, he gave it up and came to Hanjiakan to run this unprofitable farmhouse. The elders had plenty to say about it. Li Dong had heard all the whispers from afar, but he ignored them, waved politely, and left the village. 5 or 6 minutes down the bluestone path, he arrived at his farmhouse. It had been half a year since he opened the business and had almost spent all the 600,700,000 yuan from selling his city apartment. Construction cost over 200,000. Leasing the reservoir, stocking the fish, buying an old village house for 30,000 yuan, plus renovating some wastelands and building greenhouse, it all added up to over 500,000 yuan. Now the fruit trees on both hills tending would need at least 1 or 2 workers for 2 months. Li Dong calculated that he had only about 100,000 yuan left. He originally thought running a farmhouse wouldn't cost much, but hadn't expected it to be this expensive. Worse yet, the business wasn't doing well. He couldn't even cover the lease fee. Li Dong gave a bitter smile. He shouldn't have started this idea in the first place. Why did he open the farmhouse? It had a bit to do with his love for fishing. Back when he was a teacher, He often went weekend fishing trips with family or colleagues, picked fresh produce, had a country meal. It felt peaceful. This year, after the divorce mess, he felt defeated and resigned from his teaching job. He sold the apartment awarded in the divorce settlement and came to the village to start the farmhouse. But he hadn't expected it to be so difficult. Without support from old friends and former connections, things would have been worse. Occasionally tutoring students on weekends helped. But if it were just the farmhouse alone, Li Dong figured he'd be bankrupt within a year. Thinking as he walked, he considered how to improve the business. Tomorrow, he'd hire 2 workers to start working the vegetable shed. She hoped to grow some vegetables to sell. Woof, woof, woof. It's me, Big Blackie. Big Blackie was a local mutt Li Dong bought from the street when he first arrived in Hanjiakun for 30 yuan. With a big black head, he got his name. The dog was surprisingly smart, great at guarding the house and keeping things secure. With Big Blackie watching over the reservoir, no one dared sneak in a fish. Li Dong patted him gently. All right, let's take a walk around the reservoir. Over a month without rain, combined with the summer heat, had caused the water level to drop sharply. In the center of the reservoir, several small rocky islets had emerged, though technically not islands, just clusters of large rocks, the biggest no more than 10 square meters. Li Dong rowed his specially made covered boat to the central rock area, tied it securely, and stepped ashore. There's still a puddle here, a pool of water covering 5 or 6 square meters, teeming with small fish and shrimp. Li Dong picked up a net from the boat, planning to catch some for lunch. A fish stew with cornmeal flatbread sounded perfect. 2 bottles of beer would make it even better. Since there were no customers today, he decided to clean up and cook. He'd fry some fish to bring to his daughter next weekend. Ouch, there's a big one. Excited, Li Dong spotted a large fish. The reservoir wasn't fully stocked, yet most of the 100,000 fry he released were crucian carp, with some silver carp, grass carp, and big heads. After 6 months, they hadn't grown much. But this one was wild, leftover from the original stock. A rare find. Many visitors had asked him to keep any wild fish he caught. They were becoming rare, and people loved the taste. Wow, this one's huge. The big head weighed 7 or 8 gene, approximate 4.55 kilograms. Too heavy for the net. Li Dong waded into the shallow puddle. Woof, woof. Big Blackie barked at the puddle. Li Dong chuckled. No worries, I won't drown in this much water. He rolled up his pants, carefully stepping into the puddle while holding onto the rocks. As soon as he touched the bottom, the fish suddenly rammed into him. Yikes! Off balance, he fell straight into the puddle. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself, only to press against something sharp. Pain shot through his palm. Blood appeared. His hand had a deep cut. Before he could react, everything went black. If anyone had been there, they would have seen something strangely, an adult human disappearing in an instant. Big Blackie barked wildly at the puddle. Chapter 2. Welcome to 1978. The reservoir gate was crowded with villagers returning from work, as someone had discovered a person submerged in the water. And they had managed to pull him ashore with great difficulty. What should Uncle Guofu do? First, let us carry him back. Han Guofu still held a sickle in his hand. Having just finished work, he found himself entangled in this unexpected affair. Hearing Han Guofu's words, several young men lifted the young man lying on the ground, who was notably rotund. What a pity. This lad looks quite handsome. What could have driven him to such despair? Probably, he won't be returning to the city. Recently, there have been numerous reports from the commune about city youths causing a ruckus in their attempts to return. Li Dong, in a daze, heard voices nearby but couldn't quite grasp the situation. He had just been fishing when he accidentally fell, cutting his palm in the process. And now everything seemed to fade to black. It was the villagers who had discovered him, and Li Dong felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had been found. For even a small puddle could prove fatal. Amid his relief, he attempted to lift his left hand to inspect the wound, but found his body utterly weak and limp. Unable to move except for a slight twitch of his fingers. Ah, they moved. Look, Captain, his fingers are moving. He has come back to life. This lad is quite fortunate. Li Dong felt a bit better as he pressed his hand against his chest, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word. He coughed a few times, tasting the mud and water in his mouth, a taste all too familiar, reminiscent of the reservoir's water. He longed to lift his head and plead for immediate medical attention, but instead, he sputtered and spat out muddy water. Young man, don't move around too much. Everything will pass. Just try to think positively. Li Dong stared in confusion at the elderly man before him. Think positively? Was he suggesting that Li Dong should consider suicide? That was no jest. Though he was divorced, it stemmed from a fundamental incompatibility in their personalities and life attitudes, leading them to choose a peaceful separation. Furthermore, Divorce was common nowadays. To even think of suicide over it seemed absurd. He wanted to explain, but every time he attempted to speak, he merely sprayed water everywhere. Indeed, he had a belly full of water, which explained his discomfort. All for the sake of a big, fat fish. He felt he had suffered greatly. He wondered how serious his palm wound was and how much blood he might be losing. The group of men and women from the Han family brigade looked at the awakening Li Dong, and they were at a loss. He clearly appeared to be an educated youth from the city, even sporting glasses. "Captain, where should we take this lad?" In the heat of saving him. They hadn't thought much, but now that he was awake, they were uncertain. He was likely an educated youth who would not be returning, perhaps having run away from a nearby village to jump into the Han family reservoir. "Let us take him to my home. We can inquire about the youths from that village later." Very well. A few farmers each took hold of a limb and, without much ceremony, hoisted Li Dong as if he were a pig. Li Dong, already feeling weak, could barely withstand such treatment. His vision faded once more, and he lost consciousness again. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Dong regained awareness, feeling utterly achy and unable to move, let alone rise. Xiaohei, in a dimly lit room. A 3- or 4-year-old girl rested her chin in her hands, her eyes fixed intently on Li Dong, who lay on a wooden bed. Beside her, a boy of about 7 or 8 was diligently splitting bamboo strips, occasionally glancing back at the figure on the bed. "What happened?" He moved, exclaimed the small black boy, dropping his machete in astonishment. His eyes widened as he observed Li Dong, who had just opened his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, calling out, "Duh, da-da, the big guy is awake." "Awake? That's wonderful. Just look at him, such a fine young man. Why would he throw himself into the river? He looks so handsome." The chatter continued, praising Li Dong's appearance. For a moment, Li Dong felt bewildered, struggling to turn his neck. The little girl, startled by his movement, instinctively recoiled like a frightened kitten, but after a while, she cautiously peeked at him from the doorframe. Li Dong managed to smile at the girl, gradually regaining his senses and surveying the room. The walls, dark and shadowy, were adorned with scraps of newspaper. The earthen walls bore witness to years gone by, and the windows were decorated with traditional New Year paintings. "Whose old house is this?" Li Dong muttered, initially believing he had been taken to a hospital, only to find himself in this aging abode. "Awake. That's good. Quickly, prepare a bowl of brown sugar water." Suddenly, around 10 people entered the room, their gazes fixed on Li Dong, who was propped up by the edge of the bed. Each face wore a cheerful expression, yet Li Dong felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Their complexions appeared pallid, and their clothes were riddled with patches. What is going on here? Although Hanjiakin is not a wealthy village, no child should be wearing patched clothing. Li Dong, appearing somewhat dazed, caught the attention of the captain's wife, who spoke softly. "Is there something wrong with this boy's mind? Should we contact the commune?" At this, the others scrutinized Li Dong closely. His gaze seemed vacant, prompting concerns that perhaps he was indeed mentally impaired. After all, there had been instances of educated youth taking their own lives or going mad. Li Dong, utterly perplexed, thought to himself about the commune and the brigade, wondering which village these people hailed from. "Uncle, is this Hanjiakin?" he inquired. "What Hanjiakin? We are from the Hanjia brigade." "Oh, you can talk," someone exclaimed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The room breathed a sigh of relief at the realization that Li Dong was not a fool. Otherwise, what would they do? Abandon him outside to starve? That would be far too cruel. They decided to keep him, even if he could not work, as it would merely add to their burden of food. As Li Dong began to regain his composure, the others prepared to head out to work. As it was nearing 2 o'clock, after a lively morning, the captain, Han Guofu, instructed his grandson, Han Xiaohong, affectionately known as Little Black, and the 3- or 4-year-old girl, to keep an eye on Li Dong while everyone else went to work. By afternoon, feeling somewhat revitalized, Li Dong called over Han Xiaohong. Having been a teacher for many years, he quickly won over the young boy. However, Han Xiaohong was still quite young and knew little. Li Dong gently prodded him for information. "Hasn't it only been a few years since the great leader passed away?" he asked incredulously. How could that be possible? Li Dong felt it was inconceivable. The great man had passed away in 1976, and just a few years had elapsed. Could it be that the present was at most the 1980s? After much effort, Li Dong stood up and discovered a calendar hanging on the wall. This was the home of the village chief. Other households certainly did not possess such a thing. The date read August 15th, 1978, in the lunar calendar. The 12th day of the 7th month, a day suitable for sacrifices, fishing, bathing, yet deemed unfavorable for entering a new home or marriage. Suddenly, Li Dong felt as if he had been struck by a spell, his entire being frozen in place. What on earth was happening? He pondered, his mind nearly exploding. He had merely suffered a cut on his hand while catching fish and had stumbled. How had he inexplicably been transported 40 years into the past? This was no jest. 40 years ago, life was far from the comforts of the present. Half the nation was struggling with hunger, and rural life was even more arduous. As Li Dong recalled what Han Xiaohai had just said, he realized that Han's family would eventually become known as Han Village. In 1978, this area was facing a severe drought, with the entire Anhui province nearly devoid of harvests. How could he be so unfortunate? Han Xiaojun tugged at Han Xiaohai. For Li Dong's expression was quite alarming. His face shifted between red, purple, and white, trembling and grinding his teeth. Fear not, I shall protect you. Yet, despite his reassurances, Han Xiaohai continued to pull Han Xiaojun toward the door, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Li Dong sighed in exasperation. This situation was quite the predicament. During dinner, he reconfirmed that he had indeed returned to 1978, sipping on some coarse rice porridge and nibbling on rice cakes. He contemplated his next steps. Being in this era meant he had to survive. Moreover, he felt somewhat unburdened, as his parents were back home, and his two younger brothers were there to look after them. Just days ago, he had sent home 50,000 yuan after his divorce. He had no worries regarding his daughter. Her mother would take care of her. Well, since I'm here, I might as well settle in, he thought. However, before he could devise a plan for his future, he was faced with a pressing dilemma. Where would he sleep that night? The village chief had 3 sons and 1 daughter. 2 of the sons were already married, and the 2 daughters-in-law had given birth to 6 children. Adding it all up, the household numbered over 10, yet there was no bed for Li Dong to rest upon. The cadre Han Guofu was equally troubled, as Li Dong himself could not recall how he had arrived there. What to do? They could not send him away, yet they could not afford to keep him, as no family had surplus grain, especially in a year marked by drought. Forget about extra rations. Simply having enough food to stave off hunger was a blessing. What shall we do? The accountant Han Guobing glanced at Han Guofu, who was pondering the situation. We can't send him away, and there's nowhere for him to go. Let us arrange for him to stay for now. I'll inquire at the commune later about the educated youth from our brigade, Han Guofu suggested, tapping his pipe. This is quite the mess. Where can he stay? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, whose home has space? Isn't there a room at the eastern end of the brigade? Eastern end? Isn't that Xiaojun's family? Why not let him stay there for the time being? And he can also help take care of Xiaojun. After some discussion among Han Guobing and the others, they decided to proceed with this plan. Chapter 3. Settling in the production brigade. Xiaowan. Is your home far away? Li Dong inquired, attempting to make conversation. Recently, Han Guofu had shared Xiaowan's circumstances with him. The girl was indeed unfortunate. Her mother, a sent-down youth, had left for the city after passing her entrance exam for a vocational school, abandoning her and her father. Her father, in a fit of desperation, had sought out her mother in the city, leading to a quarrel that ended with him plunging into the Yangtze River, never to resurface. With no grandparents to care for them, they were now reliant on the kindness of neighbors, who themselves struggled to fill their own bellies. Though she appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, she was actually closer to 6 or 7. Her hair was a disheveled yellow, and while her complexion was not exactly sallow, it certainly bore a dark hue. However, her large, bright eyes sparkled with life, even as her timid demeanor and soft-spoken voice revealed her vulnerability. No, it's not far, she replied, though the journey took them 6 or 7 minutes. The path was treacherous at night, riddled with pits and hollows, much less even than the stone-paved roads that would come later. Carrying the kerosene lamp from the brigade leader's home, a novelty for Li Dong, who had only seen such an item in a museum, they ventured forth. The production team lacked electricity, so kerosene lamps were a luxury few could afford. As a result, most households retired early to bed. And by 7 or 8 in the evening, the village was enveloped in silence, not even a bark from a dog to be heard. With no surplus food, no one could afford to keep pets, and anyone caught with a cat would surely face the scorn of their neighbors, labeled as wasteful. The village lay shrouded in darkness, the only sounds coming from the mountains occasionally. As Li Dong walked, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The phrase pitch dark had never felt more apartment. After a laborious trek, he finally arrived at Xiaowan's home, which was barely illuminated. The lamp's glow was insufficient, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. The uneven terrain had already drained his strength, and the relentless swarm of mosquitoes made his skin crawl. Upon entering the house, All he yearned for was a bed, though he knew not what awaited him inside. However, the heat was stifling, and with the mosquitoes in abundance, the wooden bed felt unyieldingly hard, making it impossible for him to find rest. "Shawan, why are there so many mosquitoes? How do you manage at home?" he asked, exasperated. "How can one sleep with these mosquitoes ready to feast on us? Given the prolonged drought, there should be fewer of them." Shawan, rising from her spot, retrieved some cattail sticks and ignited them, releasing a dense smoke into the air. Li Dong was taken aback. Was this some form of mosquito repellent? The pungent smoke filled the room. Never mind, he thought, forcing a smile. In this year of 1978, surviving is a feat in itself. Why fret over trifles? I shall sleep. Though the incessant buzzing of the mosquitoes was intolerable, Li Dong eventually drifted off to sleep, and a cool breeze grazed him in the middle of the night, a welcome relief. Upon waking the next morning, he found Shawan sprawled beside him, clutching a tattered fan in her hand. It was she who had fanned him through the night, keeping the mosquitoes at bay. "You helped me with the breeze last night?" he asked, realizing her efforts. "I chased away the mosquitoes," she replied. No wonder he had slept so soundly, without the mosquitoes and with the cool breeze. Shawan had been a true guardian of his slumber. "You rest, I will get up and move about," she said. Upon seeing Li Dong rise, she quickly scrambled to her feet. The brigade leader had entrusted Shawan with the important task of watching over him, ensuring he did not venture into the river. The thought of the river reminded her of her father, who had disappeared into its depths. Li Dong felt utterly helpless. Why was this little girl clinging to him so closely? He surveyed the room, and it was evident that the place was drafty, which explained the abundance of mosquitoes. The home was sparsely furnished, with only 2 large boxes, a simple wooden table, a long bench, and a few low stools. There was a cracked water jar and a small rice jar, which, upon inspection, was nearly empty. The water jar sat beneath a window with a substantial hole, supported only by a few tree branches. The walls were adorned with newspaper clippings, suggesting that Shawan's mother had connections as a sent-down youth. Though the home could not be described as completely bare, it was hardly furnished. The rice jar held no rice, and the water jar contained no water. However, the makeshift shed nearby still had a stove, albeit the pot had long since deteriorated. As for other essentials, they were even more scarce. There wasn't even a single vegetable knife, though a complete set of bowls and chopsticks for the 3-person family remained. Now, only Shawan was left, and Li Dong sighed. This child was indeed pitiable. Stepping outside for a moment, he observed the earthen walls, which astonishingly had stone foundations. The thatched roof was a modest sight. But in these times, this house was considered quite decent. Many would envy the stone foundation. "You need not follow me. I shall wash my face," Li Dong declared, intending to head to the nearby stream for a wash, as there were no village ditches at this time. Fortunately, it was not far, though the stream was nearly dry. As Li Dong prepared to descend to the stream bed to scoop some water, Shawan tugged at his shirt, looking forlorn and bewildered. "What is it?" he asked, perplexed. Shawan shook her head vigorously. Li Dong found himself at a loss, wondering what the child meant. "I am merely washing my face. Is this water unsuitable for that?" But Shawan continued to shake her head, leaving Li Dong unsure of how to respond. All right, I want to wash my face here. I shall go to the captain's house instead." He recalled that Han Guofu had invited him for breakfast the previous day, and he was not one to decline, primarily due to his lack of resources. Upon arriving at Han Guofu's home, he was astonished to find a bustling household of over 10 people, with children running about energetically. As Li Dong and Shawan entered, Han Guofu's 2 daughters-in-law rolled their eyes, as the family was already low on provisions. And now 2 more mouths would be added. Fortunately, Han Guofu was the authoritative figure in his household. Breakfast consisted of rice porridge with some wild vegetable pancakes. What vegetables could one expect to have so early in the day? Besides, there were no vegetables to speak of. Even pickled vegetables lacked salt. It was a stroke of luck to fill one's belly at all. "What are your plans?" Han Guofu inquired, noticing Li Dong's relatively good spirits. He knew that Li Dong's situation needed resolution, as no household had extra provisions to spare. "Is there anyone else in your family?" Li Dong shook his head. He had come alone after a 40-year absence, uncertain of whom to seek. "Captain, I wish to settle in our production team. The urban household registration is exceedingly difficult to acquire, akin to attempting to manufacture an atomic bomb. Settling in the production team seems the most feasible option." "To settle in our production team?" Han Guofu paused, contemplating. It was not out of the question. Numerous sent-down youths had registered here, with many from the earliest batches already married with children. "Very well," Han Guofu declared, clapping his hands and gritting his teeth. "I shall give you Shawan's house. We can place her under your household registration. What do you think? Li Dong was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the bashful Han Xiaoan beside him. All right. Xiaoan, you can come with me from now on. He turned to the little girl, aware that he had somewhat intruded upon her family unit, uncertain if she harbored any objections. Surprisingly, the girl nodded her head slightly. Very well, I shall head to the commune shortly to finalize this arrangement for you. Nowadays, registering a household is quite straightforward. With the village chief's endorsement and some documentation, it can be completed without needing to investigate your parents. The process is manageable, and it can be wrapped up in just a morning. Once I obtain the certificate, Li Dong will officially be recognized as a member of the Han family. Li Dong, tall and robust, clearly possessed the strength for labor, and the production team had little objection to the arrangement. An additional ration of grain in exchange for a dependable worker was a mutually beneficial agreement. Once work is done, everyone should come by to see you. After all, you are moving into a new home, Han Guofu remarked. It's only fitting to celebrate this occasion. At this, Li Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had nothing to offer his guests. By the way, here are your clothes. Your aunt has washed and dried them for you. As he took the garments, he recalled his own family's comments on the quality of the fabric, noting that they showed no signs of shrinking, especially the sturdy shorts. These clothes are worth at least 5 yuan, and those shoes you have are quite remarkable. They certainly appear to be of high quality. Currently, Li Dong was wearing garments belonging to Han Guofu, which were patched and somewhat misshapen. At this time, having clothes at all felt like a blessing. Being 17 or 18 and without proper attire was not unheard of. In rural areas, it was rare to see a new set of clothes every year or even every few years. There's no need to change. You have nothing else to wear. Just keep this outfit, Han Guofu said, observing Li Dong's intention to remove his clothes. After all, the village chief had a few sets of clothing, and this one, while faded, could still serve its purpose for a time. How could I? Li Dong thought, reluctant to wear the clothes, but he realized he truly had only one set. He could not go on without changing clothes indefinitely. It was rather absurd that a modern man from the 40s found himself in such a predicament. Lacking even a proper wardrobe, he needed to quickly grasp the current situation. Food and clothing were paramount. Oh, and this is yours, found in the pocket of your trousers. Han Guofu produced a fishing bait, unexpectedly having brought it along. Li Dong accepted the bait, recognizing its potential to catch fish and shrimp. After all, they were in the Yangtze River basin, surrounded by an extensive network of waterways, and the reservoir was sure to be teeming with aquatic life. This belongs to me. I bought it during my last trip to the city, Li Dong thought, contemplating the possibility of fishing. However, he refrained from mentioning it to Han Guofu, as the reservoir was communal property, and fishing there without permission could lead to trouble. During this half-day, Li Dong had not been idly wandering. He had gleaned a fair amount of information. The production team was still promoting slogans about revolutionary struggles, but beyond that, he had also learned about each family's private plots and their poultry-raising practices. The most substantial operation belonged to Han Guofu's family, which owned 5 ducks and 5 hens, 10 in total. In these times, possessing more than 10 animals could be seen as a sign of capitalist tendencies, which had to be eradicated. In this era, failing to pay attention could lead to being reported, and reporting was considered an act of honor. It is no jest. If one were to be apprehended for over a decade or two, where would one find recourse to voice their grievances? As for engaging in speculative dealings, facing execution for a mere handful of currency is not uncommon. Li Dong certainly does not wish to find himself in such dire straits. He busied himself with preparations to venture to the reservoir that evening, hoping to procure some fish and shrimp to elevate their mundane existence. For the past few days, their meals had consisted solely of rice porridge and vegetable rice cakes. They had scarcely indulged in a couple of servings of rice, leaving their bellies devoid of any sustenance. It is no wonder that people today yearn for meat. Their bellies are bereft of nourishment. One might argue that a few drops of oil can barely suffice to stew a pot of vegetables, and one would be hard-pressed to find even a trace of lard, making it a challenge to feel satiated. As night fell, families gathered, and Li Dong, now considered a member of the Han family brigade, received a bag of rice weighing around 10 pounds from Han Guofu. Other households contributed either half a bottle of vinegar, half a pound of soy sauce, a packet of salt, or a handful of beans. None arrived empty-handed, and at last, the rice jar was replenished. Li Dong noticed that there was approximately 20 to 30 pounds of rice, and the accountant, Han Bing, had generously provided half a pound of vegetable oil. A prized commodity indeed, given that a pound currently costs over 70 cents, and is not easily obtainable. Most households had limited supplies of vegetable oil. Half a pound would typically suffice for a fortnight. Li Dong felt elated at the prospect of frying fish in oil, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to everyone as he bid them farewell. Upon returning home, he saw Xiaowan tidying up and hurried over to assist her. Eager to prepare a fish for dinner, knowing that a stewed fish the following day would undoubtedly bring contentment. Chapter 4. The Sinful Life of 1978. What are you doing? Xiaowan. Li Dong turned around to see Xiaowan scribbling in a small notebook. It was astonishing that this child could recognize characters at such a young age. In those days, very few individuals in the countryside could read, let alone a little girl like her. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the notebook contained numerous entries, albeit rather peculiar. The drawing of an egg was quite accurate, but the character for ant was written in pinyin. This combination of illustrations, pinyin, and Chinese characters left Li Dong momentarily bewildered. There were entries for rice, team leader's grandfather, and the team leader can write grandfather, also rendered in pinyin. The little girl was keeping accounts. Intrigued, Li Dong sat down and beckoned Xiaowan over. Are you keeping accounts? It's for the New Year rations, she replied. Wait a minute, Li Dong said, confused. These items are to be returned? Aren't they gifts? They had been dining at the team leader's home for the past few days and had not heard anything about repayment. What's this about returning things now? Xiaowan lowered her head and whispered, We have to manage on our own. Managing on your own means you have become a family, Li Dong remarked, taken aback by her maturity. Dada? She inquired, and he paused again, realizing that in the local dialect, children referred to their fathers as dada. He smacked his forehead, recalling what Han Guofu had said. Since he was living in Xiaowan's house, he would henceforth be considered her father. Call me father, Li Dong encouraged, flipping through the notebook with a smile. You haven't recorded the sorghum or sweet potatoes yet. Let me take care of it. In a bit, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you. We have cooking oil today and eggs. I'll make you some egg-fried rice. No, Xiaowan exclaimed, suddenly spreading her arms like a hen protecting her chicks, blocking him. What's wrong? Don't children love egg-fried rice? Li Dong was puzzled by her reluctance. Upon inquiry, he learned the reason. Trade for a chick? 2 eggs and a pound of rice for 1 chick, she explained. Li Dong was taken aback by the notion of not consuming the eggs. He looked at the determined little girl and sighed. All right then, I will go to the reservoir later and see if I can catch some fish to make you fish soup. You look so thin. At the mention of the reservoir, Xiaowan clung tightly to Li Dong. I don't want you to go to the reservoir, Dada. Please don't go. She was genuinely frightened, fearing that he might take the plunge into the water, leaving her all alone, just as she had lost her mother and now faced the prospect of losing her newly appointed father. The thought of being a child without parents terrified her. Sharing meals among families isn't always pleasant, she thought, recalling the disdainful gazes and bullying from others, labeling her as a harbinger of misfortune. Other children were reluctant to play with her. Li Dong, caught between amusement and sympathy as Xiaowan clung to his leg, reassured her, Don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. Do we have any sewing supplies at home? Xiaowan rummaged through a basket, revealing some scraps of fabric, a few shoe patterns, needles, thimbles, and other sewing items. Li Dong picked up a needle. Unfortunately, there's no pliers. I had to fashion a fishing hook from a stone with great effort and tie it securely. This will have to suffice. In the mountain valley, darkness fell quickly, leaving no trace of people. Li Dong, with Xiaowan in tow, had no choice but to bring her along, as he could not leave her behind. After securing the door, they quietly slipped out of the village. Following Xiao Juan's instructions, they navigated the evening patrols of the militia, which, though unclear in purpose, were presumably destined for the commune. Xiao Jun skillfully led the way, managing to avoid the militia. The reservoir was not far off. Upon arrival, Li Dong produced the bait. The aroma was delightful, causing Xiao Jun to twitch her little nose in anticipation. Li Dong skillfully mixed the bait and attached it to the hook. Slapping his thigh in frustration at the abundance of mosquitoes, he resolved to procure some mosquito repellent. Suddenly a catch, remarkably swift. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, the fish and shrimp in the reservoir were unaccustomed to such lavish treatment. The fragrant bait was so enticing that even Xiao Jun was tempted to sample it. What was it? Upon reevaluation, Li Dong was astounded to discover he had hooked a wild turtle. The surprise was delightful. He was overjoyed. What a treasure! He chuckled, estimating the turtle to weigh at least a pound, envisioning its worth in the years to come. Surprisingly, despite the modest fish catch, Li Dong had managed to reel in 3 turtles, filling him with joy. Upon returning home, He contemplated how to prepare the turtle, relishing the thought of its nutrition. Meanwhile, Xiaojun had climbed over the bed to fetch a fan, gently waving it to disperse the mosquitoes. Truly, she was a warm comfort. And Li Dong felt a wave of happiness. That night, Li Dong enjoyed a deep, restful sleep, but awoke the next morning feeling uneasy. Xiaojun was shaking him awake. What's wrong? Father, it's time for breakfast. We must go to work. Breakfast and work? Li Dong murmured in confusion. It didn't seem right. Shouldn't they be eating at home? Upon glancing at the table, he noticed 2 bowls, one large and one small, filled with wild vegetables and coarse grain porridge, emitting a savory fragrance. Li Dong swallowed hard. But the thought of coarse grain scratching his throat left him bemused as he looked at Xiaojun. We have rice at home. Why are we eating this? Let me cook instead. I'll prepare some rice and a fish stew. I don't want fish. Don't want fish? Li Dong was taken aback. This was wild fish. How could it not be delicious? Over the past few days, he had enjoyed several meals at the captain's house, where meat was a rare delicacy. The children from wealthy families in Korea had visibly salivated at the aroma. He had seen it all too clearly. Li Dong had long been puzzled by the scarcity of fish consumption during these times of material deprivation, where coarse grains were the norm and meat an infrequent luxury. As he worked, his thoughts remained clouded, but once engaged in labor, all contemplation vanished. Oh dear, carrying water to irrigate the seedlings was unimaginable. The round trip was a mile. By midday, Li Dong felt utterly dazed. He thought to himself that if he continued like this, he would soon be jumping into the river. I can't do this, he exclaimed in pain. Xiaojun, be gentle. His shoulders were sore and raw. It had been years since he had done such labor. By the afternoon, he knew he must find a way to alleviate the burden. He felt certain that if he persisted, he would not survive. Beep, beep. What was that? Li Dong lay in bed, groaning in agony, when a series of beeping sounds erupted in his ears. Before him appeared a device resembling a liquid crystal screen, displaying 3 rows of numbers. 70, 15, 56, 200, 2018. 8, 15. The first 2 lines of numbers left Li Dong somewhat perplexed. However, the third line was unmistakably the date he arrived here. What was happening? Had he been abducted by aliens? Is anyone there? Li Dong whispered, realizing that Xiaojun had gone to the captain's house. He felt utterly helpless, fearing for his own life. Han Guofu had not anticipated that Li Dong would be unable to endure the morning, secretly regretting granting him residency. He had hoped to acquire a reliable laborer, only to discover that it was akin to a mere flower stick, visually appealing but utterly useless. This situation was quite troubling. After all, one could not genuinely exhaust a person to such an extent. Han Guofu decided to check on him. Upon reaching the door, he overheard Li Dong muttering something. Startled by the sound of the door opening, Li Dong jumped, genuinely believing that aliens had arrived. He trembled in fear and rolled off the bed with a loud thud, causing a painful fall. Han Guofu was equally startled. Are you all right? I'm fine, Captain. What brings you here? Li Dong thought to himself that the numbers had not vanished, but what did it signify? He called out, but no one responded. Never mind. He would just have to deal with Han Guofu for now. I came to see how you were doing. This afternoon, join the others in weeding. Don't worry about fetching water. Sure, weeding seemed manageable, and he believed he could endure it. However, once he stepped into the field in the afternoon, he realized that weeding was no easy task. The primary laborers were women, the elderly, and children. His sudden presence stood out like a sore thumb. I told you. These educated youth are incapable of hard labor. Yet, they appeared robust enough, merely empty shells. How embarrassing. The group of women, unperturbed by Li Dong's presence, spoke loudly, while children shouted gleefully, adding to Li Dong's frustration. His back ached, his hands were numb, and the weeding was far more exhausting than he had anticipated. The scorching sun made matters worse. He regretted his decision. Damn it, I should have gone to the city as a drifter, engaging in the black market. At least that would be less taxing. A sudden change caught his attention. The numbers on the screen had shifted from 70 to 74, an increase of 4. What was going on? Li Dong was bewildered. Yet, there was no time to ponder this. That evening, he invited Han Guofu and Han Xiaobing, the squad leader and the accountant, to discuss the current policies. He realized that he could no longer endure agricultural labor. It seemed he was destined to remain disconnected from such toil. This was not a matter of disdain for the working class. He simply found himself incapable of laboring in the fields. He prepared a meal of steamed rice and pan-fried fish, lamenting the lack of seasoning. He finally grasped why fish had been scarce in the past. Without seasoning, the fish's and shrimp's strong odors were overwhelming. Moreover, oil and salt were not cheap. Just to prepare one fish, he had used at least a couple of taels of oil, and that was with him being frugal. Upon seeing 3 or 4 bowls of dishes and a mound of white rice, Han Guofu and Han Xiaobing exchanged bewildered glances. What a waste. They realized that the rations brought yesterday were intended for Li Dong and Xiaowan for the autumn, meant to last at least 3 months. The fellow, upon observing the meal, could hardly contain his disbelief. It was not merely the month of March, but the greasy sheen atop the fish soup and the presence of eggs that caused the 2 brigade leaders to twitch at the corners of their mouths. This was not the existence of an ordinary person. They exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile, realizing that significant trouble loomed over the team. The tender, naive youth, devoid of understanding the hardships of life, indulged in gluttony without a care, which was nothing short of a calamity, especially amidst the ongoing drought, an act of folly. Xiaowan, trailing behind the 2, caught sight of the spread on the dining board at home, and, overwhelmed by emotion, collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably for her eggs and her little chicks. Chapter 5. The food crisis. Li Dong was taken aback. Xiaowan was weeping inconsolably over merely 2 eggs. Xiaowan, please don't cry. I promise you, I'll earn 10, no, 20 eggs for you. Be good and stop the tears. Your face is all streaked like a little calico cat. Her small face, already soiled from gathering pig feed, was now further marked by tears, giving her the appearance of a child who had drawn a mischievous face. Xiaowan, pouting, continued to sob while her eyes fixated on the scrambled eggs with chives on the cutting board. Li Dong chuckled, realizing how children could shift from tears to yearning for food in an instant. Aren't they delicious? Scrambled eggs with wild chives, truly delightful. Make sure to have a hearty serving. Indeed, the flavor of eggs now was far superior to what it would be 40 years hence, for the hens feasted on worms and grasshoppers in this era. Few families had surplus grain to raise chickens. Most households were occupied by 3 to 5-year-old children who could not work but still needed to contribute. Thus, they would venture into their own gardens or the mountains to catch grasshoppers and dig for worms to feed the chickens. Yet, despite the prevalence of chicken keeping, eggs remained a luxury, fetching between 3 to 8 cents each at the supply cooperative. In this time, eggs were akin to nuclear weapons for the housewives. Salt, soy sauce, and vinegar depended heavily on them, making it rare for anyone to indulge in such precious commodities. A diligent housewife treated eggs like treasures. A mere nudge from a child could earn them a light slap, and a more severe offense might result in a good thrashing. On a child's birthday, they might sneak an egg from the kitchen, and if the father spotted one being boiled for the child, it could bring joy for several days. Yet here was Li Dong, preparing a bowl of scrambled eggs with chives. What a feast, he thought, contemplating additional dishes, as Xiaowan's sobs grew more intense. My little chick, she lamented, this new father is indulging himself and consuming all the egg provisions. What will we eat later? We'll go hungry. The weight of her sorrow was palpable. Korea Fu and Korea Bing exchanged glances, sighing. This conversation could not be avoided any longer. Xiaowan, stop crying and come eat. Dad has made turtle soup for you. Drink plenty to grow tall, Li Dong reassured her, beckoning to Korea Fu and Korea Bing. Captain, accountant, stop staring and sit down. There isn't much food here, so please help yourselves. When I have the chance, I'll get a bottle of good wine for you. Upon hearing this, the 2 men chuckled, realizing Li Dong had set his sights on wine. This fellow is doomed. A drunkard can easily become a ghost, they thought, regretting their earlier decisions. How could they have been so foolish as to help this scoundrel settle down? From now on, if we encounter someone in distress, let's keep our distance. We can't risk it, they silently vowed. After a moment of shared understanding, they sat down, knowing they must have a serious talk with Li Dong about frugality and prudence. But as the aroma of the fish wafted through the air, they decided to indulge in the meal first and address their concerns later. Eggs stir-fried with chives are indeed a delightful dish. It has been half a year since the 2 of them last enjoyed it. And Li Dong's preparation is particularly exquisite, generously seasoned with oil. Xiaowan gazes tearfully at Captain Yi and Accountant Air as they savor the eggs exchanged for chicks. Unable to contain her emotions, she bursts into tears. This child, reduced to tears over a simple egg. Don't worry, my dear. I shall prepare scrambled eggs for you every day. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan's sobs intensified. The prospect of having chicks and eggs daily felt like a feast that could deplete a year's worth of rations in a month. Han Guofu and Han Bing are relishing their meal, clearly enjoying the flavors. This young lad possesses culinary skills, though the excessive oil makes it seem that anyone could cook well under such conditions. As for the turtle soup, it is best left untouched. Its strong fishy aroma is overwhelming, and the numerous bones make it unpalatable. The mountain folk have little inclination towards fish, especially nowadays when few would dare to fry it in oil as Li Dong does. It is seen as wasteful. Should a woman be so extravagant? Her husband would surely reprimand her thrice in a single day. Try the braised fish, one suggested, though it could use a bit more seasoning. However, the mountains provide wild onions, garlic, and other natural spices, which, when combined with the aromatic herbs, elevate the braised fish to an enjoyable level. Han Guofu and Han Bing hesitantly tasted a bite and were pleasantly surprised by its flavor. Just as they were about to chide Li Dong for his wastefulness, they found the fish to be quite delectable. The rice soaked in fish broth, rich with oil, was utterly delightful. Each consumed 3 bowls of rice. Grateful that Li Dong had prepared a generous amount, Xiaowan was taken aback to witness the entire pot of rice vanish. With the eggs and cooking oil now depleted, she could not help but wail in despair. Her new father was far too extravagant, and she felt deeply unfortunate to have such a parent. The thought of begging for food soon crossed her mind. The more she pondered, the sadder she became. Despite her youth, Xiaowan had endured much. Her mother had abandoned her, and her father had drowned in despair after searching for her mother. Now, she was left without parents, and her new father was equally reckless. Xiaowan's eyes reddened from crying. Yet the fish soup was indeed fragrant, and the chives scrambled with eggs were delicious. She wept and ate simultaneously. Li Dong observed her, feeling a pang of sadness for such a good child, crying over an egg, while his own daughter would refuse to eat if the food did not meet her standards. Xiaowan, with her simple joys, found happiness in a sip of fish soup and a bite of egg. If only Xiaowan knew Li Dong's thoughts. Her cries would have been even louder. It seemed hopeless, and she was destined to beg for food, as her new father was an extravagant spender. After finishing their meal, Han Guofu and Han Bing poured a bowl of water to rinse the oily residue from their bowls and let out satisfied burps. They exchanged glances, knowing it was time to address serious matters. Li Dong's reckless spending could not continue. This year's drought would surely impact the late rice harvest, leaving the sufficiency of their rations in question. While Li Dong awaited their completion of the meal and tidied up the dishes, Xiaowan eagerly took them to wash. What a good child she was. Stop crying, my darling. Once your father earns money, you shall have scrambled eggs and fish soup every day. Xiaowan shivered with despair, feeling as though she could not endure life with such a spendthrift father. The thought of begging overwhelmed her, and her tears flowed like a broken dam. This child, so full of emotion. Li Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. What a considerate child he had, so easily pleased by a mere meal of eggs. He silently encouraged himself, wondering how, as a modern man from 40 years in the future, he could not manage to acquire a few eggs. Li Dong planned to inquire with Han Guofu and Han Jubing about the current state of affairs in the city. If the situation appeared favorable, he intended to obtain a letter of introduction, hoping to explore opportunities for profit, provided, of course, that safety was assured. Li Dong was excessively cautious, to put it plainly. He lacked grand aspirations and feared complications, which explained his choice to become a teacher. Similarly, his prudence, coupled with a disinclination for socializing, had resulted in his remaining an ordinary high school teacher for many years. In stark contrast, his ex-wife now served as the director of the district office and was poised for a potential promotion by year-end, which would elevate her to a deputy division level, a rarity for someone in their 30s. Upon seeing Li Dong approach, Han Guofu and Han Jubing felt compelled to impart lessons on revolutionary struggle and the virtues of frugality. Li Dong was taken aback to learn that 30 kilograms of rice, supplemented by a small amount of coarse grain, constituted his rations for the month of March. Jokingly, he thought, this would hardly last 3 months. Half a kilogram of cooking oil would suffice for merely 3 meals. Outside, Xiaowan listened and felt tears welling up. This new father was far too extravagant. She wiped her tears, determined to be strong and take charge of the household, ensuring that this new father would not lead them astray. You can do it, Xiaowan. You must manage the household and keep a watchful eye on the new father, she encouraged herself. After receiving a thorough lecture from Han Guofu and Han Jubing, Li Dong was bewildered. Based on his current eating habits, his rations would last at most 20 days, leaving a shortfall of 70 days. What could he do? Starve? Borrow grain? That was out of the question. He needed to go to the city and take a good look around. Borrow money? He had none. Fuming, Li Dong confronted the two men. Surely, I must cover the cost of the meal. Han Guofu and Han Junbing exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting that they were ready to douse him with a bucket of water. He had been the one to insist on treating, yet now he was asking for money. Uncle Guofu, I had intended to visit a relative in the city to borrow some provisions, Li Dong thought to himself. Realizing he needed to concoct a reason. Han Guofu and Han Jubing, though not highly educated, were seasoned enough to suspect that he might be planning to flee. Which was unacceptable. They could not allow such a waste of rice to go unchecked. Fine, I will see what I can do. You know the team has no funds. Han Guofu said. Surely, you can manage the cost of your ticket. Li Dong reflected that, in these times, without a letter of introduction, even a ride on public transport was unattainable. Walking to the city? That was absurd. Not only was the commune over 10 miles away, but the commune itself was still 40 to 50 miles from the city. Walking felt akin to a death sentence. All right, in a few days. I will go to my relative's house and help you borrow some provisions, Han Guofu said, waving his hand dismissively. For now, work diligently and make do with what food you have. With that, the two men left, their attitude making it clear that borrowing money was out of the question. The next day, Li Dong discovered that his duties had changed once more. Han Guofu had assigned his eldest son to take Li Dong to irrigate some low-lying rice fields using a water cart. This contraption appears deceptively easy on the eyes. Yet after a day of relentless toil, Li Dong's legs have become swollen and painful. Alas, I cannot endure this any longer. If I continue down this path, my very life may be at stake. I must secure transportation fare to the city, where I can seek opportunities to earn a living. Otherwise, I shall be condemned to this monotonous existence, subsisting on meager grains, devoid of any sustenance or prosperity, which may ultimately jeopardize my well-being. What is this? 85. What purpose does this serve? The digits on the display shift, the first line transforming into 85, 25, 56. Chapter 6. Survival tips for the production team. The numbers remained stagnant, and Li Dong scratched his head in perplexity. What could be the matter with these figures? They certainly showed no signs of movement. Tomorrow, he resolved to keep a closer watch. Rubbing his sore wrist, he thought about his legs, which were swollen and painful, making him wish he could simply chop them off. Xiaojun had massaged them all night without any improvement. After another night of discomfort, he woke up the following morning feeling utterly defeated and called for Han Xiaojun, declaring that he could not go to work at the water wheel today. With a pout, Han Xiaojun lamented her new father, who was both gluttonous and indolent, incapable of enduring hardship. What was she to do? Their rations were dwindling, and the situation was dire. She suggested that he speak to the team leader, explaining that he could hardly move and that further exertion might render his legs useless. Li Dong sighed, bemoaning his misfortune for ending up here, unable to fulfill the task of operating the water wheel, thus missing out on the vital work points. He asked the team leader to assign him a lighter duty, one that did not require constant movement, ideally something he could do while seated. Han Xiaojun stared at him, bewildered by his apparent entitlement. What kind of work could one do while sitting? He was not a cadre. Even the accountant and scorekeeper had to run around to tally heads. Only the commune cadres could afford to sit while working, a fact that the young Xiaojun was aware of, though she felt embarrassed to voice her thoughts. Yet, Li Dong maintained his presumptuous demeanor, leaving her no choice but to seek out the team leader. What? After working just one day, it's come to this? What is he good for if he can't accomplish anything? The old man grumbled, lamenting the burdens he had taken on. Li Chenhua, the wife of Han Guofu, clapped her hands upon her thighs, exclaiming her frustration. This was a predicament. They could not afford to have people blaming them for their elder's shortcomings, especially with their son poised to take over. What to do? I know what to do, Han Guofu said with a furrowed brow. He recalled how the eldest had taken the water wheel duty yesterday, but had only managed to complete half the work. Li Dong, on the other hand, could barely manage a third, and it was clear that his reluctance to work had led to the eldest doing most of the heavy lifting. Who would have thought he would be unable to handle such a simple task? Han Guofu squatted in the corner, puffing on a dry cigarette as he pondered the situation. Suddenly, he stood up, speaking to his wife with determination. Today, the team is harvesting sweet potatoes. You should take him with you. The task is lighter. What? Isn't that work meant for the elderly and children? Harvesting sweet potatoes was neither particularly light nor heavy. It was a task that could be handled by women, the elderly, and children, typically assigned to those with less physical strength. What do you suggest then? It's better than doing nothing at all, Han Guofu replied, feeling helpless. Fetching water was out of the question. If Li Dong was further burdened, he might very well lose his mind. The eldest had already worked hard yesterday, and taking Li Dong along would likely exhaust him even more over the next few days. Other tasks, like weeding, were equally troublesome, as seedlings and weeds were nearly indistinguishable. Han Guofu feared that if Li Dong were tasked with weeding, they might end up losing their entire food supply. Team leader, Han Xiaojun tugged at Han Guofu's sleeve. Noticing his furrowed brow. What's wrong, Xiaojun? I want to earn work points. Li Dong firmly asserted. No, you can't. Upon hearing Han Xiaojuan's intention to compete for work points, he slammed the table. Xiaowan, you are still so young. I plan to wait for the commune's primary school to open and help you get there. You need not worry about work points. Your father will handle that. As Xiaowan attempted to speak again, Li Dong quickly finished the bowl of rice porridge. This matter is settled. All right, Dad is off to work now. He clapped his hands, donned his worn hat, and remarked, in this sweltering heat, it's truly torturous. I must find an opportunity to leave the village, at least to visit the county town and seek out some profitable ventures. It's best to leave the farming to the professionals. Li Dong did not harbor disdain for laborers. On the contrary, he held genuine admiration for them. However, he believed he was not cut out for such toil. He would be exhausted beyond measure. The morning's labor had been quite satisfactory, digging sweet potatoes near the hillside. Initially, he had hoped to find a shaded spot, but upon stepping outside, he noticed something peculiar. Whenever he worked under the sun, the numbers on his screen increased rapidly. Yet, once he sought refuge in the shade, the numbers slowed and eventually halted. Am I some sort of solar-powered device? He pondered, resigned to enduring the blazing sun. The shade was reserved for a few children and pregnant women, and Li Chunhua noted, this child shows commendable character. Little did she know that Li Dong was driven to toil under the sun for a reason. He was weary and drenched in sweat. By midday, he had nearly accumulated 5 points, bringing his total close to 90. Glancing at the women preparing to finish work, he noticed they had rolled up their pant legs. Oh, what luck! He thought as he saw them stuffing their pant legs with sweet potatoes. Though small in size, every little bit counted. And he realized he should also roll up his pant legs, stuffing at least 10 sweet potatoes up to his thighs. Li Chunhua watched in exasperation, wishing she could swat this unfortunate child. How could he not see this? Even a fool would know. But Li Dong was undeterred. He was determined to secure his share of baked sweet potatoes and porridge. He dashed home and called out before even stepping through the door, Xiaowan, Xiaowan. Look what I've brought back for you. What is it? Li Dong chuckled, lowering his pant legs to reveal a dozen small sweet potatoes, each about the size of a carrot. Xiaowan gasped in delight. Aren't you happy? Tonight, Daddy will bake sweet potatoes for you. No way. Han Xiaowan immediately hugged the sweet potatoes to her chest. I'll save these to make sweet potato chips and trade for oil and salt. All right, keep those. This afternoon, Dad will dig up some more. Li Dong waved his hand dismissively, thinking it best not to argue with the child. Xiaowan hid the sweet potatoes away and served lunch, rice, pickled vegetables, and a plate of greens. Though lacking any oil, Li Dong muttered to himself, no cooking oil? Usually, he would be generous with the oil, ensuring a glistening dish, but now there was not a trace of it. Never mind, I'll eat this first. I'll have some baked sweet potatoes tonight, he mused, devouring 3 bowls of coarse rice. I'm really eating more and more. It's inevitable when doing physical labor, especially with such bland food, not to mention snacks. After Xiaowan cleared the dishes, Li Dong reclined on the bed to rest and ponder his thoughts. What does this number truly signify? It appears that only exposure to sunlight can augment it. 90, 254. Could 90 possibly represent time, perhaps 90 hours? In a sudden burst of curiosity, Li Dong sprang to his feet, regrettably lacking a watch. He decided to conduct an experiment, rushing outside where the sun shone fiercely. As he basked in its rays, the digits began to transform. 1, 2, 3. Li Dong slapped his thigh, realizing it indeed represented time. Having deciphered the meaning of the first line and acknowledging that the date 2018, 8:15 marked his arrival, he remained perplexed by the second line, 200, which eluded his understanding. What on earth was this device for? Later that afternoon, while digging for sweet potatoes, Li Dong found himself preoccupied with these thoughts, leading to several mishaps in his harvest. His inexperience combined with distraction resulted in a less than satisfactory yield. Observing his efforts, Li Chunhua sighed. Noting that the number of ruined potatoes far outweighed the intact ones, despite appearing promising earlier that day, she decided to have him tend to the sweet potato vines instead. Upon returning home, Li Chunhua expressed her grievances to Han Guofu. He knows nothing, but when it comes to sneaking snacks, he excels. While others might take 1 or 2, he managed to snatch 7 or 8. Han Guofu, puffing on his dry tobacco with a furrowed brow, listened as their eldest son pondered aloud the possibility of letting Li Dong leave. That won't do. Han Guofu immediately shook his head. Now is not the time. When you take over, what will we do without him? We must wait until that time comes. What should we do then? Han Guofu contemplated for a moment before suggesting. Did he not mention having relatives in the city? Perhaps you could accompany him to the commune to send a telegram. It would be best if he could go live with them. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, he was still mulling over the fact that the time had reached 95. Yet apart from the shifting digits, nothing else occurred. What was this strange contraption? He decided to set it aside for the moment. Xiaowan, could you roast a couple more? After the afternoon's harvest, Han Xiaowan had taken the sweet potatoes, leaving Li Dong delighted to have managed to trick her into allowing him 2 roasted ones. The aroma was heavenly. Sweet potatoes were truly a delight in these times, filling his mouth with sweetness. With a watchful eye, Han Xiaowan regarded Li Dong, having already consumed 2. I'll bring back more tomorrow. Very well, he replied cheerfully as she handed him 2 more sweet potatoes. Xiaowan, later, let us accompany Dad to the reservoir and catch a few fish for tomorrow's meal. This thought startled Han Xiaowan. Their household had barely 2 taels of cooking oil left. If they ate fish, they would soon run out of oil, prompting her to clutch it tightly. I want to eat fish. Li Dong, exasperated, thought to himself, this child. Just wait until I manage to procure 10 or 8 pounds of cooking oil. We'll be having fried fish daily. He sighed, never mind. We still have 2 turtles at home. Perhaps I'll stew them. Noticing Li Dong's lack of interest in fishing, Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief. Securing the cooking oil and climbing into bed, she picked up a fan to cool Li Dong, who always struggled to sleep without a breeze. While fanning him, she massaged his hands and feet. Before long, Li Dong drifted into slumber, and the following day he was assigned to cut pigweed, earning 6 work points. Just yesterday, he had managed 8, and his work points were dwindling, yet Li Dong remained unconcerned. Uncle Team Leader, are you serious? That's wonderful. Shall we head to the commune tomorrow? At the commune, Li Dong exuberantly brandished a sickle, startling Han Guofu into a tremble. This child, indeed, just as Wei Guo was heading to the commune on official business. You should accompany him. Chapter 7. The Extravagance of 1 Yuan Xiaowan. Be good at home and wait for Dad to bring you some delicious treats. The following morning, Li Dong arose with an exuberance that was palpable. The absence of work imbued the air with a refreshing quality. The thought of potentially earning a modest fortune with his years of experience at the commune, perhaps indulging in some sweets to impress Xiaowan, filled him with glee. He even entertained the notion of bringing back some meat to satiate his cravings, which further elevated his spirits. After ensuring that Xiaowan would stay home and keep the house in order, he scampered out the door. At the village entrance, Han Weijun was already waiting. Li Dong was taken aback to find only Han Weijun there. Brother Weijun, are we really going like this? It's over 10 miles, without any means of transport. Are we expected to walk? Surely, you jest. What is the matter? Han Weijun responded with a puzzled expression. Is this fellow causing trouble again? The sooner we get there, the sooner we can return to work. Let us move. It was barely past 5 in the morning, and a slight chill lingered in the air. However, the thought of traversing over 10 miles on foot was no trivial matter, especially since it was a rare opportunity to be out and about. Brother Weijun, doesn't our team have a bicycle? Riding would surely expedite our journey, Li Dong suggested. We're not a large brigade. Where would we procure a bicycle? Besides, it's so close to the commune. Why would we need one? Han Weijun perceived Li Dong as merely lazy, asserting that they could reach their destination in no time. Let us take advantage of this cool weather, complete our business, and return without delaying our work. Before their departure, Han Guofu had instructed him to keep a tight rein on Li Dong, ensuring he did not escape. Li Dong owed the team considerable rations, and if he fled, it would create a significant predicament regarding the repayment of those provisions. Isn't our production team part of a larger brigade? Li Dong queried. Our production team consists of merely about 100 individuals. It hardly qualifies as a brigade, Han Weijun retorted, urging Li Dong to hasten his pace. Despite Li Dong being considerably taller and possessing longer legs, he struggled to keep up, nearly breaking into a jog. It was no wonder people claimed that one could traverse several dozen miles to sell goods in the city and return in a single day. Li Dong was beginning to believe it, as their speed felt akin to a light run. As he quickened his pace, Li Dong muttered to himself about the supposed 100 individuals in their team, feeling somewhat deceived, as it seemed there should be more. Why haven't I seen others from the production teams? Aren't the brigades supposed to work together? Based on Li Dong's limited understanding, he thought a brigade would typically encompass at least 3 or 4 production teams. The brigade has merged with the commune, Han Weijun explained, weaving a tale of history. Qiqing County is predominantly mountainous, and our Han family production team resides in such a region. Initially, the production brigade managed 3 to 5 villages, but the distances were too great, with the farthest being over 10 miles away. Imagine calling a meeting for the brigade. It would take ages for everyone to hear. So they merged the brigade into the commune, where a deputy secretary now oversees the production teams. Now it made sense why there were no bicycles, typically. A brigade would possess at least one, and some might even have their own retail stores, tractors, or processing plants. Production teams rank lower than brigades, usually having a political instructor. However, the Han Village production team lacked such formalities, consisting only of a team leader, a women's team leader, an accountant, and a warehouse manager, along with a labor recorder. Li Dong engaged in a dialogue throughout his journey, gradually familiarizing himself with the circumstances of the Han Village production team. Presently, the team possessed 10 water buffaloes and a modest pig farm, albeit with only 5 or 6 pigs. While certainly not affluent, they were not destitute either. Although there was a cart, Li Dong had yet to receive the privilege of utilizing it. Typically, carts were reserved for significant events such as childbirth among the village women. As for tractors, the production team had none at all. Within the entire Lishan commune, there were only a handful of production teams that owned tractors, let alone the Han Village production team, which, located at the foot of the mountain, had small and uneven plots of land that rendered tractors practically useless. Most importantly, they simply did not have access to one. After trekking over 10 miles, Li Dong found himself breathless, while Han Weijun appeared entirely unfazed by the exertion. Upon reaching the commune, the sun had only just begun to rise. Exhausted from the journey, Li Dong wiped the sweat from his brow and felt an urgent pang of hunger. Since arriving here, he had experienced an unusual increase in appetite, consuming more yet feeling hungry more quickly. He lamented not having risen earlier to roast a sweet potato for sustenance. As Han Weijun had business to attend to, Li Dong had no choice but to accompany him. However, Han Weigu's earlier words had left Li Dong feeling apprehensive. Talk of young ruffians who would seize the unfamiliar on sight and of bandits who committed heinous acts without a second thought. Terrified, Li Dong dared not wander off. When Han Weijun went inside to conduct his affairs, Li Dong contemplated finding something to eat, but upon checking his pockets, he discovered them utterly devoid of cash. To make matters worse, there were no state-run eateries or even bun shops in the Lishan commune, leaving him with no options for a meal. Is there no entrance? He wondered aloud, observing that the commune consisted of a drab, gray brick building with a few slogans adorning its walls, including tributes to the chairman. The entrance was devoid of any distinguishing features. As he scanned the outer wall, he noted several notices, including one regarding Chairman Hua's report. While Han Weijun attended to his business, Li Dong waited outside. But he soon realized that an elderly guard had been assigned to keep an eye on him. Li Dong felt exasperated, with empty pockets. Why was there a concern that he might flee? It seemed there was a distinct lack of trust among people. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Dong nonetheless attempted to engage the old man in conversation, discovering that the Lishan commune's office was relatively small, though the administrative area was quite expansive. The furthest production team was over 30 miles away, situated in the old mountain hollow, and the entire commune was home to 4,000 or 5,000 inhabitants. Li Dong also learned that on weekends, a tractor would make trips to the city, but it required payment and an introduction letter. Indeed, making a trip to the county town was no simple task. Li Dong pondered the reality of the times. Who could afford to travel to the city? Better to spend that money on a couple of rice candy pieces for the children or perhaps a pound of soy sauce or vinegar. Yet, he scoffed inwardly. 30 or 40 miles could be covered in the blink of an eye. Hearing the old man speak of the distance, he rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking, "You all are sprinters, impressive as you may be, but I cannot compare." "Excuse me, sir," he said to the elder. As soon as Han Weijun emerged from his business, Li Dong hurried to greet him. Han Weijun nodded towards Li Dong, preparing to take him to purchase stamps to send a letter to relatives in the city. They joked about the cost of telegrams, which seemed exorbitant. After all, stamps were only a few cents, and when combined with the envelope and paper, amounted to a mere 12 cents. After acquiring the stamps, envelope, and paper, Li Dong glanced at the nearby supply and marketing cooperative. "Weijun, would it be possible to borrow $1? $1? Weijun, having come to the commune to procure some items, inadvertently forgot to bring any money. "I am utterly broke," lamented Li Dong. "This life is a constant struggle." After much hesitation, Han Weijun resolutely retrieved a single yuan from his pocket and handed it to Li Dong. A yuan, although seemingly modest, was no trifling sum. Typically, Han Weijun rarely possessed more than a yuan or so. "Spend it wisely," he cautioned. "Rest assured, I shall repay you shortly," replied Li Dong, bounding eagerly towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Having already inquired about its location, Han Wei-jun's expression shifted as he observed Li Dong's direction. He smacked his thigh in regret. How could I forget my own words? I warned Li Dong not to squander it on trivialities. He hurriedly followed after him. Upon entering the cooperative, Li Dong surveyed the array of goods on display, an astonishing variety of food, clothing, and tools, all quite abundant. Comrade, what can I assist you with? He was asked. Let me take a look, he replied. Standing at over 6 feet tall, dressed in a somewhat outdated t-shirt and shorts, Li Dong's attire, despite its age, exuded a certain quality that prompted the salesperson to treat him with added respect. Being a salesperson at the cooperative was a coveted position, akin to a secure job with a steady income. Those with relatives in the cooperative were held in high regard in the villages, especially during significant events like weddings where their assistance was invaluable. In a time when resources were scarce, many items required advance reservations. Even basic necessities like basins or thermoses had to be arranged beforehand lest they run out. Hence, salespeople at the cooperative were regarded as highly desirable professionals. In contrast, salespeople at the department store enjoyed even greater prestige and could easily overshadow even the commune's secretary or county officials. What a bargain! Exclaimed Li Dong as he scanned the prices. Rice at 0. 15 yuan per jean. Flour at 0. 18 yuan. Soy sauce at 0. 12 yuan. And eggs at 0. 70 yuan per jean. With a single yuan, he felt quite affluent and was about to make a purchase when Han Wei-jun burst in. Wei-jun, what brings you here? Han Wei-jun, upon seeing the yuan in Li Dong's hand, momentarily lost his words. Ah, do you need any fabric coupons? He inquired. What would I do with fabric coupons? Li Dong muttered, noting that a pair of stockings cost 50 yuan, a shirt ranged from 6 to 7 yuan. And even undergarments were prohibitively expensive. Why would I need fabric coupons when food is already pricey? The cheapest plain fabric is 2 to 3 jiao per chi. And considering my height, I would need at least 6 or 7 chi for a single garment, over a yuan at the very least. Consequently, Li Dong chose to disregard the clothing and footwear, which were exorbitantly priced, safety shoes costing 3 to 5 yuan. He focused instead on food, which, aside from being delectable, was also quite nutritious. Where are the meat products? He pondered. Wei-jun, I will forego the fabric coupons. Do you have any meat coupons? None. Han Wei-jun thought to himself, bemused. As expected, this fellow is only thinking of indulging. There are no state-operated butcher shops in the commune. One would have to venture into the county for that. I barely have any meat coupons myself. If you want meat, you will have to procure it on your own. Li Dong grumbled. No meat? Very well, I shall settle for something else. Oh, look, they even have chicks for sale. With a mere 1 yuan. Li Dong procured a can of food, a small chick, and a modest bag of puffed rice candy, leaving him with 2 dimes for fare. Content, he ambled along, savoring the delightful treat. In this era, there was no compromise on quality, and the puffed rice candy was both aromatic and sweet. Wei-jun, do give it a try? It's truly delectable. However, Han Wei-jun's countenance darkened. This was 1 yuan. With that, one could purchase 7 or 8 jean of salt, enough to last a family for half a year. And look at what you bought, a can and puffed rice candy. Is this not a folly? He lamented his own foolishness, questioning why he had borrowed money in the first place. Regret gnawed at him, and he felt as if he were turning green with remorse. Eat? What a joke. Han Wei-jun continued to cast a disapproving glance at Li Dong. Unfazed by Han Wei-jun's demeanor, Li Dong relished his treats. Upon returning home, he joyfully presented the chick to Xiaowan, who was overjoyed. But when he unveiled the can and puffed rice candy, expecting her to be even happier, she unexpectedly burst into tears. Where did the money come from for these? What has my new father done? At that moment, Han Wei-jun pondered how to explain to Han Guofu why he had lent money to Li Dong. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have given in to such a request. Meanwhile, Li Dong believed Xiaowan was simply overwhelmed with joy, thinking how long it had been since she had tasted puffed rice candy, which brought her to tears of happiness. Don't cry, dear. Soon, Dad will have money to buy you some big white rabbit milk candy. You won't believe how delicious it is, soft, sweet, and infused with the aroma of fresh milk. However, this only made Xiaowan sob louder. How much does such milk candy cost? At least 5 cents each. What a disaster. She felt utterly pitiful for having such a carefree and lazy new father. The children in the neighborhood would laugh at her. But what truly frightened her was the thought of going hungry. The mere idea of facing starvation deepened her sorrow. Seeing Xiaowan weep more vehemently, Li Dong resolved to do better. After all, he hadn't been exposed to the sun while cutting grass yesterday. The screen time had only accumulated to a single point. Now, with over 96 points today, he hoped to bask in the sun a little longer, anticipating that something wonderful might emerge. Chapter 8. I returned in 2018. Hey, it's time to work. Xiaowan, hurry up and get ready to join me, I announced. I have good news for you today. Upon hearing the call to work from outside, Li Dong felt a surge of joy and pulled the tearful Xiaowan outside. In the production team, work is typically announced the night before, followed by a morning reminder. The previous day, Han Guofu had informed Li Dong that today they would accompany the women to weed the cornfields. This was indeed a favorable task. Li Dong had observed the corn thriving, some even bearing ears. The thought of sweet, fragrant corn made his mouth water, and he contemplated discreetly taking a few ears to savor. Li Dong mused to himself, how is it that I've developed such a gluttonous habit in just a few days? It must be the coarse grains I've been consuming regularly. He sighed, acknowledging that working tirelessly all day left him ravenous. It's not entirely my fault. The demands of farm labor are substantial. Thus, he comforted himself, happily leading the bashful Xiaowan to work. When Han Guofu saw Li Dong approaching, his lips twitched in annoyance. Upon returning home, Han Weijun refrained from discussing the matter of borrowing money with his mother, mentioning only a hint of it to Han Guofu. Angered, Han Guofu raised his smoking pipe, exclaiming, are you foolish? I can't believe Li Dong squandered most of a yuan on candied rice and canned goods. Go tell the entire team. Do not lend money to that scoundrel, Li Dong. Anyone who does will never see it returned. I won't be held accountable. In the meantime, during the lull before work commenced, Li Chunhua had already spread the news about Li Dong borrowing money to buy canned goods and sweet rice candy. The entire production team was now aware of Li Dong's reputation as a slothful glutton, a hollow barrel, who had stooped to borrowing money for food. Li Dong had unwittingly become a cautionary tale, met with disdainful glares from his peers, while some children looked at Xiaowan with envy. Dreaming of the delicious sweetness of canned goods they rarely tasted, let alone the sweet rice candy that made their mouths water at the mere thought. Li Dong, be sure not to pull the wrong seedlings today, Han Guofu instructed. Li Dong patted his chest confidently, assuring, Uncle, you can rest easy. I can distinguish between corn and weeds. Others scoffed at his bravado, recalling that just days ago, he had uprooted more seedlings than weeds. Han Guofu privately doubted Li Dong's claims, but he still advised his daughter-in-law to keep a close watch, ensuring the corn remained unharmed. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Dong led Xiaowan, following a group of women to the fields. Xiaowan, feeling shy and embarrassed, tried to hide, being the only adult man working alongside the women. Yet, Li Dong harbored no sense of shame. Labor is honorable, irrespective of the task, and besides, we advocate for gender equality, he reasoned. Upon reaching the cornfield, he marveled at the vast expanse of corn, many of which had begun to tassel, and some even bore ears. Stealthily, he surveyed the area, declaring, this section is mine, pointing to a particularly flourishing patch. He reveled in the sight of robust corn, the ears looking particularly promising. It seemed Li Dong could almost smell the sweet aroma of the corn. He eagerly claimed this fertile spot, even as others noted the abundance of weeds there. Some women regarded him favorably for voluntarily taking on this significant task. Relative to other areas, the drought here is notably severe. The corn is not thriving, and there are fewer weeds. Everyone seems quite pleased. As the situation is not as dire as one might presume, it is worth noting that the Han Village production team has been diligently learning from Dazai, employing their method of labor accounting. This method differs from the fixed quota system, which assigns a set amount of labor for a specific number of work points. For instance, pulling weeds yields 1 work point for every 100 pounds removed. Thus, if one removes 50 pounds, that results in half a work point. In contrast, Dazai's system allocates work points based on individual contributions, with a laborer earning 10 points for a day's work, while children earn 2. There are slight variations in points based on the nature of the labor. Generally, heavy labor earns 12 points, while lighter tasks generally earn women 8 points. Points are assigned based on daily labor rather than the amount of work completed. Putting in extra effort signifies higher awareness, though it does not increase one's work points. Li Dong intentionally chose to work in areas with more weeds, which was seen as commendable during those times. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, after the team dispersed, he immediately pulled Xiaowan into the cornfield. Just as she was about to begin pulling weeds, he stopped her. Xiaowan, come and taste this. Without hesitation, Li Dong plucked a large ear of corn, swiftly removed its husk, and popped a few kernels into Xiaowan's mouth before indulging himself. The aroma was delightful. The sweetness of the grains was irresistible. Having skipped breakfast and wary of overindulging in rice candy, His stomach was now truly hungry. Not one to shy away from such a treat, he devoured the ear of corn until nothing remained but the cob, hastily clearing away some weeds to cover the remnants. Before Xiaowan could react, he handed her another piece. Don't just stand there, eat up, and keep it hidden. After consuming several ears of corn, Li Dong felt satisfied and energized for labor. Zhang Qiujiu, the wife of Han Weigua, glanced over and was taken aback. Why is it so different from what my father-in-law said? They seem to be working quite hard. Li Dong, oblivious to Zhang Qiujiu's thoughts, greeted her. Sister-in-law, do we still need these weeds? Yes, take them back to feed the pigs. Very well. Li Dong gathered the weeds, tied them together, and tossed a bundle onto the path at the edge of the cornfield. Zhang Qiujiu thought to herself, isn't he quite capable? Why then do my in-laws claim he is worthless? Li Dong was in high spirits, his stomach full. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly slipped several more ears of corn into the bundle of weeds to take home. When Han Xiaowan noticed this, she was astonished, wondering if her new father was indeed taking from the collective. By midday, Li Dong was exhausted from the relentless weeds and the additional task of overseeing Xiaowan. They had barely cleared 1/3 of the area. When noon came, he returned home with the corn, planning to finish the rest in the afternoon, ensuring their food supply for the next few days. Li Dong felt a sense of pride, yet he knew this bounty must remain hidden. Others might also be foraging, and he was aware that someone could easily expose his actions. However, his audacity was unparalleled. It's at 99 now. Li Dong glanced at the screen. 99, 25, 36. It should reach 100 by the afternoon. I wonder if there will be any changes. Li Dong was nearly resigned. It had been so many days with no progress. Was it truly impossible to return? There is an inevitable sense of melancholy, for although this place teems with opportunity, I find myself devoid of funds and connections, uncertain of when I shall attain prosperity. Moreover, I confess my own laziness. The thought of toiling under the sun for meager returns is disheartening, even if I were to eventually earn a fortune. The inevitable intrigues and rivalries of such a pursuit are not in my nature. Alas, in the afternoon, Li Dong lost interest in pilfering corn, his focus entirely captivated by the screen. The sun, having played hide-and-seek behind clouds several times, brought joy to the entire team, for it hinted at impending rain. After more than a month of drought, the northern regions had endured even longer, with reports of many fleeing in search of sustenance. Should the drought persist, famine would soon plague Han Village as well. Under normal conditions, a single acre could yield 300 to 400 jin, yet in times of drought, a yield of 200 jin would be considered fortunate. Complete failure was a distinct possibility. Li Dong, feeling despondent, could only watch as the sun seemed to engage in its playful antics. Thankfully, before leaving work, the screen registered over 100 hours. 100, 31, 45, 200, 2018. 8. 15 beneath the trio of numbers appeared a button, igniting a spark of excitement within Li Dong. Could this be a means of returning to his former life in 2018? He had barely eaten dinner, overwhelmed with anticipation. Contemplating the prospect, Li Dong pondered whether to press the button. Perhaps it held the key to transporting him back. He hesitated momentarily before speaking to Xiaowan. Xiaowan, Dad is going to the reservoir to fish. Xiaowan, wary of Li Dong's intentions regarding the cooking oil, glanced anxiously at the cabinet. I do not want fish. Her expression was all too familiar to Li Dong, a clear warning against any notions of pilfering the oil. Feeling disheartened, he reflected on how this delightful girl had become so miserly. Am I truly that sort of person? He mused. If you were to ask Han Weijun or Han Guofeng, they would likely concur. He is the epitome of gluttony and idleness. Listen, my child. Today Dad is heading to the commune. They are purchasing fish there for 1 yuan and 2 jiao per jane. Really? Of course. Do you think your father would deceive you? Li Dong chuckled as he ruffled Xiaowan's hair. Just wait. When Dad sells the fish, I will buy meat for you. With that, he picked up the water bucket and stepped outside, leaving Xiaowan behind to guard the house. Dad, come back soon. All right. As Li Dong turned away, a pang of reluctance washed over him. He was unsure if he would return. Wait, how did I end up bringing out 2 turtles? Upon exiting the small courtyard, Li Dong ventured into a nearby grove, a secluded spot rarely frequented by others. He set down the water bucket, initially intending to activate the button, only to discover 2 turtles inside. Evidently, he had taken the wrong bucket. Wondering if he could transport the bucket back, he recalled that bait had made the journey. Perhaps this bucket could, too. Determined to make the most of this venture, he considered it a chance to bring back some souvenirs. Li Dong grasped the bucket and pressed the button, darkness enveloping him, followed by a sharp pain in his rear. Ouch! A hefty turtle had collided with him. Astonished, he found himself gazing at his surroundings, then at the bucket in his hand, and finally at the puddle beneath the turtle. Had he truly returned? Astonishment flooded over him as he checked his attire. It remained unchanged, still bearing the patches typical of Han Guofeng's clothing. "Am I back?" he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. "Ha ha." Li Dong was ecstatic, laughing heartily, having returned and freed from the toils of work. Suddenly, the phone on the fishing boat rang. Li Dong hurriedly dashed to answer it. Before picking up, he glanced at the time. The date remained unchanged, yet over an hour had passed since he last checked. This meant he had spent 6 days in 1978, while only an hour had elapsed in 2018. How astonishing! Regaining his composure, Li Dong answered the call. "Hello, Director Miao. Are you coming over to fish tomorrow? Will you stay for lunch? I just caught a wild bighead carp weighing around 10 pounds. Is that so? All right. Please arrange for about 5 or 6 people." Director Miao owned a construction company and frequently came to fish, though he rarely dined here. Most visitors were from the supervision company, along with some local officials who came to fish and enjoy a meal, seeking relaxation in the countryside, which offered a respite from the hustle and bustle of city life. Chapter 9. The High Price of Wild Turtles. Li Dong hung up the phone and cleaned up the heavy-set fish that had attacked him. Strangely enough, in just a few days, Li Dong's strength had transformed entirely. Indeed, labor truly builds character. Now, his skin boasted a bronze hue, a result of sun exposure. If he had glanced in the mirror, he would have been astonished, looking at least a decade younger. Had it not been for his sun-kissed complexion, he might have appeared as a delicate young man, with one hand gripping the hefty fish he had procured and the other carrying a wooden bucket containing 2 turtles. He felt fortunate that they had not escaped. This wild turtle, weighing over a pound, could fetch at least 200 yuan per pound. Such a treasure. He planned to stew it and send it to his daughter. Li Dong's beloved daughter, Li Jingyi, named by her mother, was now 11 years old and in the 5th grade. It was evident that she favored her mother, having stayed with her post-divorce. On weekends, she would call Li Dong, while during the week, he would either call her or travel to the city to see her. Alas, this spirited child had inherited her mother's tenacious nature, enrolling in numerous tutoring and interest classes, often spending her weekends in study. Even Li Dong, a high school teacher, found it hard to comprehend her relentless enthusiasm. Outsiders might commend her maturity, yet Li Dong felt a bittersweet smile. Her strong-willed disposition might lead her down a challenging path, much like her mother. Upon returning home, Li Dong changed out of his patched clothing, neatly folding it away. He could not help but wonder if Xiaowan would cry upon realizing he had left. The thought of Xiaowan tugged at his heartstrings, for this little one had endured far too much misfortune at such a young age. He resolved to return at least once. While bathing, Li Dong contemplated bringing food and supplies for Xiaowan. He also remembered to call Han Weiguo, asking him to come over to cook tomorrow. Han Weiguo and Han Weijun were of the same generation. In 1978, they would have been in their 20s. Li Dong chuckled, pondering whether to address him as younger brother or Uncle Weiguo. "Uncle Weiguo, I have guests coming tomorrow noon. Please arrive early." Han Weiguo was a well-known chef in the surrounding areas, having trained in the mid-1980s under a master of large-scale cooking. He had worked as a chef for decades, becoming the go-to chef for any local celebrations. In recent years, however, people preferred to host events at hotels. And with Han Weiguo aging and his children reluctant to see him toil, he found it difficult to retire from a lifelong passion. After spending some time in the city with his children, he felt restless and returned to the countryside. Li Dong, intending to establish a farm, originally sought a permanent chef. However, with so few guests at the farm, hiring a full-time chef seemed impractical. Thus, he arranged with Han Weijun for him to assist whenever guests arrived, compensating him 50 yuan each time. Han Weiguo, unconcerned about the money, was eager to keep his hands busy. His children were initially hesitant, thinking 50 yuan was hardly worth the effort, but the old man was delighted. Furthermore, he had heard about the potential of Li Dong's farm. With so few guests at the farm, this arrangement allowed him to indulge in his culinary passion without overexerting himself. Indeed, Han Weiguo's skills were commendable. Mr. Tian, who had dined there several times, had developed a fondness for his cooking and frequently brought friends along. "Is it Tianbo again?" "Indeed, Uncle Weiguo. Please come over early tomorrow. I have caught a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds at the reservoir, as determined by Manager Tian. Such a large wild fish is quite a rarity." "All right, I will head over first thing in the morning." After hanging up the phone, Li Dong tidied up and glanced at the screen. "Oh, there's still 70, 25, 51-200-1978. 8:21. I can really go back. Li Dong paused, contemplating that if he sunbathed for another 30 hours, he could return to 1978. However, he hesitated about whether to go back, as work was indeed exhausting. First, he could sunbathe, which conveniently allowed him to finish the tasks in the vegetable garden. Normally, Li Dong employed laborers, but having worked these past few days, he had grown accustomed to the physical labor and found it manageable. On the way, he encountered several villagers returning from the city, who greeted him from a distance. "Teacher Li, are you busy?" "Just tidying up the vegetable garden." "Are you back to see your parents?" "Yes, you take care." The group chatted as they walked away, whispering among themselves. Why is this person, a perfectly good teacher, running a farm here? Doesn't he realize it's unlikely to succeed? Where would everyone else go? Indeed. Not to mention, in our area alone, there aren't even 10 reservoirs like ours, and around the city, there are at least 20 or 30 fishing farms. A few years ago, they could still make a profit, but now just breaking even is commendable. Exactly, such a bookworm, studying to the point of foolishness. It would have been better to remain a teacher with benefits and a stable salary. Besides, during holidays, students bring gifts that one can't finish consuming. And at the end of the year, the salary remains intact, plus additional income. I've heard some earn 200,000 to 300,000 in a good year. Indeed. I really don't understand why he chose to run a farm in this remote area. Ah, you see, Teacher Li's wife found someone else and left him. Really? No wonder he quit teaching. Perhaps he feared losing face. Oblivious to the gossip surrounding him, Li Dong cleared the weeds in the garden and picked some vegetables for tomorrow, increasing his time to 75. The next morning around 8, Tian Liang arrived with friends, 3 cars carrying 6 or 7 people. "Manager Tian," he called, already familiar with the area and cheerfully greeting his companions. "Li boss, where are the delicacies you promised? Our section chief Lu is quite the Epicurean. Please don't let me lose face." "Manager Tian, you flatter me. I merely have a penchant for good food." Section Chief Lu, not much older than Li Dong, appeared to be in his 30s, perhaps nearing 40. Tian Liang and his friends seemed to hold him in high regard, likely indicating he was either a leader from the supervising company or a city official. "With Section Chief Lu here, I wouldn't dare to deceive you." Although Li Dong was not adept at socializing, he was perceptive enough to recognize that Lu was the guest of honor today. As they conversed, Li Dong produced the water tank, a specialized fish-raising apparatus, ensuring the large fish would survive the night in this heat without spoiling. "Wow, that has quite a size." Lu Mingdong gazed at the rotund fish brought over from the water tank. Though Tian Liang and a few friends often indulged in fishing, it was merely a social affair, building connections and enjoying meals, without a true understanding of wild versus farm varieties. What a splendid specimen. Lu Mingdong is truly knowledgeable. Observe how slender and elongated the body is, with a somewhat flattened belly. Had it been farmed, the belly would be considerably fuller. Moreover, the coloration is deeper compared to farmed fish. It's quite rare to encounter such a large wild fish in our area. Indeed. I've only heard the owners speak of wild and farmed fish, yet I find it challenging to discern the differences. I can't even fathom how many times I've been misled. Tian Liang chuckled, prompting Li Dong to quickly wave his hand dismissively. "Tian, let us not speak in such a manner. All the goods I present are authentic." "Very well, let us prepare this fish for a delightful meal. We shall have fish head rice soup for lunch." "Lu, do not underestimate this humble kitchen. The culinary skills here are quite remarkable." "Is that so? Then I must indulge in it thoroughly," Lu responded. The group organized themselves and headed to the reservoir for fishing, while Li Dong delivered water, leaving the kitchen duties to Han Weijun. It had been years since Han Weigua had prepared such a large wild fish, and after confirming the count of diners, he began his culinary endeavors. This fish could yield 4 or 5 different dishes. The head alone could be transformed into 2 delicacies: fish head stew with tofu and fish head with chopped chili, alongside braised slices and fish balls. In the morning, Li Dong tended to the vegetable garden, pulling weeds and basking in the sun, occasionally delivering water to the reservoir. The fish and shrimp were scarce, but catching 3 to 5 fish in the morning was a pleasant pastime. Once the meal was ready, Li Feng rode over on a tricycle to call everyone for lunch. "Lu, come and eat. Let me tidy up first. Shall we have a drink at noon?" Driving is out of the question. The dishes were prepared, featuring small clay stoves bubbling with fragrant fish head tofu stew, complemented by cured meats and a roasted chicken, alongside an array of 10 vegetable dishes from the garden. The aroma was delightful. As they laughed and washed their hands, Tian Liang accompanied Lu Mingdong, who stole a glance at the water tank and exclaimed, "There are turtles too." Upon noticing, Tian Liang was taken aback. Indeed, why hasn't T Bosley prepared the turtles? I must ask, why wasn't he a turtle cooked? Hearing the mention of turtles, Li Dong hurried over. Tian, these 2 wild turtles took considerable effort to acquire. I had intended to bring them back to the city for my child this weekend, as they've been studying diligently and could use the nourishment. Wild turtles? Lu Mingdong was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. Such large wild turtles are quite rare. Upon closer inspection, he was genuinely astonished. Are they truly wild? Tian Liang, equally surprised, noted that despite his frequent visits to farms, he had seldom encountered wild turtles, most being farmed. Lu Mingdong smiled and remarked, "Look at these 2 turtles. Their backs are smooth and their skirts robust. Farm turtles have rough backs and thin skirts. And observe the yellow hue of their claws. Farm-raised ones are typically white. May I see them, Bosley?" "Of course, no problem." Li Dong took out the soft-shelled turtle, and Lu Mingdong pointed to its belly. "Look, the wild one has a dark belly. If it were farmed, it would be pale and tender. Bosley, next time you come across such fine wild turtles, please reserve 2 for me. My mother is not in good health." Certainly, replied Li. "Let us eat first." Lu Ku. Tian Liang, with a twinkle in his eye, beckoned Lu Mingdong to join the meal. However, halfway through, Tian Liang pulled Li Dong aside. "Brother, with such a precious commodity, why didn't you mention it earlier? You must reserve these 2 for me. Money is no object." "Well, that's a bit." Li Dong hesitated. "Come on, brother, help me out." As he spoke, he pulled out 2,000 yuan and pressed it into Li Dong's hands. While the meal had only cost 700 or 800. Clearly, Li Dong realized that Tian Liang intended to gift Lu Mingdong, indicating that this gentleman held significant status, likely beyond even that of a supervisory company. "All right, but this is quite a challenge. Brother, I truly appreciate it. I'll make sure to treat you to some fine wine later." Tian Liang clasped his hands together in gratitude, and Li Dong gritted his teeth. "Since you put it that way, what more can I say? I'll check with my friend to see if there are more available. It's truly not easy to procure such wild turtles nowadays." "I understand, don't worry. You've helped me out this time. I'll make sure to send more clients your way." Once Tian Liang and his party finished their meal, Li Dong had already packed the turtles and handed them to Tian Liang, who stuffed them into Lu Mingdong's car. Despite Lu Mingdong's initial reluctance, he ultimately accepted. Tian Liang offered a respectful gesture to Li Dong before driving away, leaving Li Dong feeling quite exhilarated. He had sold the turtles for 600 each, and others were expressing their gratitude. Li Dong realized that 1978 wasn't entirely bleak. Wild fish, shrimp, and turtles were still around. Even chickens, ducks, and geese thrived on insects, promising delightful flavors, not to mention farm-fresh eggs and a variety of organic vegetables. The more he thought, the more he recognized the value in all of this. These 2 turtles had cost him nearly nothing. He mused that casually fishing could yield several turtles, and he thought to himself that catching 10 or 8 wild turtles in a week would be sufficient. Li Dong was brimming with excitement. While nearby Han Wei-jun remarked upon hearing the commotion, "Wild turtles. 40 years ago, they were everywhere. You could catch several in a single net. Now, they've become rare." Li Dong pondered. "Indeed, they are scarce now, but it has been over 40 years. How delightful. Sunbathing is a must. I shall return to catch turtles." Chapter 10. Overloaded with excessive items, the system crashed that evening. Li Dong indulged in a modest amount of liquor, feeling quite content. The dinner expenses, aside from the cost of purchasing chickens and Han Wei-jun's wages, were essentially all profit, with a gross margin of no less than 1,800. The 2 turtles were practically a gift, and the fathead fish from the reservoir came at no cost. If such profits were to be made daily, life would indeed be most leisurely. With a table set each day, Li Dong thought to himself, it was not tiring and yet profitable, indeed quite splendid. As he savored his drink, the phone rang. It was a call from Tian Liang. "President Tian, is there something amiss?" Li Dong inquired. Tian Liang was calling regarding the wild soft-shelled turtles. Earlier in the afternoon, while chatting with friends, one of them had mentioned that Tian Liang could procure sizable specimens, which were indeed a delicacy. As it happened, a friend was looking to arrange for some, and while he lacked for nothing else, he had a taste for wild soft-shelled turtles. In a moment of bravado, Tian Liang boasted that it would be a simple task, stating that it was merely a matter of asking his brother. However, upon returning home and sobering up, he began to regret his words, especially after receiving a scolding from his wife. Yet, when the subject of wild soft-shelled turtles arose, his wife was intrigued. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching next month, it would be perfect to bring a couple back to her family. As Tianliang contemplated the festival, he realized he ought to make a gesture towards Section Chief Liu as well. While others might not find wild items remarkable, they would certainly appreciate them. Soft-shelled turtles? Li Dong replied, his face contorted with concern. President Tian, you must understand, acquiring wild soft-shelled turtles is no easy feat. I have already leveraged my connections and expended considerable goodwill to secure just 2. The other party was reluctant to part with them. Now you want 10, surely you jest. My brother, I am aware of the difficulties, Tianliang responded. But let me assure you, I will not take advantage. The price today is 800 each. Tianliang's opening bid of 800 per turtle was far from modest. This rate exceeded market price significantly. Nonetheless, for Tianliang, such sums were trivial. For the quality of the items was paramount. Li Dong swallowed hard, straightening up. At 800 each, 10 would amount to 8,000. President Tian, I shall inquire further. But you know that acquiring them is a matter of luck. Farming them is a different story. Come now, brother, it must be wild ones. Who would dare present farm turtles as gifts? That would be utterly distasteful. Very well, in deference to you, I shall make an effort to procure a few. Li Dong replied, not committing outright. After all, fine items were rare and precious. Anything easily obtained would hardly merit recognition. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Tianliang promised. After hanging up, Li Dong mused, how curious that something once scorned in rural areas over 40 years ago had now become a coveted item. He resolved to make thorough preparations, to gather more turtles, for at 800 each, it was pure profit. The following day, Li Dong commenced his preparations. This time, he vowed to bring along ample food and supplies. Little One had mentioned her fondness for white rabbit candy, so he planned to buy 10 kilograms, with insufficient cooking oil. He decided to bring a drum, and since their staple grains were running low, he intended to purchase a 100-kilogram bag of rice, along with a hind leg of pork. And as for seasonings, he would spare no expense. He couldn't fathom the waste of cooking exquisite wild fish without proper seasoning, so he resolved to procure every available condiment. Indeed, there were also clothes and shoes. Li Dong initially intended to visit a specialty store, but upon glancing at the clothing, he pondered how such attire could be worn in that era without attracting unwanted attention. It was rather peculiar. There were plenty of garments made from polyester, as well as retro clothing available on Taobao. Li Dong ordered 10 shirts of various styles. After completing these tasks, he began to bask in the sunlight earnestly. And within 4 to 5 days, his progress was remarkable. The numbers read 100, 25, 45, 200, 1978, 8, 22. However, Li Dong was perplexed by the apparent alteration in time. He had returned on the 21st. Regardless, he decided to press on. As dusk settled, he bound the necessary items with rope and covered them with a floral sheet reminiscent of the 1970s. He carried quite an assortment, fearing it might scatter. Upon activating the mechanism, he was taken aback by the dissimilarity to his previous experience. It felt as though he was tossed through the air, with the screen's numbers fluctuating alarmingly, akin to a malfunctioning machine. Li Dong was bewildered, thinking, could this be it? Is it over? His head felt as if it had been struck, and darkness engulfed him as he fainted. Oh, the pain! After a considerable time, he regained consciousness, rubbing his head in confusion. What had gone wrong? The screen displayed altered numbers. He rubbed his eyes multiple times. 00, 00, 00250, 2018, 8, 21. Time appeared to be intact. The first line had reset, while the second line now indicated 250. What was happening? After surveying his surroundings, he noticed that despite some changes, he had returned. He would investigate further later. It seemed that dawn was just breaking, and fortunately, the return time was acceptable. Otherwise, with so many items, it would have been difficult to explain. Hold on, something was amiss. Why did his belongings feel so light? He quickly unwrapped the floral sheet and was taken aback. What had happened? Where was the rice? It was gone, yet the vegetable oil remained. Thankfully, Li Dong conducted a thorough check. The flour was still there, but the condiments had vanished. What happened to the 10 pounds of milk candy? How did it diminish to just a handful? His fishing rod and net were also missing. These were essential for catching turtles. Strangely, the pig liver remained, which Li Dong had learned online could be used for fishing. Remarkably, the fishing rod and net were entirely absent, and he had originally planned to set the net and cut the pig liver for bait. Now, he was left to rely solely on luck. The clothes were present, but the shoes were gone. Li Dong mused, wait, there are fewer clothes than before. Some scattered items have disappeared, including a whole box of canned goods, over 10 pounds of cured meat, and a fresh pork leg. Now, the fresh meat is gone. At least a few pieces of cured meat remain. And the iron pot is still here, yet all utensils are missing. What could this mean? Li Dong was bewildered. He had initially brought a considerable amount of supplies, and now he was left with so little. His rations were dwindling. With the numbers cleared, this indicated he would need to sunbathe for at least 100 hours. 100 hours? Considering Li Dong's average of 5 hours per day, he would need to remain in 1978 for at least 20 days. Oh dear, he lamented. To think I'd have to toil for over half a month. What on earth is happening? Did I perhaps bring too much? Li Dong was at a loss. His face contorted with despair. What should he do now? He decided to return home. Although there were only a few items left, there was still a bag. And if the villagers saw it, they might mistakenly think he had stolen it. Fortunately, Li Dong lived in a humble cottage at the eastern edge of the village, where few houses stood. At this hour, no one had their doors open. Upon returning home, he stowed the items under the bed and neatly tucked the floral quilt beneath the pillow. At last, everything was in order. But wait, where was Xiaowan? It suddenly dawned on him, Han Xiaowan. Where had that girl gone? It was still dark outside. Could she have been taken by a wolf? Were there really wolves in the mountains? Panic gripped Li Dong. What was wrong with this girl? Where could she possibly go at this hour? After a moment's reflection, he smacked his thigh in realization. He had mentioned going to the reservoir to fish, and now she had not returned. Surely, she wouldn't have gone to the reservoir alone. If she hadn't seen him, would she think he had drowned? Anxiety consumed him. There have been many instances of people taking their own lives, especially in winter when despair could drive a family to such ends due to starvation and suffering. He hurriedly ran towards the reservoir, stumbling twice along the way, desperately hoping nothing had happened. If anything were to occur, he would never find peace for the rest of his life. In the middle of the night, Han Xiaowan woke and felt the empty bed beside her. Her father had not returned, and fear enveloped her. She quickly put on her shoes and headed towards the reservoir, relying solely on a few matches for light. Upon reaching the reservoir, she searched but found no one. The little girl collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Her father was gone, her mother had abandoned her. And now her new father was also lost. She cried until her tears ran dry, sitting foolishly by the spot where Li Dong had previously fished, gazing at the water. Xiaowan, Li Dong shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Please don't do anything foolish. Hearing her father's voice snapped her back to reality. She sprang to her feet. But after sitting and crying all night, her body felt weak, and her legs numb. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell headlong towards the reservoir. Li Dong's heart raced as he heard the splash of her falling into the water. Xiaowan. Without hesitation, he dove into the water. Fortunate that he knew how to swim. With effort, he managed to pull her back from the reservoir's depths. Why are you being so foolish, child? Daddy, Xiaowan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she saw Li Dong, and she burst into tears, throwing herself into his arms. Don't jump into the water. I'm scared. Don't worry. Don't worry. Daddy would never jump in. Li Dong reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Come, let me treat you to something delicious. He carried Xiaowan back home, retrieving the clothes he had bought for her. How do you like them? Aren't they beautiful? The new clothes were a delightful surprise for Han Xiaowan, who had not expected her father to bring home such a treasure after a night apart. Quickly change before you catch a chill, Li Dong urged, realizing he needed to change as well. His current attire, a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, felt entirely out of place. Once Li Dong had changed, he turned to find that Han Xiaowan had folded the new clothes neatly and tucked them away in a cabinet. What is this? Don't you like them? I'll wear them for the new year, she replied. Han Xiaojun took out a set of clothes adorned with pudding motifs, although the garments were somewhat snug. In these times, discarding clothing was simply not an option. A bit smaller was still wearable. Wearing this during the new year? Li Dong paused in contemplation. These are summer clothes. Your father will buy you something new for the new year. What a good child she was. In contrast to his own daughter's picky nature, Xiaojun was truly obedient. Originally, Li Dong had packed a considerable amount of provisions, enough rations, along with various small items he hoped to exchange for some money in the city. However, an unexpected mishap had occurred during their journey through time and space, overloading, indeed. Li Dong could surmise this much. It was surely connected to the second line of numbers. The previous 200 signified weight, he mused, resolving to be more cautious with his belongings in the future. Fortunately, it wasn't a complete disaster. Losing a few items was trivial compared to the calamity of being stranded. Alas, now he was left with merely a dozen pairs of stockings, several shirts, some cured meat, 10 pounds of cooking oil, half a pound of milk candy, 10 pounds of flour, an iron pot, a handful of seasonings, and, oh yes, 2 apples. A floral bedsheet was all that remained. If he were to exchange for money, the shirts and stockings would suffice. Li Dong thought of crafting a plausible excuse. After all, hadn't he written a letter to his relatives in the city just the other day? Surely, they would respond soon. He contemplated asking Han Guofu for a letter of introduction to facilitate his journey to the city. Xiaojun approached him, and Li Dong retrieved a piece of milk candy along with an apple. Look what your father has brought you. Milk candy? Xiaojun recognized it from her last trip to the city with her mother to purchase study materials, but she had never seen an apple before. What is this? An apple. Apple. I know, my mother taught me about them. Han Xiaojun exclaimed with glee, taking the apple and inhaling its fragrant aroma. So delightful. She looked up at Li Dong, beaming, ready to tuck it away in her box for the new year. Li Dong chuckled, exasperated. You can have it now. Your father will buy you more for the new year. No need to buy more. Apples are so expensive, we mustn't waste money. Chapter 11. Egg and leek buns. Mincemeat Kanji Xiaowan carefully sliced off a small piece of apple, treating it like a precious treasure, and set it aside. She divided the small piece into 2 portions, handing the larger one to Li Dong. Dad has already eaten. He doesn't want any, she said. Li Dong waved his hand dismissively, admitting that he wasn't particularly fond of apples. Consuming too much fruit seemed rather mundane to him. In contrast, apples, a fruit from the north, were still commonly found in the southern city, but in the countryside, especially in mountainous villages, many children had never even heard of them, let alone tasted them. Xiaowan looked skeptical. Adults often claimed they had already eaten. Li Dong chuckled, acknowledging that the little one was quite perceptive. Go ahead. Dad truly has eaten. A mere piece of apple had become so precious, it was undeniable that resources were scarce in these times. This was already an improvement compared to previous years, which had seen even greater shortages and periods of hardship, where starvation claimed lives. Now, the situation had improved somewhat. Fewer people were starving, and as long as one worked diligently, it was possible to secure a modest meal, barring natural disasters or calamities. Xiaowan carefully nibbled on the apple skin. When Li Dong mentioned that the skin should be peeled away, she promptly stopped him. The skin is so fragrant. Why should it be wasted? She protested, quoting a great leader's words. Fortunately, Li Dong had arrived late enough to avoid the era of relentless memorization. Otherwise, it would have been quite a headache. Indeed, hard work leads to the realization of the 4 modernizations, starting with eating apple peels. Xiaowan grinned and leaned slightly against Li Dong, questioning if her lazy father had truly returned, especially since he had brought her an apple. It was delicious. But she felt it was still necessary for her father to impart some wisdom about not squandering money. Otherwise, there might not be enough rations for winter. Feeling warm and secure, the little girl soon fell asleep. Li Dong looked down at the sleeping Xiaowan, feeling a pang of tenderness. She probably hadn't had a good night's sleep the previous evening. He had intended to settle her down gently, but accidentally touched her forehead. How hot it was. After a night without sleep and crying, compounded by her fall into the water, it was no surprise that Xiaowan, already frail, had developed a fever. Medicine, right? I brought some. Li Dong rummaged through his belongings for a long while, discovering only cold medication. He had no fever reducers. What to do? There was no choice but to seek out the captain. By this time, dawn was just breaking, and as Li Dong knocked on the door, Han Guofu was just rising. Who is it at this early hour? It's Uncle Guofu. It's me, Li Dong. What brings you here? Han Guofu looked at Li Dong with a hint of disdain, perhaps suspecting him of coming to borrow money. He had expressly instructed everyone not to lend money to Li Dong, a lazy fellow whose work points were even less than a woman's. Such a lad held little promise for the future. Come year end, not only would there be no dividends, but even rations could be in short supply. In Han Village, rations were allocated based on a 4-to-6 labor ratio. For instance, a child's monthly ration was 18 pounds, of which 7 pounds and 2 ounces were distributed per head, while the remaining 10 pounds and 8 ounces had to be purchased from the production team. This purchase was based on work points, the value of which would only be determined at the end of the year after calculating various expenses. Leaving funds for next year's seeds and tools, all meticulously accounted for, alongside the national grain quotas and completed production tasks. The remaining days of this year are what truly count. Li Dong's work points barely suffice for his own sustenance. By year's end, he may be fortunate to secure funds from the production team, with no surplus expected. After all, a man who cannot even earn as much as a woman's work points is indeed in dire straits. There are valid reasons for Han Guofu's disdain towards him. Competition surely exists among production teams. Moreover, a slothful individual could corrupt the morale of the team. Uncle Guofu, Xiaowan has a fever. Do you know where we might find a hospital? Hospital? What for? A fever? I'll fetch you some medicine. Han Guofu dismissed the notion of hospitals, believing that a simple remedy would suffice for a common cold. The city folk often fuss over trivialities. The cost of fever-reducing medicine is mere pennies. Fortunately, Li Dong still possessed a bit of money, as Xiaowan had given him $1 2 days prior, which he had yet to repay. He decided to owe it to Han Weijun, purchased the medicine, and returned to administer it to Xiaowan, before hastily preparing breakfast. With Xiaowan unwell and her body weakened, she surely needed nourishing food to recuperate, yet Li Dong had little in terms of decent provisions. He had some cured meat and a handful of eggs. Originally, he had procured over 200 eggs, but now fewer than 10 remained. Alas, what misfortune! Nevertheless, he resolved to chop some chives and prepare chive and egg dumplings, along with a savory rice porridge flavored with cured meat. After a flurry of activity, breakfast was ready, and he called for Xiaowan to rise. Xiaowan, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Smells delightful. Indeed, it's chive and egg dumplings, along with cured meat rice porridge. Do taste it. Dumplings? Cured meat rice porridge? Xiaowan was taken aback, suddenly springing up and rummaging through the cupboard. Carefully unwrapping a handkerchief, Li Dong watched in confusion, wondering why she was creating such a commotion over a meal. Wait, money? Li Dong was taken aback. Xiaowan actually had money. He had assumed she only possessed a single dollar, but to his surprise, she had a small stash. $10, quite a sum. Xiaowan counted repeatedly, arriving at a total of $15.63, relief washing over her. Li Dong, however, was both amused and exasperated, realizing that she believed he had pilfered her money. This called for a proper lesson to instill a sense of respect for her father's image. He could not allow himself to be perceived as a petty thief, seeing that her father had not diminished her funds. Xiaowan's gaze shifted to the dumplings and porridge laid out on the table. Could it be that her father had resorted to thievery? The thought of crime and punishment was frightening. She had even witnessed a public execution once, which was indeed terrifying. Dad, did you steal something? Li Dong was taken aback by her intense gaze, and her question left him both bewildered and amused. Such foolishness. And where do you think this food came from? With her little head held high, tears nearly brimming in her eyes, she clutched her handkerchief-wrapped money tightly. Dad, if you did steal, you must return it. I have money. All right. Li Dong chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. I must confide in you, but please, do not disclose this to anyone else. I mentioned that there are individuals in the commune who are purchasing fish. Last night, I managed to catch several substantial fish, and I took the opportunity to deliver them this evening. Really? Is there any doubt? Li Dong chuckled. Just take a look at this flour. It is so pristine. How could anyone have stolen it? Upon seeing a large bag of flour, Xiaowan exclaimed with joy and hugged it tightly. As for the cured meat, Xiaowan was even more astonished, but upon learning that Li Dong had spent all the money, her expression turned stern. Father tends to squander money. You mustn't waste it next time. All right, Li Dong replied with a smile. I won't waste any money. Let us set these items down and eat. If the chive and egg buns get cold, they won't taste as good. Eggs. Look, they are indeed eggs. Xiaowan cheered, using 4 of the 10 eggs for the buns and carefully wrapping the remaining 6 in a rag to stow away in a box. Li Dong was taken aback. He also stored the flour for making dumplings during the new year. The cured meat was certainly off limits for Li Dong. It seemed she intended to barter it for rations, seeing as her new father couldn't earn any work points. Li Dong was speechless. How did this girl become such a little manager? However, she was still just a child, easily deceived. The folks in the team, however, were not so easily fooled. Yet, Li Dong had instructed her not to share news of the fish sales, and Xiaowan agreed. The clever little girl had further thoughts. Selling fish could be profitable, but it must remain a secret. As Xiaowan savored the chive buns and sipped the meat porridge, her happiness was palpable. Tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Li Dong, who smiled back. Eat quickly. There are plenty of steamed buns. The combination of chive and egg buns with meat porridge would surely make anyone envious. If Han Guofu were to see this, he would exclaim about the extravagance. What farmer eats like this? This surpasses what city dwellers consume. Li Dong pondered about selling stockings and shirts in the city. Recalling the hairpins he had, though regrettably, only 2 electronic watches remained from a whole box. Otherwise, those watches would be quite valuable in this day and age. Relatives, he thought, would certainly inquire about them. Just imagine enjoying chive and egg buns and sipping meat porridge, leaving Han Guofu astonished. What a delightful thought. Oh dear. I can't eat anymore. I've overindulged. Who would have thought that chive and egg buns would be so delectable? Could it be that through some cosmic anomaly, the eggs and flour have transformed? Not only the buns, but the cured meat and porridge were also exquisite, leaving him quite stuffed. In the morning, Li Dong continued weeding in the cornfield. Yesterday, someone reported that he was secretly stealing corn from the team, prompting Li Chunhua to investigate. However, after several observations, there was no sign of wrongdoing. Could it be a false accusation? No. His wife had mentioned Li Dong's alleged pilfering of corn. What could be the matter? Li Chunhua murmured to herself, while Li Dong was currently digesting his meal. Alas, having eaten so much, there was no room left for theft. Oh, Aunt. Do you need something? No, nothing at all. It was strange, Li Chunhua mused. What kind of person is Li Dong? He had been digging sweet potatoes with his pants rolled up to his thighs. How many had he secretly stashed? Has he truly changed? He must be pretending. I need to come by more often. The atmosphere in the team has not been good lately, and it's time to catch a few examples. Li Chunhua secretly contemplated, resolving to pay closer attention to Li Dong. Chapter 12. A feast at Xiao Wan's home. Li Chunhua occasionally came by to take a glance. But Li Dong was entirely preoccupied with the pressing matter of converting his belongings into currency. Initially, he had brought a considerable amount with him, particularly the most sellable items, insecticide and mosquito coils. However, due to a time travel mishap, he had lost 99% of these valuable goods, leaving only a single box of mosquito coils, barely enough for his own use, especially with the mosquitoes swarming during the evening turtle fishing. The insecticide, which was effective against fleas, lice, and mites, was in high demand during these times. Regrettably, only a small box remained, containing merely 5 tiny bottles. Li Dong had used half a bottle that morning, scattering it across his bedding and clothing, as fleas were alarmingly prevalent. After several days of torment, he was now covered in small red spots, a truly terrifying ordeal. He needed to reserve at least 1 bottle, as he could sell at most 3, which was hardly significant. Alas, if only things had gone according to plan. A large box of insecticide would have contained 100 bottles, worth 20 yuan each, 200 yuan in total. With that money, one could purchase over 20 jin of meat or more than 100 jin of rice. This year, the staple food situation would have been secured, yet here he was, sighing in despair. Li Chunhua, puzzled by Li Dong's demeanor, observed him shaking his head and sighing intermittently. What could be troubling him so? For a moment, she forgot about the incident of him sneaking food, concerned instead that he might be harboring deeper issues, reminiscent of his previous attempt to jump into the reservoir. She felt the gravity of the situation. Another tragedy would not be tolerated by the commune, as it would affect the grain supply for the entire Han village next year. In recent years, in an effort to reduce the incidence of such tragedies, the commune had issued directives. Each production brigade was prohibited from having more than 3 incidents of suicides or drownings in a year, with Xiao Wan's father and a daughter having already drowned this year. Adding Li Dong to the count would mean 3 incidents, an unacceptable scenario. Qiuju, keep an eye on Li Dong. I will go find your father, Li Chunhua said, her face pale with concern. Li Qiuju, bewildered, asked, What is going on, Mom? What is the matter? Just watch him. He is running around too much, Li Chunhua replied. This isn't something that can be explained in a few words. I need to talk to your father. Han Guofu, who was overseeing the irrigation of several fields, noticed Li Chunhua rushing towards him and immediately assumed Li Dong had caused another ruckus. What's wrong? Did he really steal something? Steal? No, that's not it. Li Chunhua whispered, recounting Li Dong's restless behavior and her concerns to Han Guofu. I'm worried he might do something foolish again. Who can say for sure? Han Guofu responded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. I'll go check on him. He summoned Han Weijun and briefed him before leading the others to continue their work while he went to investigate Li Dong. Meanwhile, Li Dong was laboriously weeding in an effort to aid his digestion, completely oblivious to the fact that his excessive eating had led to Li Chunhua's erroneous suspicion that he might be contemplating another plunge into the reservoir. Li Chunhua entrusted Li Qiuju to closely observe Li Dong. Li Qiuju executed her task remarkably well, to the point where Li Dong felt somewhat vexed. He couldn't help but wonder if Li Qiuju harbored any feelings for him, which would be quite inappropriate, especially since he had recently borrowed a sum of money from Han Weiguo that he had yet to repay. He resolved to focus on his work, dismissing any distracting thoughts. Should Li Qiuju indeed have any inclinations, he vowed to steadfastly maintain his composure, refusing to succumb to any temptations or engage in any illicit behavior. For such conduct could be perilous. Li Qiuju noticed a change in Li Dong. He seemed unusually diligent, immersed in his tasks, devoid of any signs of mischief. Had the women from yesterday's report misjudged him? Her curiosity piqued. She observed him again. This second glance only amplified Li Dong's anxiety. He pondered why, despite his youthful appearance. He found it so challenging to navigate these feelings. He worked swiftly, pulling weeds, yet remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him. Han Guofu and Li Chunhua arrived. But Li Dong was oblivious to their presence. "What's up, Qiuju? No trouble, I hope?" "No, everything is fine. Just working hard," she replied. "Working hard, you say? Is that so?" Han Guofu remarked, glancing at Li Chunhua. "Didn't you just say something was amiss? Everything seems quite all right." They decided to investigate further. Upon their arrival, they found Li Dong laboring diligently, embodying the spirit of a model worker. Hearing the commotion, Li Dong looked up to see the family gathered. "Uncle Guofu, is there something wrong?" "Ah, nothing at all," Han Guofu replied with a smile. "Let us take a break and have a chat." "A chat?" Li Dong thought to himself, concerned that his secret fishing escapades at the reservoir might have been uncovered. Yet, he hadn't visited in days. Wiping his muddy hands, Li Dong followed Han Guofu to the shade of a tree. As they settled down, Li Dong sensed a seriousness in the air, wondering if there was indeed something amiss. Han Guofu inquired about Li Dong's recent work and any hardships he might be facing, speaking in a manner that left Li Dong feeling perplexed. "Uncle Guofu, what are you implying? Just say it directly," he urged. Li Dong suspected Han Guofu was hinting at something troubling but was reluctant to be straightforward. He felt quite full and intended to focus on his work to alleviate his discomfort. "Is there something on your mind that you'd like to share with your uncle?" "We shouldn't let ourselves become troubled," Han Guofu suggested. "Troubled? Uncle, what do you mean?" "I'm thinking quite clearly. Wealth is but a transient possession. We come into this world with nothing and leave the same way. We should eat and drink as we please," Li Dong declared, thumping his chest, only to belch loudly. Realizing he had overindulged in the flavors of chive and egg, Han Guofu was taken aback by Li Dong's words, pondering their significance. Yet he questioned why Li Dong had refrained from snatching corn today. "Snatch corn?" Li Dong belched again. Han Guofu pieced it together. The lad had overeaten, which explained his lack of interest in corn. He had always suspected Li Dong of being somewhat lazy, thinking back to the last incident at the reservoir, which was likely just an accident while fishing. As he caught a whiff of chive and egg, familiar to him, he realized Li Dong had indeed feasted that morning, leading to his current state of discontent. Sighing, Li Dong was taken aback by the question. Could it be that he was being monitored? He slapped his forehead in realization. Yesterday, he had indulged in an excessive amount of corn and had even pilfered some for himself. It was no wonder that Li Chunhua and her mother-in-law had been keeping a close watch on him, as they had caught him in the act. Fortunately, he had eaten too many buns that morning. What a predicament! With a sorrowful expression, Li Dong turned to Captain Han Guofu, pleading, "Please, do not wrongfully accuse me. I am but a knowledgeable youth. How could I possibly engage in thievery? I would never stoop to such acts, I swear by the great leader." He believed that great leaders were magnanimous and would hardly concern themselves with the petty transgressions of an insignificant individual. Han Guofu was tempted to spit in exasperation at the shameless fellow. Who would believe that he would resort to self-pity? Perhaps he was merely lamenting his overindulgence in corn. How could he have fallen for such nonsense? "All right, I understand the situation now. Let us get back to work," he said. "Wait, uncle. I have something I wish to discuss with you," Li Dong said, detaining Han Guofu. He wanted to share his plans regarding his visit to the city. "You know I have a relative in the city. I wrote to them last time, and I was wondering if there has been a reply. I'd like to visit the commune in the next few days. Once you're ready, I'll have Wei Jun accompany you to the commune," Han Guofu replied. Before leaving, he briefed Li Chunhua about the situation, and they both found it amusing. No wonder he hadn't been stealing corn. He was merely overstuffed. They lamented the harsh realities of life, realizing that without proper management, they could easily find themselves in dire straits. As a family of three shook their heads in dismay, Li Chunhua expressed her concerns. "What if this continues? Will we have enough rations? We cannot simply watch as we starve." Han Guofu waved his hand dismissively. "If he engages in hard labor, I hardly believe he could starve." Li Chunhua considered this. Indeed, with such a large frame, he ought to be working harder, especially when food is scarce. "I shall speak to him again, and perhaps you could assist in educating him." Han Guofu was intrigued by her suggestion. He thought it prudent to wait until autumn when work would lessen, allowing them to repair the house, thus improving their standing. Furthermore, With the ongoing drought in the north causing many to flee, repairing their home might attract a suitable bride for him. With Han Guofu's response, Li Dong's spirits soared, invigorated by the prospect of a reply. Surely, there would be one. After all, the letter he had written was included in the last dispatch. How could he not receive a reply? However, he pondered how to persuade Han Wei-jun about this matter, and after a day of contemplation, he devised a plan. Brother Wei-jun, are you busy? I'll be going with Xiao Wan. It won't delay your work, he said. That's fine, Han Wei-jun replied. With Han Xiao Wan accompanying him, Li Dong felt assured that he wouldn't slip away. Upon reaching the commune, he rummaged through the pile of letters to find his own. How lazy the postal workers had become. His letter had been sitting for 2 or 3 days without being delivered. Joyfully returning to the village, I emerged from the grove at the entrance, pulling out a flower-patterned quilt that concealed an assortment of treasures: flour, cured meats, canned goods, half a pound of milk candy, a shirt, several pairs of stockings, and a complete outfit for Xiao Wan, along with some eggs. What a substantial bundle it was, all procured by Li Dong. Xiao Wan merely assumed that Li Dong had acquired these items from selling fish, not wishing to be seen. However, Li Dong was now boldly presenting them. Last night, he had conferred with Xiao Wan, who served as a witness. Otherwise, the provenance of these items would have been difficult to explain, as they were entrusted to someone for delivery, as mentioned in the letter, though it was Li Dong who later added those details. The items were indeed present, undeniably real. Wow! Milk candy! Xiao Wan exclaimed, distributing the treats for everyone to sample. A gaggle of children gazed at the large bundle, saliva pooling in their mouths. In those days, many children had never encountered milk candy, only hearing tales of it. Reluctantly, Xiao Wan offered a small handful, knowing that one per child was simply unfeasible. Half a piece each would suffice, and even that was a precious delight. The children of Han Village could scarcely bring themselves to eat even half a piece of milk candy, and in no time at all. The entire village learned that Li Dong's relatives from the city had sent back a trove of goodies. Today, Xiao Wan's family was feasting on meat. The aroma of cured meat wafted through the air, enticing a throng of children who salivated at the sight of 2 glistening slices resting atop Xiao Wan's bowl of rice. Xiao Hao, come try some, Li Dong urged, placing a piece in a Han Xiao Hao's eager mouth, eliciting a broad grin from the boy. Meanwhile, Han Guofu's family was having breakfast when they caught wind of the meat being cooked at Li Dong's home. Han Guofu slapped his thigh in disbelief, lamenting, "What a misfortune. Living like this is unsustainable. Eating meat for breakfast. This is a luxury even greater than that of the great leaders." Other families similarly chastised their children, admonishing them that Li Dong was not living in accordance with proper customs. Indulging in meat without restraint was not how life should be led. Yet, the children could not comprehend. Xiao Wan's family was enjoying a feast, courtesy of her new father, who provided such delicacies. A wave of longing swept over the children as they began to fantasize about having a new father who would prepare sumptuous meals for them. This is unacceptable. I must intervene. This is not how life is meant to be lived, Han Guofu declared, slamming his hand on the table, flinging his pipe aside in frustration. The morning had turned tumultuous for every household. Just then, Han Xiaohao returned, his face glistening with grease and joyfully brandishing 2 large pieces of white rabbit milk candy. "Brother, sister, I brought back milk candy," he exclaimed, rushing into the courtyard. "Why make a ruckus about returning home for meals? Grandpa, Xiao Wan's dad brought back so many wonderful things: canned goods, meat, deliciously sweet milk candy, and large cans filled with an abundance of meat." "What did you say?" The entire family stood astonished, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of delightful treasures. What kind of work did Li Dong's relatives do to procure such bountiful offerings? Chapter 13. Our supply and marketing cooperative has abundant delicacies. Little one has received a splendid new outfit, which is simply exquisite. As Han Xiaohua spoke, his face was a portrait of envy. A new garment. In Han Village, it was unheard of for any family to purchase new clothes for their children. Truly a sight to behold. Little one has a new outfit? Han Guofu could no longer remain seated. He slapped his thigh in excitement. This will not do. I must go and see. With him were Han Wei-jun, Han Wei-ming, their youngest brother Han Wei-jiang, and their 2 daughters-in-law, Li Qiuzh and Zhang Chunmei, forming a large family unit. "I shall lead the way," declared Han Xiaohua, as he handed out milk candies to his younger siblings, each receiving half a candy. The little ones eagerly accepted the treats, stuffing them into their mouths with delight, savoring the rich, sweet aroma of the milk. "Brother, this is delicious." The siblings grinned, and Han Xiaohua beamed with pride. "Of course, it is made from milk essence. Han Guofu promptly gave Han Xiaohua a playful slap. Stop your nonsense. What milk essence? Hurry up and lead the way. Not only the Guofu family, but also accountant Han Bing and scorekeeper Han Hong, along with nearly the entire Han family, had gathered to visit Li Dong's home out of curiosity. Some elderly villagers who arrived earlier were not far from Li Dong's house, and Li Dong urged little Wan to greet them. Little Wan, offer them some candy. Dear child, we are old folks, not children. We don't need candy. Yet, despite their protests, each elder seized a piece of milk candy, intending to take it home for their grandchildren. The milk candy, soft and delightful, was indeed suitable for the elderly. What is this candy made from? One elderly woman inquired. Milk, I believe. I have heard that this milk candy uses milk essence, and it takes a whole barrel of milk to make just a few pieces. She spoke with a hint of pride, claiming to have learned this from someone at the commune. Oh my, a barrel of milk for just a few candies? That must be quite expensive. At least 5 cents each, another chimed in. 5 cents could buy an egg. The elderly folks hastily tucked the milk candies into their pockets, realizing that each candy was worth an egg or a significant quantity of salt. Glancing around, they noticed a large pile of milk candies scattered across the flower-patterned quilt on Li Dong's bed. Surely something that would require dozens of eggs to procure, a veritable indulgence. As Han Guofu and the others approached, they overheard the elders discussing the milk candies. It was Han Guofu's first encounter with such candies, and he turned to his school-attending son Han Weijiang for clarification. Weijiang, is it true that milk candies cost 5 cents each? Weijiang examined the candy, noting the iconic White Rabbit brand. Yes, this is indeed the famous White Rabbit candy. I heard about it when I went to the county for exams. People say it's delicious and originates from Shanghai, a big city where common folk cannot easily obtain it. Many have to rely on others to procure it, and it certainly costs more than 5 cents per piece. I am unsure of the exact price. I only heard that in our county it cannot be found, and it is primarily available in Shanghai, and even then, it is difficult to come by. What? Han Guofu was taken aback. Are you saying it costs more than 5 cents per piece? This is outrageous. One candy equates to an egg, and there are many other things here as well. I've never seen canned goods like these, filled with fruits of colors I've never encountered before. On the cutting board, there lay an open tin of meat, accompanied by a bowl of garlic shoots stir-fried with cured pork, the enticing aroma wafting through the air from afar. Adjacent to these, a bag of high-quality flour was placed, and Xiaowan donned a new outfit. The sight of her fresh clothes, adorned with a brand-new floral bedspread, was enough to astonish even the likes of Han Guofu. Ah, a new iron wok. The crowd turned their gaze in unison, and indeed, there it was, a brand-new iron wok leaning against the cabinet's leg. One must understand that acquiring an iron wok required industrial tickets, a luxury that farmers struggled to obtain. In these times, possessing an iron wok was a significant asset. In the household of team leader Han Guofu, there were only 2 woks, one large and one small, the latter being a repaired version of the previous large wok. This was quite a rarity. Typically, even after a family division, most households would make do with a single iron wok for cooking. As the year drew to a close, it was uncommon for families to procure an iron wok. They were in high demand. The bright, gleaming wok that Li Dong displayed drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Li Dong's relatives from the city are truly remarkable, they mused. Uncle Guofu, Uncle Guobing, you have arrived. Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. Li Dong greeted everyone with warmth. The room was small, and they all made do with the limited space. Have you returned? Did your relatives bring anything? One asked. Indeed, they did, Li Dong replied with a hint of complaint. But look at this, no staple grains were brought along. Instead, we have 10 pounds of cooking oil, an iron wok, several jars of tropical fruit preserves from the island. In this southern-style meat tin, 10 pounds of cooking oil? Tropical fruits? My goodness! While we may not know the price of tropical fruits, we certainly know the value of cooking oil. The crowd gazed at the oil container at Li Dong's feet, filled to the brim. You see, what a collection of items. The milk candies are decent, as Xiaowan enjoys them. Alas, I requested some fresh meat, but they insisted that fresh meat would not keep well in this heat. So I received a few pounds of cured pork instead. But really, can cured pork ever compare to fresh meat in taste? His words elicited incredulous expressions from the entire Han family, who felt an urge to scold him. Cured pork was already a luxury, and here he was expressing disdain for it. Such an abundance of fine goods would suffice for a marriage proposal. Just the jars of tropical fruit preserves were unheard of among them. The meat tin was even rarer, To think that amidst such treasures, he remained unsatisfied. It truly was a misfortune to have such a relative. "I'll write back and ask for more good things when I go to the city," Li Dong said, unfurling a letter that clearly stated his intentions. Han Guofu, Han Guobing, and the others looked on in astonishment. "Li Dong, what does your relative do?" one inquired. "Indeed, he is quite impressive," another added. "I can't recall all the details, but my second uncle is said to be an official at the slaughterhouse, while my second aunt works at the supply and marketing cooperative, and my cousin is employed at the department store. As for the rest of my relatives, I can't quite remember what they do," Li Dong explained confidently. In these times, the supply and marketing cooperative, department store, and slaughterhouse were all enviable places of employment, offering a plethora of goods that were hard to come by elsewhere. Incredible. Han Guofu and others inhaled sharply, realizing why there were so many goods, supply and marketing cooperatives. Department stores, this place must surely possess fine treasures. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards such a fortunate relative. Why was it that they had none? Li Dong pondered, observing the expressions on their faces, which seemed to be deceived. Suddenly coming into wealth in these times is hardly a blessing. One might easily attract the attention of authorities. Yet, the notion of having a relative in the city remained enviable. Sighing deeply, Li Dong lamented that while they called him a relative, they were of little help in his return to the city and could only carry a few items for him. At least he wouldn't have to worry about provisions in the future. Upon hearing this, the crowd agreed. Having such a relative meant they would no longer fret about necessities. Many gazed at Li Dong with newfound respect, realizing they must speak kindly to him, perhaps even entrust him with their requests for goods. Iron pots could be procured. Knowing these items were brought by Li Dong's relative, Han Guofu, and the others felt reassured. "I see we have cured meats, canned goods, and cooking oil. But don't just think about food. We should trade for some rice as well," he suggested. Before Li Dong could respond, Xiao Wan nodded in agreement. "Captain, my father mentioned settling accounts." "Settling accounts? When did Li Dong ever say that? Surely you jest." He intended to keep the 10 jin of cooking oil for himself. When would he settle it? This was indeed fortunate. Each household could return home with their bottles. Han Guofu mused that cooking oil was scarce and hard to procure, requiring ration coupons. Now, with Li Dong's 10 jin of oil, each family could at least receive a couple of liang, which was quite beneficial. "No," Li Dong exclaimed as he witnessed Xiao Wan stashing away the cured meats, fruit preserves, and meat cans, even hiding the milk candies at the bottom of the box. His father was far too generous, foolishly so. Such delectable milk candies should not be given away so freely. This simply wouldn't do. Li Dong even contemplated gifting the battered iron pot, but Xiao Wan stopped him, insisting it could be repaired and still serve its purpose. They couldn't let such resources go to waste. After settling accounts, only a little over a jin remained of the 10. "No more trading it," Li Dong declared, relieved that there were still eggs left. "Please, Xiao Wan, keep 2 for later. We can make delicious chive and egg dumplings." Seeing her father's forlorn expression, Xiao Wan ultimately acquiesced, reserving 2 eggs. Yet a portion of the cured meat had to be surrendered. "Leave some for Dad," she urged. Li Dong felt despondent. All the good items were being used to settle debts. How was he supposed to survive for the remaining half-month? It felt as though he was being forced to venture into the city to earn money. What a treacherous little cotton-padded jacket this was, filled with malice. Chapter 14. The country bumpkin enters the city as Xiao Jun diligently crossed off each entry in her little notebook. A wave of joy washed over her when the last account was marked. In that moment, she embraced Li Dong and planted a kiss on his large head. Initially displeased by the last piece of cured meat being used to settle a debt, her affectionate gesture made him forget his grievances entirely. "Xiaojun, we shall have meat buns for dinner tonight," he exclaimed. "No," Xiaojun swiftly released her grip on Li Dong, her arms outstretched to block his enthusiasm. "We must save the canned meat for the new year." "Please don't," Li Dong protested, unwilling to endure another meal of coarse grains. It was truly unbearable. "Look, Dad has been toiling all day and fishing at night. He needs something good to eat. If he has decent nourishment, he can catch more fish and earn more money." To his surprise, Han Xiaojun seemed less inclined to support his fishing endeavors. Although she was unaware of the concept of speculation, she understood that secretly fishing to sell was not a commendable act and could lead to dire consequences. "Dad, let us not fish, all right? We could get caught. Let us work hard to earn our rations." Having settled all accounts, Han Xiaojun believed that her father's diligent labor to earn work points and sustenance was sufficient. Fishing for profit could lead to being denounced, and she had witnessed the terrifying ordeal of denunciation before. She didn't want her father to suffer such a fate. Li Dong smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Dad has inquired and found that the militia hasn't been patrolling recently. I will be cautious. However, fishing was non-negotiable. He had plans to return with several wild turtles, worth 800 each, an enticing prospect indeed. By engaging in lighter agricultural tasks during the day, earning 8 work points was quite feasible, and sneaking off to the reservoir at night could yield at least 3 turtles each time. Life was proving to be quite comfortable. Many years of sleep deprivation had been resolved. After a full day of labor, he could easily drift off to sleep upon returning home. Yet, the next day brought a painful awakening. His back ached unbearably after harvesting sorghum, and even the thought of slacking off was impossible. He spent the entire afternoon gathering the sorghum heads, only to awaken the following day with sore shoulders and a back that felt as though it could not support him. He resolved to find an excuse to take a day off, hoping for a reprieve from the labor of gathering sorghum heads. Once the harvest was complete, he could return. It was not a matter of laziness, but rather a testament to the toll such labor took, even on seasoned farmers, let alone someone like Li Dong, who had not engaged in agricultural work for many years. Pulling weeds, tidying up the land, and snacking on a few ears of corn were manageable. But the heavy lifting was beyond him. After a day of strenuous work, rising from bed felt like an insurmountable challenge. I must go to the city for a good meal and a day of ease. I'll just say I'm visiting relatives. Li Dong gathered his belongings. 5 women's blouses, for men's shirts, keeping one for himself and wearing another. He saved 2 hairpins for Xiaojun, leaving 5 behind. When he pulled out his electronic watch only to find it utterly broken. What on earth happened? How could they all be defective? I can't believe it. I'll definitely leave a negative review. He had intended to sell the watch at a premium price, as such items were rare in the mainland. He had thought they would fetch at least 50 to 60 yuan each, but now, with all of them broken, he was left in a dire predicament. Truly, he felt as though he had encountered a ghost. Insecticide, 3 bottles, 5 women's shirts, 2 men's shirts, leaving behind 2 pairs of stockings, which leaves 10 pairs remaining. Other items include a lighter, which is quite rare in the market. Initially, I brought a box of 100 disposable lighters, but now only 2 remain. One will stay at home, while the other is for sale. There are also some miscellaneous small items that Li Dong will tidy up and wrap in a sheet, as there are simply no other tools available for storage at home. Next time I return, I must prepare some cloth bags, preferably a leather bag, Li Dong mused. First, I must find Uncle Guofu to request leave. The Han family has just gotten back on their feet. Both daughters-in-law are preparing breakfast. These days, after working hard, they have been eating rather blandly, adding a bit more vegetable oil to their dishes. I must say, this is somewhat related to Li Dong, as each family received 10 kilograms of vegetable oil. The Han family previously gifted 10 kilograms of rice in exchange for over 2 kilograms of vegetable oil, which has made their supply of oil a bit more plentiful. Thus, they have added some oil, and now the vegetable soup has a sheen of oil floating atop it. However, in the Han household, Li Chunhua occasionally murmurs quietly about the excessive oil, criticizing the wastefulness and lack of frugality. Is Uncle Guofu home? Who is it so early? It's me, Li Dong. Upon hearing Li Dong's voice, Han Xiaowa dashed off, as the village children are fond of Li Dong. Why? Because he often runs errands and lends a hand, rewarding them with treats, sometimes a milk candy or a spoonful of canned food. The little ones nearly idolize Li Dong as if he were their own father. Indeed, Han Xiaowa opened the door, and Li Dong handed him a milk candy, which made his 2 younger brothers and 1 sister green with envy. Li Chunhua, upon seeing this, snatched it away. This child, it's time for meals. What are you still eating sweets for? Grandma will keep it for you until the new year. Han Xiaowa puffed out his cheeks, looking at Li Dong. Why can't you give it to me secretly, uncle? Li Dong chuckled helplessly, stating that it must be given face to face. Otherwise, the value of the candy would diminish. Little brat, learn a thing or two, Li Chunhua remarked, her stern expression softening as she witnessed Li Dong's generosity. Head of the household. I have something to discuss with you, Li Dong said. What is it? Uncle replied. Well, a few days ago, relatives from the city sent some items, and I was thinking of going to the city to take a look. It is indeed time to visit the city. What will you bring? A few days ago, Xiaowan expressed a desire for fish, and I intended to catch some. However, I ended up with a few soft-shelled turtles instead, so I thought I would bring them along as a token of goodwill. Upon hearing that Li Dong intended to bring turtles to the city to visit relatives, both Han Guofu and Li Chunhua exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief. This boy, so naive, Why on earth would he bring turtles? It's not a delicacy by any means. In these times, who knows what lurks in that river? There are rumors of children drowning, or even girls being thrown into the water. Such creatures are notorious for consuming corpses. This sentiment is one of the reasons why rural folk tend to shy away from consuming such creatures. Not only are they unpalatable and lacking in flavor, but they also bear an unsavory reputation for being scavengers, often feasting on the remains of unfortunate souls. Li Dong was unaware of many things. The soft-shelled turtle is a treasure, rich in nourishment and delightful to consume. However, Han Fu and Li Chunhua had said nothing. Han Fu had merely granted Li Dong a day off, and he happily returned home to prepare for his journey to town. Stay home and watch the house. And your father will bring you some treats, he instructed. Li Dong wrapped himself in a quilt and set off, carrying 2 turtles. Departing early ensured he would arrive at the commune just before the sun fully rose. The 10-mile trek was no longer as exhausting as before, though it still drained him. After wiping his brow, he took a few bites of the steamed buns he had prepared that morning. He sipped the rice soup he had brought in a bamboo tube, glancing around to see if the supply and marketing cooperative had opened. He went to purchase a pack of Jiangsu cigarettes with a filter, which cost an exorbitant 4 dimes and 4 cents. It was quite pricey, if only they had the more prestigious Chinese brand. Regrettably, the cooperative did not stock them, and he lamented the missed opportunity to impress his fellow villagers with a fine cigarette. Feeling in his pocket, he discovered he had only 76 cents left, a hard-won sum he had managed to extract from the tightly held savings of Xiao Wan, who had only provided him a single yuan for his outing. Fortunately, he had not returned the 1 yuan given to him by Han Weiguo. He asked the cooperative staff about the arrival of the bus, only to find that there was nothing at the waiting area, not even a sign. How frugal they were. When will the tractor arrive? He inquired. Tractor? Young man, how long has it been since you traveled by vehicle? It had been several years, Li Dong thought. Could it be they had switched to buses? That would be splendid, as the tractor would stir up too much dust on the unpaved roads. He was somewhat discontented at this prospect. As they conversed, a horse-drawn cart approached, pulled by 3 sturdy horses. The driver, a robust man in his 40s, was dark-skinned and muscular. The cart halted, and Li Dong watched the other passengers clamber aboard, momentarily stunned by the situation. Young man, what are you dawdling for? Get on. What? Are you joking, old man? This is a horse cart. I thought it would be a tractor, not this contraption. A tractor? You must be joking. 2 dimes for a fool to ride. That's extravagant. Besides, diesel is too expensive for anyone to afford. It's just a waste of time. Are you getting on or not? If not, we're leaving. The middle-aged driver was not inclined to indulge Li Dong. In these times, the customer was indeed king, but in establishments like the cooperative, state-run restaurants, and department stores, one was treated as a mere subordinate. The state-run restaurants had once displayed signs forbidding the mistreatment of customers. Indeed, they were afraid of such consequences. Get on, get on. Reluctantly, Li Dong realized he had little choice. At least he would have a ride, and the fare was not expensive, only 5 cents, the equivalent of 2 cigarettes. He secured his belongings, and the cart set off. Old man, Li Dong said, settling next to a gentleman who did not appear to be a farmer. He pulled out his cigarettes with filters. Ah, young man, that's impressive, smoking filtered ones. Not at all, my family provided them, saying they are for when I'm out and about. Such a lad. The old man cheerfully accepted the cigarette. And when Li Dong offered to light it with his lighter, the old man was taken aback. What is that? A lighter. A lighter? The entire vehicle fell into a stunned silence. This was a lighter, but surely they were not deceiving them. How could a lighter appear in such a form? It was a disposable lighter, and only then did Li Dong recall that this object was produced in the 1960s by the Japanese, only to be imitated and sold in coastal regions by the late 1980s. A relative had brought it back, claiming it was made by the Little Devils. As Li Dong ignited the lighter, adjusting the flame higher, a sense of curiosity enveloped the group. It was not just the passengers who had never seen such a thing. Even the seasoned driver was witnessing it for the first time. The commotion caused by the lighter instilled in everyone a newfound respect for Li Dong. If even the Little Devil's contraptions could be utilized, and he could smoke a cigarette, this young man was indeed remarkable. Perhaps his family had connections to some high-ranking official. In these times, officials were objects of envy among the common folk, living in small buildings with indoor toilets, consuming rationed goods, and enjoying fine food and drink. As the conversation flowed, Li Dong, this country bumpkin on his inaugural journey to the city, was gleaning a plethora of information simply by sharing a few cigarettes. What is the situation in the city now? He inquired. Oh, It's a chaotic mess, came the reply. The elder took a drag from his cigarette as they neared the city, noting the increase in farmers along the roadside, pushing wheelbarrows, carrying burdens, or pulling wooden carts. Look at these farmers, neglecting their fields to flock to the city every day. Li Dong observed closely. The loads they carried were predominantly vegetables. These were farmers entering the city to sell produce. It was hard for Li Dong to believe that farmers were now permitted to sell their harvests in the city without fear of being accused of speculation. They do enforce the law, but they say that if farmers have surplus produce they can't consume, it isn't considered speculation. Oh, what a world we live in. It's all topsy-turvy. Just last year, petty theft was the norm, and now it's all above board. Is this not madness? Among the passengers. Only Li Dong comprehended that the trend of selling vegetables and goods would only proliferate in the future. Upon arriving in the city, Li Dong took a stroll. Currently, the number of farmers selling vegetables was not substantial, and they were mostly situated in relatively obscure locales. The patrolling officers seemed to turn a blind eye, allowing the vendors to operate as long as they did not cause too much disturbance. Of course, some street vendors still dared not sell brazenly. Many discreetly carried their wares, making clandestine deals. Li Dong observed and absorbed everything around him. Conducting business in this era was indeed challenging. No one could predict whether policies would suddenly shift. Relaxations had occurred before, and such matters were no joking matter. Comrade, care for a smoke? Li Dong reached into his bag. Recalling his recent visit to the department store where ladies' blouses were priced at 8 yuan, requiring a cloth coupon, he planned to purchase them for 6 or 5 yuan. Hoping to negotiate for fewer coupons, and already had a notion of where to sell them. Oh, thank you for the lighter, young comrade, he expressed gratefully. Comrade, could you assist me? Where's the textile factory? My mother has asked me to deliver something to my cousin, but this is my first time here, and I have searched for quite some time without finding it. Li Dong wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, urgency evident in his demeanor. Having genuinely searched for the factory without success, follow this road straight down. At the end, take a left, and you will find it. Upon reaching the end, however, Li Dong was surprised to see that he had arrived at the riverbank, which was several miles away. Thank you, comrade. Li Dong felt helpless. In this day and age, he could hardly rely on public transportation, and taking a taxi was out of the question. He had no choice but to depend on his own 2 legs. It was difficult, yet for the sake of achieving prosperity, he resolved to endure. Chapter 15: Encountering a Good Samaritan. Indeed, in this day and age, people have become exceedingly arrogant, dismissing a mere 4 or 5 miles as insignificant. Rubbing his sore legs, Li Dong let out a resigned sigh, relieved to have finally located the textile factory. The establishment was quite large, its gates wide open. However, Li Dong noticed the presence of security personnel, quite unlike the guards of modern times, as they bore weapons. After circling the entrance a couple of times, he drew attention to himself, nearly finding himself in a precarious situation. Comrade, it's a misunderstanding, he exclaimed, startled. It was quite alarming how casually they brandished their weapons. No wonder, in these times, engaging in minor business ventures necessitated a degree of secrecy. One's life could be at stake. If not driven by necessity, who would willingly place their life in jeopardy? Even Li Dong, hailing from a more advanced era, felt a twinge of regret. What was he thinking? His life was paramount, and what business was worth such risk? Perhaps waiting a few more years would be prudent. Greed was a dangerous folly. To be executed for petty speculation would be a grievous injustice, with no avenue for recourse. This was no fictional tale. One careless move could spell disaster. Li Dong, fabricating a story about visiting his cousin, produced a letter of introduction. Look, my mother asked me to bring her some soft-shelled turtles. I heard she is pregnant, so I thought I'd bring her a couple to help with her health. After examining the letter and the turtles, the guard nodded. Don't be sneaky, be cautious, or you might be shot as a spy. Spy? Li Dong was taken aback. Did a textile factory really require a spy? Alas, in these times, one could indeed be shot without hesitation. You cannot enter now. What is your name, and which workshop? I'm not sure about the workshop. I only know her surname is Gao, and her nickname is Xiaolan. Li Dong was growing anxious. Acutely aware that the surname Gao was exceedingly common in the city of his time, and the name Xiaolan was rather ordinary. There could be several individuals by that name in the factory. If he were to enter and fail to substantiate his tale, he would find himself in dire straits. This is quite troublesome. Comrade, do you smoke? It's fine, I'll wait. I'm certain I will recognize my cousin when I see her. Li Dong produced a cigarette, and the guard was visibly surprised by the brand. All right, you can wait over there. Li Dong exhaled in relief as the guard returned to his post. What a harrowing experience. It was indeed wise not to roam about recklessly in this world. Squatting in the corner of the courtyard, Li Dong pondered how to sell his goods discreetly. Public displays were out of the question, as speculation was a criminal act. While the Revolutionary Committee might turn a blind eye to farmers selling vegetables, they would not be so lenient with speculation, at least until the early 1980s. It was crucial to remember that the first official individual business license was not issued until 1980. Even then, individual entrepreneurs were often looked down upon when seeking a partner. Those with respectable jobs would hardly give them a glance, and temporary workers would scorn them, knowing that a report could lead to swift consequences, often resulting in accolades for the whistleblower. It is worth noting that the first individual business nearly went under amidst the disdain of neighbors and passersby. Now, the situation is particularly dire, and although most people cannot discern the complexities at hand, the management has relaxed its grip. A slight opportunity has emerged. While one might discreetly poke their head out for a breath, brazenly parading about is tantamount to courting disaster. Li Dong pondered for a considerable time. Yet no viable solution presented itself. As for a female colleague, should he approach her unrecognized and shout pervert, it would be a predicament of grave proportions. This is no trivial matter, for it is known that forthcoming policies may impose the death penalty for such offenses. Li Dong had no intention of testing fate. He sighed heavily, contemplating retreat as the least detrimental course of action. Creating a disturbance could lead to incarceration, a troublesome affair indeed. And he could very well find himself facing dire consequences. Li Dong sought refuge in a narrow alley, where he retrieved a polyester women's shirt he had purchased online. It was designed for middle-aged individuals, and even such styles were considered fashionable in the current era. The cinched waist design was particularly uncommon in his county. However, the middle-aged styles did not emphasize the waist significantly, and as for the youthful designs, those were a jest. Who would dare purchase or wear a modern, form-fitting white shirt? Such attire could lead to scandalous repercussions. Furthermore, Li Dong himself would not dare sell such garments, fearing accusations of impropriety. These days, modesty was paramount, and women preferred clothing that concealed their figures. The middle-aged polyester floral shirts were perfectly suited for the young girls now aspiring to fashion. Li Dong mused that by the time they aged, they would still find themselves able to wear such designs. It struck him as rather amusing. As he contemplated how to display the shirt, after all, a grown man parading a floral women's shirt would surely invite suspicion. He suddenly heard a voice behind him. Hey. Li Dong jumped, causing his bundle to fall. The contents scattered across the ground. This was disastrous. He turned in fear towards the alley entrance, praying it was not the patrol team, otherwise he would truly be in trouble. Upon glancing back, he saw a young girl in a slightly faded green linen suit with 2 large braids. Li Dong dared not underestimate her and hurriedly began to gather his belongings. I saw everything. What? This is a shirt I bought for my wife. He spoke hastily, gathering the package, intent on fleeing. He could not afford to be caught. I don't believe you. That's an awful lot of clothes for your wife to wear. Huang Yingyan regarded Li Dong with a bemused expression. Who in their right mind would buy so many garments at once? He couldn't possibly think she would buy such a story. Li Dong endeavored to steady his nerves, scrutinizing the girl's worn clothing, which, though lacking patches, had clearly faded and lost its shape. It was apparent she was not from the city, most likely. She was in a situation akin to his own, perhaps merely a temporary worker. This was a manageable circumstance. I don't care whether you believe me or not. She moved to leave, and just as Li Dong turned to escape, Huang Ying seemed to anticipate his departure. You can't sell clothes like this. Oh, was it truly a kindred spirit? Li Dong grew increasingly vigilant, recognizing the unfavorable situation he was in. It was best to retreat and deliberate further, at most. He would refrain from selling clothes. Are you planning to lie in wait at the textile factory? I advise you to reconsider. Who said I intended to loiter at the textile factory? I have no idea what you were talking about. As soon as Li Dong spoke, he regretted it. It was akin to an implicit admission. The girl, though young, barely 16 or 17, was astute. Li Dong noted that she was clearly not from the countryside. Her clever demeanor was evident. He had no desire to engage with her further and resolved to leave this contentious place. Don't go. I can assist you. Assist me? A well-meaning soul, please don't jest. In these times, speculation is a serious crime. Who would be foolish enough to help you? What exactly do you want? Li Dong realized he had encountered a rather tenacious girl, which was troubling. The gate was not far away, and if she called out, he doubted his physical ability to outrun the nearby police officer. Speak. I genuinely intend to help you. Huang Yingyan inwardly sighed in relief. This person was undoubtedly a novice like herself, or else he would have fled long ago. I will help you if you treat me to a meat bun. How does that sound? She spoke, licking her lips, nearly drooling. Huh, I thought you were after something substantial. A meat bun? You have set your sights rather low. How will you assist me? That is simple, Huang Yingyan replied, appearing quite knowledgeable. You give me your clothes. I will wear them and stroll around the entrance when the factory dismisses its workers at noon. Is it really that straightforward? Absolutely. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. At this moment, Li Dong took the opportunity to examine Huang Yingnan. She was not short, considering Li Dong stood at over 1.8 meters. She must be at least 1.65 meters tall. Such height was not uncommon in the 20th century, but this was the 1970s. Resources were severely limited, with mere sustenance being a challenge. Who paid attention to nutrition? Aside from some high-ranking officials, the general populace was simply grateful to have enough to eat. Girls, in particular, suffered from the societal preference for sons, resulting in inadequate nourishment. The average height of women was just over 1.5 meters, making those over 1.6 meters quite rare in rural areas. Li Dong mused that this girl had quite an admirable figure. Is there a place to change? Follow me. Huang Yingnan waved her hand. Li Dong, carrying the soft-shelled turtle and his bundle, trailed her out of the alley. After a few turns, they arrived at a cinema, and Li Dong was taken aback. Give me your clothes. With a firm resolve, Li Dong thought, fine, it's just a shirt. Huang Yingnan took the shirt and hesitated briefly upon entering the cinema. Truthfully, she had contemplated running off with it. The shirt style was exceptional. Undoubtedly from the coastal regions or perhaps from Taiwan or Hong Kong. It was worth several dollars at least. Huang Yingnan felt the mere 20 cents in her pocket and swallowed hard, battling with her conscience for a long while before ultimately changing into the clothes and emerging. To be honest, the girl was quite attractive, and Li Dong couldn't help but admire Huang Yingnan. The girl possessed large, expressive eyes and a delicate oval face, embodying the essence of an adorable maiden reminiscent of a certain celebrity from the future, though Li Dong could not quite recall her name, only remembering her sweet, tangy songs and lively demeanor. Was she attractive? Huang Yingnan's cheeks flushed slightly as Li Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was no longer a youth, yet found himself captivated. Not bad, he replied. Shall we proceed? Huang Yingnan had not donned new attire in over a year. She touched the fabric of her clothing, feeling a fondness for it. However, the thought that this outfit cost several coins weighed heavily on her mind, especially since her pocket held merely 20 cents, prompting a sigh of resignation. The two arrived at the entrance of the textile factory, preparing to wait for the workers to finish their shift. As they waited, boredom began to set in, and after exchanging a few words, they realized that calling out would seem rather inappropriate. Are you also a sent-down youth? Huang Yingnan inquired, surprised to learn that Li Dong shared her status, initially assuming he was a city youth without employment. You are, too? Indeed. Where are you from? Chica Commune. My name is Lu Dehua. Chica Commune? So am I. Yet, how come I have never seen you before? Huang Yingnan expressed her confusion, as she frequently visited the commune's youth center primarily for sustenance, yet had never encountered him. Li Dong thought it was quite a coincidence. Such collaboration and speculative trading could lead to dire consequences. And he dared not reveal too much about himself. It was no laughing matter. Let us get acquainted. I am Huang Yingnan, she introduced herself, not overly concerned about the youth center's identity. Perhaps Lu Dehua simply preferred not to participate in its activities, much like others who abstained from attending for the sake of study. Lu Dehua, Li Dong muttered, relieved that the name had not yet gained fame. Shall we devise a plan? Huang Yingnan mused, admiring her attire, wishing she could possess something similar. However, the immediate task was to sell the clothing and indulge in meat buns, a delicacy she had not savored in half a year, causing her mouth to water at the thought. What ideas do you have? Li Dong reflected on Huang Yingnan's earlier suggestion of selling the clothes at the factory gate. How about this? You pretend to be my sister, claiming to be a university student who came to visit me, only to lose your wallet along the way. That's a splendid idea, Huang Yingnan exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Will anyone believe it? Li Dong pondered, questioning if people of this era were truly so gullible, ready to accept any tale. Surely, spies and subversives would not find such naivety advantageous. Rest assured, they will be focused on the clothing and won't think too deeply, Huang Yingnan reassured him, patting her chest with confidence. At that moment, Li Dong noticed that Huang Yingnan possessed quite a significant charm, a rarity in these times, where women typically wore only two types of garments, a simple vest or binding cloth, with rural women often opting for none at all. Oblivious to Li Dong's slightly inappropriate gaze, Huang Ying continued to express her satisfaction with the plan. Suddenly, the factory's closing bell rang. "I'm off then. Good luck." Chapter 16. Profits and Savory Buns. Huang Xinan rose and walked towards the gate, while Li Dong contemplated reminding her about the potential dangers posed by others. However, the ensuing scene caused Li Dong to scoff, spitting in disdain. Indeed, the allure of a charming girl remained unchanged throughout the ages. Huang Xinan deceitfully claimed to be searching for her sister, yet the treatment she received was entirely different. She could leisurely wait at the entrance, while Li Dong was relegated to crouching in a corner. How frustrating. He had merely tolerated this for the sake of their mutual acquaintance, and thus resolved to endure it. The plan between Huang Ying and himself had already been established. Huang Xinan would attract clients while Li Dong awaited potential customers in the alley. It was a well-organized operation, and if apprehended, they could be charged as a criminal enterprise. He decided to proceed with preparations. Li Dong, clutching a package and carrying a turtle, settled at the mouth of the alley. This location was ideal for a quick escape, offering a clear line of sight for observation. He remained on high alert. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would flee. No blame could be placed on him for abandoning his partner. Huang Yingnan was unencumbered, so she was unlikely to encounter issues. But with his possessions, any mishap would be disastrous. Before long, Huang Xingnan returned with a young girl in tow. The two engaged in lively conversation as they walked. "Your outfit is truly lovely," remarked the girl, who donned a stylish gray gown reminiscent of a royal attire. She was undoubtedly a fashion pioneer. However, the comparison to Huang Yingnan's exquisite, tailored blouse was stark. Huang Yingnan shone as the brightest star in Xixian, tall and beautiful, her attire reflecting the latest trends of the 21st century. Jiang Fengxi, who fancied himself a fashion icon in Qiqing, found himself momentarily speechless upon seeing Huang Yingnan in her blouse. This is a new style from Shanghai this year. Not only is it rare here, but even in the provincial capital, Yuan finds such a design. "You were fortunate to have encountered me." Huang Yingyan began to weave her tale, claiming it was a product of a major factory, the newest style that even the capital lacked. "My brother just returned from Shanghai and didn't he intend to sell it, but he lost his money on the way and now urgently needs funds for school." At this moment, Huang Shengnan waved at Li Dong, who nodded in understanding. It was time for him to take action. Li Dong, embodying the persona of an intellectual, indeed resembled one. Being a graduate of a reputable university and a high school language teacher for over a decade, his demeanor exuded an air of sophistication, tinged with a hint of shyness and a trace of pride. Jiang Fengxi's eyes lit up as he observed Li Dong, a tall man over 6 feet with a pleasing visage, complemented by his fashionable shirt and a pair of white shoes previously unseen. The aura of a city dweller radiated from him, captivating Jiang Fengxi. When the girl noticed Li Dong producing a shirt that differed in pattern from Huang Yingnan's, she exclaimed, "How beautiful! And the fabric is not cotton, but rather a high-quality material. I recognize it. They say it's only produced in the provincial capital. It doesn't lose shape or color, and it's resistant to shrinking. Truly, it must have come from Shanghai. How much is it?" she inquired. "I'm not particularly inclined to sell. How about 10 yuan? Li Dong reluctantly revealed the price they had previously discussed. 10 yuan seems a bit steep, she replied. Jiang Fengxi gazed at the garments with genuine admiration. She truly cherished them. However, having only been an apprentice for 3 years, her current position as a trainee technician afforded her a meager monthly salary of 24 yuan, supplemented modestly to around 25. To part with 10 yuan was a considerable sacrifice for her, not due to a lack of funds, but rather because of the emotional toll it took. A 10 yuan piece of clothing was, in that era, undeniably a luxury. How about 6? Jiang Fengxi proposed, reluctantly offering a price she could bear. It was a figure she could manage, merely a quarter of her salary. Li Dong and Huang Yingyan exchanged glances, and Li Dong spoke up. 6 yuan is too little. I would pay 9 at the department store, not to mention that I brought it all the way from Shanghai. His tone hinted at embarrassment, and upon seeing Li Dong's intention to retract the clothes, Jiang Fengxi felt a surge of panic. Wait, I really don't have that much money, she said, rummaging through her pockets, revealing a 5 yuan note, a 2 yuan bill, a few coins, and some receipts. Li Dong glanced at her offerings. Never mind, if you truly desire it. We can negotiate differently. I've lost some ration tickets myself. If you have any, I'll accept those. I have them. I have them. Jiang Fengxi exclaimed joyfully, producing half a jean of grain tickets along with half a jean of meat tickets. which she had initially intended to use for purchasing meat. Now, she relinquished them all to Li Dong. He graciously accepted the half-gene of grain tickets, half-gene of meat tickets, and 7 yuan without requesting any change. Delighted, Jiang Fingxi examined the clothing, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed a bargain, far cheaper than the department store and without the need for fabric tickets. Little did she know that when the production of polyester began in earnest, fabric tickets would become obsolete. Wonderful! We've made a successful sale, Li Dong and Huang Yingyan rejoiced. Celebrating their prosperous start with a clap. I'll go take a look around, Huang Yingyan suggested, seemingly enticed by the prospect of large meat buns beckoning to her. Li Dong nodded, cautiously scanning the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Engaging in such dealings was no trivial matter. One could easily risk their life over mere pennies. He wiped away the cold sweat, for this was his first foray into such ventures after years of teaching. Huang Yingyan, undoubtedly a talented model, quickly attracted several female workers, 2 of whom were skilled workers. In 1976, wages had increased to 36 yuan a month plus a small supplement, making them relatively affluent. One earned 8 yuan along with 3 meters of fabric tickets, while another received 7.5 yuan plus 3 meters of fabric tickets. It was evident that the textile factory was not short on fabric tickets, as the workers seemed indifferent to their value. 2 more pieces left, Li Dong mused. Realizing that they had already sold garments worth 22.5 yuan, surpassing the monthly wage of the previous apprentice. Elated, he contemplated the remaining 2 pieces, which could fetch around 15 yuan, totaling nearly 40 yuan. People are coming. This time, 4 or 5 girls arrived, causing Li Dong to feel a twinge of anxiety. What is Huang Yingyan doing, attracting so many? They are beautiful. Look how stunning they are. One exclaimed. The style is exquisite. Indeed, it's the latest from Shanghai. Even locals might not have worn it yet, Huang Yingyan boasted, increasingly exaggerating, yet the girls seemed genuinely intrigued. A group of girls pooled their money together, totaling 7 yuan and 50 cents, each contributing 1 yuan and 50 cents. 5 others also combined their resources to acquire a pound of grain tickets, and they exited the alley with their newly bought shirts, filled with joy. How lovely they are. Xiaofeng, your family owns a sewing machine, and your sister possesses exceptional skills. We should each have one made in her style. That sounds great. The textile factory had no shortage of fabric, and with talented artisans at hand, crafting a shirt was indeed an uncomplicated task. Moreover, in this era, there were no patents or restrictions. Li Dong, slightly perplexed, mused. Didn't they say that in this age, even a fool could engage in business and make a fortune with a bit of daring? Initially, Li Dong had intended to bring more shirts next time, but it became evident that people were not as naive as he thought. He had previously wondered why several girls would buy a single garment. Was it to wear in rotation? It turned out they intended to have identical ones made. Never mind. Let us see if we can sell this last piece. The final shirt was purchased by a woman who resembled a cadre, and Li Dong quoted a flat price of 9 yuan plus 3 feet of fabric tickets. To his surprise, she readily agreed. Li Dong and Huang Xinan exchanged secret smiles, realizing that they should have targeted cadres from the outset. In this era, it seemed cadres were indeed wealthier. Just as Li Dong was reveling in the ease of this profit compared to the previous sales, Huang Ying suddenly grabbed him. Run. That person went to report us to the security department. What? I'm going. It was true. Those who appeared amiable were not necessarily benevolent. Li Dong had no time to ponder further, and they sprinted away, not stopping until they reached a distance where they could hide and peek back at the alley. Sure enough, the female cadre had arrived with security personnel at the very spot where Li Dong had sold shirts. It was perilous. They were armed with rifles, and a single burst of bullets could spell disaster for Li Dong. Thankfully, he had managed to flee swiftly. After catching his breath, Li Dong expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Huang Yingyan. If you had noticed in time, we would have been in grave danger today. It's nothing. The two remained concealed in the corner for a while, not daring to show themselves. Li Dong counted the money in his hand, 39 yuan, plus the 1 yuan and 70 cents he had saved, totaling 40 yuan and 76 cents. Additionally, he had 9 feet of fabric tickets, half a pound of meat tickets, and 1.5 pounds of grain tickets. The bounty was substantial, and Li Dong felt elated, realizing that substantial risks often yield significant rewards. Come, I'll treat you to some delicious meat buns. Chapter 17. Father, I will save money for you to marry. Come, let's dine out. It's on me. Li Dong was unfamiliar with this state-run restaurant, but Huang Yingnan knew the way and quickly led him to a large sign that marked the establishment. On this ordinary day, the restaurant was not particularly crowded, for in these times, few families possessed the discretionary funds to indulge in dining out. Typically, such outings occurred during family visits or courtship, where young ladies enjoyed the experience and young men sought to maintain appearances. The average citizen could boast about their restaurant visit for months. And as Li Dong surveyed the establishment, he noted the absence of a sign prohibiting the mistreatment of customers, leading him to believe that such behavior was not common here. Otherwise, a warning would surely be displayed. Upon entering the restaurant, Li Dong observed that there was no menu to peruse. Patrons simply gazed at the blackboard showcasing the day's offerings. "Comrade, do you have meat buns today?" "None left," replied the girl behind the ticketing counter, her irritation evident as she glanced at Huang Yingyan, clearly unimpressed by their inability to read. "What do you have then?" Huang Yingyan asked, her frustration mounting as she could not decipher the options. Li Dong noted her attitude and thought to himself how audacious she was. Yet, he understood, in this era, whether one performed well or poorly, the salary remained the same, and complaints were a mere jest. There was no venue for grievances. It was a matter of tolerating the service or leaving. As long as no lives were at stake, the staff would remain unperturbed, secure in their positions. Huang Yingnan, however, perceived no issue with the service and turned to Li Dong after glancing at the blackboard. "There are no large meat buns left, only dumplings. Let us try something else." Li Dong scanned the options and decided, "Let us have a portion of sliced meat, a plate of tofu with meat, braised eggplant, meatball soup, and half a pound of dumplings." "Open a tab," he added. The initially indifferent chef exhibited a flicker of surprise at the order's magnitude. This would amount to 2 yuan. The prices were as follows: sliced meat at 66 cents, tofu with meat at 35 cents, eggplant at 25 cents, meatball soup at 55 cents, and half a pound of dumplings at 62 cents, totaling 2 yuan and 43 cents, plus 3 pounds of ration tickets. Li Dong, however, lacked sufficient ration tickets. "Comrade, do you have ration tickets? I can exchange some fabric tickets." In those times, fabric tickets were more precious than ration tickets, as many received only 3 feet of fabric tickets per year. Li Dong's audacity in exchanging fabric tickets for ration tickets was remarkable. After securing the ration tickets, he handed them to the seated server to finalize the tab, 2 yuan and 43 cents along with 3 pounds of ration tickets. This spectacle astonished the other patrons, who typically indulged in merely a couple of dumplings for 2 to 3 dimes, considered quite a luxury. Most would settle for a bowl of rice and a vegetable dish, fetching just over 20 cents, which would evoke envy from outsiders. But Li Dong, upon entering, immediately ordered a feast of meat dishes, far surpassing a mere meat bun, eliciting gleaming eyes from Huang Yingyan, who could hardly contain her excitement at the sight of so much meat. "Isn't this too much?" she pondered, her mouth watering as she licked her lips. "Nonsense," Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. "It's not excessive. We shall eat well." Surprisingly, the server, breaking from tradition, brought the dishes to their table without requiring Li Dong and Huang Yingyan to fetch them themselves. 3 dishes and a soup accompanied by 2 large plates of dumplings made Huang Yingyan's eyes sparkle with excitement. Since arriving in 1978, Li Dong's appetite had awakened with fervor. Although the service at state-run restaurants often left much to be desired, the food was undeniably authentic and substantial. During this era, one could hardly find any deceit in portion sizes. The meat was well cooked, and the meatballs were exceptionally delicious. Li Dong and Huang Yingnan indulged heartily, their enjoyment evident as sounds of swallowing echoed around them. In no time, they had devoured 3 dishes, a soup, and half a jin of dumplings. Unlike modern interpretations, half a jin in those days was measured by the weight of flour used, equating to dumplings made from half a jin of flour, typically yielding about 6 large dumplings per ounce. Thus, half a jin yielded over 30 sizable meat dumplings, all of which the 2 polished off, leaving not a scrap of the 3 dishes and soup behind. Li Dong glanced at Huang Yingyan, astonished by her voracious appetite. He could hardly believe that such a petite girl could consume so much. It felt as though her stomach was a bottomless pit. Who could afford to feed her? After their feast, he asked, "Are you full?" "Yes, it was truly delightful," she replied. "Thank you. It has been ages since I've tasted such delectable food." "No, I should be thanking you. Without your help, I wouldn't have known what to do," Li Dong said, pulling out a yuan and offering it to Huang Yingnan. "It's too little," she protested, yet without hesitation, she accepted the money and tucked it into her pocket, leaving Li Dong momentarily dumbfounded by her straightforwardness. Delighted with her boldness and fortunate turn of events, Huang Yingyan felt she had struck gold, a sumptuous meal and a bit of cash to boot. Though their acquaintance was not deep, she felt no need for false politeness. As Li Dong noted her acceptance of the money, he nodded and stood to leave. I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll be going, he said, quickly exiting the state-run restaurant while carrying the turtle and a package. He noticed several young men eyeing his bundle, aware that times were perilous. He exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Yingnan, who nodded in understanding. As Li Dong departed, Huang Yingnan turned and made her way to the cinema before changing out of her floral shirt. Gritting her teeth, she redirected her steps toward the textile factory, soon humming a tune as she headed toward Jiangkou Commune with 8 yuan and a jean of grain in hand. It had been quite a while since she had visited Shaowan, and with some money at her disposal, she planned to bring a couple of cans when she went to see her in a few days. Li Dong took a detour to elude the young men, slipping into a narrow alley to change into a patched Korean shirt. He pondered the authenticity of Huang Yingnan's name, deciding it mattered little since he had not suffered any loss in helping her, having even gifted her a shirt. With his package secured, he proceeded toward the department store, contemplating whether there were any fine wines to purchase and fabric coupons to acquire some cloth. He intended to sew a warm garment for Shaowan, who would soon be going back to school. Evenings could be quite chilly. He also planned to gather stationery and a backpack for her. Meanwhile, the young men who had fixated on Li Dong gathered at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. They had intended to enjoy a nice meal but were surprised by how swiftly he had escaped. And the girl? One asked. She went to the textile factory. There are guards there, so I didn't dare get too close. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, another replied. A slender, monkey-like young man wore a look of dejection. Over at the department store, Li Dong appeared rather disheartened. He had hoped to find Moutai but discovered it was unavailable. Contemplating the 3 major revolutions, he had planned to procure a couple of bottles for himself, only to realize that Chisin lacked such luxuries. This was hardly surprising, as Moutai is a rare delicacy, and at 8 yuan a bottle, few in this small town could afford it. The local rough liquor at 8 jiao per jean was unappealing, and there was also the decent Gujingang, which was significantly cheaper than Moutai. Perhaps he could visit the regional government office to see if he could acquire a few bottles to display at the farm. That would certainly add a touch of prestige. Li Dong emerged from the department store, a canvas bag slung over his shoulder, one hand carrying a parcel while the other held half a jean of cake. He intended to buy half a jean of meat before heading back to the village. Whistling a cheerful tune, he approached the meat stall, only to find that there was no prime cut available, just some scraps. Given the usual scarcity of even these remnants, he considered himself fortunate. The lean meat and spare ribs would suffice. He could manage with just half a meat ticket, even if it cost 2 jiao more. Ecstatic, he gathered over a jean of meat, predominantly lean cuts and spare ribs. Luck was indeed on his side, as fatty meat was currently in high demand, and few cared to purchase the leaner options. After all, who wouldn't he indulge in a bit of fatty meat when they had the chance? After waiting for about an hour, the cart driver finally arrived, and a number of people had gathered. Li Dong noticed that the elderly gentleman from the morning was now accompanied by an elderly lady, presumably his wife, by the time they returned to the commune. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Li Dong wasted no time. The journey could be perilous during the day, and he could only imagine how treacherous it might become after dark, especially with the possibility of wild boars lurking in the mountains. Despite his fondness for pork, he had no desire to encounter one. Having walked for over an hour, Li Dong felt quite fatigued, though his recent improvement in health made the journey bearable compared to before. Shaowan, your father has returned. He has brought back a great many things. The children were filled with envy for Shaowan. Dad back. Shaowan tossed her bamboo basket aside and dashed off. A group of children spotted Li Dong from a distance. He had become the most popular figure in Hanzhuang, regardless of the adults' opinions. Labeling him as lazy and incapable of managing his life, the children adored him. Whenever he engaged in activities with them, it was either a piece of milk candy or a chunk of meat, and to children, food was paramount. Li Dong, laden with packages, especially caught the children's attention with the sight of meat and cake, their eyes wide and mouths watering. Uncle, what delightful things did you buy in the city? Oh, nothing much, just some meat and cake for Shaowan. In no time, the entire village learned of Li Dong's return from the city with meat and cake. Cake, what an unfamiliar term for some of the elders. The children, oblivious to its significance, merely inquired about it from Li Dong, who explained its essence. As the industrious Han Guofu family finished their work, they overheard the commotion about Li Dong's return and the bounty he had brought. Curiosity piqued as many rushed to witness the excitement, eager to learn what delectable treats Li Dong's relatives had sent him. Guofu, you've arrived. Li Dong had placed everything on the bed, ribs, pork, and half a pound of cake. The wealthy Korean looked on in disbelief, wondering what kind of life this was. He could hardly believe that these items were brought to Li Dong by his relatives. Upon inquiry, it turned out that Li Dong had purchased them himself, while his relatives had merely gifted him some fabric and 30 yuan. A crowd of villagers gathered to witness the spectacle, gasped at the mention of 30 yuan and the fabric. How much fabric? They asked. Not much, just 7 or 8 feet. Enough to make a set and a half of clothes for Xiao Wan. Li Dong replied with a slight air of disdain. The others were taken aback. Such fabric tickets were indeed rare. To their surprise, Li Dong had managed to acquire this much. When they examined the twill fabric, they found it to be of excellent quality, thick and durable. Isn't it quite expensive? They inquired. It's acceptable, Li Dong responded nonchalantly. At the department store, it sells for just over 40 cents. 40 cents a foot? That's double the price of plain fabric. They exclaimed. Indeed, such sturdy material is worth it, he said. The adults admired the fine fabric, especially the women, who felt a twinge of envy, wondering what clothes could be made for such a young girl. The children looked on with envy. Xiao Wan had just acquired new clothes, and now there was talk of making more. Xiao Wan promptly folded the fabric and spoke in a manner that drew nods of approval from the adults, leaving Li Dong in disbelief. I already have new clothes. So this fabric is for Daddy to make new clothes for his wedding, she declared. What? Li Dong exclaimed. You want me to save money for a wife? You can't spend it recklessly. As he spoke, she began to rummage through his money, causing him to spit out his drink in shock. What on earth? A wife? Who are you marrying? I must be hearing things. He stared, flabbergasted, as his daughter declared her intent to save money for his wedding. Xiao Wan truly was a thoughtful child. Indeed, it was time for him to have a wife to help raise this girl. The elders gazed at the meat and cake laid out on the table, shaking their heads, lamenting how such expensive items could sustain them for several days. Li Dong. One of them said, after the autumn harvest, we should tidy up your house. I'll help you find a good girl who knows how to manage a household. Especially since many have fled this year. Li Dong was bewildered. What is this talk of marrying a girl? Xiao Wan, what did you say to Uncle Captain? You're putting me in a predicament. Chapter 18. The great ideal of my daughter. Marrying a woman who can manage a lazy father. Li Dong was taken aback. What did his daughter say? She was saving money to marry a wife for herself, which implied finding a stepmother. But why did it sound so peculiar? What child would do such a thing? Especially when little Wan, appearing no older than 3 or 4, earnestly declared her intention to save for her father's new wife. This was utterly strange, and what made Li Dong both amused and exasperated was the unanimous support from those around him. Why then? Did the whole village seem to share this sentiment? Li Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Enough of this nonsense. Marrying a wife to manage oneself? The very thought of a strong, assertive spouse in 40 years made his scalp tingle. After narrowly escaping one trap, it seemed he was being pushed into another. Moreover, while they spoke of divorce, according to his daughter, her mother had no intention of remarrying, which led to several warnings from little Wan to Li Dong, cautioning him against harboring any improper thoughts. To his credit, Li Dong had been quite sensible, having reached his 30s without much inclination towards such matters. Yet, after a sudden leap back to 1978, he felt a surge of youthful vigor, as if rejuvenated by over a decade. Could it be the side effects of time travel? He shook his head, dismissing the notion. Marrying a wife? What if he couldn't return to his time? What would become of the young lady then? Uncle Guofu. Consider our circumstances. It would be an exaggeration to say we are not impoverished. We cannot burden others with our plight, Li Dong reasoned, his eyes darting as he sought justification. One glance at their dilapidated home sufficed. Although the earthen structure had a modest stone foundation, it was exceedingly small, merely a single room, and the courtyard walls had collapsed in several places. Moreover, he pointed out the roof, which had a visible gap. Since his wife passed away last year, he had also succumbed to despair. The roof had not been plastered over the winter. The earthen house, thatched with straw, required repairs every year, especially the roof, which needed a layer of mud and straw to prevent leaks. This year, the weather had been particularly harsh, with over a month passing without a single drop of rain. Had it been a year of abundant rainfall, their home would have been riddled with leaks by now. So what if they were poor? Wasn't there a certain glory in it? Indeed, child, save diligently. In time, you can borrow from your relatives in the city. And with everyone's help, we can repair the house and perhaps add another room. Then you can marry a capable wife, and in a few years, everything will be better. Aunt Wu smiled encouragingly. But we must not squander money heedlessly, little one interjected. keeping an eye on her father. Nearby, Uncle Lu, puffing on his pipe with a grin, still held the cigarette Li Dong had just given him. Look here, this cigarette must cost at least 2 dimes. Make sure you don't waste money on frivolities in the future, he advised. Li Dong thought to himself that Uncle Lu seemed quite pleased with the cigarette and was now smiling broadly. However, what could he say? The older gentlemen all nodded in agreement that he should not be spending so extravagantly on cigarettes. Thankfully, he and T boasted. Had they known the pack cost 4 dimes and 6 cents, he would have been publicly condemned. It was indeed time to take control. Living without a proper wife would not do. Uncle Guofu furrowed his brow in concern. The matter of house renovation has been settled after the autumn harvest. Each family will send a member to assist in the repairs. Li Dong, you have been working hard lately, so after your shift, please fetch some stones from the riverbank and sift some sand for the foundation. The creek has washed away quite a bit of silt, and typically, we would sift sand under the big tree by the bend. Li Dong was taken aback. How had this arrangement been made without his input? This seemed like a remnant of feudalism, lacking in democracy and freedom. What kind of society was this, where the entire village prepared to help each other marry? This was quite concerning. He glanced at Xiaowan. Xiaowan, what if you don't want a stepmother? What stepmother? Everyone will help find someone of good character for you. Granny Wu patted Li Dong on the back, noting that although the boy was somewhat lazy, he had a good heart, having just entered the village and already sharing candy with the children. The elderly brought cakes, proclaiming they had brought some delightful cream that was both sweet and soft, suitable even for those without teeth. Granny Wu took a bite, savoring the sweet, rich flavor of eggs, and decided to pocket some to take home for her grandson. As Li Dong absorbed the chatter around him, he felt dazed. Was this forced marriage? Why did Xiaowan keep nodding in agreement? Was she leading this? He resolved to educate her properly later. All right, it's settled then. Everyone will come to help after the autumn harvest. Hanfu called out to Han Weijun. Weijun, starting tomorrow, teach Li Dong how to make adobe bricks. Understood, replied Han Weijun, giving Li Dong a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Wake up early tomorrow and come to my house. Li Dong shivered at the thought. Making adobe was indeed a daunting task, a true test of physical strength. In this day and age, only the robust could manage such labor. No way, Li Dong thought, grimacing as he observed the villagers returning home to prepare dinner, feeling utterly despondent. How could this be decided without his consent? Dad, money. Xiaowan extended her little hand for cash as soon as the others left. Li Dong chuckled helplessly. This little rascal was relentless. He pulled out 30 yuan, reluctantly handing over 25 to Xiaowan. Here, for Dad. Keep 5. Li Dong regretted his earlier bravado. He had boasted too much. The expenses for meals and a tip for Huang and had already consumed over 3 yuan, while buying fabric and meat had further drained his funds. Not to mention the canvas backpack he had traded for with hairpins and 2 pairs of stockings. He had discovered a secret. The department store salespeople would privately buy items. Without selling those stockings, he would scarcely have had 30 yuan on him. Having boasted extravagantly, Li Dong now found himself with only about 36 or 7 yuan. Xiaowan seized the 30 yuan, eyeing him suspiciously. It seemed she doubted his honesty. Li Dong shivered. Had she discovered his hidden stash? Fortunately, he had concealed it well. Really, there was nothing left. The little girl, instead of learning good behavior, had picked up some rather dubious habits as she tucked the money away. Father, I shall keep the money for now, to marry a wife. All right. Li Dong, feeling helpless, wore a face of despair as he contemplated the arduous task of learning to make mud bricks with Han Weijun the next morning. With a sigh, he lamented his unfortunate fate, questioning whom he had offended. His daughter was saving money for his marriage, while the entire village pitched in to help build a house and find a bride. Goodness, this was truly taxing on his spirit. Sighing, he found no pleasure in food. Hastily consuming 2 bowls of rice porridge before retiring for the night, neglecting the stewed meat that awaited him. Before dawn broke, Li Dong shook Xiaowan awake. Father, it's time for breakfast. Huh? It's still dark outside, he replied, bemused. Is it time to eat? Xiaowan had an early start for work. Father, you forgot. You are to learn from Uncle Weijun how to make mud bricks. Early that morning, Han Xiaowan prepared a hearty meal of mixed grain rice, knowing they would need energy for the labor ahead. She also heated a few pieces of the meat from the previous day. Li Dong sighed, pondering why he was so unfortunate. He had hoped for a sweet daughter, yet found himself with a strong-willed one. Such was the irony of fate. After freshening up, he accepted the bowl of rice from Xiaowan, topped with a ladle of savory broth and several chunks of meat, which indeed smelled delightful. Having eaten little the night before, he was now quite hungry, and soon, the generous bowl of rice vanished. How comforting. After taking a sip of water, he glanced at Han Xiaowan, who was eating rice porridge without any meat. Xiaowan, why aren't you eating the meat? I stewed quite a bit yesterday. I don't need meat for physical labor, she replied, causing Li Dong's eyes to glisten with emotion. How could she reason that she didn't need meat simply because she wasn't doing physical work? At least, not in his world. You are still growing. You must eat more meat. With that, he opened the cupboard to fetch the stewed meat for the kitchen. Xiaowan swiftly stopped him, and feeling resigned, he watched as she mixed some meat broth with her rice instead, observing her relish the broth-soaked rice. Li Dong felt a surge of determination to strive harder and bask in the sun more often. At the very least, he should remember to bring extra shirts and stockings next time. He glanced at the screen and noticed that 20 minutes had passed. He hadn't soaked up much sun these days. Father, I'm heading over first. Father, study well and don't be lazy. With a chuckle, Li Dong, initially excited about laying the groundwork for Xiaowan's future, nearly stumbled over the threshold of the yard. As he turned to repair the gate in due time, he resolved to tidy it up properly. Upon arriving at Han Guijia's home, he found the entire family already awake. Han Weijun had arranged the tools in the yard, ready for the day's work. They were drying some mud bricks in the area designated for brickmaking. This was a project undertaken during the farming off-season by Han Weijun and his brothers, preparing to build a house for their third brother. Li Dong did not arrive empty-handed. He had brought 2 pieces of spare ribs, understanding that he must contribute to the learning process. And Chunhua, please stew these ribs for Xiao Hao and the others to nourish their bodies. Child, why be so polite? Li Chunhua graciously took the pork ribs, her demeanor polite yet assertive. Meat, after all, is something few would complain about, though it is regrettable that it lacks the fattiness to render oil. Nevertheless, the presence of meat is indeed a blessing. Han Xiaohong and the other children were almost drooling at the sight. It had been quite some time since they had savored meat, the last occasion being during the Dragon Boat Festival. Han's family, with 2 daughters-in-law, particularly Zhang Qiujuan, the eldest daughter-in-law, initially harbored reservations about Han Weijun instructing Li Dong on the laborious task of making mud bricks. After all, her husband was already laboring hard at work, and now he was teaching Li Dong, who seemed rather indolent, to engage in such a strenuous endeavor. However, when she saw Li Dong approach with at least half a pound of meaty bones, a smile crept upon Zhang Qiujuan's face. This meat was earned by her husband, and surely her children would benefit from it. Han Weijun beckoned Li Dong over. All the tools were prepared. A rectangular wooden mold lay atop the stone grinder, accompanied by a handheld stone hammer, a hefty 20-centimeter square stone hammer with a T-shaped wooden handle. Li Dong finally understood why this was deemed labor-intensive. That stone hammer must weigh several dozen pounds. With a grimace, he thought to himself that making mud bricks was no task for the faint-hearted. I'll demonstrate a few for you to observe, Han Weijun remarked as he began working. He placed the wooden mold on the stone grinder and scooped a shovelful of ash to sprinkle inside the mold, before filling with earth. A layer of ash must be applied, or the bricks will not release properly. As he spoke, he commenced digging up soil to prepare for filling the mold. First scooping a large shovelful, filling half the mold, then following with a second shovelful, which required careful placement in the center. Pay attention. We need a total of 3 shovels, and there is a method to it, Han Weijun explained with a smile. We have a rhyme for making mud bricks: 3 shovels, 6 feet, 12 stomps. With that, he began to stomp on the mold, starting from the corners and moving to the center, ensuring both ends rose an inch above the mold while the center rose 2 inches. Next came the stone hammer. Han Weijun bent down to lift the hammer, instructing Li Dong as he struck. Start with the front, then the back, and finally the center. The order must not be confused, or the bricks will not turn out well. And be careful not to strike the wooden frame. He took his time with the first brick to allow Li Dong to observe closely. Otherwise, he would have already completed a brick. Once the brick was formed, he opened one end of the mold and rested it against the stone hammer. Be mindful when flipping the brick. It should be turned horizontally at the waist, not vertically, as that could ruin it. After successfully flipping the brick, Han Weijun transported it to the stack of bricks, ensuring to hold both ends with both hands. Li Dong nodded in understanding, though internally he was feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Han Weijun asked Li Dong a few questions, and he remembered quickly. After making 2 bricks, he handed the task over to Li Dong. To his astonishment, once Li Dong took the hammer in hand, he found the weight of the stone hammer bewildering. After completing 1 brick, his arms felt sore and his legs numb. This was a task beyond his capabilities. How many bricks would be needed for even a single house? This was proving to be exhausting. I can't do this, Li Dong realized, understanding his own limitations. After struggling through 3 bricks, he felt utterly defeated. Brother Weijun, it's getting late. You should eat, as there is still work to be done later. Very well, just take the tools back when you're done, Han Weijun replied. Han Weijun observed that Li Dong was performing adequately, nodding in approval. However, Li Dong was plagued by bitterness. Feeling as though the few earthen blocks he molded were nearly claiming his life, he mused that if he had to craft hundreds or even thousands of such blocks, it would be more pleasant to simply end it all. Determined to devise a solution, Li Dong realized that he could not continue with the arduous task of making these blocks. It was simply too perilous. Upon returning home, Xiaowan was delighted to see Li Dong bringing tools into the house, exclaiming how wonderful it was that her new father had learned a new skill. Li Dong gazed at Xiaowan, thinking to himself about this troublesome child. Shall we build a brick and tile house, Xiaowan? On his way back, Li Dong recalled the brick houses with black tiles and gable walls that had been constructed in Han Village in the future. He realized that the trend had begun in the last couple of years, and even earlier, in the early 1970s. Li Dong slapped his thigh, chiding himself for his foolishness. Why not just buy bricks and tiles, cement, and hire someone to build the house? In these times, constructing a house was still feasible, provided one was not engaging in speculative trade. He felt utterly foolish for considering the laborious and life-threatening task of making earthen blocks. Enough of that. I need to soak up some sun. Today, I shall go dig sweet potatoes instead, he thought. If I go to that shady spot, I won't be able to resist resting, so I will head to the rice fields instead. After basking in the sun for at least 10 hours, Li Dong, in an effort to avoid crafting earthen blocks, planned to fetch water, or at the very least, wade through it. Upon hearing about Li Dong's determination to marry, Han Fu remarked, "What a fine young man. Look at that enthusiasm. It's clear he is not a lazy lad, but is preparing to strive forward." Indeed, for young men, nothing ignites motivation quite like the prospect of marrying a wife. Li Dong noticed Han Fu gazing at him with a satisfied smile and a peculiar glint in his eyes. What is going on? Li Dong pondered, feeling a sense of unease. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I hope there are no more unexpected troubles on the horizon. Chapter 19. The great ideal of the brick house. Li Dong's proactive pursuit of progress brought immense joy to Han Guofu. Just before the new year, the commune had issued directives to resolve the long-standing issue of unmarried men in the community by the end of the year, urging each production team to actively collaborate in addressing the marriage concerns of single men aged between 25 and 35. As for the older bachelors, their plight was a historical remnant and not within the scope of resolution. Han Village, though small in population, enjoyed a favorable geographical position near the reservoir. And with the capable leadership of Han Guofu and a few others, the entire team had become one of the few in the Lishan commune that could adequately feed its members. Particularly, the number of single men in the team was minimal, with most being older, in their 40s and 50s. In those times, 60 was considered elderly, thus the issues surrounding these individuals were no longer deemed problematic. Consequently, Han Guofu felt quite pleased. While other villages had 3 to 5 unmarried men under 35, Han Village had only one eligible bachelor, Comrade Li Dong. Observing Li Dong's industriousness and his eagerness to increase his work output filled Han Guofu with pride. Go find Guohong. He will provide you with the tools, Han Guofu instructed. Guohong, not only the scorekeeper but also responsible for tool management and distribution, was the right person for the task. And do not forget to have Guohong amend your work details. Understood, Uncle Guofu, Li Dong replied as he sought Guohong to collect the water-fetching tools, which surprised Guohong. Ah, young lad, longing for a wife, are we? Teased Han Bing, who was overseeing the distribution of tools for the sweet potato group, playfully patting Li Dong on the shoulder. Work hard and strive for a cozy winter with a wife and children. That's the beauty of our village. We haven't had a bachelor in over a decade, remarked Han Bing. It's because our team leader is clever. Work diligently and let the leader select a capable wife for you. His eye for choosing brides is renowned. This assertion might have been slightly misguided, for Han Guofu possessed considerable experience in matchmaking, particularly in selecting brides from those who had fled during disasters. Notably, his own wife, Li Chunhua, was among those who had escaped from desperate circumstances. With first-hand experience, Han Guofu annually inquired about areas suffering from calamities and where many had fled, discovering that half of the brides in the village had come from such backgrounds. This earned him the somewhat unflattering nickname of the matchmaker of the fleeing. Yet the absence of bachelors in the village over the past decade was an undeniable fact, as the group bantered and hummed cheerful tunes while following Han Bing further away. Li Dong found himself in a mix of laughter and embarrassment. What is this? Can't we talk about anything other than wives? Uncle Guohong, I'm fetching water today. And Uncle Guofu asked you to amend my work details, Li Dong stated. Rest assured, Guohong replied with a smile. I want to forget. By the way, I have your work record here. When you return, come to my house to collect it. I'll also help you transcribe the work points from the past few days. Every laborer possessed a work record book, and since Li Dong had recently settled in the village, he had yet to receive his. This brief delay did not hinder him, as the work record served to document one's own labor contributions and points. The work record was distinct from the scorekeeper's records, akin to the difference between a general ledger and a personal account. The scorekeeper records the tasks provided by the production team leader. Typically, the team leader organizes the work content the night before, and the scorekeeper diligently notes it down, based on the circumstances of the day, unless there are instances of absenteeism. The records generally remain unchanged. After 10 days, half a month, or during leisure periods, the scorekeeper visits each household to verify the records, ensuring accuracy, though discrepancies are rare. In those times, people were quite sincere. Either there was a lapse in recording or the scorekeeper would correct any mistakes made during the work assignments. Over the years, no conflicts have arisen in Hanzhuang over the work records. Han Guohong has already assisted Li Dong in compiling the work records, and Li Dong can simply transcribe them later. Once I finish my tasks, I will go and retrieve them. Having collected the water bucket and shoulder pole, Li Dong did not delay in joining the water-fetching team. Today, the team is led by Han Weijun, and Li Dong felt apprehensive, knowing it would require immense effort, as the deputy team leader succeeding Han Guofu. Han Weijun leads by example, and Li Dong truly feared being assigned to work alongside him. Indeed, by noon, Li Dong found himself regretting his decision. He endured the scorching sun, questioning why he felt the need to prove his strength. Fetching water was indeed within his capabilities, yet even with a cloth padding his shoulder, he still suffered from abrasions, the pain making him grimace. He resolved not to do this again the following day. He gritted his teeth and persevered for the entire morning, while Han Weijun and others chuckled at his apparent enthusiasm. I told you, as long as there is hope, strength is inexhaustible, they remarked. Look at him, working hard for his wife. This is commendable. Upon hearing this, Li Dong felt an urge to toss the water bucket aside, thinking that if anyone wanted to work, they could do so themselves. He planned to find Uncle Guofu and express his desire to dig sweet potatoes tomorrow, as that would yield 8 work points. Far better than the 12 points he was currently earning. At noon, when he returned home for lunch, Li Dong was greeted by his daughter, Xiaowan, who bore a pained expression. Xiaowan, quickly give Dad a massage. I can't go on like this. What's the point of having a stepmother? Xiaowan rolled her eyes slightly while massaging him, saying, Dad, I spoke with Grandpa Guohong. Tomorrow I will go gather pigweed, which counts for 5 work points. Not 2 is child labor. What? Li Dong sat up abruptly, taken aback that his daughter hadn't consulted him first. Gathering pigweed was a full day's work. In a couple of days, Dad will need to send you to the commune for school. How will you have time for work? Xiaowan lowered her head, recalling what her aunts had said that morning. She felt they were right. Girls should focus on work rather than waste money on education. Dad, I don't want to go to school. Not going to school? Li Dong was genuinely alarmed now, pulling on his shoes and guiding Xiaowan to sit beside him. Why not? You must go to school. Knowledge is essential for everything in life. Do you intend to remain in the village forever? School costs money, and I can't earn work points while studying. I want to earn work points, Xiaowan retorted, her little neck raised defiantly. Li Dong slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Are you worried that Dad cannot support you? Rest assured, I am capable. You need not worry about food. I guarantee you won't go hungry. But Dad needs to build a house and marry. The team leader's grandmother said it will cost 150 yuan. Xiaowan's words left Li Dong momentarily stunned. Are you saying you plan to earn work points to help Dad save money for building a house and marrying? Absurdity, indeed. Amidst the absurdity, Li Dong felt a twinge of emotion for the foolish child. What does 150 yuan amount to? Your father intends to construct 3 grand-tiled houses for our family, complete with a spacious courtyard adorned with bricks and a charming little garden. Yet, Li Dong found himself perplexed as Xiaowan appeared rather disheartened. Suddenly, Xiaowan froze in shock and then collapsed onto the bed, weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming that her father had lost his mind, which frightened her deeply. The notion of grand-tiled houses, something she had only heard of, was a privilege reserved for city dwellers, and Li Dong's extravagant declarations terrified her. Xiaowan lamented her circumstances. She had no mother, and her younger brother had been given away in marriage. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart grew, earning merely 5 work points a day. The team leader's wife had mentioned that this year's harvest was poor. Even if the second crop of rice was not entirely lost, the yield would be meager. Thus, this year, a work point was worth at most 2 cents. Earning a mere 10 cents a day amounted to only 3 yuan a month, and a meager 36 yuan a year. How could her father build a tiled house with such paltry earnings? Her father would remain a bachelor, unable to find a wife or father another brother, and she would marry without anyone to support her. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, Xiao Wan's inner turmoil was profound. Otherwise, he would surely have playfully tapped her on the head. What nonsense, she thought. Her mother was gone, but once her father had earned enough, he would take her to the city to find her mother. Regarding Xiao Wan's biological mother, Li Dong had shared some thoughts, though it was a harsh reality. The village said that Xiao Wan's mother still harbored some affection for her. Such matters were delicate and not easily articulated. Many educated youths married not out of their own volition, and Li Dong felt he had no right to interfere in such complexities. However, he did not find it inappropriate to take Xiao Wan to meet her mother. After all, she was his daughter. Xiao Wan glanced up at Li Dong, only to bury her face in the bed and cry once more, lamenting that her lazy father had begun to boast again. Those who loved to brag often met unfortunate ends, much like the several bachelors in the village who were now considered hopeless. The more she contemplated, the more fear gripped her, and Chojuan had said that a girl without a brother to support her in marriage was looked down upon, destined to be scorned in her in-laws' house. Xiao Wan felt pitiable, her biological father gone, and now faced with a new father who was lazy and prone to grandiose claims. Li Dong, bewildered, wondered why this girl had turned into a character akin to Lin Daiyu. Dear daughter, do not weep. I have labored all morning. Look. My skin is torn. Where is it torn? Let me see. The moment she had been sorrowful, Xiao Wan sprang up, tiptoeing to inspect Li Dong's clothing. There's a small tear. Father, remember to apply the Yunnan Baiyao. Li Dong was indeed familiar with this remedy. He had initially brought 10 boxes along with 100 adhesive bandages and cold medicine, all packed into a large bag. Unfortunately, there had been some mishaps during their time travel, resulting in the loss of many medicines. Now, only 1 box of Yunnan Baiyao and some cold medicine remained, with not a single adhesive bandage left. Yet, having medicine was better than having none at all. After applying the medicine and placing a cloth over the wound, Xiao Wan, though reluctant to part with the new fabric, feared her father's injury would become infected and ensured it was properly covered. Xiao Wan then served rice and meat. And as Li Dong inhaled the fragrant aroma, his appetite surged. He devoured 2 substantial bowls of rice, which rivaled the size of bowls in future times. Sated after consuming the 2 bowls, Li Dong finally felt a sense of comfort and let out a satisfied belch. Upon encountering Xiao Wan leisurely savoring a bowl of meat soup, Li Dong could not resist the temptation to pour all the meat from his bowl into hers. Eat more meat. Being plump and chubby is quite appealing, he thought. Ah, that's too much. I'll save some for dinner. Xiao Wan shook her head vigorously, noting that there were still 5 or 6 pieces of meat left. Earlier that day, the team leader had advised against living extravagantly like her father, especially in times of potential famine. The mere thought of starvation sent shivers down Xiao Wan's spine, for enduring hunger was the most dreadful experience imaginable. Just a few pieces of meat. If I desire more, my father will purchase some when he goes to the city tomorrow. Li Dong realized that certain cuts of meat did not necessarily require ration tickets. With a bit of extra money, especially for spare ribs that others may overlook, he could procure what he wanted. He urged her to eat quickly, otherwise, their father might become upset. Wiping away a tear, Xiao Wan drew Li Dong's attention to her small teardrop, prompting him to murmur affectionately. In the afternoon, Li Dong sought out Han Guofu to express his ambition of constructing a brick and tile house. Han Guofu's eyes widened in astonishment. A brick and tile house, Li Dong? Do not jest. Focus earnestly on your work to earn more labor points and create more mud bricks. After autumn, everyone can assist you in renovating your house. Uncle Guofu. Are you looking down on me? Li Dong retorted, feeling indignant. You all seem to underestimate me. I have come from the 21st century, surely. I can manage to build a brick and tile house. Do you have any idea how much a brick and tile house costs? Li Dong shook his head, genuinely unaware. In the future, he would acquire several properties. Both he and his wife would have provident funds, and with no other investment avenues, they ended up purchasing 3 homes. During their divorce, he claimed only a modest one, just right for their family of 3, with their daughter receiving the largest share, followed by his wife. and he himself taking the smallest portion. However, all those properties were apartments. As for a brick and tile house, Li Dong was uncertain, even in his hometown. His parents and two younger brothers had constructed a two-story building. At least 500, Han Guofu remarked, causing Li Dong to nearly double over in disbelief. 500, he exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. Han Guofu observed the astonished young man, shaking his head at his naivety. Chapter 20. The first discussion conference on the exaggerated style of Comrade Li Dong. Korea Fu observed Li Dong's expression of astonishment. You are taken aback, aren't you? Youngsters speak without restraint. Focus on your work and earn your labor points. During your leisure, engage in making mud bricks, hauling stones, and sifting sand. These are the essentials. I have even understated the matter. This does not account for the stones for the foundation or the timber for the framework. Otherwise, we would be discussing at least 7 or 800. 7 or 800 at most, Li Dong thought to himself, marveling at how inexpensive it was to build a house nowadays. Korea Fu, noticing the shift in Li Dong's expression, nodded in satisfaction. You see, young one, be pragmatic. Repair your earthen house properly and seek a capable wife. That is what truly matters. Launching rockets and flying planes. These matters have seen their fair share of turmoil in recent years. I remain unaware of the circumstances surrounding the satellites and rockets. The higher they ascend, the harder they fall. This is not merely my assertion but a sentiment echoed by the county chief, who, despite being an admirable leader, fell victim to criticism. He dismissed such thoughts, concluding that as common folk, it was best to focus on living well. Fetch water diligently, and when time permits, venture into the mountains to gather usable timber. Gather timber from the mountains? Are you planning to purchase timber from the commune? Korea Fu shot a glance at Li Dong, thinking him naive. He spoke of the trees on the mountains as belonging to the state, collectively owned, yet in practice, no one truly enforced such ownership when it came to building homes. With the decrease in militia patrols, Korea Fu contemplated gathering a few people to assist Li Dong in fetching timber when the patrols were absent. This would save a considerable sum, coupled with hauling stones, collecting sand, and making mud bricks. If Li Dong was willing to work, these materials would not incur significant costs. When the time came to construct the house, a few labor points and a meal would suffice. In these times, while assistance is given, families hardly possess surplus grain. Undertaking such work inevitably delays labor hours, and typically, the homeowner covers the labor points for construction. However, Korea Fu could serve as a guarantor, allowing Li Dong to repay the labor points when he returns to work next year. Despite Korea Fu's heartfelt counsel, Li Dong absorbed little of it. Stones and timber are free, as long as labor points are accounted for. Yet, there remain expenses for food and drink, bricks, tiles, and cement. The labor cost could reach approximately 500. Is 500 easy to earn? Certainly not. In these times, a legitimate laboring farmer, particularly one with a large family like Korea Fu's, often earned no more than 200 to 300 a year, and sometimes had to allocate funds for food. Calculating the figures, the average annual income of the Han Village production team barely reached 3 digits. Most of the time, it was only around 20 or 30. With some families scraping by with just a few yuan throughout the entire year. This was already considered a relatively prosperous production team. Over half of the production teams nationwide left farmers in debt at the end of the year. Han Village was among the few production teams within the Lishan commune that managed to avoid starvation. Presently, nearly 300 million farmers struggle with hunger. For farmers, 500 yuan, while not astronomical, represents a significant sum, an unattainable figure for families with assets of merely 30 to 50 yuan. However, Li Dong was quite different. Having arrived in the 21st century, when faced with exorbitant housing prices that easily reached hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions, the prospect of constructing 3 brick houses for a mere 500 yuan seemed extraordinarily cheap. Uncle Guofu, when will we start gathering timber, and where can we procure stones? Li Dong exclaimed with fervor. He envisioned the charming brick houses he had suggested, which would provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, free from the company of rats. He planned to lay cement floors that would deter any rodents, and oh, how delightful it would be to install glass windows that would allow for ample light. The entrance also needed to be adorned with quality wood, unlike the current dilapidated wooden planks, and he deemed the threshold unnecessary, as a grand door would suffice. What does this mean? Guofu was momentarily bewildered. Why was this lad brimming with excitement? Had he not articulated his point clearly? The thought of purchasing stones perplexed him. Who didn't he scavenge for stones at the creek or foot of the mountain, or even venture into the mountains to fetch them? This boy's inclination to buy stones suggested a frivolous waste of money, indicating that his previous admonishments had not been sufficiently impactful. It seemed the young man had not grasped the gravity of his misunderstanding. 500 yuan, 500 yuan. Li Dong scampered off with a water bucket, leaving Guofu standing in a daze on the embankment, lost in thought, as a gust of wind whisked away his hat. Oh dear, this boy hasn't he absorbed a thing. Slapping his thigh, Guofu dashed after his hat, recognizing its value. As for Li Dong's need for education, Guofu resolved to find a suitable moment later to impart some wisdom. Li Dong spent the afternoon grinning widely, oblivious to his fatigue while fetching water. 500 yuan at 7 yuan per shirt, earning back that some would require merely 100 shirts. How remarkably inexpensive. He had anticipated that bricks and tiles would cost thousands, only to discover they were merely a few hundred. With a cheerful heart, Li Dong continued his task, prompting Han Wei-jun to concede that the lad was indeed a capable laborer. However, soon after, Li Dong sought out Han Hong to change jobs. Indeed, fetching water was not a long-term endeavor. He could never again endure such toil. The excitement had worn off, leaving his body sore and his shoulders numb. Li Dong inwardly chastised himself. How could 500 yuan have led him to such exuberance, losing all sense of propriety? Changing jobs? But you were doing splendidly with the water, Han Hong remarked, perplexed. Fetching water earns 12 work points, while digging sweet potatoes only yields 8. That's a significant difference. Uncle Guohong, look at my shoulders. They're swollen. It's not that I'm slacking. I simply cannot continue. The others rolled their eyes in unison, each having persevered through similar struggles. Han Hong reassured him that a night's rest would suffice, and that with time, he would grow accustomed to the demands of the task, his skin thickening to withstand it. Please, no. Li Dong insisted, resolutely refusing to continue. He feared that before his skin could toughen, he might lose his life to the rigors of fetching water. No, this was a task he truly could not undertake. Despite Han Hong's attempts to persuade him, Li Dong remained steadfast in his decision, even declaring that he would instead go tend to the pigs. As soon as those words left his mouth, the others cast scornful glances at Li Dong. Gathering pig fodder was a task suited for robust men, while it was women, the elderly, and children who typically engaged in such chores. Han Guohong looked at Li Dong, who wore a defiant expression, and sighed in resignation. It seemed she had overestimated him. She had harbored hopes that this lad had changed, that his desire to marry had spurred him to be more industrious. Alas, it appeared she had been mistaken. At his core, this young man was inherently lazy, and he could scarcely endure a single day's labor. What was to be done? There truly was no other young person in the village as indolent as he. Han Guohong resignedly remarked, very well, I shall discuss this matter with Guofu later. Tomorrow, you will join the group digging sweet potatoes. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Uncle Guohong. I won't mention it to Uncle Guofu, Li Dong exclaimed, and without further ado, he dashed off home to eat, eager for a hearty meal to restore his strength. As for discussing the matter of exchanging labor with Han Guofu, that seemed futile. He could only imagine the scolding he would receive. Li Dong was no fool. Why invite trouble upon himself? It was far wiser to approach the more amenable Han Guohong regarding this issue. Meanwhile, Han Guohong tidied up and took stock of the tools before heading to Han Guofu's residence. What did you say? Li Dong protested, reluctant to fetch water after just one day of labor. Han Guofu stood up abruptly. Why didn't you mention this to me? Wei-jun, did he say anything to you? No, he didn't. I thought he was doing quite well today. I even assumed he had turned over a new leaf, Han Wei-jun replied with surprise. Li Dong had indeed worked diligently that afternoon, showing no signs of laziness and displaying commendable enthusiasm. He had even suggested Li Dong take a break, believing that the prospect of marrying had motivated him to reform. It appeared, however, that Han Wei-jun had misjudged the situation. The young man had no intention of continuing this newfound diligence. Han Wei-jun felt a surge of irritation towards the scoundrel. Han Guofu was equally exasperated, having thought that the boy had mended his ways, only to find him retreating to his old habits after just one day. Had you not mentioned this, I would have forgotten. This afternoon, he came to me, expressing a desire to build a brick house. I thought he was genuinely considering it. What? Him? Really? I mean, how could you possibly believe his fanciful tales? A brick house is no trivial endeavor. Is he truly capable of such a feat, given his penchant for laziness? Han Guofu's second son, a pragmatic soul who worked hard, albeit with a rather straightforward mind, might have otherwise secured a position within the production team by now. Strangely enough, he did inquire about this earlier, asking how to purchase stones, hire labor, and where to find windows, glass, and door frames. He even asked about cement, wondering if it required a ticket, Han Wei-jun said, smacking his forehead. I thought he was merely asking out of curiosity. It turns out he was seriously contemplating building a brick house. Brother, do you really believe him? Building a brick house would cost at least 500 or 600. Does he even have that kind of money? Han Weijun scoffed, shaking his head at the notion of his lazy demeanor. Han Guhong, however, held a differing opinion. Guofu, do you think this lad might borrow money from relatives in the city to build a house? Indeed, how could I have overlooked that possibility? Han Guofu exclaimed, slapping his palm against his forehead. This young man may indeed be capable of that. How could this be? Which relative would lend such a substantial sum to a slothful individual? It would be quite generous of them to offer even 30 or 50 yuan. But this is several hundred. City dwellers do not possess such wealth. Han Weizhang is correct. It is not easy for city residents to part with several hundred yuan at once. That amount could purchase 3 major household items, which is the hallmark of a well-endowed wedding in the city. Indeed, one must wonder if this child is contemplating some dubious scheme. Let us go, Guohong. Summon the production team's leaders and a few elders. We must visit Li Dong's home. Han Guofu abruptly stood up, recognizing that while this lad may be idle, he possesses a sharp mind. One must ensure he does not stray onto a misguided path. This simply will not do. Han Guofu intends to convene a meeting to properly educate Li Dong, urging him to abandon any ostentatious behavior or dubious ventures. He must remain grounded, work diligently, earn his share of labor points, marry, and raise children. That is the true path. Li Dong was baffled. Just as he prepared to serve the large steamed buns, Han Guofu arrived with more than 10 others, all entering in a flurry, their expressions serious, armed with notebooks and pens. The sight startled Li Dong. Uncle Guofu, have you eaten? He glanced at the large buns on the table, their aroma wafting through the air, stuffed with eggs and chives, accompanied by a plate of sliced canned meat. Han Guofu and the others exchanged glances. This was alarming. If they continued indulging in such delicacies, there would be no funds left for building a house or marrying. They would be fortunate not to starve. It seems that ideological education, hard work, and frugality are imperative. The immediate concern is to rectify Li Dong's attitude. Time is of the essence, and the day must be devoted to guiding his thoughts. Under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, Li Dong found it difficult to continue eating his bun. What is happening here? Li Dong sensed the gravity of the situation. It seemed as though they were approaching him directly. Could it be that his speculative activities had been uncovered? Surely not. If so, they should be apprehending Lu Dehua. What business is it of mine, Li Dong? Chapter 21. The Indulgent Life Goodness, with a dozen or so individuals crammed into a single room. Li Dong found himself seated at the edge of the table, chopsticks in hand, momentarily at a loss as to whether he should begin his meal. Sixth Master, perhaps Uncle Guofu would like to join us for a bite? Although the buns might fall short, it is only polite to extend the invitation. Besides, there is still wine to consider. A bottle of gujing lay at Li Dong's feet, a fitting remedy for the exhaustion of the day, a way to replenish his spirits. I have another bottle of wine. Would Uncle Guofu care for a drink? Wu Jing recalled attending the county's conference on agricultural advancements, where this fellow had brought not only wine but also meat and buns stuffed with eggs and chives, far superior to what the old county head would partake. Such delicacies were seldom found in the city. It felt almost sinful. Sixth Master observed that the pipe he had been smoking was now a mere shadow of its former self, replaced by a younger generation from Han Village. He felt an urge to strike Li Dong on the head with it, exclaiming, "This is outrageous." Indeed, the abundance of wine and meat seemed a luxury reserved for capitalists and landowners. Could this feast possibly cost a mere 1 or 2 yuan? Several elder relatives shook their heads in disbelief, noting that this was the fare of farmers. Even the cadres from the provincial capital would not dare indulge in such excess. Wine and meat were relics of a bygone era, reserved for the feast of landlords. Is this bottle worth over 2 yuan? Wu Jing inquired as he placed the wine bottle at the center of the table. Approximately, perhaps a bit more, Li Dong murmured. But is there really a prohibition on alcohol in the production team? Initially startled by the sudden arrival of so many serious-faced guests, Li Dong's first thought was that his speculative activities had been discovered. However, he quickly realized that he had not used his real name, opting instead for the alias Lu Dehua. If anyone were to be apprehended, it would be Lu Dehua, not Li Dong. What could be the matter? He glanced back at Xiaowan, wondering if she had inadvertently let something slip. Yet, Xiaowan was equally frightened, thinking that Li Dong's clandestine fishing excursions had been reported. In a fit of panic, she collapsed onto the bed in tears, only to be consoled after some effort by the fifth ant nearby. Over 2 yuan. What kind of wine is this? Fit for the Jade Emperor? Sixth Master tapped the bottle with his pipe. noting that it bore no resemblance to the high-quality liquor he typically consumed, which cost only a few jiao per jean, considered quite extravagant. During the new year, he would only purchase half a jean. It was unthinkable to indulge in such costly spirits outside of festive occasions. Sixth master, it's 3 yuan and 6 jiao. Li Dong could not help but whisper, you should take it easy. This bottle costs more than 3 yuan. What? How much? 3 yuan and 6 jiao? That's enough to buy several jean of meat. Sixth master was taken aback, exclaiming, good heavens, a bottle of wine for 3 yuan and 6 jiao. You must be jesting. Yet, he ceased his tapping on the bottle. If it broke, the financial burden would be unbearable. The gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone present, particularly concerning Li Dong's excessive indulgence in food and drink. Such extravagance was in stark contrast to the ideals of hard work and frugality espoused by great leaders. This was hedonism, and it simply would not do. Drinking and feasting, this is the essence of capitalist landowners, a path we must not tread, indulging in gluttony, squandering money, and inviting countless troubles. Yet here we are, still boasting a myriad of issues at hand. Uncle Guofu. Li Dong felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. The large steamed buns were growing cold, and soon they would lose their appeal. Perhaps you all should sit down first. These egg-filled buns will taste dreadful if they get cold, he suggested. Han Guofu shot a glance at Li Dong, who was still preoccupied with his meal, as he settled down to invite everyone to find a spot. He opened his notebook, ready to speak. But Li Dong had already grabbed a bun and handed it to Xiao Wan. Eat up, fifth aunt, sixth master, you should try some too, Uncle Guofu. There aren't many buns left, so I won't serve you all. Each elder received a bun from Li Dong, fifth and inhaled the fragrant aroma. Delicious. This scent reminds me of when I was a servant in the landowner's household. Truly delightful. Li Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Fifth aunt, let us praise the buns without dragging the landowners into this. That's a heavy mantle to bear. Li Dong was no fool. He noticed the change in the expressions of Han Guofu and the others. Their indulgence would surely draw criticism. Can we not enjoy a meal in peace? He thought, biting into the large bun, alternating between the bun and the meat, deciding against the wine for now. At that moment, the enticing aroma of meat, egg, and chives wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of Han Guofu and the others. They swallowed hard, finding the scent irresistible. This young man was evidently generous with the cooking oil and meat. He directly scooped half a bowl of meat onto Xiaowan's plate, while he mixed the remaining into his rice porridge. Who among us doesn't relish such a meal for 3 to 5 days? Such extravagance, they all thought, shaking their heads. Yet Li Dong paid no mind, relishing his meal until he was completely satisfied. If only he could enjoy a couple more sips of wine. It would be perfect, but given the current atmosphere, it seemed unwise to indulge further. Finished, are we? He asked, clapping his hands together, causing a few mosquitoes to stir. Xiao Wan, light the mosquito coils. These pesky insects are relentless. Despite the cooling weather, the mosquitoes showed no signs of abating. Li Dong planned to seal the windows with cloth, but Xiao Wan protested, deeming it a waste of fine fabric for a few mosquitoes. She promised to fan Li Dong every night, which was why they opted against covering the windows. Fortunately, there were mosquito coils, otherwise, Xiao Wan would have to fan him all night, making sleep impossible. In recent days, Xiao Wan had learned how to use the mosquito coils. She took out a disposable lighter and a coil, igniting it and placing it in a holder. The sight left Han Guofu and the others dumbfounded. What is this? Press and it ignites? They wondered, captivated by the swirling smoke of the mosquito coil and the transparent lighter in Xiao Wan's hand. What is this? Fifth aunt gasped in surprise as Xiao Wan wiped her still damp eyes. It's a lighter. What kind of machine is that? A lighter, made by the Japanese, Li Dong replied, taking it to demonstrate to everyone. What is this? Foreign contraband? This is unacceptable. It must be discarded immediately. No, wait. Li Dong hurriedly intervened. Sixth master, fifth aunt. This is worth a couple of coins. So expensive? The child exclaimed. A box of matches costs only 2 cents. How can this be worth a couple of coins? You youngsters are such reckless spenders. Fifth aunt and sixth master shook their heads in disapproval. They meticulously counted every penny, waiting until the new year just to buy the child candies that cost a mere penny for 3. They were overly protective of their finances and had never witnessed such extravagant spending. What is this item? Han Guofu was at a loss for words. Li Dong's behavior is rather concerning. He indulges in hedonism. This cannot continue. Farmers must not behave in such a manner. It would render him a wastrel. Clearly, prompt criticism and education are necessary. Furthermore, he contemplated finding a competent wife for Li Dong, one who could manage affairs effectively. Ideally, someone robust enough to keep him in check. With Han Guofu's piercing gaze upon him, Li Dong felt a shiver run down his spine, anticipating some unwelcome consequence. Uncle Guofu, this is mosquito coil. It repels mosquitoes. Mosquito coil? The group had never encountered such a thing before. Could this item truly emit enough smoke to deter mosquitoes? Indeed, the mosquitoes have lessened. How much does this cost? It's inexpensive, just a few coins. Immediately regretting his words, Li Dong realized that in this era, a few coins could be a substantial burden. As soon as he spoke, Han Guofu's eyes bulged in disbelief, and Sixth Master's pipe could no longer be restrained, striking Li Dong on the head. Ouch! Li Dong clutched his head. Sixth Master, at your age, how can you still have such a temper? Do not hold me back. I must teach this boy a lesson. A few coins for what? Just to avoid a few mosquito bites? What a travesty! The more Sixth Master spoke, the angrier he became. If this were during the 3 years of hardship, a single coin could sustain an entire family. The others nodded in agreement. What does it matter if a few mosquitoes bite? A few coins for a coil? There are other ways to repel them. Our homes can utilize cattail sticks. Even if the smell is unpleasant, one does not truly understand the value of money until they bear the burden of household expenses. Li Dong was filled with regret, wondering why he couldn't have just endured a few mosquito bites. Alas, there was no one to reason with. After considerable persuasion, Sixth Master finally settled down, taking his dry tobacco far away from the mosquito coil, muttering in his old ways that he could not afford such luxuries. Li Dong noticed Han Guofu and the others had formed a formidable front, and he felt a sense of dread, overwhelmed by inexperience and urgency. What should he do? Chapter 22. Labor brings me joy. What else could Li Dong do but wear a bitter face and await his condemnation? Fortunately, the quartet had been eliminated. And now the Red Guards and the younger cadres were all behaving themselves, too afraid to venture out, let alone persecute anyone. Both ideological and physical struggles had come to a halt. If not for Li Dong's hedonistic tendencies, he might have found himself branded with the label of bourgeois decadence and subjected to public humiliation. In those times, even a family enjoying a meal of meat had to be cautious, fearing the imposition of such labels, often resorting to secretive feasts behind closed doors. Thankfully, Han Guofu and his comrades were not mere young cadres. They adhered to a policy of critical education aimed at reform. They began to indoctrinate Li Dong with a series of teachings, emphasizing the importance of diligent work, grounded in the spirit of thrift and hard work, as opposed to indulgence. They implored him to be steadfast in his labor for the nation and the people, contributing to the socialist new era. Li Dong nodded vigorously, convinced that whatever they said was undoubtedly right, their intentions noble. As a New Age student who had attended moral education classes, he promised earnestly to change his ways and adhere to their guidance, with a facade of agreement masking his inner dissent. He firmly believed that Han Guofu and his peers were indeed correct, never daring to voice a contradiction. He intended to partake in whatever sustenance was available and relish it. The present seemed fortuitous. As long as he could endure hardship and labor diligently, he would be able to fill his belly. With the autumn harvest approaching, if he managed to secure a home and perhaps marry a capable wife, he might even cradle a healthy son next year. The thought of a plump child sent a shiver down his spine. Han Guofu perceived potential in Li Dong, believing he could still be molded. The virtues of hard work and frugality must not be forsaken. Life required meticulous budgeting to ensure a steady supply of necessities, avoiding hunger. As the adage goes, even with bountiful harvests, one must still consume simple fare. This wisdom resonated well. Thrift was a familial treasure that should not be forgotten. Li Dong was cautioned against reckless spending, for one cannot squander resources without consequence. The elders spoke in agreement, reiterating the importance of frugality and simplicity, warning against emulating the capitalist excesses of the wealthy landowners. When the matter of constructing a brick house was broached, it was suggested that Li Dong was aiming too high. He felt helpless, wondering why his aspirations were deemed boastful or extravagant. After all, it was merely a brick house, a matter of trust among individuals. Yet, speaking of trust, things had improved over the past 2 years. The earlier years had been rife with familial betrayals, children reporting on parents, spouses turning against one another, leaving genuine human connections in tatters. The warmth of kinship had waned, as any misstep could lead to denunciation. Shawan, keep a close watch on your spending. Do not squander your resources, admonished Wuliangye, patting Shawan's hand, lamenting the absence of a matriarch in the household. Han Shawan nodded vigorously, firmly assuring that she would keep a vigilant eye on her father, ensuring he would not squander money recklessly. managing the household diligently and urging her new father to transform himself and start anew. "Grandma Wu, I understand. I will certainly look after Dada," she declared. Now Shawan was also set to earn work points, and it was imperative for everyone to work diligently, avoiding any further mischief. Grandma Wu earnestly advised, "This year, let us marry off a daughter-in-law and have a healthy baby boy next year. What can Shawan do to earn work points?" Li Dong pondered, initially inclined to agree with the notion of having several robust children to nurture. However, upon hearing about Xiaozhuan's schooling, he quickly interjected, "Uncle Guofu, I was just about to discuss Xiaozhuan's education with you. I heard we need a certificate from our production team." "School? What school?" Grandma Wu, Han Guofu, and several others were taken aback, perplexed by the sudden mention of education. "Xiaowan, regarding school, I plan to send her to the commune for schooling this year," Li Dong stated matter-of-factly, believing it was time for the child to embark on her educational journey. "What purpose does it serve for a girl to attend school?" Grandma Wu began to voice her concerns but was interrupted by Lu Yu. "Think carefully about schooling. This is closely tied to the issue of rations. People in the countryside still lack understanding about education, often viewing it as futile, believing it hinders the earning of work points for basic sustenance. Aside from the third child of the team leader who attends the commune school, no other children have gone to school. At 5 or 6 years old, they can already earn work points. What need is there for schooling, especially for girls?" Grandma Wu shook her head, lamenting the child's apparent lack of financial acumen. After Grandma Wu and Lu Yi departed, Han Guofu called Li Dong aside. "What are your true intentions regarding the brick house? This lad has been unusually silent." And Han Guofu sensed something amiss. "Do not emulate others in reckless ventures or underhanded dealings." Han Guofu had heard rumors of a resurgence of speculative activities, which did not bode well, having led many young people astray. He was indifferent to other villages, but in Han Village, anyone attempting to engage in such schemes would find themselves swiftly dealt with. Li Dong thought to himself, "What recklessness! Does Han Guofu know something? I must devise a plan. Otherwise, acquiring funds for the house may prove difficult." "Uncle Guofu, what are you implying?" "I visited my second uncle recently, and he informed me that my father left behind a house for me. I thought it wise to sell it and not return to live there." "The house in the city?" Han Guofu's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Dong realized he had been caught off guard. "Indeed. I no longer reside in Han Village as production team, so what need do I have for a city house?" "Child, have you lost your senses? Having a city household registration is immensely advantageous. You could easily transfer your residence back there." "Oh, that might be too late. I arranged for it to be sold just a few days ago. It might already be off the market, as city properties sell quite well." Li Dong feigned a lack of clarity, failing to recognize the implications. Returning to the city was not feasible, for one could not find soft-shelled turtles there. Moreover, life in the city was far more chaotic than in the countryside. Han Guofu slapped his chest in regret, lamenting, "Alas, I have hindered your progress. I should have inquired more thoroughly before allowing your household registration here." "No, Uncle Guofu, this matter is not your fault." Delighted, Li Dong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Uncle Guofu harbored some guilt towards him, which would undoubtedly facilitate matters in the future. "As for the construction of the brick and tile house, I shall assist in gathering information, yet acquiring cement will prove to be a challenge, so prepare yourself mentally." Guofu sighed, reflecting on the numerous individuals in the city who yearn for a household registration, all yearning for the privilege of purchasing staple goods. Given Li Dong's uncle's capabilities, he might even assist in securing a stable job, thus delaying the prospects for others' children. Observing Guofu's departing figure, Li Dong thought to himself that this was indeed fortuitous. The funds for the brick and tile house now had a legitimate rationale, and he merely needed to await opportunities for profit. Li Dong glanced at the figures displayed on his screen, finding them satisfactory, approaching 40. At the current pace, within a week, he would once again embark on a temporal journey. He needed to expedite his efforts in catching soft-shell turtles. Although the reservoir teemed with turtles, the tools at hand were inadequate, limiting his catch to a maximum of 3 or 2 in a day, and he had yet to accumulate even 10 turtles. As for wild fish, they proved to be even harder to catch. One might think farmers were foolish, but if fish and shrimp were easily obtainable, even if not palatable, everyone would surely endeavor to supplement their food supply. After all, filling one's belly takes precedence, yet the scarcity of fishing tools rendered catching fish far more challenging than anticipated. Rather than squander time and energy, Li Dong believed it was more pragmatic to work diligently for labor credits. In this regard, he held a different perspective. Each turtle could fetch hundreds or even thousands of yuan in the future, a substantial gain. Returning with the proceeds from selling turtles, He could invest in fine cotton shirts, thus yielding another lucrative venture. Li Dong felt somewhat helpless, having arrived from a future replete with money-making schemes. He found himself confronted with unforeseen difficulties. Recently, during a visit back to 2018, he had perused several novels set in this era, where characters amassed fortunes effortlessly. However, upon his arrival, reality proved to be utterly disillusioning. The presence of patrolling militiamen in the countryside was no laughing matter, armed with genuine firearms. Even catching a fish could lead to severe repercussions, and fleeing would result in a fatal shot. The probability of encountering robbers during a simple outing was alarmingly high. Aside from the relative safety of trains, other ventures felt like a gamble with one's life. Selling goods in the city was fraught with peril, as the production brigade would seek to speak with him, while the local production team might resort to violence. Speculation and profiteering at that time were akin to robbery and violence in the future. Reporting such activities was akin to performing a civic duty in the present day. One could scarcely speak openly of engaging in business without facing disdainful glances, and a mere report could land one in prison. In the best-case scenario, a stray bullet could send one back to their hometown. Li Dong found himself deeply conflicted. He was not inherently reckless, and engaging in speculation felt like a perilous endeavor. He refrained from discussing such matters openly, even with Xiao Wan, limiting the conversation to fish sales, which could merely be deemed as trimming the collective's profits. 500 yuan easier said than done. The thought of venturing into the county to engage in speculation, particularly selling shirts, was daunting. Previously, Wuliangye had assisted him but nearly faced arrest due to a report, and during a meal, a group of ruffians had set their sights on him, nearly leading to a robbery. The prospect of selling shirts in the city now seemed even more formidable. Li Dong resolved to carefully consider his plans. Lest he suffer a setback, this was indeed a matter of life and death. Although he, being from the future, understood that speculation would eventually gain official recognition from the state, the immediate risks loomed large. However, it is not feasible at present, at least on the surface. Class struggle remains the guiding principle, and one must not recklessly offer oneself as a sacrifice. Alas, it is regrettable that this Wuliangye may not even be a true name, and might not necessarily be affiliated with the Chika commune. In a chance encounter, Li Dong employed the alias of Lu Dehua, so it is uncertain whether Wuliangye is also a pseudonym. As for contact methods, it is almost a farce. In this age where news is disseminated through shouting and hollering, apart from the commune that possesses a telephone, even a small production team like Hanzhuang lacks a loudspeaker. Gathering to discuss matters by ringing a bell remains the norm in rural areas, and the only means of contact is through addresses. Writing letters or sending telegrams is a luxury. First, one must accumulate solar points. Li Dong designated the first series of numbers as solar points, aiming to accumulate 100 before revisiting the year 2018, prioritizing bringing items over contemplating their sale. Currently, there is not even a shadow of that. It is truly disheartening. Starting tomorrow, I will be engaged in a week of strenuous labor. Li Dong has been subjected to labor reform, a decision unanimously agreed upon by all the cadres of the Hanzhuang production team and a few esteemed representatives of the villagers, with immediate execution set for tomorrow. What is the purpose of all this? I truly acted foolishly and should not have been so ostentatious. Little Wan, observing her father's sighs of despair, crawled over to give Li Dong a shoulder massage. Little Wan, you must study diligently to strive for university and secure a good job to support your father. Then life will be easier for me. Little One nodded earnestly, resolving to study hard, earn money to find a wife for her father, and bear a healthy baby brother, so that when she marries, her brother will be there to support her. Chapter 23. The Soldier in the Militia Patrol Team. Data, rise and shine. Li Dong sighed in resignation. His cherished slumber had been abruptly interrupted. It was now the third day of this critical education. In the preceding days, Li Dong had been shadowing Han Guofu, who, in a bid to express his regret for depriving Li Dong of his urban household registration, had taken it upon himself to mentor Li Dong in the art of agriculture. If he could not become a city dweller, then he would be molded into an exemplary farmer. This endeavor had exhausted Li Dong immensely. On the first day, he spent the entire morning fetching water, only to spend the afternoon with Han Guofu inspecting the seedlings. They addressed the dire need to replenish those that had perished due to drought. Immersed in learning about transplanting and remedying seedling diseases, Li Dong found himself both fatigued and inundated with agricultural knowledge. Initially, he had intended to merely get by, but to his dismay, assessments began the following day. His ignorance provoked Han Guofu to the brink of frustration, nearly brandishing his pipe to reprimand Li Dong. There was no choice but to learn diligently. Today, they were to visit the cornfields. Another day of instruction loomed ahead. Li Dong felt a sense of helplessness, for he anticipated that Han Guofu would continue to impart knowledge for the next several days. He wiped his face, reflecting on the hardships of life. Xiaowan, do we still have any meat left? None, Xiaowan replied, exasperated. You finished the last bit yesterday. She had hoped to stretch the meat over 3 days. But her father's appetite had thwarted her plans. Alas, we'll have fish for dinner. We still have plenty of seasoning, and braised fish tastes quite delightful. Not a bad idea, Li Dong mused, considering that fish would suffice. Thankfully, there was still some cooking oil and spices to ensure a pleasant flavor. However, upon noticing Dada's gaze fixated on the cooking oil, Xiaowan's heart raced with anxiety. I'll handle the fish, she declared, hastily stowing the oil in the pantry and locking it securely. This simply won't do. This girl is becoming too cunning, Li Dong lamented. He merely wished to add a bit more oil, yet life had become increasingly complicated. Xiaowan, the day after tomorrow, I will take you to the commune for school. By the way, could you bring me a little money? Seeing Xiaowan's frugal demeanor brought a smirk to Li Dong's face. This was one of the few joys amidst the daily grind. Xiaowan eyed him warily, recalling what Grandma had said about managing the household. Only through diligence could her father remarry and they could welcome a chubby little brother, ensuring a future for her own marriage. For what amount? Not much, just 5 yuan. Li Dong replied with a chuckle, gesturing playfully, prompting Xiaowan to roll her eyes. I've already gathered the information. The captain stated that tuition is only 1 yuan and 50 cents. Books and supplies amount to 1 yuan, and miscellaneous fees are 50 cents, totaling 3 yuan. Xiaowan calculated with impressive acumen, leaving Li Dong momentarily speechless. This little girl was becoming quite the little shrewd one. Dada, don't think you can deceive me into giving you money for meat. Sigh, this little cotton-padded jacket is quite the schemer. Xiaowan had grown accustomed to Li Dong's sporadic eccentricities as she served rice alongside a plate of pickled vegetables. Cautiously glancing out the window to ensure no one was around, she brought forth a small dish of scrambled eggs with chives. Didn't we finish this yesterday? Li Dong inquired, pleasantly surprised. Scrambled eggs with chives was one of his favorite dishes. Yesterday, there was only 1 egg left. Li Dong remarked as he gazed at Xiaowan. Did you not eat yours? It appeared that the young girl had saved her portion for herself, explaining her reluctance to eat the previous night. Since you won't eat it, I shall, he said, feeling a bit guilty about consuming the food she had set aside. I don't like eggs, she replied, pouring the scrambled egg into Li Dong's bowl and opting for pickled vegetables instead. Li Dong thought to himself, who doesn't enjoy eggs? How about we share it? Otherwise, I won't eat it all. Oh, fine then, Xiaowan acquiesced. Li Dong divided the egg, giving her more than half, though in reality, it was just a small portion since it was merely 1 scrambled egg, and after sharing, there wasn't much left. After they finished breakfast, Xiaowan began to clear the dishes, planning to go collect pig fodder shortly. She wanted to earn some work points before school, a notion Li Dong initially opposed. But her stubbornness prevailed. If you don't let me, I won't go to school, she declared. Not wanting a confrontation that might lead to her skipping school altogether, he relented. Sighing, Li Dong contemplated the day ahead, knowing it would be arduous. He chuckled bitterly at his predicament. Once a top student, now he found himself learning the ways of farming. He had no prior experience and was utterly unaware of the realities of the production team, which felt akin to the most stringent of clubs. Members could not be absent without cause, and any outing required permission and legitimate reasons. Otherwise, one was left stranded without a letter of introduction. Uncle Guofu, said Han Guofu, noticing Li Dong's buoyant spirit, in a bit, you will accompany Wei Jun to the commune. Taken aback, Li Dong wondered what business awaited him at the commune, questioning whether he would be excused from his studies. What is it about? He inquired. It concerns the militia patrol, Han Guofu replied. It is our production team's turn to send someone, and I intend to send you. Li Dong was unaware of when he had joined the militia, but his curiosity piqued about what the patrol entailed. Han Guofu's decision seemed to carry an implicit warning. Coming from the city, possessing knowledge and a quick wit, Li Dong was the type most prone to trouble. Naive souls were often safer, less likely to engage in reckless behavior. However, those who were clever could easily veer off course, learning things others might not consider. And Han Guofu harbored concerns that Li Dong might pick up on dubious practices that could yield quick profits, but also lead to perilous consequences. The militia patrol was responsible for apprehending petty thieves and curbing illicit activities, and Han Guofu hoped that by involving Li Dong, he might grasp the gravity of such actions. Regrettably, Li Dong remained oblivious to Han Guofu's underlying intentions. Cheerfully, he set off with Han Wei-jun, reveling in a day free from labor, humming a little tune. Han Wei-jun glanced back at him. Why aren't you dressed more warmly? It gets rather cold during the night patrol. At night, Li Dong was taken aback, and Han Wei-jun looked at him in astonishment. You didn't know? The militia patrols are a 24-hour affair. You haven't forgotten to bring provisions, have you? Provisions too? Regardless of the meal, Li Dong suddenly panicked. Jokingly, he thought that if he went 24 hours without food, he might very well starve to death. Hastily, Li Dong rummaged through his pockets and, fortunately, found that he still had some money. However, upon further searching, he discovered only half a jean of grain coupons. Wei-jun, do you have any grain coupons? Could you lend me half a jean? Half a jean of coupons could buy at most 2 steamed buns, which was insufficient for a day and night of sustenance. Li Dong turned to Han Wei-jun for assistance. Han Wei-jun produced a half-jean grain coupon and handed it to Li Dong. This lad seemed rather affluent, possessing 5 yuan, while he himself typically carried no more than 1 yuan, which he had borrowed from his mother, Li Chunhua, before heading out. In the Han household, Li Chunhua managed the finances. All the money was in her hands, and even Han Wei-jun had to ask her for funds. Thank you, Wei-jun. The two arrived at the commune, where several militia members from other production teams had already gathered. Han Zhuang and the surrounding 3 villages constituted one production brigade, with each village providing 1 militia member. The 4 filled out their information and received rifles. Indeed, rifles. Li Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first time handling such a weapon. He was filled with excitement as he trembled in anticipation when the bullets were laid before him. Brothers, is this your first encounter? The 3 beside him were seasoned patrollers, already well acquainted with the firearm. They hailed from Gaojiazwang, Bizhai, and Zhangjiawan production teams, Gao Weimin, Bai Jiasao, and Zhang Hongbing. Li Dong noted with surprise that Bai Jiasao was among them. When introducing himself, the trio appeared taken aback. They were astonished to find a person with the surname Li in Han Zhuang. Upon learning that Li Dong was an educated youth, their surprise deepened. What is the matter? Aren't educated youths supposed to return to the city? Bai Jiasao began, but was interrupted by Gao Weimin, who exchanged a knowing glance. Not all educated youths returned to the city. Some had no family to return to, others bore the weight of a stigma, and some had simply lost everything. Li Dong. Bai Jiasao didn't mean any harm, Gao Weimin, the patrol leader, interjected, exhibiting a more mature demeanor. It's all right. I find the countryside quite pleasant. Li Dong replied with a smile, producing his Jiangsu cigarettes. Gao Weimin, Bai Jiasao, and Zhang Hongbing's eyes lit up at the sight of the fine goods. As they accepted the cigarettes and watched Li Dong pull out a lighter, their expressions transformed into ones of bewilderment. When Li Dong struck the flame, they were utterly astonished. This educated youth was quite remarkable and possessed many fine items. Your lighter is truly beautiful, they remarked. It's rather nice. They say it's newly produced from the coastal region, Li Dong responded, wearing a proud expression, relishing their surprise. No wonder it's difficult to obtain, they mused. It's manageable, Li Dong replied, and at his words, Gao Weimin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, secretly taking note of this. Let us converse while we patrol, he suggested. Departing from the commune, they meandered along a dirt road, encircling several villages. The 4 took refuge under a tree's shade and began conversing. Li Dong shared his cigarettes once more, and the trio now regarded him as a dear brother. You've never handled one before? Seeing Li Dong treat the rifle as a treasured possession, Gao Weimin chuckled. Allow me to teach you. It's quite simple. With that, he loaded the bullet, leaving Li Dong in a state of shock. Was this too dangerous, especially when Gao Weimin handed the weapon directly to him? No. Li Dong was genuinely startled. This was the real deal, and a moment's carelessness could lead to grave consequences. He steadied himself and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Li Dong was nearly overwhelmed with fear, for it was his first experience firing a gun. How was it? Li Dong's face turned pale, and he forced a bitter smile as he nodded. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating, and Gao Weimin chuckled in response. It's nothing, just a few more attempts, and you'll get the hang of it quickly. As he spoke, he loaded another bullet, startling Li Dong. Weimin, is this something we can use casually? Rest assured. One may discharge the bullets retrieved without hesitation, merely report back later. Indeed, Li Dong mused, this era is splendid, as handling a rifle is genuinely exhilarating. Each person is allotted 3 bullets, totaling 12, aside from 1 kept back. All were bestowed upon Li Dong. Remarkably, after firing a few rounds, he found himself unperturbed. Excellent. How skillfully he shot. Li Dong unexpectedly felled a wild chicken, much to the astonishment of Gao Weiman, Zhang Hongbing, and Picasso. Such fortune was indeed rare. Splendid. Over a pound. Tonight, we shall feast. Let's procure some corn as well. As the group grew familiar with one another, Zhang Hongbing proposed, "Sounds good." Li Dong readily concurred. Yet he was astonished to discover that Gao Weiman had brought along salt and a few seasonings, truly an impressive preparation. After enjoying a hearty meal, Zhang Hongbing teamed up with Picasso while Li Dong partnered with Gao Weiman, with both teams patrolling around several villages. "Brother, do you possess any channels through which you can acquire supplies?" Gao Weiman awaited Picasso's arrival, while Zhang Hongbing walked away, pulling Li Dong aside to inquire softly. Li Dong, taken aback, pondered whether Gao Weiman sought to purchase something, yet lacked the necessary connections. It seemed he had assumed Li Dong's possession of a disposable lighter indicated he had access to such avenues. After a moment's hesitation, Li Dong realized the delicacy of the situation. Gao Weiman might mistakenly believe Li Dong was reluctant to divulge information. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything," Li Dong assured him. "Very well then, Weiman, what is it that you wish to acquire? As you know, not everything is easily obtainable." With a resolute breath and a firm stamp of his foot, Li Dong prepared himself. Gao Weiman's face brightened. Indeed, there was a way. "It's nothing too extravagant. You see, I am to be married in October, and I wish to purchase a Shanghai-branded women's watch, but I lack the industrial coupons." "A watch?" Li Dong slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he was. The three essential items certainly do not come at a modest price. "This is quite challenging. I can only inquire on your behalf, though I cannot guarantee success, especially since you are aware that obtaining a watch can be rather competitive." Li Dong hesitated to give a definitive answer, as he was not well acquainted with Gao Weiman and was wary of potential complications arising from unknown circumstances. Moreover, he did not want to create the impression that acquiring a watch was an easy feat. "Then I must trouble you. I don't mind if the price is steep," Gao Weiman replied, his spirits lifted. It seemed this young man might indeed have some connections. If he could truly assist, that would be splendid. "I shall give it a try. By mid-next month, I will provide you with a definite response," Li Dong said, his expression radiating camaraderie, which deeply moved Gao Weiman. This person truly had a commendable sense of loyalty. Chapter 24. The small favor from the patrol team. Gao Weiman was deeply moved by Li Dong's sense of loyalty. He thought to himself, what a wonderful person. This was their first encounter, and Li Dong was already willing to help. Without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude. "Brother, thank you. Too polite. If I can assist, I will certainly do so," Li Dong responded, smiling and patting his back, as they had both borne arms together. Gao Weiman found Li Dong's words amusing. "If this matter is truly resolved, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Gao Weiman spoke sincerely. Indeed, his family was quite well off, lacking neither meat nor grains, but acquiring that watch posed a challenge. Industrial coupons were notoriously difficult to procure. As soon as Li Dong hinted at a possibility, Gao Weiman was eager to finalize the arrangement, but Li Dong was no fool. The longer they delayed, the more complicated it would become, thereby increasing the obligation. It was hard to believe that Gao Weiman could serve as the militia captain without some connections. Just observing how Picasso and Zhang Hongbing treated him with deference hinted at that. "I will do my utmost," Li Dong declared determinedly. "You can rest assured, Weiman. Even if it means shedding my skin, I will strive to assist you." The journey back and forth would expose him to the sun for over 10 hours. It was no small feat. Li Dong's words carried the weight of commitment, and this deeply touched Gao Weiman. As they approached the commune's entrance, it was nearly midnight when Li Dong yawned and said, "Gao Weiman, you should rest for a bit. I will take you to enjoy some benefits shortly." "What do you mean?" Li Dong didn't quite understand, but the prospect of a brief slumber was most welcome. With no hesitation, he pulled out a coil of mosquito-repellent incense and lit it. Gao Weiman glanced at the incense, intrigued by its fragrance. It wards off mosquitoes, made outdoors. Though it's rather pricey, about 10 cents for a coil. Li Dong set the incense down, and, surprisingly, its efficacy was exceptional, perhaps due to the mosquitoes not having evolved yet. Such a remarkable item, Gao Weiman increasingly believed in Li Dong's capabilities. He had never encountered such a thing before, suspecting it might have originated from coastal cities or even beyond. Goodness, if he can procure this without connections, it's impressive. Yet, Gao Weiman wondered why Li Dong would have such connections, but remained in the countryside. He refrained from voicing this thought, wishing to avoid any ill fortune. Leaning against a tree, Li Dong soon dozed off. After a while, Gao Weiman nudged him awake. "Li Dong, wake up." "What? Is there a situation?" There, a rat. A rat? Li Dong mumbled, dismissing the significance of a mere rodent. However, upon seeing Gao Weiman raise his gun, he quickly sprang to his feet. Don't move. Huh? Wait, the rat is actually a person? Li Dong nearly jumped out of his skin in surprise. In the middle of the night, what was going on? Two dim lanterns swayed, and amidst them, a shadow floated, rising and falling in a most alarming manner. A ghost! Li Dong almost cried out, glancing at Gao Weiman, who appeared remarkably calm. Don't shoot, don't shoot. It's a person? Li Dong raised his lantern to take a closer look, and indeed, it was a man carrying a burden, nearly scaring him to death. With a sigh of relief, he recognized, is that you, Zhang the cripple? Gao Weiman approached and stole a glance at the man carrying a load, who wore a black cap reminiscent of the flying tigers. Li Dong thought to himself how remarkable it was that Gao Weiman could recognize him. Yes, Captain Gao, are you on patrol? Said Zhang Kezi, pulling down his cap to reveal a simple, middle-aged farmer's face, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Li Dong, he eagerly flashed a grin and bowed slightly. What do you have there? Some surplus radishes and a bit of chives. Captain Gao, please have a taste. As he spoke, he handed over 2 large water radishes. Not forgetting about Li Dong, Gao Weiman snorted. This could be considered speculation. Captain Gao, how can this be considered speculation? It's just some food we can't finish at home. Zhang Kezi stammered, panic rising within him. Speculation was no trivial matter, and being criticized could lead to confiscation, which was the least of his worries. All right. Don't play coy with me. This isn't the first time. You smoke. This is surely surplus. Zhang Kezi quickly took out a pack of cigarettes, priced at 1 yuan and 50 cents, without a filter. Li Dong chuckled and shook his head, declining the offer. Gao Weiman took them without hesitation, inspecting the 2 loads and even swiping 2 cucumbers in the process. With the cucumbers already in short supply, Zhang Kezi's lips twitched as he forced a smile. All right. You can go now. Thank you, Captain Gao. Zhang Kezi expressed his gratitude as he picked up his load, and Gao Weiman casually handed the cucumbers to Li Dong. Zhang Kezi was quite the vegetable expert. It was said that his family once sold vegetables to landlords. Is that so? Li Dong took the cucumbers and pondered a thought. Weiman, I need to step away for a moment. Uncle Zhang, wait a second. Zhang Kezi jumped in surprise, his mouth twitching again at the sight of Li Dong, wondering if he was about to be reprimanded. These scoundrels. Little brother, what's the matter? I just wanted to inquire where you were selling vegetables. Oh, no selling. No selling. Just trading for some grain. Our household food supply is running low. Zhang Kezi waved his hands frantically, laughing nervously. Selling would genuinely be considered speculation. But exchanging for a bit of grain was not a significant issue, and everyone turned a blind eye. Don't worry, I'm merely asking about the prices of radishes, cucumbers, and greens these days. As he spoke, Li Dong pulled out 10 cents to hand to Zhang Kezi. This is for the radishes and cucumbers. Just a little just for Weiman. Zhang Kezi was taken aback, waving his hands again. No need for money. What do you need money for? Are you trying to set me up? Zhang Kezi was on the verge of tears. Little brother, I truly have no means. There are several mouths to feed at home. Just look at my legs. I can't work well. I can only grow a few vegetables. I genuinely have no money. Please let me be. As he spoke, he gently pushed Li Dong's hand away, fearing to accept the money. The patrol team was not to be trifled with. They often confiscated his belongings. Yet things had improved compared to before. As long as one turned a blind eye, everything would pass. In the past, confiscation often led to public denunciations. Otherwise, even if Zhang Kezi had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to take his vegetables to the city to sell. Uncle Zhang, you've truly misunderstood. Li Dong whispered. Allow me to speak candidly. I am somewhat indolent by nature, growing up in a small town and now residing in Hanzhuang. I find myself unfamiliar with the intricacies of vegetable cultivation, yet I have a penchant for fresh produce. Upon witnessing the quality of the vegetables you have grown, I find myself inclined to purchase some. Really? Zhang Kezi responded, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Is this true? But then he considered that there was no reason for the other to deceive him. Very well. How much would you like? I will deliver it to you tomorrow evening. Let us say 10 pounds, Li Dong replied, pulling out 50 cents to hand to Zhang Kezi. This is a deposit. No need for that. Just tell me where to deliver, and you can pay me later, Zhang Kezi insisted, thinking to himself how extravagant city folk could be, casually parting with 50 cents. While the burden he carried sold for but a fraction of that. All right then, I reside in the first house on the eastern end of Hanzhuang, Zhang Kezi continued. Anweiyang? No, that's incorrect. That house now belongs to me. Xiaowan recognizes me as her godfather. Li Dong was taken aback, surprised that Zhang Kezi knew Xiaowan's father, hinting at a deeper connection between them. Got it. Can I take my leave now? Are you headed to the commune? No. I am going to the county town. Not many people buy vegetables at the commune. Every household there has a plot of land for their own produce. Only the workers from the county town purchase vegetables. Li Dong was astonished. You, a man with a limp, intend to carry at least 60 or 70 pounds of vegetables for 40 to 50 miles to the county town. No wonder you travel in the dead of night. You must be preparing for the black market, which usually wraps up around 5:30. Be careful on your journey, Li Dong said, slipping a dime into Zhang Kezi's hand. Zhang Kezi hesitated, repeatedly shaking his head. Take it. Consider the excess a deposit for later, Li Dong insisted, uncertain of the price of radishes and cucumbers, yet confident that a dime would suffice. Zhang Kezi regarded Li Dong, recognizing him as a man of principle. Very well, I will select the finest for you. With that, Zhang Kezi, burdened with his load, limped into the darkness until he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Li Dong felt a spark of hope amidst the inky night. I wonder what the future holds for this man 40 years hence. Perhaps he will reside in a villa and drive a luxurious car. Gao Weiman had been silently observing. And as Li Dong returned, he remarked, you really didn't have to do that. If you had merely mentioned it, he would surely have given you vegetables without charge. It's quite challenging for him, Li Dong replied with a smile. Besides, it's not as if I am lacking in a few cents, it's unnecessary. Gao Weiman glanced at Li Dong, sensing a subtle change in him. Indeed, there is no need to quibble over such matters. Let us go. There are still some rats to catch. Rats, Li Dong chuckled, finding the imagery quite fitting, in the pitch black of the night. It was merely a matter of digging at the corners, one probing the walls of socialism. Li Dong wiped a cucumber on his shirt and took a bite, relishing its crispness, sweetness, and abundant juiciness. It was undoubtedly free from pesticides and expenses, not to mention the radishes, which were even more delectable, plump with moisture despite their modest size. Indeed, Gao Weiman praised, Zhang Kezi possesses quite a talent. These cucumbers and radishes are truly superior to those from elsewhere. Li Dong's lips twitched. How many meals have you had? Yet, he had to admit that the flavor was delightful. The Li Dong farm now cultivated some vegetables, which were grown under the green label, but the taste simply could not compare to that of Zhang Kezi's produce. The prowess in agriculture was no mere boast. Li Dong mused, perhaps he should consider Zhang Kezi as a supplier for the farm. This was indeed commendable, organic, and flavorful, a rarity to find. Little did he know, he had stumbled upon it 40 years ago. Having encountered a rat, Li Dong deemed his patrol mission a success. Resting against a tree, he resumed his slumber, only to be interrupted by a vendor selling dried goods in the city, from whom he gathered some mushrooms and would ear mushrooms to bring home. Wild game? Indeed. It existed. Li Dong was roused from his slumber by a hunter. Gao Weiman, cautious, kept his gun loaded, and Li Dong felt a wave of tension wash over him. In these times, who in the mountains lacked a hunting rifle, most of which were homemade? Such a weapon held considerable power. One shot could take down a large game. Gao Weiman and Li Dong approached with utmost care. Don't move, raise your hands, a commanding voice echoed. Li Dong was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by anxiety, to the point of forgetting to chamber around. I'm not moving, not moving. A robust man bore a black goat on his back. Such a creature was a prized find. Wild deer, which Li Dong recalled were quite rare in the future. Alongside the goat were 2 wild rabbits and several wild chickens, causing Gao Weiman's eyes to gleam with excitement. Quite the haul, he remarked. I shot them. The middle-aged man raised his hands, looking at the 2 armed men. Gao Weiman examined him closely. It's yours, Bai Zhuang. Uncle Weiman? Oh, what a coincidence. Gao Weiman chuckled, patting Bai Zhuang on the shoulder. Bai Zhuang, this is my cousin. Li Dong stifled a laugh. Bai Zhuang was taller, sturdier, and older than Gao Weiman. You really shouldn't be patting him on the shoulder, he thought. You might as well jump up to do it. A bit awkward, really. Uncle, can I leave now? Bai Zhuang asked. Go ahead, but save 1 rabbit for me. Gao Weiman replied, handing Bai Zhuang a dollar bill. I've been craving rabbit. No need for money, Bai Zhuang said, tossing the cash aside and sprinting off, leaving Gao Weiman in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Brother, take this rabbit home. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, grinning as he accepted the rabbit. It was indeed a fine specimen, weighing 2 to 3 pounds, delicious meat that promised a hearty meal at home. Thank you, Weiman. Rest assured, I'll head into the city in a couple of days to inquire for you. Such a good find. Li Dong joyfully carried the rabbit back to Han Village just as dawn was breaking. After a night of patrolling, he felt remarkably at ease. Not only had he enjoyed good food, but he had also broadened his horizons. The societal constraints were beginning to loosen, bit by bit. Farmers were entering the city to sell vegetables, mountain goods, and even game, albeit in the black market. Yet, Li Dong believed that the arrival of daylight was not far off. "Xiaowan, look what good things your father has brought back." Upon arriving home, Li Dong's thoughts drifted away as he entered with the rabbit, joyfully announcing to the room. Xiaowan's eyes lit up at the sight of the rabbit. "Ha! Meat for dinner. I'm back." Li Dong shivered slightly. He recognized that voice. How could it be in his home? Uncle Guofu? What an unfortunate situation. How did the wealthy South Korean end up in this predicament? This is quite alarming. The rabbit, it's become a ticking time bomb. Look. Uncle Li Dong has returned with a rabbit for the young master. Han Zio Hao is making quite the fuss, while Li Dong wishes he could strangle that troublesome lad. He swore never to give this ungrateful child any more sweets. A rabbit? South Korean Fu's eyes are fixed on the young master, sensing the gravity of the situation. Li Dong is pondering what on earth is happening and calls out, "Xiaowan, come out and inform your father of the circumstances." Chapter 25. Li Dong suddenly found that the braised rabbit meat had lost its allure. What on earth was happening? Why had Han Guofu come to his home so early in the morning? This was a predicament. He had been caught in the act, and here was Li Dong, who had resolutely distanced himself from decadent hedonism, returning with a plump, oil-dripping wild rabbit and some dried mushrooms and black fungus. It was evident that this would make for a delightful dish, fragrant and delectable, especially when paired with a bit of liquor, which would elevate the experience to that of a celestial being. Yet, in that moment, Li Dong felt no joy whatsoever. What sin had he committed? Why was it so difficult just to eat a dead rabbit? It was unfortunate. Li Dong sensed that he might have to endure another session of public ideological re-education. He imagined that the remainder of 1978 would plunge him into an endless sea of labor. He glanced at Han Guofu's trembling hands, which tightly gripped a large brass-headed smoking pipe. With a sheepish smile, he shifted warily, almost tempted to flee, fearing that Han Guofu would ring the bell to summon everyone for a marathon. "Uncle Guofu, you've come. Well, you see, Xiaowan is about to start school. So I bought a rabbit to supplement her diet." "Purchased it, huh? I presume it wasn't cheap," Han Guofu replied calmly, even displaying a hint of a smile. This was rather unsettling. Li Dong had nearly been beaten senseless by the smoking pipe while learning agricultural work over the past few days. It wasn't that he was inept. The labor was genuinely arduous, requiring a certain level of skill. Li Dong believed he simply wasn't cut out for farming. He continued to elaborate, a familiar face. And quite a bargain, too. This hefty creature cost only a yuan. Just look how plump it is. Did you pay for it? Han Guofu's expression softened somewhat. He truly feared Li Dong might go astray, realizing that paying for goods indicated a good character. Of course, how could one not pay when purchasing something? Even brothers settle accounts clearly, Li Dong retorted, momentarily bewildered by the familiarity of the voice that echoed around him. Upon looking up, he was astonished to find someone equally taken aback, staring at him with wide eyes. "You are Lu." Huang Xingnan had stepped out upon hearing the familiar voice, and what she saw left her astounded. Wasn't he this the Lu Dehua from Chica Commune? They had engaged in speculation together and had even treated her to a sumptuous meal. Yes, it was undoubtedly him. She would recognize him even if he turned to ash. But something was amiss. This was Chica Commune. They were at Lishan Commune, a good 50 miles away from Chikyu. A fraud, she thought, as she realized she had not been entirely truthful herself. Why linger? Just eat. Li Dong thrust the rabbit into Huang Xingnan's hands. Why had she come knocking at his door? It didn't add up. He had left his name as Lu Dehua and even provided the address of Chica Commune. To be cautious, he had refrained from entering the city recently. How could this girl find me? This is too uncanny, Li Dong mused. Han Guofu held his smoking pipe tightly, pondering why this young man was being so generous. However, with an outsider present, it wouldn't be prudent to reprimand Li Dong. Just a few days had passed, and already this boy was indulging himself in such extravagant feasting. Neglecting to correct him was simply unacceptable. Such indulgence could not be sustained. Regardless of the amount of money available, mountains of gold and silver cannot replace the presence of a large rat at home, consuming all the meat daily. Even a landlord's family could be impoverished by such a creature, let alone the farmers of a production team. Han Guofu, suppressing the urge to wave his pipe, introduced. "This is Comrade Huang Xingnan, who has come specifically to visit Xiaowan." "Huang Xingnan?" Li Dong replied, a grin spreading across his face. "What a lovely name, Xingnan. However, I must say, Ingnan has a more melodious ring to it. Thank you, but names are given by one's parents and cannot be changed. As the saying goes, one should not alter their name or family name. Huang Xingnan responded inwardly, thinking to herself, at least I have not changed my name or my surname, unlike you. Hee. You must be Comrade Li Dong? Indeed, that is correct. A silent exchange of glances transpired between Li Dong and Huang Xingnan. He sensed that this girl was no innocent soul. As expected, her name was not genuine either. Huang Xingnan scrutinized Li Dong. Realizing that he was quite the master of deception, mutual understanding, they both acknowledged, shaking hands firmly. Comrade, it is a pleasure. Li Dong, now that you have returned, I shall take my leave. Please attend to Comrade Huang Xingnan, who has traveled far from the Luoco commune to visit Shaowan. Han Guofu concluded. Casting a meaningful glance at Li Dong, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Trouble was brewing. Uncle Guofu, don't go. How about staying for dinner? I have prepared a stew of rabbit, and we can share a drink, Han Xiaohua chimed in, salivating at the thought of the large, plump rabbit that surely promised a hearty meal. No, you must properly entertain Comrade Huang Xingnan, Han Guofu insisted, prompting young Xiaohua, who was eager to call Li Dong father, to head home for supper. Li Dong escorted Han Guofu and his grandson out of the courtyard, returning inside to find Huang Xingnan bustling around the rabbit. Oh my, this rabbit is truly plump. I estimate it weighs about 3 pounds, she remarked, licking her lips as she gazed at the mouth-watering sight. Is that so, Comrade Huang Xingnan? What is it? I have not changed my name or my surname. It is not as if you are the genuine Lu Duhua, Huang Xingnan retorted. Initially feeling a bit embarrassed, but then recalling that he had not only altered his name, but also his surname, and not a single word he spoke was truthful. At least she had not changed her name or surname. Shaowan, clad in her clothes, inquired, and Huang, do you know my new dad? Their eyes met, and they both huffed in response. Indeed, from the Luoco commune. We are familiar with each other. That is certainly better than your Lu Duhua from the Chika commune. At least I have not changed my name or surname, Li Dong thought, bemused by her unyielding confidence. All right. I, Lu Duhua of Chiku, shall not argue with you. Huang Ying'an of Qizhou. By the way, what is your relationship with Shaowan? Huang Xingnan shot Li Dong a glare. I am from the same place as Sister Lan. We connected upon arriving here. Before Sister Lan returned, she asked me to check on Shaowan when I had the chance. Sister Lan is Shaowan's mother who moved to the city, right? So that is how it is, Li Dong mused, glancing at the table where 2 jars of canned goods and a bag of brown sugar lay, appreciating the thoughtfulness of such gifts during these times. The 2 individuals found themselves momentarily awkward. Although they had engaged in a bit of clandestine business together, neither had anticipated the chance of meeting again. Time was of the essence, and one of them decided to take their leave, as they had work to attend to shortly. Huang Xingyan hesitated. Noticing that dawn had yet to break fully, she realized she could still make it back in time for her shift. The Chika commune was not particularly close, but she reassured herself that the Lishan commune was merely a little over 10 miles away, easily accessible by bicycle. Why not stay for a meal before you go? Li Dong suggested, casting a glance at the somewhat worn bicycle in the yard, presumably borrowed from Huang Xingnan. He noted that Han village lacked even a single bicycle, a testament to their poverty. Shaowan, start steaming the rice. My father will prepare braised rabbit meat for you shortly. Oh, I couldn't possibly impose, Huang Xingnan replied, swallowing hard, yet ultimately acquiescing to the generous invitation. Do you need any help? No, please, you are a guest, take a seat. Li Dong responded with a hint of resignation. He had merely been extending a courteous gesture, yet she had taken it to heart. He sighed, considering his own dwindling supplies of grain. As he prepared the ingredients, soaking mushrooms and dried wood ear fungus, he ventured outside to skin the rabbit, hanging the pelt and processing the entrails, while chopping the meat and marinating it with salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Please, sit inside. I'll call you when the food is ready. All right, just call me if you need anything. The aroma of stewed rabbit and mushrooms soon wafted through the air, making Huang Xingnan fidgety and reluctant to peek into the kitchen. It smelled divine, and she was grateful she had stayed. All set, time to eat. A large bowl of steaming rabbit meat, fragrant and enticing, was presented. Huang Xingyan struggled to refrain from drooling. The dish was simply too delectable. It was undeniable that the variety of seasonings available in later years surpassed those of the present. Li Dong, a true gourmand, had prepared the rabbit meat in a manner that, while perhaps not quite as refined as a chef's, was still quite commendable. Don't be shy, he urged, handing her chopsticks while serving Shaowan a piece of rabbit meat himself, relishing his meal. Huang Xingnan initially maintained her decorum, but as she began to eat, her pace matched his without hesitation. With a gentle smile, she opened her mouth wide, her cuteness shining through every action. "Goodness!" Li Dong exclaimed, nearly forgetting that he was in the presence of someone with such an impressive appetite. He quickly served Xiaowan a few more pieces of rabbit meat, ensuring she had enough to eat. "Delicious," he remarked. "How could wild rabbit not be?" Before long, their plates were littered with bones, leaving only a bit of broth and mushrooms. Each had a bowl of rice soaked in the savory broth, which finally satiated their hunger. Li Dong pondered the situation, realizing that in terms of appetite and unabashedness, they were evenly matched. It was indeed a blow to his pride as a man in the 21st century. Fortunately, he was not one to bow down easily, and he took solace in the fact that he had shared this moment with such a charming companion, even if it meant indulging in the rabbit meat. Meanwhile, Huang Shenan's hearty appetite left Xiaowan wide-eyed, marveling at how much this Aunt Huang could consume. The situation is rather alarming. Han Xiaowan arrived in tears, having devoured a rabbit worth 1 yuan in a single sitting, what should have lasted several days. Aunt Huang must not return. Han Xiaowan glanced at Li Dong and Huang Shengnan, sharing a nervous smile that sent a shiver down her spine. Surely, her father would not favor this Aunt Huang. Oh no, their household was already short on provisions, and with another Aunt Huang of such formidable appetite, Xiaowan feared she might face starvation. As Huang Xing'an took a sip of water and prepared to leave for the commune, Xiaowan nearly clapped in delight. The father and daughter bid farewell to Huang Xingnan, waving as she finally departed. Thankfully, Huang Xingnan was considerate and refrained from mentioning any speculative dealings, lest she frightened Xiaowan further. Similarly, Han Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Aunt Huang would visit their home less frequently, if at all, for their food supplies were already insufficient. Meanwhile, Li Dong, oblivious to Xiao Zhuan's concerns, stretched lazily and prepared to return to his slumber when Han Xiaoai came running over. "Uncle, Xiaoai, come here. I saved a rabbit leg just for you." Li Dong entered the house and fetched a rabbit leg from the kitchen, chuckling to himself. He certainly would serve the entire rabbit, leaving some for later. The aromatic rabbit leg made Han Xiaoai swallow hard, and he eagerly seized it to take a bite. "So delicious. Thank you, Uncle." "Uncle, Grandpa wants you to hurry over. He is waiting for you at the threshing ground." Despite his greasy mouthful, Han Xiaoai did not forget his mission. Ah, the threshing ground? Li Dong shivered at the thought, realizing this was tantamount to a gathering for a public denunciation. His eyes darted to the screen, noting the time, 95 hours. Goodness, he was 5 hours short. There was no escaping this predicament. Chapter 26. The omnipotent farmer at the threshing ground. The sound of hooves echoed as Li Dong ambled forward, feeling a sense of trepidation. His journey had been fraught with anxiety, particularly after witnessing Uncle Guofu's seething rage as he departed. The prospect of retreating hung heavily in Li Dong's mind. A wise man avoids immediate peril and flees when necessary, with a resolve to assess the situation before making any hasty decisions. Li Dong took a deep breath and approached the threshing ground, only to find his courage swiftly waning. Upon his arrival, a sight met his eyes that nearly caused him to lose his composure. In the distance, he spotted Uncle Guofu wielding a whip, causing Li Dong to shudder at the sight. Surely, he doesn't intend to strike me with that, he thought, as the whip's length, exceeding 2 meters, appeared quite intimidating. "Uncle Guofu, let us speak amicably," Li Dong called out, halting several paces away while wiping the sheen of grease from his lips. The once enticing aroma of rabbit meat now seemed distant and unappealing. "Why do you linger there? Come closer," Guofu commanded, his disdain evident. Despite acknowledging Li Dong's strength, the latter's procrastination irked him. "Uncle Guofu, about that whip," Li Dong began, his voice faltering. "What of it? It is merely for driving the mules," Guofu replied with a scoff. The implication of the whip's purpose sent a chill down Li Dong's spine, leading him to ponder just how much Guofu harbored resentment towards him. This could spell disaster, he thought, contemplating retreat once more. "Uncle Guofu, you may speak freely, but do refrain from insults," Li Dong implored. "Insults? What nonsense is this?" Guofu retorted, gesturing towards a mule tethered to a large tree at the edge of the threshing ground. "This is merely a whip for the mules, nothing more." Relief washed over Li Dong as he realized Guofu's intentions were not directed at him. In this moment, he was grateful that the prospect of punishment was merely a misunderstanding. In the hierarchy of the production team, the team leader held significant sway, capable of making life quite difficult for anyone who incurred his displeasure. Li Dong knew that even if he attempted to flee, the consequences could be dire. A single shout from Guofu could summon a host of people, ready to take action against him. However, he found solace in the fact that Guofu was fundamentally a decent man. Enough dilly-dallying. Hurry up, Guofu barked, beckoning Li Dong to come forth. He intended to teach Li Dong how to drive the mule carts and engage in threshing, tasks that were relatively light yet yielded commendable work points. Guofu felt a tinge of guilt for delaying Li Dong's return to the city. This lad struggled with arduous labor and could hardly withstand the rigors of physical toil. He couldn't continuously seek refuge among the women, lest he face ridicule. Moreover, insufficient work points would jeopardize his sustenance. If matters progressed thusly, he might end up impoverished, unable to provide for his family. Guofu hoped that if Li Dong could learn to drive the carts or thresh, he would find the work manageable and earn a decent share of work points. Once his sister, Yuan, resumed her studies, the points earned would suffice for 2 mouths to feed. With additional support from Li Dong's relatives in the city, he should not face starvation. As Li Dong gazed at the mule tethered beneath the grand tree, he reflected on the true strength of the production team's mules. They were indispensable laborers, capable of performing a myriad of tasks, threshing, carting, and even carrying goods or people. They were the epitome of resilience and industriousness. Do not just stand there. Go fetch the stone roller. There are several stone rollers by the threshing ground, both large and small, and Li Dong finds himself bewildered by the choices. Uncle Guofu. Which one should I choose? The smaller one. All right then. Li Dong had indeed encountered such stone rollers before. They were typically made of bluestone, cylindrical in shape, with one end larger than the other, each end featuring a stone roller eye. As the roller was brought over, Han Guofu fetched a square wooden frame and secured it with rope. Li Dong watched attentively. Although he had seen this apparatus before, he was uncertain about handling it himself. Feeling rather clumsy, go and bring the mule over. Understood. Li Dong often saw donkeys and horses in the mountains of the future, transporting timber. In the early 2000s, during the construction of high-voltage power lines, Chi-Ching had even organized a donkey and horse team. Not long after starting his job, he had joined his then-girlfriend, now ex-wife, to witness the spectacle of the donkey and horse team. Approaching the mule, Li Dong examined this unfortunate hybrid creature, a cross between a donkey and a horse. Tragically devoid of reproductive capabilities, both pitiable and sad. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and bring it over. Han Guofu puffed on his dry tobacco. Noticing Li Dong's hesitance, what on earth are you so curious about? I really wonder how those educated youth have managed over the years. Li Dong untied the rope, and the previously calm mule, a product of a male donkey and a female horse, which possessed the donkey's strength and the horse's agility, suddenly bolted. Li Dong thought it would be delightful to ride the mule someday. After all, riding horses was quite rare and expensive in the modern world. However, as soon as he untied the rope, the mule took off, dragging Li Dong along in circles around the threshing ground. Li Dong nearly lost the rabbit meat he had just eaten. What on earth is happening? Does this mule know what I am thinking? Is it angry? This can't be right. Li Dong was on the verge of tears, wondering what to do. The mule seemed to be acting strangely, running in circles at an alarming speed. Han Guofu stood by, astounded, having never seen a mule run with a person before. Let go, Li Dong exclaimed. No way, this creature is circling. I fear if I let go, it might collide with me. Though he wanted to release the rope, the mule's circular sprint felt akin to chasing its own tail. If he were to let go, it could very well crash into him. Li Dong was at a loss, no longer contemplating riding the mule, as it appeared to have its own agenda. Han Guofu, bemused, realized the boy needed more practice. He stepped forward and seized the rope, managing to secure the mule. Phew. You need to learn properly. Once the mule was under Han Guofu's control, it behaved far better than Li Dong had. After tethering the mule, Han Guofu cracked his whip, compelling it to drag the stone roller in circles to compact the ground. After several rounds, he called out for the mule to stop and handed the rope to Li Dong. What are you staring at? Come and take the rope, Uncle Guofu. Am I capable of handling it? In jest, Li Dong was unexpectedly pulled around in circles by a mule, startling him considerably. This creature was far from docile. The young lad, with an attentive gaze, was prepared to take over shortly. Han Guofu, feeling somewhat helpless, resolved to offer further instruction. You truly must learn, he insisted. Li Dong, not wishing to be dragged about any longer, had already worn off a patch of skin from his hand. The sting was intense. Watching horse-drawn carriages on television seemed deceptively simple, yet the reality proved to be quite different when he found himself in the midst of it. Do pay attention and learn well, Han Guofu earnestly imparted his knowledge. If it were anyone else, they would have already felt the sting of a whip upon their back. Mastering the art of driving a cart was a skill envied by many, with countless individuals yearning to learn but lacking the opportunity. If the other villagers were to discover that Li Dong had this chance, they would surely scoff and say, "You ungrateful wretch." Li Dong sighed deeply, pondering his aspirations to become a versatile farmer. When will this ever end? He mused, glancing at the timer on the screen. 95, 45, 54. Approaching 96. Hope flickered within him. Perhaps he could finally enjoy a few days of rest. He contemplated returning home to recharge after the demanding life of 1978. Feeling the need to unwind. "What are you dawdling for?" "Here," Han Guofu said, thrusting the harness and ropes into Li Dong's hands. What else could Li Dong do but prepare to drive the mule into the field? Han Guofu, not one to stand idle, began splashing water with a ladle, soaking the rice stalks. At last, Li Dong, stuttering a bit, managed to make the mule turn in circles without being kicked or caught by the stone roller, though he came perilously close to being knocked over by the mule's unpredictable movements. The mule under Han Guofu's guidance was exceptionally well behaved, not straying off course. However, the moment it was in Li Dong's hands, it seemed to have a mind of its own, occasionally veering off into erratic ellipses or even resembling a duck egg. Li Dong could only tighten the reins to keep the mule on track, all the while harboring thoughts of indulging in a hearty meal one day. "Uncle Guofu, why are we starting the harvest now? The rice has over a month left to mature," he inquired. "Shouldn't we be drying sweet potatoes instead?" Han Guofu clapped his hands. "It's about time, as this isn't rice. The field just needs to be somewhat level." Soon after, he instructed, "Follow me, we'll harness the mule to fetch the sweet potatoes. Tomorrow morning, the team will distribute them. You'll need to bring some money for your family, remember that." "Ah, sweet potatoes? What, does your family not want any?" "Of course we do," Li Dong replied, amused. "In this day and age, sweet potatoes are quite delightful. Besides, the thought of roasted sweet potatoes brings back fond memories. It's been years since I had one. I usually have no inclination to buy them from street vendors, but the thought of roasting them myself is quite tempting." "Uncle Guofu, I need to take Xiaowan to the commune elementary school to register tomorrow morning, so I'll arrive a bit later." "Understood." Li Dong realized that he wouldn't be able to return home tonight, at least not until tomorrow evening. He needed to ensure that Xiaowan's schooling was arranged properly, and with the distribution of sweet potatoes, he could bring some home as well. It seemed only right to bring back more than just 10 or so soft-shelled turtles. "Ah, I should also stop by the commune supply and marketing cooperative to pick up a few things to take home," Li Dong calculated, deciding that he would return tomorrow evening. "What are you pondering? Hurry and untie the mule, then return the stone roller and help me harness the cart." "Right away." Driving the vehicle laden with sweet potatoes, one cannot help but recall the exhilaration of the first grain distribution. Li Dong, filled with excitement, happily follows Han Guo to the vehicle. Chapter 27. Harvesting sweet potatoes and returning to 2018. Li Dong followed Han Guofu to fetch the cart as the entire team united to harvest sweet potatoes today. The majority of the laborers were engaged in the sweet potato fields. The children also flocked to the fields, relishing the rare opportunity to eat sweet potatoes without restraint. While the older ones were adept, the younger ones might inadvertently damage the crops. The team leaders turned a blind eye, permitting the children to take home a modest amount as long as it wasn't excessive. The adults had devised a plan to forego cooking at noon, allowing the children to fill their bellies with sweet potatoes, thus saving a meal. During those times, people's appetites were robust. They wouldn't suffer from bloating after consuming sweet potatoes. However, the little ones were not without their clever tricks. A few of them gathered some firewood to create a makeshift stove, roasting sweet potatoes that emitted a tantalizing aroma, irresistible to anyone nearby. Those who indulged in secret were left with darkened mouths. Li Dong playfully tapped Han Xiao on the head. Having grown familiar with Li Dong, the boy chuckled and asked, "Uncle, is Xiaojun really going to school?" "Yes, and you?" "My dad wants me to go too, but I prefer to work and earn points." Han Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. He was reluctant to attend school and hoped Li Dong could persuade his father on his behalf. He dared not voice his concerns himself, lest he incur his father's wrath. Education is a noble pursuit. It teaches you to read and gain knowledge. 2 years ago, few farmers were inclined to send their children to school. The idea of attending university was laughable. Earning work points seemed far more practical, especially when many struggled to fill their stomachs. Moreover, during that period, the educated youth sent to the countryside often failed to contribute meaningfully, leading many villagers to dismiss the value of education. However, in the past 2 years, attitudes began to shift, particularly after the reinstatement of the college entrance examination last year. Some educated youth manage to enter university and return to urban life, prompting farmers to recognize that attending university might indeed have its merits. Ah, what good is knowledge, uncle? Before Han Xiaohua could finish, Li Dong playfully tapped his head with the whip. What? You think knowledge is useless just because you see me in the countryside? Let me tell you, knowledge is incredibly valuable. If you forego education and remain illiterate, how will you navigate the world? Imagine running into a women's restroom by mistake. That would be quite the embarrassment. Han Xiaohua nodded in agreement, and upon spotting his grandfather approaching, he shrank back and shot Li Dong a warning glance, urging him not to reveal his reluctance about school. Wufu, what are you up to? Are you leading 2 donkeys again? What donkeys? These are mules. Han Guofu shot a glare at Han Xiaohua. Go on, don't waste time. Han Xiaohua made a face at Li Dong and scampered away, clearly intimidated by him. Li Dong led the mule alongside Han Guofu to the storeroom courtyard, where they harnessed the large cart. The Han village production team possessed only 1 large cart, along with 2 smaller ones and several handcarts, with the majority being unicycles. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, aside from a few larger rice fields at the base, most small rice paddies lay at the mountain's foot, while the dry crops were cultivated on the slopes. In this region, there were no main roads, only narrow paths between the fields. Transportation typically relied on either manual labor or the use of unicycles. The primary function of the large cart is to transport grain. Yet today it is laden with an abundance of sweet potatoes. Furthermore, Han Guofu intends to teach Li Dong how to drive the cart, necessitating its use. Maneuvering the large cart is no simple task. In Han Village, due to infrequent usage, there is no designated driver. Typically, larger production teams have a fixed driver, a position envied by many for its high work points and ease. Listen to me, when you harness the cart, do not provoke the animals, Han Guofu advises. Rest assured. Uncle Guofu, I will heed your guidance. The 3 mules each have their designated roles. Han Guofu instructs Li Dong to securely tie the necks of the mules. The mules possess greater strength than the other 2 donkeys and serve as the primary draft animals. He fastens the bit to prevent disobedience and drives the mules into the yoke. All right, Li Dong has begun to gain some understanding of controlling the mules. He leads them into the yoke, properly affixes the saddle and traces, and secures the girth, attaching the donkeys on either side. With this, the large cart is ready. However, Li Dong is unable to drive it alone. Han Guofu must take the reins, calling to the mules to guide them forward, while Li Dong observes and learns. Go on. Giddy up, stop, whoa, left, ha, right, ho. Before long, the large cart arrives at the main road at the foot of the sweet potato field. Bustling with people digging and transporting sweet potatoes. Li Dong leaps from the cart. Uncle Guofu, I'm going to help dig sweet potatoes, he exclaims, dashing up the slope. The cart has arrived. Everyone, send the sweet potatoes down. It is indeed Han Guofu and Li Dong who have driven the cart. Everyone rallies together, loading the sweet potatoes onto the cart. The scene is lively, as they typically work in groups of 3 or 4, but today they labor together. Hey, Li Dong, you're from the city. Why not sing a song for everyone? Sure. Li Dong, unafraid, often sings a few songs at KTV and remembers several old tunes. He sings the toast song exceptionally well, and as he begins, everyone pauses in surprise at the beauty of his voice. Cheers to good wine and sweet melodies, my friends. Let us raise our glasses. Bravo, that was splendid. They cheer. This lad sings so well he even drinks. Indeed, but how can one work after drinking so much? Chuckle a few elderly folks. Despite the drought this year, the sweet potatoes have grown remarkably well, bringing joy to all. As one song concludes, the crowd calls for another. Ha ha ha, splendid. Sing again. Li Dong quickly concedes, please, I don't know many songs from this era, and the toast song is quite tiring to sing. I'll get back to digging sweet potatoes, or Uncle Guofu will think I'm slacking off. This child has been surrounded by the little ones, helping to pull the sweet potato vines and dig. Although Li Dong has been in Han Village for a short time, he has charmed the children with the allure of fruit and milk candies. They all know he delights in treating them to sweets, and whether running errands or delivering messages, there's always candy to be had. Who could possibly dislike such a scene? Each little one eagerly gathers around Li Dong. However, one must be cautious not to dig too deeply. Haha. Everyone teases Li Dong about the sweet potatoes he unearthed, recalling the last time he caused quite a stir in the village. Brother Wei Jiang, that was in the past. Now I am a master at digging sweet potatoes. Li Dong joyfully proclaimed, only to accidentally damage another sweet potato, bringing little one to the brink of tears. Father, how embarrassing. You boast and then falter immediately. Throughout the morning, Li Dong not only dug sweet potatoes but also assisted in transporting them, making several trips, though he was thoroughly exhausted. The sight of a small mountain of sweet potatoes piled in the yard brought him great joy. At noon, as everyone remained busy, Li Dong found it inconvenient to return home, so he resorted to munching on sweet potatoes. Yet, simply chewing on sweet potatoes felt unsatisfactory, and he contemplated whether to seek out something else to eat when he noticed Han Xiaohao waving at him. "Uncle, over here. What have you got? It smells delightful." Hiki. A few children revealed roasted corn, along with roasted soybeans and sweet potatoes. "Uncle, this is for you. What a good lad. I'll treat you to some candy later." These delicacies were far more enjoyable than raw sweet potatoes, which, while tasty, could be a bit hard on the stomach as a meal. Savoring the fragrant roasted corn, accompanied by tender roasted soybeans, and indulging in a piece of roasted sweet potato was simply delightful. Li Dong saved a roasted corn for little Yuan, then gaily followed the cart to unload the sweet potatoes. As the village labored until nightfall, darkness enveloped them, rendering even the moon invisible. The light from the horse lanterns was insufficient, and although there was a gasoline lamp in Han Village, it lacked fuel and was quite costly, making it unfeasible to purchase. Thus, they resorted to lighting a bonfire. With many hands at work, they toiled until 7 or 8 o'clock before finally returning home. A group hurried to the creek to wash up, for in these times, one could not expect hot water without wasting firewood, and most households lacked large basins for such purposes. After a modest meal, Li Dong retired to bed. However, in the dead of night, a loud knock startled him awake. "What on earth?" Li Dong slipped on his shoes and stepped outside. "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhang the Lame." Li Dong slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten. He rummaged for a lighter to illuminate the way and stepped out. "Ah, Brother Zhang, I completely forgot, my apologies." "Not a problem." Zhang the Lame, with an honest smile, set down his bamboo basket. There isn't much left, about 10 pounds of radishes, a few pounds of cucumbers, and a few heads of cabbage, totaling 30 pounds. "You owe me 40 cents. 40 cents? For 30 pounds, that's exceedingly cheap." Li Dong produced 50 cents and handed it to Zhang. "Keep the change. That won't do." As he spoke, Zhang pulled out a dime to return to Li Dong, placing the vegetables in the courtyard. He then fumbled in his pocket and handed Li Dong a wrapped bundle. "Just some peanuts for the children." After saying this, he prepared to leave. Li Dong accompanied Zhang for a short distance, chatting until they reached the edge of the village, where he watched Zhang, with his uneven gait, walk away before returning home. In a month, he would make 4 or 5 trips to the city, with each trip costing between 1 to 2 yuan at most, or 7 to 8 dimes at least. The private plot was still too small, yielding only a meager harvest of vegetables. Zhang Kezi sighed. And though Li Dong did not offer consolation, perhaps soon Zhang would find more room to flourish. Upon returning home, Li Dong divided the vegetables into 2 portions, one set aside for the family, and the other to be transported back to 2018 the following day. He carefully wrapped the peanuts and tucked them beneath Xiao Wan's pillow. The next morning, Li Dong rose early, taking Xiao Wan along as they rode in Han Weijuan's mule cart to the commune to enroll Xiao Wan, Han Xiaohai, and 2 other children. The commune school was significantly better than that of Hanzhuang, composed entirely of brick houses, albeit not tall. They were a world apart from the earthen structures. "We too should build a brick house someday," Li Dong mused. Han Weijun, Han Xiaowan, and Han Xiaohai were boasting in front of Li Dong, and Xiao Wan tugged at her father, signaling him to tone it down. Upon arriving at the school office, they found a considerable number of people present, but the enrollment process was straightforward. To Li Dong's surprise, the enrollment teacher learned that Xiao Wan could write some characters and perform basic addition and subtraction. After a brief assessment, she was granted a 50% reduction in tuition fees, which included the cost for stationery and books and unexpected savings of over a yuan. Han Weijun looked on enviously, wishing his own child could be as accomplished. Other parents registering looked at Li Dong with admiration. In these times, not many adults were literate, and here was a child who could read and write, truly remarkable. "All right, I'll take you to buy some treats later," Li Dong declared, waving his hand. Han Weijun hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. His child was doing well, and he too would reward his child with some goodies. Han Xiaohai and his friends were envious, lamenting their own lack of skills. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, Gao Weiman, who was chatting with a female colleague. "Li Dong, what a coincidence. Allow me to introduce Gao Min, my partner. Sister-in-law, nice to meet you. What are you buying?" Li Dong replied, "Just rewarding my daughter for her success with half-off tuition. I'm buying some treats." He pointed to a pound of candy. While these fruit candies couldn't compare to milk candies, he was pleased and planned to share them with everyone in the village. And 2 bottles of wine as well, he added, seizing the festive mood. Li Dong decided to procure a few bottles of liquor, specifically Xingwick and Daku, a local liquor from Chicheng County. Reasonably priced at 1 yuan 50 per bottle. Gao Weiman, noticing Li Dong's fondness for alcohol, smacked his forehead, realizing he had not brought anything in return for his favors. Wait a moment, I'll fetch you 2 bottles of good wine. Li Dong chuckled, amused by his friend's eagerness. Before long, Gao Weiman returned with 2 bottles of Gujing Gongjiu and a piece of pork. I intended to deliver this sooner, but I've been swamped. You are too kind. Li Dong responded appreciatively. Just then, Han Weijun approached in the mule cart, momentarily taken aback. What is going on here? Wine and meat for Li Dong. He recognized Gao Weiman, whose father was the deputy secretary of the commune. The cart has arrived. Weiman, I must be on my way. Rest assured. I'll take care of your matters tomorrow when I go to the city. Li Dong waved as he departed. What a delightful surprise, he thought, returning home with a few bottles of wine. Upon returning to the village, the news of Xiao Wan's half-tuition reduction quickly spread. Just over a yuan, this child is truly remarkable. Her ability to read and write sets her apart. The savings on her tuition could purchase 10 or more jin of rice or several dozen jin of coarse grains. When they gathered to distribute sweet potatoes, the townsfolk continued to discuss this matter. Li Dong brought a bag of candy to share, enlivening the atmosphere with joy and celebration. All right, everyone, please settle down, announced Han Guofu. I will call out names for the sweet potato distribution. Those who received more will pick first. Remarkably, Li Dong and Xiao Wan were allocated over 200 jin. Li Dong, you owe the team 1 yuan and 2 jiao. There was no alternative. Li Dong's work points were insufficient, a fact Han Guofu had already conveyed to him the previous day. Li Dong and Xiao Wan had requested 5 yuan. But to their surprise, it amounted to just 1 yuan and 2 jiao. Noticing Xiao Wan's gaze, the little girl intended to reclaim the excess funds. But that simply would not do. With over 200 jin of sweet potatoes, Li Dong transported them home in 2 trips. For lunch, he prepared sweet potato rice, pork stewed with radish, and a cucumber dish, initially contemplating a small drink. However, recalling that he would be returning to 2018 that evening, he realized that a few bottles of alcohol would not suffice. After all, liquor from 40 years ago must surely be worth several hundred or even 1,000 yuan. Moreover, considering his late father-in-law's fondness for good wine, Li Dong decided to resist temptation, promising himself he would purchase more later. He informed Xiao Wan of his plans and stepped out. This time, he returned with 4 bottles of wine, 10 wild soft-shelled turtles, 20 jin of sweet potatoes, over 10 jin of vegetables, a large black fish, and several eels. Chapter 28. Visiting the city to see my daughter upon exiting the small courtyard. Li Dong arrived at the edge of a grove at the village crossroads and pressed the activation button. As darkness enveloped him, he reopened his eyes to find himself transported back to the year 2018. He had returned. Li Dong promptly illuminated the room to inspect the items he had brought with him. 4 bottles of liquor, 10 soft-shelled turtles, 20 pounds of sweet potatoes, over 10 pounds of vegetables, 5 or 6 pounds of large black fish, along with 5 nearly 1-pound eels, and a wooden barrel, all accounted for without a single item missing. The transition through time had been exceptionally smooth. Could it be that his previous experience had indeed been a case of excess weight? He glanced at the screen displaying the numbers 70, 00, 00250, 1978, 9, 7. Li Dong deduced the meaning of the figures. The first line indicated the duration of sunlight exposure, the second likely represented weight, and the third signified the timestamp of his departure through time. Thus, it appeared that the weight carried could not exceed 250 pounds, which included both his own weight and the total weight of the items he transported. Otherwise, the previous incident of excess weight would not have occurred. Comparing this experience with his prior mishap, Li Dong estimated that large items were impractical to carry over. He decided to place the soft-shelled turtles, black fish, and eels into a pond, while the 4 bottles of liquor were set aside in a cabinet. The sweet potatoes and vegetables would be divided into 2 portions, one to be taken to the farm tomorrow, and the other to be brought to the city for his daughter. Having organized everything, he noted that it was only around 10 o'clock at night. After spending nearly half a month in 1978, merely 2 hours had elapsed in 2018. 1 hour in this timeline equated to approximately 6 to 7 days in 1978. Li Dong calculated that he had arrived from 1978 around 8 o'clock in the evening and would need to return after about 8 or 9 days to avoid being detected at dawn. Once he had completed the task for Manager Tian, he would carefully consider what else to bring back. After tidying up, Li Dong enjoyed a hot shower and a restful night's sleep, having long since overcome his insomnia. It must be said that labor does indeed have its benefits, though his early rising habit left him both amused and perplexed. Awakening around 6 in the morning and unable to fall back asleep, he decided to tend to his vegetable garden, remaining busy until 8 o'clock. After breakfast, Li Dong used a net to catch the soft-shelled turtles, securing 8 while leaving 2 behind. He intended to keep the black fish and eels for himself to share with his daughter. Carrying the bucket, he made his way to the farm when, serendipitously, he spotted Han Weigua and his son Han Xiaohai approaching from afar. "Dad, I must say, you should spend some time enjoying yourself outside. Staying at home serves no purpose," Han Xiaohai remarked. As a tourism operator earning over 200,000 a year in a small city, he considered that quite respectable. "Who says there is nothing to do? I still have to oversee the farm," Han Weigua responded, somewhat reluctant to leave home, noting that going out meant spending money and could be exhausting. "That farm of yours won't last long. How many guests can you expect in a week?" Just then, as they conversed, they noticed Li Dong approaching with the bucket. Han Weigua shot a glance at Han Xiaohai, who merely shrugged and retorted, "I didn't say anything incorrect. It's not that impressive. And everyone knows why Li Dong is running a farm." His wife had put a cap on him, and unable to bear city life any longer, he impulsively decided to run a farm in the countryside, naively believing that business would flourish. Who in the village was waiting to witness the spectacle? With so few customers, it surely wouldn't last long. Only his elderly husband believed that Li Dong could make it work. It was truly baffling. "Uncle Weigua, Xiaohai is back," someone remarked. "Yes, he's here to see my father, but what about you?" Although Han Xiaohai held a certain disdain for Li Dong in his heart, he masked it with a cheerful facade as he greeted them. "These are a few soft-shelled turtles I brought from a friend to raise in the farm's pond." Li Dong had just caught a faint hint of Han Xiaohai and Han Weigua's complaints, but he deemed it inappropriate to interfere in their familial matters. "Soft-shelled turtles. How perfect. Dad, why don't we stew one for lunch? You can't just eat vegetables every day out in the countryside," Han Xiaohai suggested, leaning over to peer into the bucket containing the turtles. "Xiaohai, I truly feel a bit awkward. These turtles are meant for Manager Tian. How about I get you a couple of eels instead?" Li Dong replied, truthfully, as these turtles were indeed reserved for Tian Liang. "What Manager Tian? Soft-shelled turtles aren't exactly a luxury item that requires reservations," Han Xiaohai scoffed. "Xiaohai, you wouldn't understand. Uncle Weigua knows that last time Tian Liang paid over 1,000 for 2 turtles." "What? Are these turtles so special?" Han Xiaohai, being young, was already somewhat displeased with Li Dong's demeanor. "What is the situation at your farm? Do you think I'm unaware?" "Nothing much, just a few wild turtles. It's mostly challenging to manage," Li Dong chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. "Fine then, Uncle Weigua, I'll take my leave." As Han Xiaohai watched Li Dong depart with the bucket, his irritation grew. It seemed as though Li Dong looked down upon him. In this day and age, who could discern whether something was wild or not? Enough chatter. "Do you know how much a turtle sells for?" Han Wei-jun shot a disapproving look at his son. "How much? Surely not 300 to 500 each?" Han Xiaohai dismissed. "In the supermarket, they're only 3 to 5 a pound." 3 to 500? You'd be lucky to buy a lid for that price. Manager Tian paid 2,000 for 2 last time. 2,000 for 2. Is he out of his mind? Han Xiaohai scoffed, convinced that the notion of wild products was nonsense in this era. "Fool, you're the one who is foolish. Do you think all wealthy people are dim-witted?" "They are all quite shrewd." Han Weigua shook his head, lamenting his son's temperament. "Where would one even find truly wild ones?" Han Xiaohai pondered, his thoughts racing. At 1,000 each, catching a few in a day could lead to riches. "You ask me, and I ask who?" Han Weigua glanced at Li Dong's retreating figure. "He came to start a farm. Do you think he is idle? Besides, after so many years as a teacher, he must know countless people. He must have some connections." Han Xiaohai thought to himself, "Indeed, you're right," while inwardly doubting the truth of it all. 1,000 each? It must be a con. Can running a farm truly be that profitable? Just moments ago, he had mocked Li Dong for the presumed failure of his farm. Li Dong arrived at the farm and opened the gate. Dehei, the dog, wagged its tail in greeting. Li Dong patted Dehei and assured, all right. Once I finish my work, I'll get you something to eat." After placing the soft-shelled turtle in its habitat, Li Feng prepared some food for Dehei and tidied up the farm. He worked diligently until after 9 o'clock, but, seeing no phone calls for orders, decided to lock up the farm and head home. He took the soft-shelled turtle, black fish, and yellow eel with him, along with 2 bottles of Xinhua Daku, intending to visit his daughter in the city. The weather was pleasant as Li Dong strolled to the crossroads. After waiting a few minutes without seeing a bus, he opted to walk, reaching the city in just over 2 hours. He arrived at the entrance of number 11 middle school and checked the time, realizing there were still about 10 minutes until classes ended. Suddenly, the school bell rang. Li Jingyi waved to her classmates as they prepared to wait for her aunt at the crossroads. Someone called her nickname, and the voice sounded familiar. Turning, she recognized a familiar figure, her father, though it took her a moment to be certain. "Dad?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Her father had transformed. His once protruding belly was gone, his skin now a healthy bronze, and he appeared to have shed 10 years. Li Jingyi found it hard to believe this was indeed her father. "What's wrong? Can't recognize your dad?" Li Dong, having startled himself with his reflection that morning, felt the same disbelief. Not only had he seemingly aged backward by a decade, but he was also toned, with no excess flesh. He pondered whether this transformation was due to some time-traveling phenomenon or simply the result of hard labor and exercise. "Dad, did you go to Africa?" Li Jingyi asked in wide-eyed wonder, circling around him. It had only been a month since they last saw each other, and he appeared to have changed completely, appearing younger yet darker. "Dad, you haven't found a girlfriend, have you? I heard that falling in love can make people look younger." Li Dong chuckled, bewildered by his daughter's whimsical thoughts. "By the way, sweetheart, didn't anyone come to pick you up at noon?" "My aunt picked me up," Li Jingyi replied. At that moment, Gao Jia, who was running slightly late from work, caught sight of a tall man holding Jingyi's hand, and her demeanor shifted instantly. "Let go of her hand, you scoundrel," she shouted, her fierce expression surprising both Li Dong and Li Jingyi. "Auntie, it's me," Li Jingyi exclaimed. Gao Jia froze, incredulous at the unexpected voice. "Brother-in-law? Is that really you? I can hardly believe my eyes. Did you get plastic surgery in South Korea?" "Plastic surgery?" Li Dong found the suggestion amusing. "With the recent lull in farm activities, I've simply been exercising. Who could undergo surgery to achieve such a transformation?" "That makes sense," Gao Jia responded, suddenly energized. "Brother-in-law, tell me how you got in shape. You look 10 years younger, and your physique is incredible." She playfully slapped his chest, exclaiming, "It's all muscle." Even Li Jingyi was taken aback, staring at her father's toned physique. "Dad, were you abducted by aliens? Not only is your belly gone, but your entire body is muscular. This is hard to believe. You used to be such a couch potato. What nonsense are you spouting? Come, let's return. This time, I have brought some exquisite items, wild soft-shelled turtles, black fish, and yellow eels. These are indeed treasures," Li Dong proclaimed with pride, oblivious to Li Jingyi's disdainful expression. He recalled a time 2 years prior when he had gone fishing, returning with a bag full of fish, claiming they were wild. However, upon arriving at his grandmother's house, his grandfather quickly discerned that they were merely farm-raised fish fed on pellets, leaving him utterly embarrassed. "Brother-in-law, you haven't been deceived again, have you?" Gao Jia questioned with skepticism. Li Dong was taken aback. "What do you mean? You don't believe me?" Just as he was about to assert that he had caught them all himself, his phone rang. "Mr. Tian, it's me." "Yes, I'm in the city. Regarding the turtles, rest assured, I contacted a friend overnight. It took considerable effort, but I managed to procure a few. Unfortunately, I couldn't get 10. At most, I have 6. Each one costs 1,000. It's not about the money. Finding wild soft-shelled turtles is exceedingly challenging. I will do my utmost." After hanging up, Li Dong noticed Gao Jia and Li Jingyi staring at him in astonishment. "What's wrong?" Li Jingyi thought to herself. "Is this Mr. Tian a fool? Even my father can't distinguish between farmed and wild. How can you trust him?" Chapter 29. The most humble packaging holds the finest wine. What kind of look is that? Am I capable of deceit? Li Dong felt a twinge of displeasure at the suspicion cast upon him. After all, this was his own daughter and beloved sister-in-law. "No, Dad. I still believe in your character." Li Jingyi's words brought Li Dong a measure of comfort. His daughter remained trustworthy. However, her next statement left him utterly flabbergasted. "It's mainly that I don't trust your ability to discern. How can you mistake a fish that has grown fat for a wild one?" As she spoke, Li Jingyi gestured dramatically, mimicking a fish as plump as a panda, sighed, and shook her head, her gaze reminiscent of one addressing a disappointing child. Li Dong was momentarily speechless. He couldn't fathom why his daughter would speak so. "Brother-in-law, we cannot deceive others. The child is right, if you can't even tell the difference. How can you sell them for 1,000 each? Aren't you afraid someone might ruin the farm?" "We're worried about you getting hurt," Gao Jia sighed. suggesting that her brother-in-law should focus on teaching rather than engaging in dubious ventures. What do you mean? Li Dong retorted. You may doubt my character, but you cannot question my catch. I have personally fished each one of them. You have no idea how many mosquitoes I endured for these fish, nearly to the point of losing consciousness from blood loss. If you don't believe me, fine, let's ask Dad for his opinion, Li Dong snapped. And Li Jingyi exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Jia. Oh, truly, the temper of children, they both thought. Dad, can we not quarrel? How about this? Just say you bought them by the riverside, avoiding the term wild. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to have lunch at Grandma's. Our child is quite clever, Gao Jia said, smiling and giving Li Jingyi a thumbs up. Enough, enough, let us not discuss this further. Just wait and see, Li Dong decided to drop the topic. Thinking it unwise to argue with women who do not understand the saying that one should regard a friend anew after 3 days apart. I still can't bear to look. It's too humiliating, Li Jingyi sighed, lamenting her unfortunate fate of having such a father. Gao Jia nodded in agreement. While Li Dong regretted coming to the school to pick up his daughter, it felt like a deliberate attempt to vex him. Come on, Jia, where's your car? Li Dong felt it prudent to cease conversation with the two, fearing it might lead to his demise, and decided to visit his father-in-law instead. On the roadside, Gao Jia noticed Li Dong struggling with numerous bags. Brother-in-law, are you moving house? Not at all. I brought some vegetables I grew for you to taste, organic and green. Li Dong replied, beaming with pride, though both Gao Jia and Li Jingyi regarded him with a hint of skepticism. When did you learn to grow vegetables? I have always known how, Li Dong replied, slightly sheepish, but enough of that, let us go. In truth, he had not grown the vegetables himself. But they were indeed organic. Once in the car, Gao Jia suddenly remembered, brother-in-law, did you not drive here? Well, my dad had an accident while driving, Li Jingyi said, covering her face in embarrassment. Her father had insisted on equipping the vehicle with every possible safety feature, boasting a so-called 360-degree collision avoidance system. Yet he still managed to crash. The collision occurred, yet the accident report indicated a mere speed of 20. That fellow's pace was as slow as an ant's crawl, and yet he managed to collide with an 80-year-old grandmother. A minor incident, indeed. Li Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was quite shameful. Oh. Gao Jia suppressed a smile. Her brother-in-law was rather amusing, albeit somewhat of a bookworm. Hey, Dad, did you come straight from the fields? As Li Jingyi settled into the car, she noticed her father was covered in dust, which had transferred onto her. I just changed my clothes before coming. Perhaps there was too much dust on the way. Is there really that much dust between the bus stop and the school? No, I walked from Hanzhuang to the city. Gao Jia nearly burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, don't joke with me. It's true I walked. Li Dong, initially caught off guard, found the thought amusing. He had indeed walked such a distance. Really? Gao Jia was left speechless. Although she rarely ventured to Hanzhuang, she was well aware of its distance from the city. Brother-in-law, you're impressive. Well, it's just a few dozen miles. I arrived in no time. Li Jingyi fell silent, feeling embarrassed. How could he claim that a few dozen miles could be traversed in a moment? Did he think she was 3 years old? She resolved to tell her mother that her father was full of nonsense. This father was simply unacceptable. The car started, and while Gao Jia was expected to head directly to Reawakening community, she instead took a detour to the Durun FA supermarket. Are you going to buy something? Mom just called and said we're out of rice. She asked me to buy a bag. Buying rice? All right, wait here. I'll go get it. Wuliangye returned to the garage. The back and forth would waste time, and Li Dong was not particularly confident in his sister-in-law's driving skills. Okay. I'll stop by the roadside. Brother-in-law, hurry up. Li Dong dashed to the second floor of the supermarket and returned carrying a 100-pound bag of rice. How much does this weigh? Gao Jia was astonished. 100 pounds, northeastern rice. Let us go. Li Dong clapped his hands. The bag felt surprisingly light. Gao Jia and Li Jingyi exchanged glances, bewildered. This was indeed their father. He had suddenly become someone else. Li Jingyi was equally perplexed. When did my dad gain such strength? Throughout the journey, the two women remained quiet, as Li Dong's feat of carrying a 100-pound bag of rice was indeed impressive. Dad, what is this? Li Jingyi's foot accidentally nudged 2 bottles of Xinghua village liquor. Why bring 2 bottles of vinegar? Do we need that in the city? It's liquor. Your grandfather enjoys drinking, so I thought to bring him a couple of bottles. Li Dong placed the bottles at his feet, stating, This liquor is quite rare, a treasure that transcends time. Are you joking? Li Jingyi examined the 2 bottles in the net bag, noting their simplistic packaging, or rather, lack thereof. Will Grandpa really like this? Don't mess with me. Dad, you've changed. Li Jingyi was now certain. Her father had indeed transformed. Do you think that just because you and Mom separated, you can disregard Grandpa? What nonsense is this? Li Dong gazed at his daughter, a small yet spirited child, and playfully tapped her on the head. What are you daydreaming about all day? I haven't even asked you how the school entrance exam went. It's fine, just mediocre. First in the class, she replied nonchalantly. That's commendable. And in the grade? He inquired further. First as well. Li Dong briefly flicked his tongue, initially intending to offer a few encouraging words, urging her to strive for excellence. Yet he felt stifled, grappling with the discomfort of his own unexpressed thoughts. Excelling in academics alone isn't sufficient. I just earned my black belt in Taekwondo, and achieving the level 8 in piano was a breeze. But Mom won't let me take the level 10 exam. Li Dong chuckled softly, realizing that discussing academic matters with his daughter was not the wisest choice. He believed it would prolong his own peace of mind. Dad, my mom says I'm fortunate to have inherited her traits. Otherwise, if I were like you, it would be troublesome. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that my being first in the entire school for the entrance exam was a lie? Well, Dad, the school you attended was a rural one with only 2 classes, she retorted. Li Dong felt exasperated, recognizing this spirited girl was determined to push his buttons. Why did you hide the liquor? While Gao Jia was searching for a parking spot, Li Jingyi had the audacity to conceal the bottles of Xinhua village liquor she brought along. I'm afraid Grandpa might hit you with a broom. Sighing, Li Jingyi lamented. With a father like you, what sins have I committed? You have such a daughter. I shall inevitably develop emphysema, Li Dong quipped, his irritation palpable. Brother-in-law, don't get worked up. Let us see what we can do. Since there are no parking spots ahead, we'll have to park outside, Gao Jia suggested. If only we had bought a little less rice earlier, Li Dong mused. Parking outside would mean a walk of at least 300 or 400 meters. How do we manage 100 pounds of rice? That's nothing. A few hundred meters is merely a blink of an eye, he replied confidently. What's the fuss? Carrying sweet potatoes and fetching water for several hundred meters takes an entire day. This little distance and modest amount of rice is trivial. Dad, there are no cows in the city. If you keep boasting, people might think there's an outbreak of cattle plague, Li Jingyi teased, shouldering her little backpack. With 2 bottles of Xinhua village liquor crammed inside, Li Dong's lips twitched. It seemed his daughter was intent on provoking him. Boast? Let me show you the wild side of your father. As he spoke, he opened the trunk, effortlessly hoisting 100 pounds of rice onto his shoulder, while casually grabbing sweet potatoes and vegetables, along with bags of turtle, eel, and black fish. Let us go. Li Jiayi and Gao Jia were genuinely astonished. The way Li Dong handled the rice was remarkably skilled and appeared effortless. Upon arriving at Li Jingyi's grandmother's apartment building, Li Dong didn't even pause to catch his breath. Truly, as he had claimed, it was a trivial matter. Brother-in-law, you don't need to overexert yourself anymore. We've arrived. What do you mean by that? The women in the family had a knack for provoking him. Let us go upstairs. Just the 4th floor, Li Dong said, ascending in one breath, leaving both Gao Jia and Li Jiayi utterly stunned. It really seems like my dad is quite impressive now, Li Jiayi remarked. Indeed, Gao Jia concurred, unable to deny the remarkable change in his stamina compared to 6 months ago. You two are rather slow, Li Dong said, balancing the rice and bags in his hands. Unable to knock on the door, Zhang Fengqin opened the door, her face lighting up at the sight of Li Dong. Xiaodong, you've arrived. Come in quickly. Old man, Xiaodong is here. Mother, is the rice still in its usual place? Please hand it to me. Mother asked the brother-in-law to place it there. He bought 100 pounds of rice. Zhang Fengqin intended to take the rice, but Gao Jia playfully intervened. This isn't just 10 or 20 pounds, it's 100. How could he buy so much? It saves you from running back and forth. Setting down the rice, Li Dong handed over some soft-shelled turtles, black fish, and eels to Zhang Fengqin. Mother, these are some wild fish I had someone procure for me. Wild fish? Gao Guoyang approached, and Li Jingyi smacked her forehead. Realizing the implications, Gao Guoyang was well aware of Li Dong's tendencies. That fellow claimed even the Christian carp weighed nearly a pound and insisted it was wild. Oh, this soft-shelled turtle has a black belly. Its claws are quite sturdy. Indeed, it is wild. The blackfish too. And this eel, how rare to find one so large and wild. Gao Guoyang, who worked at the Agricultural Technology Station, had spent considerable time in the countryside and could recognize wild fish and shrimp with remarkable accuracy. Dad, are they truly wild? Gao Jia, while sipping water, nearly choked and hurried over, coughing a few times. How rare. I haven't seen a wild eel this big in many years. Grandfather, you didn't misjudge, did you? Li Jingyi immediately reprimanded Li Dong with a light tap on the head. You silly child. Go on. Quickly fetch the fine wine your father brought for your grandfather. Did he bring wine too? Li Jingyi thought better of it, considering it fine wine was an exaggeration, as it lacked any proper packaging. Gao Guoyang, a connoisseur of fine spirits, perked up at the mention of good wine. Quickly, let us cook the eel and soft-shelled turtle to accompany the wine. Show me what good wine you have. 2 bottles of Zingwakandaku. Zingwakandaku? Gao Guoyang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall any fine wine with that label. Li Jingyi, feeling exasperated, retrieved the 2 frosty bottles of Zingwakandaku. Gao Guoyang examined them closely, growing increasingly excited. Zingwakandaku from 74. The preservation is remarkable. It looks just like the genuine article. Li Jingyi and Gao Jia watched in apprehension, particularly Li Jingyi, who was ever ready to shield her father from the broom. Lamenting the challenges of having a father who frequently puts his daughter in precarious situations. Is this what I signed up for? Chapter 30, Mother. If you do not strive harder, you might lose father. Grandfather, please do not become agitated. The doctor has advised you to keep your blood pressure in check. In light of her father's worrying condition, Li Jingyi bravely stepped up to take the heat. How could Gao Guoyang remain calm? The locally renowned distillery had produced the last batch of Xinhua Village Daku over 40 years ago, a liquor that rightfully deserves a place in the Jiuhua Distillery Museum. Just the other day, old Zhang boasted about a bottle of old Mingguang, and now Gao Guoyang was eager to show him this treasure. Gao Guoyang was immensely pleased. This liquor was impeccable, a true vintage, and remarkably well preserved. Xiaodong, where did you acquire this wine? He inquired. A classmate gifted it to me, Li Dong replied, concealing the fact that he had purchased it himself. His classmate's family had once been affluent, and after the tribulations of the past decade, they had compensated with a substantial fortune, leading the elder to buy a collection of wine, intending to make up for the years devoid of it. They even constructed a rather sophisticated wine cellar, but before they could savor much, the elder passed away, leaving the cellar sealed until recently. Li Dong chuckled, recalling how his classmate had sent him 2 bottles of Xinhua Village Daku from Qiqing. I am not particularly knowledgeable about wines, but my classmate assured me of its authenticity. I thought I would bring it to you for your appraisal. Wiping his brow, he felt fortunate that as a language teacher, he possessed some narrative skill. That explains it. Gao Guoyang mused. Make sure to extend my gratitude to your classmate. Such liquor is a rarity nowadays, and distilleries would pay handsomely to showcase it in their exhibition halls. What sort of wine is this that it warrants display in a gallery? Gao Jia and Li Jingyi were perplexed. Could this wine truly be of such quality despite its lack of packaging and somewhat modest appearance? You do not understand. Should this be taken to Jiuhua Distillery, they would gladly purchase it for 10,000 a bottle. Xinhua Village Daku might not be a famous wine, merely produced by a local distillery that soon underwent a rebranding, and knowledge of it is scarce. However, for the distillery, it stands as a testament to history, making their willingness to pay a premium unsurprising. 10,000 a bottle? Gao Jia and Li Jingyi gasped, and even Li Dong was taken aback. He had bought it for just a mere 150. Father, my classmate mentioned he has a few bottles of 1978 Gujin and he said he would send them my way when he has the chance. What is the market value of Gujin from 1978? If it is indeed genuine, the market price hovers around 35,000, Gao Guoyang replied. The year 1978 is significant. The entire northern Anhui region suffered from severe drought, with over 75% of farmland facing extreme aridity. Gujin did not produce new wine for several years thereafter. Not until the early 1980s. Your classmate may not be well-versed in wines, Li Dong thought. Indeed, he himself was not particularly knowledgeable, although he had some understanding of Moutai, which certainly was not inexpensive back in those days. Having just returned from abroad, he might know even less than I do. That is quite unfortunate, Gao Guoyang remarked wistfully. As for Gujin, its price is exorbitant, but if you could assist me in acquiring some Xinhua Village Daku, the standard market price is around 3,000. Without further ado, let us rejoice in merriment and share a drink. What shall we have? Li Dong pointed toward the fragrant liquor of Zingwakan, only for Gao Guoyang to embrace it tightly. What a fanciful notion. Let us indulge in the ancient well-ate your spirit. Speaking playfully, the precious elixir was tucked away in Li Dong's personal liquor cabinet. Gao Jia and Li Jingyi were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this liquor was truly a treasure. Li Jingyi regarded her father, noting his improved physique and newfound robustness, as well as his remarkable ability to flatter. Moreover, his discerning palate had developed, after merely half a year of running a farm. He could distinguish between wild and cultivated spirits, and now he had procured such a rare find. Well done, Dad. Li Jingyi felt a surge of pride in her father's growth, marveling at his transformation in their absence. How remarkable it was. Li Dong, however, wore a bemused expression at her praise. I have learned to be independent, haven't I? Indeed. I shall report this to your mother shortly, Li Jingyi replied, nodding with satisfaction, which prompted Li Dong to playfully tap her on the head. His daughter's intellect was quite formidable. A little humility would serve her well. Consider this. You, a high school Chinese teacher, surely can assist a primary school student with their studies. Yet since she began school, she has never needed my help. Her brilliance is double-edged. Li Dong felt a sense of failure as a father, particularly as an educator who could not assist his daughter with her studies. He had protested, but his daughter and her mother had swiftly quelled his objections. Report. He sighed, feeling a tinge of apprehension regarding Gao Lan. Despite their divorce, the shadow of fear lingered. Sweetheart, how's your mother's work these days? Quite well. Though she is busy, as you know. Li Jingyi, far from resembling an 11-year-old, left Li Dong feeling somewhat helpless. And what about you? Are you home alone after school? Yes, the assignments are rather simple. Li Jingyi accepted the fruit offered by Gao Jia. Thank you, Auntie. Dad, would you like some? I shall pass. Li Dong intended to express concern for his daughter, but somehow the conversation circled back to himself. Dad, without my supervision, you wouldn't forget to have breakfast, would you? Of course not. I am thriving, I assure you. My culinary skills have significantly improved, and I am doing quite well. Is that so? Mother mentioned your farm is on the brink of collapse. Li Jingyi rolled her eyes. However, fear not, for I shall support you when the time comes. She patted her backpack, boasting of her recent bonuses. It seemed she had received quite a reward. Li Dong glanced at Gao Jia, inquiring about the situation. Last semester's bonus came in at nearly 10,000. What a miser. He promised us a lavish feast. Yet we ended up at a buffet that cost only 200, Gao Jia remarked, playfully nudging Li Jingyi, who leaned affectionately against her aunt. Indeed, that is my father. In a fit of anger, he resigned and retreated to the countryside to run a farm, which is now on the verge of failing. I suppose I shall have to take care of him. What a burden. With a chuckle, Li Dong, who was enjoying his tea, suddenly spewed it out. I need you to support me in my old age. Life in the countryside is so comfortable. Besides, my farm is doing well. By the end of the year, it may very well turn a profit. Such words, however, failed to convince not only Li Jingyi but also Gao Jia, and even his former mother-in-law, Zhang Foqin. Shook her head in disbelief. Xiaodong, it's normal to experience both gains and losses in business. Don't feel too pressured. Their words only added to Li Dong's stress. All right. Mom, why are you siding with them? He lamented, feeling a pang of regret for coming. Ha. On a serious note, his brother-in-law remarked, at the end of the month. Our group is organizing a team-building event. I'll mention a visit to your farm. Gao Jia, now working at the tax bureau, was considered a key member of the team and wielded some influence. This is a way to attract customers for yourself, Li Dong mused, acknowledging his aunt's kindness towards him. Sure, just give me a call when the time comes. I'll make sure you have a splendid time. Then I shall take you at your word, Gao Jia replied. You, my brother-in-law, can still joke with me. I guarantee you will have a great time and will want to come again. Li Dong confidently assured her. Food and drink will be no problem. I can gather some game from 78, along with organic vegetables and fish from the reservoir. Han Weigu's culinary skills will surely leave these young ladies delighted. However, when it came to entertainment, Li Dong furrowed his brow, aware that the farm lacked engaging activities. While vegetable picking and fishing at the reservoir were possibilities, they were not particularly appealing to the predominantly female staff at the tax bureau. Yet, having made a promise, he steeled himself to face the challenge. What are you talking about? Jia, come help me, Zhang Fengqin called out, summoning Gao Jia to assist her. Meanwhile, Gao Guoliang was busy on the phone with his drinking buddies, boasting about his excellent liquor from Xinghua village. In the living room, only Li Dong and Li Jingyi remained, with Li Jingyi leaning against Li Feng. Dad, my birthday is coming up in a few days. You mustn't forget, she reminded him. Rest assured, I would forget my own surname before I forgot my precious child's birthday, Li Dong replied, affectionately ruffling Li Jingyi's hair. What gift do you want? Lego, Barbie dolls. She said, Dad, those were my childhood favorites. I don't like them anymore. Then what do you want? That won't do. Dad, you have to figure it out yourself. Li Jingyi sat up, determined. Come on, Dad, I believe you can guess. Tablets, phones, don't even think about it, she added, knowing Gao Lan would never approve of such gifts. If I dared to buy them, Gao Lan would surely give me a piece of her mind. I am well aware of that. Wuliangye rolled her eyes. I'm not a little child who knows nothing. Humph. If I'm not satisfied with my birthday gift, I won't accept it. Understood, he replied, bemused by her attitude. A child of such tender age, disinterested in toys. What a world we live in. Fine, fine. I shall at least buy a set of 5 years of college entrance examination. 3 years of simulation to prepare. After sharing a few drinks with Gao Guoyang at noon, he accompanied Wuliangye to school before Gao Jia saw him off to the bus station. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Once Li's phone was sent off, Gao Jia immediately messaged her older sister. Sister, guess who this is? Gao Lan, taken aback by the message, recognized the familiar silhouette in the photo but couldn't immediately recall who it belonged to. How did you get a boyfriend? Ah, sister, this is my brother-in-law. Gao Jia sent another photo of Li Dong's face. The child urged me to tell you, Mom, you might soon lose Dad. The child remarked that her father now appeared exceptionally handsome, with a physique that seemed a decade younger, undoubtedly attracting the attention of young ladies. She insisted that I convey to you that if you do not take action soon, you may risk losing your brother-in-law. After sending the message, Gao Jia couldn't help but chuckle to herself. The little girl, wise beyond her years, observed that her brother-in-law had indeed changed, to the point of being nearly unrecognizable. Gao Jia recounted the day's events to Gao Lan. Are you certain he is not deceiving us? I inquired. I asked Dad, and it is indeed wild fish. And the liquor is genuine as well. Gao Lan seemed puzzled, pondering how this person could have transformed so drastically. It's hard to believe. Could he have truly been stimulated into change? The child can be temperamental, a few harsh words, and he throws a tantrum. If he ends up divorced, it serves him right. Let him stay in the countryside, I suppose. Regardless, he is still the father of the child. I'll ask the little one tonight. Let's hope she doesn't stray down the wrong path. Li Dong took the bus back to Hanjia village. After resting for a while, he grabbed a basket of vegetables and strolled to the farm, intending to feed the soft-shelled turtles, which had not been fed for several days. One of them sensed the noise and approached. As Li Dong noticed the turtle crawling towards him, he found it amusing and tapped on the glass. To his surprise, the turtle indeed came closer, peering at him, which astonished Li Dong. Curious, he tapped on the other side, and the turtle crawled over again. Intrigued, Li Dong decided to take out this peculiar turtle and set it on the ground. After several attempts, it seemed that this turtle possessed a hint of intelligence. Could it be real? Li Dong wondered, noticing that the turtle appeared to comprehend some of his commands, unlike the others. What could be happening? Could this turtle's intelligence have transcended time and space? The more Li Dong pondered, the more excited he became. If it were true, perhaps by spending more time with the turtle, he could cultivate a few intelligent turtles, which would certainly be entertaining. Unbeknownst to him, this special turtle began to follow in his footsteps. Might other animals possess similar traits as the turtle? Li Dong slapped his forehead. It was indeed a possibility worth exploring. Chapter 31. The Birth of Green Bean. Green Bean, come and trace a character for me. Li Dong playfully teased Green Bean, whimsically adopting the name inspired by an old saying about turtles observing green beans, completely oblivious to the fact that he was the one amusing the creature. Remarkably, Green Bean followed the motion of Li Dong's fingers, managing to trace a square, though the desired character proved too complex, resulting instead in a simple grid. Intrigued, Li Dong pondered the idea of gifting Green Bean to his daughter for her birthday. However, he dismissed the notion, deeming Green Bean too unappealing. Perhaps he could procure a few charming little turtles instead, selecting the most attractive ones to accompany him through time. With a couple of trips, he might just succeed in acquiring a clever turtle. This realization brought him a sense of accomplishment. Selecting a gift for his daughter was no trivial matter and should not be delayed. As he continued to play with Green Bean, Li Dong contemplated the items he intended to bring along. A watch caught his eye, an antique Shanghai brand available for just over 100 on Taobao. Surprisingly more expensive than its online price from 1978. What a lucrative deal. If he were to order dozens of watches, he could potentially make a fortune. Yet, he considered the scarcity of individuals who could afford such luxury back then, and the challenges of selling them without connections. He decided to purchase 4 watches, 2 for men and 2 for women, as a test of the market. Clothing purchases could not be limited to shirts alone. Autumn was fast approaching, necessitating a selection of fall attire. Li Dong researched the temperatures in Qiqing from 40 years ago, discovering they were 6 to 10 degrees cooler than current readings. In 2017, The lowest winter temperature in Qiqing barely dipped below -2 or 3 degrees, and that was only on rare occasions. In contrast, 40 years ago, winters were predominantly below freezing, with temperatures plummeting to over -10 degrees at times. It stood to reason that autumn would also be somewhat chillier. Li Dong resolved to buy 20 sets of autumn outfits, mirroring the styles of that era, and decided on an additional 50 shirts. Almost forgetting, he remembered to purchase 2 outfits and shoes for Xiaowan. Finding clothing and footwear that accurately reflected the characteristics of that time proved to be quite an endeavor. He could not recall her shoe size, so he resolved to buy several pairs. He was well aware of Li Jingyi's preferences, having purchased items for her previously. This girl had her own views on fashion, leaving Li Dong to merely fund her choices over the past 2 years. Conversely, Xiaowan was more agreeable. He decided to buy 3 pairs of warrior shoes in sizes 30, 31, and 32. Money was no object. He ensured that stationery and toys were also included. Unfortunately, his daughter did not have much interest in toys, which deprived Li Dong, the big child at heart, of considerable joy. Fortunately, he could vicariously experience that happiness through Xiaowan. The stationery and retro toys turned out to be quite appealing. He added everything to his shopping cart, but upon checkout, he noticed several recommendations had appeared, as Taobao suggested more items from the 1970s due to his previous purchases. Food stamps, he mused, were an intriguing find. However, upon further investigation, he found that while food stamps from other years were plentiful, those from 1978 were scarce and exorbitantly priced. Just as he was about to close the Taobao app, he stumbled upon recommendations for the 3rd series of renminbi. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to explore, discovering some remarkable pieces. Yet, the prices seemed excessively high, hundreds of yuan for a single note. He decided against it, deeming it impractical, as spending several thousand yuan on mere hundreds was not a feasible choice for him. Moreover, the authenticity of such items was uncertain. With his current financial constraints and the impending need to pay for the contracted work, Li Dong found himself unable to part with such sums. Looking back, Li Dong contemplated whether he could procure a few bottles of Moutai, first resolving the issue of the contract fee. He silently steeled his resolve, lamenting that during those years, Moutai was exceedingly difficult to obtain. Without connections, securing a liquor ticket was almost impossible. After purchasing the necessary items, Li Dong acquired several books, a biography of Deng Xiaoping, a history of the Republic, and a chronicle of Qiqing. At last, he had gathered everything he needed. Li Dong calculated his weight to be 165 pounds. Subtracting that from 250 left 85. Of course, the 250 was in pounds, and if it were in kilograms, he would have to be more cautious. Losing items would be regrettable, but losing himself would be disastrous. Ideally, he should carry between 60 and 70 pounds. A set of autumn clothing weighed about 1 pound. 20 sets around 20 pounds, a shirt approximately 3/4 of a pound, and Xiaowan's clothes and shoes roughly 4 to 5 pounds. For watches and some stationery and toys added another 3 pounds. Overall, he estimated about 43 pounds, plus he intended to bring 5 small turtles, adding a little over a pound, totaling around 45 pounds. He also planned to carry 5 pounds of braised beef, 5 pounds of braised pork, and 5 pounds of lamb. If he were to add 10 pounds of flour, that would be nearly sufficient, he mused. After some thought, he decided against bringing the flour, though he acknowledged the necessity of other items. Seasonings were essential, as they were hard to come by in that era. One simply couldn't do without them. He also considered bringing a few electronic watches to test. He thought about acquiring some lighters and other small items, revising his list once more. It would be prudent to bring extra fish feed, and he couldn't neglect the medications. Mosquito coils were a must, as mosquitoes were quite prevalent in 78. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in realization. He had forgotten about the mosquito net. Upon further reflection, he realized he had quite a substantial load. For a moment, he pondered whether he should reduce the quantity of meat. Beef was out of the question, as slaughtering cattle was illegal at that time. While beef was unattainable, lamb could be excluded, and so could pork, thus freeing up another 10 pounds of space. He calculated again, relieved that he had a few days before his return. Just then, Gao Lan sent him a message. Li Dong opened it and rolled his eyes. He certainly wasn't under her jurisdiction anymore, or so he thought. But he still dutifully reported his recent circumstances. Gao Lan posed a few more questions, to which Li Dong responded one by one. However, he found it amusing that he seemed to have once again become subject to oversight. Li Dong, feeling quite put out, inquired, "Comrade Gao Lan, haven't we already dissolved our hierarchical relationship?" "Oh, I merely worry about the child having a father who strays from the path," Gao Lan replied blandly. All right, let us leave it at that for today. Noticing his stomach ache, Li Dong resolved to firmly resist such parental tendencies in the future and put away his phone. Meanwhile, in the high-tech zone, Gao Lan frowned slightly, realizing that the child had indeed noted a change in temperament. What had transpired during this time? Could it truly be as the child suggested, a new romance? It seemed implausible that anyone would find him appealing. At over 30, his mindset remained rather immature. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, Gao Lan was musing about him as he stored the mung beans in the old house. These were the prized mung beans, not to be left in such a perilous location as the farm. Otherwise, if they were cooked one day, he would have no tears left to shed. Although he may appear somewhat unsightly, he is indeed an intelligent fellow, a true king among turtles. Li Dong contemplated that if it weren't for this person's unfortunate appearance, acknowledging him as a godson wouldn't be an issue. Father, you have a phone call. As Li Dong answered the call, he discovered it was a debt collector. Manager Tian, the soft-shelled turtle is ready for you. Please come by tomorrow. All right, I will make the arrangements. He decided to call Uncle Weigua first. After dealing with Tian Liang, Li Dong dialed Han Weigua, but unexpectedly, it was Han Xiaohai who answered. Xiaohai, it's me, Li Dong. Is Uncle Weigua around? He has gone to the fields for some business. Tomorrow, Manager Tian and the others are coming for lunch here, so please inform Uncle Weigua. After hanging up, Han Xiaohai muttered to himself, does he really think of his father as an employee? A meal takes half a day to prepare, and it only costs 50 yuan. Just as he was mumbling, Han Weigua returned, carrying corn and vegetables. What are you talking about? Father, Li Dong said there will be guests for lunch tomorrow. Mentioning Manager Tian, Han Xiaohai replied. In these times, everyone is called manager. But this Manager Tian is quite extraordinary, worth several tens of millions. Really? Han Xiaohai was genuinely surprised, doubting the authenticity of such a claim. Father, you're not joking, are you? A millionaire coming to our little valley? Weigua shook his head. What's the big deal about several tens of millions? People still need to eat. Are you coming back tomorrow? Han Xiaohai, intrigued, wondered what could be so appealing about Li Dong's farm that would attract a millionaire. Should I give you a hand tomorrow? That would be great. On the other hand, Tian Liang had been feeling somewhat troubled lately. A project payment of several million was entangled in minor issues with the client. Perhaps you should ask Director Liu for assistance. His wife suggested softly upon noticing his furrowed brow. I have invited Director Liu for tomorrow. By the way, would you like to join? The scenery there is quite lovely, and we can fish and enjoy the view. I'd rather not. It's sweltering hot, and besides, I need to pick up the kids from school at noon. You go ahead. Do you need sunscreen? I can get it for you. I'm not accustomed to that sort of thing. Anyway, tomorrow I'll see if I can bring back a couple of wild soft-shell turtles. Where would you even find wild soft-shell turtles these days? Don't let yourself be fooled. Rest assured that Director Liu is quite the expert. Tian Liang chuckled. I must be lucky. There really are wild ones in this valley. It's a pity there isn't too much game. Otherwise, it would be even better, he mused. Early the next morning, Li Dong went to the vegetable garden to pick some produce and then to the reservoir to collect the fishing nets. His luck wasn't too great, catching only a few crucian carp and a couple of yellow catfish. It seemed he would have to settle for a pot of assorted fish. Fortunately, he still had 2 eels at home. Had he taken them all to the city, he would have been left with nothing substantial. With the eels, he figured Tian Liang would be satisfied, especially when combined with a village-raised rooster, some cured meat, and local black pork. After making his rounds and purchasing the necessary ingredients, he returned to the farm, where Han Weigua had already arrived, surprisingly accompanied by Han Xiaohai. Oh, Xiaohai is here. I came to help my father. How delightful. Uncle Weigua, let us 3 indulge in some drinks later at noon. Li Dong handed the chicken and meat to Han Weigua. Uncle Weigua, here are 2 wild yellow eels. Let us keep one for ourselves. The stew of eel and meat will be splendid, and today's meat is quite exceptional. Oh my. Such size, Han Weigua remarked, glancing at the eels. Indeed, these are truly wild. After years of being a chef, I can discern quality. We were fortunate to acquire 2, Li Dong chuckled. I shall prepare the fishing gear. Mr. Tian will arrive shortly. Not long after Li Dong departed, Han Xiaohai could no longer contain his curiosity. Dad, are these truly wild? Is it not a deception? You should refrain from unfounded speculation. Observe the color and the patterns. There's no doubt they are wild, Han Weigua replied, shaking his head at his son's skepticism. Aren't they rather expensive? Surely. They must cost 1 or 200 yuan, Han Weigua casually remarked, and Han Xiaohai thought to himself that Li Dong was indeed rather affluent. Tian Liang soon arrived, and Li Dong welcomed him to the farmhouse for tea. "Director Lu, Mr. Tian, you are in for a treat today." "Oh, what delights do you have?" Lu Mingdong, having accepted Tian Liang's invitation primarily due to the previous wild fish and turtles, was eager. "Mr. Li, do not keep us in suspense. Lead us to the treasures." "Very well. Here we have wild yellow eels, nearly a pound, quite a rarity," Lu Mingdong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Mr. Li, impressive. Such a large wild eel. I haven't encountered one in years. Truly a treasure." "Indeed, a splendid find. How shall we prepare it?" "We will stew the eel with local black pork, freshly slaughtered this morning. The meat is still warm." Li Dong pointed to the thick slices of fatty pork, and Lu Mingdong nodded in approval. "Excellent meat. What about the turtles?" Lu Mingdong inquired, noticing several turtles in the adjacent pond that caught his attention. "They are wild. Mr. Li, you must sell me a few this time." Tian Liang nodded in agreement, indicating that selling them to Lu Mingdong was preferable, with the payment to be made by him. Li Dong received a signal from Tian Liang. "You put me in a difficult position. Mr. Tian has urged me several times for these turtles, and it took me a while to gather a few. What do you think, Mr. Tian? Others may not do, but what could Director Lu possibly say?" Tian Liang waved his hand, his words resonating well with Lu Mingdong. "Then I must thank you, Mr. Tian. There is no need for such formality. Mr. Li, let us have a drink at noon. And please prepare a turtle for us to stew," Tian Liang said with a smile. "What fine liquor do you have?" "Fine liquor?" Li Dong was taken aback. As his farmhouse stocked only ordinary spirits, indeed, he had none that could be deemed fine. Chapter 32. Fine wine and 2 bottles of aged spirits. Fine wine? This posed a slight dilemma for Li Dong, as what exquisite wine could one possibly find in a small rural village? The most expensive would merely be the 200 yuan Gujin Gongjiu, or perhaps the Jiuhua Distillery's Ganlu, priced at just over 100. Would someone like Tian Liang even take notice of such wines? Let us disregard the notion of wine altogether. Seeing the change in Li Dong's expression, Director Lu discerned the underlying tension and stepped forward to alleviate the awkwardness between Li Dong and Tian Liang. "This simply won't do, Director Lu," Tian Liang thought regretfully. "Having forgotten to bring a few good bottles of wine. I should have brought at least a couple of bottles of Wuliangye. My sincerest apologies, Director Tian, Director Lu. Next time, I shall ensure to prepare a few fine bottles," Li Dong quickly offered, acknowledging the situation, which was neither right nor wrong. "Not to worry," chimed in a few other employees from the client company. "With such large wild eels and freshwater turtles, this outing is already worth its weight in gold. Nowadays, isn't it more about health? Drinking less and enjoying tea instead is quite admirable." The group went fishing, and Li Dong called for the fishing gear to be delivered. Meanwhile, Han Weiguo began preparing lunch at the farmhouse, with Han Xiaoai assisting. "Dad, after all this effort, we only received 50. That's a bit stingy. You should mention it to him when you have the chance." "Enough of that chatter. Hurry and help me wash the vegetables," Han Weiguo replied, a man of principles, believing that agreed-upon terms should not be altered. Li Dong spent the morning shuttling between the reservoir and the farmhouse, delivering tea and fish feed. The reservoir was quite expansive, and without proper bait, fishing would be challenging. By around 11:30, Han Weiguo had nearly finished preparing the meal. Li Dong rode his tricycle to the reservoir to call for people. "Director Lu, your skills have improved remarkably. Look at these beautiful crucian carp." "Not bad at all," Lu Mingdong replied, visibly pleased. Although the catch of the day was not the largest, the few big crucian carp were indeed impressive. "Director Lu, Director Tian, let us take a break. The food at the farmhouse is ready." "Very well, Director Lu, let us go and dine," Tian Liang said with a smile, beckoning Lu Mingdong and the other guests to return to the farmhouse. "Let us have a drink," Li Dong suggested. "The wine is over there. Let us take a look." All right. The selection of wine was limited, and Tian Liang and the others gathered around to inspect. 2 bottles of 1978 Gujing Gongjiu caught their attention, a rarity indeed. "Oh, there's aged wine here," one of them exclaimed. "Oh, that wine is not for sale," Li Dong replied. The moment those words escaped his lips, Tian Liang and the others felt a twinge of discomfort. If it was not for sale, why display it at all? "Director Tian, please do not misunderstand. This was a gift from a classmate of mine." Though Li Dong was not particularly skilled in social matters, he was perceptive enough to recognize Tian Liang's misunderstanding. These 2 bottles had indeed aged over the years, and he intended to keep them for his collection. "Collecting?" Lu Mingdong, who had been washing his hands, approached. "Gujing Gongjiu. This is indeed an old vintage. That bottle must have some years on it." "From 1978. 1978? Lu Mingdong's interest was piqued. A 1978 gujing is quite rare nowadays. Its market value is not insignificant. It seems you have a close relationship with this classmate, Li Boss. During our school days, it could be said that I saved his life. No wonder, then, that Lu Mingdong grew increasingly fond of this wine, though regrettably, it was rather expensive. Upon noticing Lu Mingdong's fondness, Tian Liang felt a surge of joy. How could Boss Li have such exquisite wine and not mention it sooner? Brother, how about this? Let me have these 2 bottles as a favor to my elder brother, and I'll make sure to procure a few bottles of Moutai for you later. He proposed. President Tian, this wine is not comparable to ordinary Moutai, Lu Mingdong replied with a smile, which took Tian Liang and his companions by surprise. Director Lu, is there any particular protocol we should follow? Tian Liang inquired. Have you heard of a bottle of Moutai being auctioned for hundreds of thousands? Lu Mingdong continued. Indeed. But could this wine be? Although it may not reach the astronomical prices of aged Moutai, the market value of a 40-year-old Gujing wine is already over 10,000, Lu Mingdong remarked with a grin. It was a revelation to him. He had not expected such treasures to exist in Boss Li's collection. Director Lu, you jest. I am but a novice in this realm, he replied. The thought of a bottle of Gujing costing over 10,000 truly astonished Tian Liang. While he possessed considerable wealth, indulging in wine priced at such heights was not something he could do casually. Ultimately, he chose 2 bottles of Ganlu, relatively modest local spirits priced around 200. During the meal, Tian Liang broached the subject of the project funds, yet Lu Mingdong did not readily acquiesce. Seizing a moment while serving food, Tian Liang approached Li Dong. Brother, could you do me a favor? President Tian, you are being too polite. If it is within my means, I would certainly not hesitate to assist you. Especially considering how you have supported my business, Li Dong responded earnestly, acknowledging Tian Liang as a valued patron. Could those 2 bottles of vintage wine be spared for me? Li Dong grasped the situation. It seemed President Tian had significant matters to discuss with Director Lu, as gifting wild soft-shelled turtles already indicated a considerable value. I understand this may place you in a difficult position, and I appreciate your help this time. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Tian Liang implored. Despite his wealth, he was deeply troubled about the several million in project funds. Much of his assets were tied up in machinery and fixed assets, leaving little in liquid capital. With many workers relying on him for their livelihoods, prolonged delays in payment could lead to serious issues. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dong reluctantly conceded, Very well, President Tian, since you have put it this way, it would be remiss of me to be overly fastidious. Thank you, brother. Tian Liang replied gratefully. President Tian clasped his hands in appreciation, retrieved his phone, and promptly transferred 36,666, astonishing Li Dong. President Tian, this is far too generous. Not at all. The market price is merely a guideline. The rarity of this wine is what truly matters. Besides, we still have the meal and the expense of the wild soft-shelled turtle, which is not excessive, Tian Liang explained. After placing the wine in his vehicle, Lu Mingdong, who had not driven over, returned with 2 boxes of mooncakes and a box of tea leaves. There is nothing of great value here, brother. I truly appreciate your assistance with this matter, he expressed. You are far too courteous, President Tian, Lu Mingdong replied warmly. After enjoying lunch with Lu Mingdong and his companions, Li Dong returned to the farm, where Han Weigua had prepared several dishes: stewed eel with meat, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, a mixed fish hot pot, and a light loofah and egg soup. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Weigua. Shall I? It's time to eat. Li Dong picked up a bottle of Mutton Boy, a wine that is considered quite good at around 100 yuan. Uncle Weigua, shall I? Let us indulge a little. All right. Li Gu. I just heard Dad mention that the soft-shelled turtle you have is all wild-caught. Han Xiaohai observed that the turtles in the pond looked no different from those sold in the supermarket. Indeed, Li Dong responded with a smile. Nowadays, wild soft-shelled turtles are exceedingly hard to procure. Chairman Tian has pressed me several times, and only then did I manage to acquire these few. That sounds rather expensive. They say it's around 200 to 300 per gene, but it's a real challenge to obtain. Li Dong pointed towards the pond. These 6 alone would cost no less than 5,000 yuan. Han Xiaohai gasped in awe. 5,000, coupled with this meal, would surely exceed 6,000. Although he had no idea how much profit there was, he was certain that half of it would be substantial. No wonder people are flocking to rural villages to establish farms. It is incredibly lucrative. Little did Han Xiaohai know that Li Dong had just received over 30,000 yuan, Otherwise, he would have been utterly astounded. After bidding farewell to Chairman Tian and his entourage in the afternoon, Li Dong tidied up the farm. With the turtles and wine gone, and no orders for the next day, he decided to head back home. By the way, Li Dong recalled the 2 boxes of mooncakes and tea gifted by Chairman Tian. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and he wondered what date it fell on in 1978. He pulled out his phone to check. September 17th. Wasn't that still about 10 days away? Glancing at the screen, it read 1978. 9, 7, precisely 10 days remained. Back then, mooncakes were hard to come by. Even the commune might not have them. And in the county, they required special pastry coupons. He remembered they were limited to half a piece per person. Not knowing what else to bring along, he was pleased to have this. Li Dong opened one box, discarding all the outer packaging. What packaging was there anyway? With the packaging, it weighed over 3 jin. But without it, only a mere 1.5 remained. He saved one box to bring back for the child. As for the tea, he thought better of it. He seldom drank tea and would instead gift it to his father-in-law. After tidying up, Li Dong returned to his old house. The items he ordered on Taobao would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest, so he planned to head into the city to buy a few colorful turtles. On the evening of August 26, 2018, around 8 o'clock, Li Dong locked the main gate of the courtyard, secured the wooden door, and fastened the windows before finally returning to his bedroom to close the door and turn off the light. Suddenly, a jolt shook him, startling Li Dong, who feared chaos had erupted again, prompting him to check thoroughly. Nothing was missing? Thankfully, everything was intact. It was around 3 in the morning by this time. Li Dong organized the items he had brought, slipped out of the small woods, and quietly returned home, stuffing his clothes under the bed and hiding smaller items in a nearby clutter. Dada? Xiaowan, hearing the noise, sat up, clutching a glimmering object in her hand. Li Dong was taken aback. Xiaowan, it's me. Dada, you're back. Xiaowan exclaimed joyfully, discarding her small knife and leaping into Li Dong's embrace. This girl had been waiting for him to return. She had just dozed off and was stirred awake by the slightest sound. It's all right. It's all right. Hee. Go back to sleep now. Dad brought you many wonderful things. I'll show them to you in the morning. Xiaowan softly murmured as she nestled against Li Dong, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Li Dong, with utmost care, laid her down. But just as he contemplated getting out of bed, Xiaowan's small hand grasped the fabric of his shirt. Dad, don't leave. Light the mosquito coil. This little girl, despite not being at home, was reluctant to even light the coil. After igniting the mosquito coil, he settled down. By this time, a cool breeze had begun to permeate the air. Li Dong, however, felt no fatigue as he lay in bed, contemplating how to address the issue of clothing. The textile factory was out of the question. He had narrowly escaped capture after being reported last time. Was venturing into the black market a viable option? He hesitated, aware of the dangers that lurked there. Selling vegetables might be more manageable, given that there was an excess of produce at home. Yet, acquiring clothing was a different matter altogether, as they were not of his own making. In recent days, Li Dong had come to realize that many of his previous notions were misguided. It was wiser to tread cautiously, after all. It was only at the end of the 1980s that it was articulated that educated youth could resolve their own employment issues, permitted to establish personal enterprises with a workforce not exceeding 7, with the stipulation that they themselves must engage in labor. Exercising caution during this period seemed prudent. Alas, how he yearned for someone to lend a helping hand. With a sigh, Li Dong mused, even the likes of Lu Dehua must eventually return to the fray. Chapter 33. Alas, someone is coveting my flesh. Li Dong was immersed in a delightful dream, savoring Moutai and nibbling on roasted peanuts, while singing a cheerful tune. On his left was his daughter, and on his right, Xiaowan, 2 young girls, one pouring wine, the other serving dishes. A middle-aged woman, none other than Gao Lan, was fanning him. Li Dong was in blissful contentment. But suddenly, with a startling pop, his beautiful dream shattered. Pain shot through his nostrils as he instinctively grasped a round object, discovering not just one, but several on his face. What on earth could they be? Were they still alive? Li Dong was bewildered, trembling in fear at the sight. Quickly, he fumbled for his lighter, and as the flame flickered, he discerned what was invading his nostrils. Colorful turtles. How had they managed to crawl onto his face? The 2 little turtles in his hands nudged against each other, and Li Dong smacked his forehead in realization. Could these mischievous creatures have undergone a bizarre genetic mutation akin to mung beans, transcending time and space? Indeed. The other 3 turtles remained peacefully nestled in their box, leaving only these 2 troublemakers to startle him awake. As he extinguished the light, A beam of moonlight streamed through a gap in the ceiling. The new house was still a dream yet to be realized, and the roof required repairs. The mere thought of the labor involved in home renovations made Li Dong lament his fate. After all, he fancied himself a local celebrity, yet here he was, toiling away at manual labor. Sleep beckoned him, for tomorrow marked Xiao Wan's first day of school, and he needed to accompany her. Early the next morning, Han Guofu was sweeping leaves outside when he spotted Li Dong approaching, his expression laced with curiosity. What mischief could this lad be up to? Uncle Guofu, busy with something? What's the matter? It's about the house in the city. I'm going to check if it has been sold. Li Dong had previously mentioned this to Han Guofu, and the mere mention of the house stirred a sense of guilt in him. Very well, you go ahead. Returning to the house, Han Guofu handed Li Dong a letter of introduction, signing it with a flourish and affixing his seal before passing it to Li Dong. Uncle Guofu, is there anything you'd like me to bring back? Bring back what? We have everything at home. Just don't go spending money recklessly. Han Guofu worried that Li Dong might return with unnecessary purchases after his trip to the city. Come back early. The sweet potatoes can't be left for too long. It's best to turn them into dried sweet potatoes. Understood, Uncle Guofu. With the letter of introduction in hand, Li Dong merrily returned home. Breakfast was already prepared by Xiao Wan, steamed sweet potatoes, multigrain porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables. The meals were similar in every household, and life was indeed pleasant. Xiao Wan, wait a moment. Li Dong produced a piece of oiled paper, unveiling a generous portion of braised beef. Xiao Wan blinked in surprise, her lips pouting in playful reproach. Dad, you're always buying meat. It's such a treat. She felt a twinge of helplessness, knowing that other families celebrated the rare occasion of meat only a few times a year. How fortunate they are to have meat every day. I suppose I must keep a close eye on Dad, but it does smell delicious. I'll cut it. Xiao Wan took the beef, slicing it into thin pieces and arranging them on a small plate. She retrieved a handful of peanuts that she had boiled earlier, as frying them was out of the question. A small dish of braised beef paired with boiled peanuts brought a smile to Li Dong's face. The combination was delightful. With porridge accompanying the sweet potatoes, beef, and pickled vegetables, a simple yet satisfying life indeed. Uncle, we have arrived. As I was savoring my meal, a few mischievous children scurried in. In these times, no one accompanied students to school. They walked in groups. It seemed they had come to find Xiao Wan. Upon entering, the children's eyes widened at the sight of meat. Wow, Xiao Wan's family is already having meat for breakfast. This was quite alarming. The little ones were visibly salivating. Li Dong realized the predicament. He would have to appease this group of youngsters, lest Uncle Guofu come knocking soon. Eating meat so early in the day was unheard of. Even landlords refrained from such indulgence. The chairman himself would not dare partake in such excess. Was it a lack of ideological education or insufficient labor? Li Dong pondered the horrifying image of Han Guofu and others discovering that he had feasted on braised beef so early in the morning. He quickly summoned the children over, offering each a piece of meat, which made Xiao Wan quite distressed. It wasn't due to stinginess. In those days, the concept of being stingy simply did not exist. Everyone cherished their belongings as if they were their very lives. Delicious. But don't tell your grandfathers, he urged. Uncle, you can count on us, they promised, eager for more. That's good. Here, have some candy, he said, only for Xiao Wan to snatch it away. You can't have both meat and candy. Xiao Wan, we're not being stingy. She reluctantly handed over the candies, reminding them, bring a basket of stones for my family after school. Stones? Li Dong chuckled, impressed by Xiao Wan's cleverness. That's a splendid idea. Tell the village kids that whoever brings a basket of stones will receive a piece of candy from Uncle. Really, Uncle? The children were thrilled. Collecting stones by the riverside was easy. One basket for a piece of candy. It was enough to make Han Xiaohua and his friends forget about school altogether. Of course it's true. Uncle needs a lot of stones to build a new house. You're so kind, Uncle, they exclaimed, and Li Dong nodded with a smile. It was quite commendable to be praised for employing child labor in such a manner. All right then, let us head to school. With their bellies full of meat and a piece of candy in hand, the children followed Li Dong joyfully to the commune, where he saw them off to school with a few reminders. Xiao Hao, you all must protect Xiao Wan. Don't let anyone bully her. Don't worry, Uncle. If anyone bullies Xiao Wan, I'll beat them up, they declared in unison. I'll do the same. Good, good. When I return to the city, I'll bring you mooncakes. The children beamed. Xiao Wan puffed her cheeks, recalling her mother's words about how delicious mooncakes were, though she had never tried one. In her moment of distraction, Li Dong had already departed. Mooncakes cost 10 cents each. Xiao Wan suddenly remembered what her mother had said, turning to run. However, upon exiting the school gate, she discovered that Li Dong had vanished, leaving her anxious. 10 cents for one. I hope that only buys one. This time, Li Dong did not bring much with him to the city. He was merely scouting the area. He also intended to create a FAA while casually purchasing a pack of cigarettes from the supply and marketing cooperative. As he mentioned this in front of Gao Weiman, he anticipated that Gao would soon learn of his venture into the city for the latter's sake. With a sly grin, Li Dong had brought 2 watches with him. One for a man and one for a woman. Gao Weiman eyed them, thinking they might fetch a good price, perhaps even 2. Upon arriving in the city, Li Dong observed the street, which retained a semblance of tranquility, while a few youths hurriedly traversed the narrow alleys, each clutching bags. Most of these individuals were engaged in the trade of trifles, sunflower seeds and peanuts, items that had become the only commodities to barter in these times. Even so, they had to conduct their dealings discreetly, wary of the patrolling squads, for speculation was now shrouded in secrecy. As Li Dong strolled about, he was taken aback to find at least a dozen souls present. It was quite surprising to see so many in these times. Initially, he had intended to mingle with his kindred spirits, those also engaged in speculative trade. However, before he could approach, the group scurried away, akin to mice fleeing from a cat upon sighting him. What was the meaning of this? Li Dong pondered, unaware that his attire, reminiscent of a cadre, along with his inherent demeanor, led them to mistakenly perceive him as an enforcer of regulations. Had he truly become so imposing that it evoked feelings of inadequacy in others? Alas, what was he to do? He, the local equivalent of Andy Lau, could hardly adopt their furtive manner of carrying bags and luring others into alleys, as it contradicted his essence. No, it was best to retreat for the moment and reconsider. Without cooperation, the performance of his role as the local Andy Lau would be hindered. After wandering aimlessly and failing to connect, Li Dong concluded that exceptional individuals often incite jealousy in others. Earlier, he had perused the department store, gaining a clear understanding of watch prices, around 120. And the styles were inferior to the one he had brought along. First, he would secure the funds from Gao Weiman, then he could proceed. Without lingering, he ventured to the state-run restaurant to purchase half a pound of dumplings. Alas, his ration tickets were insufficient. With a heavy heart, he ambled back, arriving at the commune just in time for the primary school to dismiss its students. Xiao Wan, Han Xiaohao, Han Xiaodian, and Han Xiaochun were seated by the flower bed, nibbling on sweet potatoes, and upon spotting Li Dong, they stood in unison. "Uncle, you're back," they exclaimed, their eyes fixated on the parcel Li Dong carried, which seemed to have grown more enticing in their eyes. Xiaowan's gaze was particularly intense, as she feared he might produce a bag of mooncakes, which would surely bring her to tears. Li Dong noticed the yearning in Xiaowan's eyes. After all, she was his daughter, well aware that her father would bring home delectable treats. "Oh, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Isn't it your day to work? Do you have relatives in the city too?" "I heard Xiaowan started school, so I took the opportunity during my lunch break to cycle over and buy her some stationery," she explained, pulling out a pen to hand to Xiaowan. In addition to the stationery, she produced a freshly steamed white bun from the commune's canteen. The canteen did sell certain items, buns, pancakes, and rice, and offered steaming services for meals, yet meat buns and large dumplings were exclusive to the county town. The white bun, a rare delicacy in the countryside, made Han Xiaohao feel that his sweet potato was no longer appealing, and the other boys gazed at Xiaowan with a hint of envy. "Xiaowan, you should eat it," suggested Han Xiaohao, with only 2 ration tickets remaining. Huang Xingyan wished she could purchase another bun, as she seldom had the luxury of white buns herself, swallowing hard at the thought. "Not just yet," Li Dong interjected as he opened his lunchbox, revealing an aromatic array of large meat dumplings and over 10 slices of cut beef. "Here, let me make you a meat sandwich." Huang Shengnan swallowed hard, contemplating the allure of the meat-filled buns and large meat dumplings. Would Xiaowan manage to finish them? Surely, it would be impossible. Such indulgence would be a waste. Li Dong called upon Han Xiaohao and others to join him for a meal, and Huang Xinan instinctively joined in, eagerly grasping a hefty meat dumpling and stuffing it into her mouth. How delightful it was! The aroma of meat enveloped her senses, and Han Xiaohao and the others followed suit, each savoring a dumpling, their mouths filled with savory goodness. Surrounding them were young children, watching with longing eyes, swallowing hard. The students dining here were mostly from distant production teams, while those from the commune had already returned home for their meals. Their packed lunches primarily consisted of vegetable pancakes, sweet potatoes, and corn, the best among them being rice balls, nowhere near as enticing as the fragrant meat dumplings and buns. Huang Shenan couldn't help but swallow at the sight. Why not have a piece? Before coming, Li Dong had sliced half a pound of beef to take along, initially intending to enjoy it in the city. But he returned home before noon. "I'm delivering steamed buns to Shaowan. How could I eat?" he said, yet his hands moved swiftly, bringing a piece of marinated beef to his mouth. This was a delicacy, prepared with a variety of spices, a taste that was unattainable for people of this era. The flavors were rich and spicy, the beef tender, nearly bringing tears to Huang Xingnian's eyes. It had been years since she last savored beef. In that moment, she looked at Li Dong, her eyes filled with longing for the meat, as if he were a veritable treasure trove of culinary delights. Having encountered this individual thrice, each time indulging in meat, Huang Xingnian's gaze brimmed with desire, startling Li Dong. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked Huang Xingnian, such a valuable companion. "Do you wish to eat meat every day, Comrade Huang?" The mere thought of braised pork filled her eyes, and Li Dong mused to himself that he had succeeded. Chapter 34. Once, a sumptuous dish of braised pork lay before me, and I chose to indulge in 2 servings. Through his observations, coupled with Comrade Huang Xingnian's exceptional performance, Li Dong confirmed his suspicions. She was indeed a kindred spirit. Her repeated absences from work clearly illustrated her astute intellect, a trait that resonated deeply with him. As a master of taking leave, Li Dong couldn't help but commend Huang Xingnian for her cleverness. Her penchant for laziness perfectly aligned with his own, and when it came to culinary delights, he found himself utterly outmatched. Here was a comrade who was willing to barter her body and soul for a mere meat bun, precisely the kind of partner Li Dong sought in his speculative ventures. Indeed, it was she. A delightful blend of indulgence, cunning, and intellect. How could someone so ideal exist in this world? Li Dong had long believed that there were 2 types of individuals in the realm of speculation, the astute and the indolent. The astute recognize opportunities, while the indolent, unable to toil in the fields, seek shortcuts to sustenance. For the first time, Li Dong discovered that beyond her charming appearance, Huang Xingnian was replete with virtues. To exclude such a person from his plans would be an egregious waste. Huang Xingnian, feeling the weight of Li Dong's gaze, hesitated to reach for the meat dumplings. "Let me think about it. Comrade Huang Xingnian, I implore you to respond swiftly. Such matters cannot afford delay," Li Dong urged, his eyes fixed upon her. "I would hate for you to one day lament, saying, 'Once, a fragrant dish of braised pork was placed before me, and I failed to cherish it.' Should another opportunity arise, I would eagerly accept and request an extra serving, generously doused in soy sauce." At that moment, Huang Xingnian was moved. "2 servings, just as you say, braised pork," she mused, envisioning the sincere invitation from Li Dong to embark on their speculative endeavors. She swallowed hard, recognizing the gravity of the moment. If she were to let this chance slip away, it might haunt her for a lifetime. "All right, tell me what we must do to enjoy meat every day." For the sake of meat, Huang Xingnian resolved to risk it all, willing to forsake her integrity and even betray the revolution if it meant securing her desires. Li Dong beckoned her to a secluded corner. "I've procured some shirts and a few sets of autumn clothing. Can you assist me in devising a plan?" A spark of excitement flickered in Huang Xingnian's eyes. Clothing was trivial compared to the prospect of meat. "Shall we return to the textile factory? This time, we must exercise utmost caution." "Very well, but we must be exceedingly careful," Li Dong agreed, the recent incident of being reported still fresh in their minds. They needed to coordinate their schedules carefully, for taking leave was no simple task, especially when both sought time off simultaneously. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, they could claim that there were activities at the youth commune, which the team would likely approve. Huang Xingnian was indeed a valuable ally. Li Dong was taken aback. Who would have thought that during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the educated youth would organize such an event? Brilliant. They agreed to meet at the entrance of the large vehicle store in the city, planning to indulge in a feast. This time, they had prepared an abundance of food, and whether they could enjoy meat daily depended on this trip. "Rest assured," he said. After they made their plans, Huang Xingnian quickly gobbled down a few meat dumplings, waved goodbye, and rode off on her rickety bicycle, which clattered with every movement. "If only I had a bicycle," Li Dong mused, slapping his forehead. How could he have overlooked this? Next time, he resolved to bring one along. As he stood lost in thought, several children devoured the dumplings, their mouths glistening with grease. "Dad, open your mouth," one of them urged. Only little one clutched 2 large meat dumplings, saving them for her father. What a good daughter, Li Dong thought fondly. As he savored the dumplings, he gently stroked one's head, feeling grateful for such a wonderful child. Of course, if she could refrain from mentioning saving money for house repairs or helping him find a wife, and instead focus on the contents of his pockets, that would be even more considerate. After tidying up the lunchboxes, Li Dong addressed the little ones. Have you all eaten your fill? Yes, we have. They chorused. Good. Then focus on your studies. I'll head back now. With that, he packed his belongings and set off for the supply and marketing cooperative, where he relied on Gao Min's connections to procure a bottle of liquor. Unfortunately, alcohol required tickets these days, and Li Dong had none. Sister-in-law, please inform Wei Min that I've arranged for the matter to be handled, and he'll receive confirmation in a couple of days. He should visit Hanzhuang when he has the chance. Whether it works out or not, I'll provide him with an update. Li Dong tucked the bottle into his backpack, grateful for the advantages of having connections at the cooperative. I truly appreciate your help, he expressed. Gao Min was aware that Li Dong was handling matters for Gao Weimin, as he had come to the city this morning specifically for this purpose. I brought a little treat for the children, she said, handing him half a kilogram of almond cakes. These were typically hard to come by, requiring special tickets, which were scarce in rural areas. Who would trade staple food for a mere snack? 2 kilograms of grain for half a kilogram of pastries was utterly unreasonable for farmers. Many rural children, at the age of 17 or 18, might never have tasted almond cakes. In those days, they were a true delicacy without any compromise on quality. Thank you, sister-in-law. Please tell Wei Min that I might be able to get a Min's watch. It was originally meant for me by a relative, but I don't need it. Perhaps we could arrange a pair of couples' watches instead. Really? Gao Min exclaimed with excitement. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. With that, she handed him a handful of candies, which he happily stuffed into his bag. Gao Min warmly escorted him out of the cooperative, assuring him that he could reach out whenever he needed anything, as long as it was available at the cooperative. Oh, the plight of the farmers, Li Dong reflected, feeling a sense of melancholy. Without connections, they would remain unaware of the joys of networking. As he cheerfully made his way back to Hanzhuang, the journey of over 10 miles felt effortless. Li Dong is back from the city. Several women were picking cotton on the hillside, and upon seeing him return with a large package, they exclaimed joyfully, "What good things has he brought? That's quite a hefty bundle." "Oh, nothing much," he replied modestly. Li Dong, feeling a touch of embarrassment, spoke up, 2 sets of autumn clothes and a few pairs of shoes for Xiaowan. Nothing too extravagant. I brought some marinated beef, a bottle of wine, a few snacks, 2 jean of mooncakes, and some condiments. It's really nothing much. Good heavens. How can you say this is nothing? A few sets of clothing and several pairs of shoes. My goodness, how many fabric coupons must that entail? It's astonishing how city dwellers are. They have so many fine things and still claim it's nothing. What do mooncakes look like? One of the women inquired. As mooncakes were a rarity in the countryside, in the city, it was common for a decent family to share just a few pieces. Li Dong, however, was quite generous. He took out a large mooncake, breaking it into 10 or so pieces. This mooncake weighed half a jean and was the largest one. If Xiaowan saw it, she would surely be heartbroken, unaware of the struggles of life her father faced. Try it, he encouraged. Oh my. Several women quickly wiped their hands on their aprons, gazing at the oily mooncake, which contained meat. What kind of mooncake is this? Is there really meat inside? This is from the south, a savory meat mooncake, he replied. It's truly meaty, delicious. Many took a bite and tucked some into their pockets to save for their children, for such delectable mooncakes were a rarity for most. These mooncakes must be expensive, right? Not too bad. About a kwai. How much? A kwai. Oh my, that's more than the price of a jean of cooking oil. This child claims it's not much? Li Chunhua gasped, quickly stuffing her piece of mooncake into her pocket, estimating her share to be worth at least 20 cents. Good heavens. A mooncake for a kwai? This is no mooncake. It must be made of gold. Before long, news spread through the village before Li Dong even returned home. It was said that he had brought back many fine items, and a large mooncake costing a kwai, with meat no less. Many women relayed the tale of the meat mooncake to their husbands, the aroma wafting through the air, making it hard to resist. The older folks shook their heads in disbelief. What a sin. A single mooncake could feed a family for 3 days. Indeed, it was outrageous. Who had ever heard of a mooncake costing a kwai? A brown sugar mooncake was only 10 cents, and even that was deemed too expensive for most. Hung Guofu, upon hearing this, nearly grabbed his whip to confront Li Dong. Father, this was given by a relative from the city. There's no reason to blame Li Dong. I refuse to believe it. What relative would buy a mooncake for a kwai? I suspect this boy bought it himself. Han Guofu was infuriated, initially considering Li Dong's recent good behavior, only to see him return from the city with such ostentation. Li Dong was unaware that his casual remark had stirred up such a commotion. He had always found the taste of savory meat mooncakes rather peculiar and unappealing. As for the price of a kwai, It was merely a slip of the tongue. People can be boastful at times. Uncle Guofu. Li Dong continued to organize Xiaowan's shoes and clothes, displaying them prominently, albeit without a proper hanger. Upon entering, one is greeted by 3 pairs of pristine white sneakers. A display that begs the question of which relative possesses such generosity. Following closely, the Korean soldier observes not only these new shoes, but also 2 sets of autumn clothing, one for the adults and one for the children, each set exuding an air of expense. The expression on the Korean affluent's face shifts, a thought dawning upon him. Has this lad squandered the proceeds from selling a house? Sold the house? He inquires. Oh, not yet, Li Dong stammers, realizing with a shiver that both Uncle Guofu and Uncle Guobing have arrived. Not sold. It's in negotiation. They're gathering funds. Li Dong hastily gestures for the 2 to sit and offers them water. What is this? Asks the Korean affluent. A kaleidoscope, a toy for Xiaowan. The Korean affluent fiddles with it, unsure of its operation, until Li Dong adjusts it for him. Upon taking a look, the Korean affluent is startled. What is this? A kaleidoscope. It reveals a spectrum of vibrant colors. Uncle Guobing takes a glance, relieved he had prepared himself, or else he might have been taken aback as well. These items are all from your second uncle? And my cousin. Li Dong wipes the sweat from his brow, realizing the web of lies is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Uncle, do try the almond cakes. Hesitant, the 2 accept, taking a bite before pocketing the remainder to take home for the children, exclaiming, delicious. All right, follow me to work shortly. The warehouse roof needs repairs, and we'll also cut reeds by the bay, allowing us to fix your roof as well. The new house won't be ready anytime soon, so we'll tend to this old one first. Fine. Initially expecting a bustling crowd, Li Dong is surprised to find only himself, the Korean affluent, and a few others including Han Wei-dong. Li Dong is assigned to the group with the Korean affluent, who hands him a sickle, leaving him bewildered. Uncle Guofu, do you have another sickle? My goodness, why does this sickle look so different? How do I use this? The Korean affluent glances at the dazed Li Dong, realizing the boy may not know how to use it. What a predicament. I've brought back a young master. I'll teach you. Follow my lead. Bend a little, angle the blade slightly. Not too flat. Yes, just like that. Li Dong successfully cuts 2 reeds. A look of joy illuminating his face, his first triumph. Meanwhile, the Korean affluent's demeanor darkens. He surveys the surroundings for something to hit the brat with. 2 reeds? Will this take until next year? The Korean affluent, teetering on the edge of fury, is fortunate that Li Dong's premature celebration ends swiftly. Uncle Guofu. I've got it. A pang of discomfort grips the Korean affluent, his head throbbing, his hand twitching as if the sickle longs to collide with Li Dong's cheerful visage. No, you are an esteemed production team leader, a dedicated cadre contributing to the socialist cause. Do not let this brat drive you to madness. Remain resolute, embody the spirit of steel. With great difficulty, the Korean affluent takes a deep breath and, swinging the reed stock towards Li Dong's head, contemplates the absurdity of his thoughts on excellence and duty. Forget being a fine team leader. This brat is surely infuriating me. After the mooncake incident, I've yearned to strike him. And now I have a reason to do so. Li Dong jumps aside, exclaiming, Uncle Guofu, what's wrong? Is it Parkinson's? Why are you swinging wildly? I haven't done anything to provoke you. Let us discuss this calmly, he suggests. What nonsense are you spouting? This is unacceptable. The old man has lost his senses. Li Dong dashed into the reeds. Stop right there. Am I foolish? Li Dong, agile and sprightly, leaped into the thicket of reeds, undeterred by the drought's lack of water. As the 2 chased each other, they unexpectedly startled a few wild pheasants. Li Dong exclaimed loudly, Oh, Uncle Guofu, wild pheasants. Wild pheasants. Don't shoot. There are wild pheasants. Chapter 35, Drinking at the captain's house. As the evening unfolded, the atmosphere was lively as everyone gathered for a drink at the captain's residence. The pursuit of the wild pheasant by Han Guofu and his companions took an unexpected turn. No longer fixated on Li Dong, they dashed after the elusive bird. Li Dong, bewildered, realized that chasing a pheasant, which could easily take flight, was no simple endeavor. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned a pack of agile hounds pursuing a rabbit. Marveling at their speed, Han Guofu, though in his 50s, exhibited remarkable agility. It seemed he had been holding back while pursuing Li Dong. Grateful that he was spared the brunt of their antics, Li Dong decided to explore the surroundings for any nests. To his delight, he discovered 2 wild pheasant nests, each containing a bountiful collection of eggs. With a chuckle, he thought to himself that wild pheasant eggs might be far more delectable than the chase itself. As he gathered the eggs, he recalled the exquisite taste of scrambled eggs with chives he had savored before. and he pondered how delightful wild pheasant eggs would be prepared similarly. From a distance, he spotted Han Guofu and his companions returning, laughter resonating among them. Just as Li Dong was about to greet them, he was taken aback to see Han Guofu holding a wild pheasant aloft. Astonishment gripped him. They had indeed managed to catch one. The speed and prowess displayed were commendable, and Li Dong felt a mix of admiration and disbelief. The group, noticing Li Dong's bounty of wild pheasant eggs, inquired about his find. From a nest, he replied, beaming with satisfaction. While you chased the pheasant, I collected these. You're quite the clever one, they teased. What do you plan to do with all those eggs? Li Dong shrugged, defending his indulgence in a simple dish of scrambled eggs with chives. What harm is there in enjoying a meal? Han Guofu, eyeing both the eggs and the pheasant, proposed a plan. How about this? You give me the eggs, and come over for dinner tonight. We can stew the pheasant together. That sounds splendid, Li Dong agreed eagerly. I shall also invite Guohong to discuss matters concerning the drought. With an abundance of eggs, Li Dong pocketed 3, intending to cook them for Xiao Wan's lunch the next day, and handed the remainder to Han Guofu. The group continued their jovial chatter as they harvested reeds throughout the afternoon. Upon completion, they loaded the reeds onto a cart, transporting them back to the threshing ground to dry before repairing the roof of the warehouse. Once the reeds are dry, be sure to take some home with you. Oh, and don't forget to fill 2 bags with wheat husks and mud for the roof repairs, Han Guofu instructed. Li Dong nodded vigorously, mindful to avoid provoking Han Guofu, who might still be inclined to tease him. As the day drew to a close, Xiaowan returned home early, having finished her duties at the commune. Xiaowan, come. Let's head to dinner, Li Dong called out. Li Dong casually lifted the bottle of wine he had purchased earlier that day, accompanied by a parcel of 2 mooncakes, 2 almond cakes, and a handful of candies. Contemplating the impending enjoyment of his drink, he realized his selection of snacks was rather meager. So he retrieved half a pound of marinated beef, wrapping it carefully. The father and daughter ambled their way to the home of Han Guofu, who was already joined by Han Hong. Uncle Guofu, Auntie, Xiaowan called out cheerfully, greeting them warmly. Li Dong presented the parcel containing the mooncakes, almond cakes, and candies to Li Chunhua. Auntie, I brought a few snacks for the little ones, nothing extravagant. What good things do you have? Han Xiaohai and the other children, upon hearing about the treats, gazed longingly at their grandmother. Li Chunhua unwrapped the package and exclaimed, Goodness! 2 mooncakes, almond cakes, and a handful of candies. The children were utterly delighted, their mouths watering in anticipation. Noticing the generous selection, Li Chunhua quickly re-wrapped the package, declaring, Let us save these mooncakes for the festival. Now, off you go. It's time to eat. What do you need snacks for? The child is here. Just sit down. It's nothing, Li Dong said, pulling Xiaowan down to sit. He placed the wine on the table, and both Han Guo and Han Hong noticed that Li Dong's wine was no ordinary drink. It was fine liquor from the renowned Xihua village, a rarity compared to the everyday spirits they usually consumed. Han Guofu remained silent, perhaps out of consideration that he would feel embarrassed to indulge later. After all, who would refuse good wine? Auntie, do you have a plate? I brought some marinated beef. As he spoke, he pulled out the paper-wrapped parcel and sliced the fragrant beef, which instantly caught the attention of the children, who watched with eager eyes. Li Dong's offerings of snacks, wine, and meat left Li Chunhua and Zhang Choujuan's family in high spirits. What a wonderful child, they all remarked. And even Han Guofu had to concede that although they might be lazy, they were certainly generous. Han Bing and Han Hong were equally elated, relishing the abundance of wine and beef, a rarity in these times when eating beef was almost a crime due to the regulations against slaughtering draft cattle. Marinated beef was even scarcer, and the sight and aroma of it were simply irresistible. Li Chunhua instructed her daughter-in-law, Zhang Choujuan, to fetch a plate. Seizing the moment, Zhang Choujuan snuck a piece into her child's mouth. Delicious. Isn't it good? Off you go. However, when the other children clamored for a taste, Li Chunhua shooed them away, saying, We mustn't neglect Uncle Guofu's presence. Off you go, let us prepare some chicken soup with rice for the children. I'll handle it. The 2 daughters-in-law fought over who would cook, planning to later reward their own children with some chicken. They prepared a hearty feast of wild chicken stew with mountain flour, wild chicken eggs, sautéed with chives, stewed beans and eggplant, and a plate of beef, an abundant spread indeed. Han Bing opened the wine and poured a glass for Han Guofu, not forgetting Li Dong. This wine is delightful. Indeed. It must cost quite a bit, right? About that, Li Dong replied with a grin. Nowadays, all wine is pure grain liquor, especially when paired with organic vegetables. The wild chicken stew is fragrant beyond compare, and as for the beef, I brought it from the 21st century. I've had my fair share of it. In South Korea, the wealthy are distinct from others. Beef is indeed a prized commodity. The flavor of braised beef is exquisite, particularly in an era where myriad seasonings are scarce, rendering it relatively more natural. Li Dong, gnawing on wild chicken, paid little heed to the beef. Such a fine delicacy, if one were to cultivate it on their own farm, could surely yield a prosperous business. As Li Dong savored his meal, he stumbled upon a business insight. Come, come. Uncle, I toast to you. Li Dong raised his cup and, after a sip, beckoned to the youngsters, Xiao Wan and Han Xiaohao. Come, come. Each of you take a piece of meat. The children scurried over eagerly, while Han Guofu initially intended to chase them away. Yet, Li Dong had already begun to eat, distributing a piece of beef and a piece of chicken to each child, much to the delight of Han Weijun and Han Weijiang's wives, who smiled at the unexpected charm of Li Dong. Go on, don't come back here, Han Guofu huffed, and the children scampered away, for they still held a healthy fear of him. The group continued their revelry, discussing matters of the team and occasionally referencing Li Dong's affairs, such as repairing rooftops and marriage prospects. On the topic of rooftops, Li Dong chimed in, but he fell silent when marriage was mentioned. The flavor of the mountain flower was indeed delightful. Handmade goods always possess a superior taste. I should see who has surplus to purchase some, he mused. The mountain flower, derived from sweet potatoes, was only produced by a few households in the village, such as Han Guofu's. They had divided 1 to 2,000 jin of sweet potatoes, and those with means would mill some into flour. Other families, with more laborers, would share the sweet potatoes for making flour noodles or round dumplings. Though such production was limited, as the rain fell, the situation appeared dire. Han Bing sipped his drink and sampled the scrambled eggs with chives, letting out a sigh. We are fortunate. The early rice has not been adversely affected, Han Hong remarked. I've heard the drought in the north is far worse. This year might see a total crop failure. A chorus of sighs followed, for farmers facing natural calamities find themselves utterly powerless. Without modern equipment, such as wells for water extraction, the prospect of drought inevitably leads to reduced yields, let alone complete failures. Such a catastrophic loss could spell hunger for many. A grim reminder of the famine that claimed countless lives over a decade ago. The thought weighed heavily on them, prompting more sighs, until Li Dong hastily retrieved his cigarettes. Now is the perfect time for a smoke, he thought, and upon producing them, Han Bing and Han Hong's faces lit up as they accepted. Han Guofu shot Li Dong a disapproving glance, but he accepted the offer with a begrudging smile. Li Dong lit their cigarettes and then spoke up. Uncle Guofu, since we cannot alter the decline in grain yields, should we not consider some side ventures to supplement our income? Side ventures? That won't do. We've tried that before and almost made grave errors. Han Guofu promptly dismissed Li Dong's suggestion. Then how about this? Li Dong proposed, his mind racing. Isn't my uncle part of the supply and marketing cooperative? I've noticed they purchase various dried goods, like wild chickens for around 1 yuan each, and mushrooms and wood ear fungi for 3 to 4 jiao per jane. Wild fruits can fetch 1 to 2 jiao per jane as well. Is it truly that expensive? If a wild chicken could fetch a mere 1 yuan, it could indeed purchase quite a substantial amount of grain, although each household may not possess much. The mountains are sure to yield some bounty. Collecting 3 to 5 pounds per family is certainly not a daunting task, and even the little ones manage to gather a few. The wild fruits in the mountains are plentiful. Take hawthorn, jujube, wild grapes, and persimmons, for instance. A family could easily gather 5 to 10 pounds, which translates to a couple of yuan. With a stroke of luck, one might even amass 10 or 8 yuan, enough to exchange for over 100 pounds of grain. This supplementary income would ensure that no one goes hungry. However, caution is paramount. One must avoid any trouble, as speculation and hoarding are grave offenses. Uncle Guofu. This is from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If we act under the banner of the production team, we might even receive accolades, Li Dong remarked with a smile. Accolades are of no concern, Guofu replied, still hesitant. Li Dong, with a firm resolve, suggested, how about this? I will take the lead on this matter and deliver it to my second uncle. What do you think? I can request my second uncle to assign me a temporary position. This indeed was a feasible solution. Upon hearing this, Han Guobing and Han Guohong applauded, and Guofu pondered. That could work. Is your second uncle capable of handling it? Absolutely. I will speak to him. There is nothing he cannot manage, Li Dong reassured him. Though Guofu remained slightly skeptical. Your second uncle is not your father, he noted. Li Dong, with a hint of jest, recounted how his second uncle and aunt had faced significant hardships. Losing their youngest son, they now had only a daughter, and being of advanced age, they could no longer bear children. I am practically their surrogate son now. This explanation softened Guofu's reservations. It was no wonder Li Dong was so favored by them, given the absence of male heirs in their family. All right, you inquire on your end, and I will discuss this with the others. Guobing, Guohong. You both should also spread the word and gather what you can. Both Guobing and Guohong nodded enthusiastically. This was indeed a promising venture, capable of alleviating some financial burdens. Each family faced grain shortages, and the production team would benefit significantly, ensuring no one would go hungry. Li Dong mused to himself, what a splendid opportunity. Wild chickens, game, mushrooms, and even dried wild fruits, these are all treasures. I must hasten to convert my watch and clothes into cash, stock up on goods, and bring back more on my next visit. Such items are rare to procure in later times. They are pure, green, and natural. The more I contemplate this, the more elated I become. Just wait and see. Gao Lan claimed her farm could not sustain itself. I shall have my moment of triumph before my daughter. Chapter 36. Little Wan is on the verge of tears once again. I observed that the Korean soldier was moved by Li Dong's description of a promising future, earning at least 10 or 8 yuan, and that in cash. It is essential to understand that farmers repurchase grain at a mere 9 cents and 6 tenths per gene. Thus, 10 yuan would equate to over 100 gene of grain. With such provisions, the looming specter of famine could be diminished. This year, with the autumn harvest expected to yield a lesser bounty, it is likely that several families within the brigade may face hunger. Although starvation may not be the ultimate outcome, distress is inevitable. Regardless of their wealth, neither the Korean Fu nor the Korean Bing, along with others, relish the idea of any family suffering from hunger. Especially in a collective like Han Village, where all surnames are Han, and familial ties are intertwined. When one family suffers, all are inevitably dragged down. The prospect of a reliable income, especially in cash, is enough to elicit joy from them. Upon noticing the hesitation of Korean Fu, even his 2 daughters-in-law could not contain themselves. Mother, you should speak to Da about this. It is a good opportunity. Yet, there was hesitation as their household was large. And post-harvest, they would find themselves idle. Gathering wild fruits to earn 10 or 8 yuan to stitch a few yards of fabric for the children's clothing would be beneficial. Zhang Qiujuan felt anxious, wondering why her father-in-law was still deliberating. This matter ultimately depends on Da. Li Chunhua chimed in, recognizing the potential benefits. Mushrooms and fungi rely heavily on luck. But wild fruits are abundant in the mountains. Drying and preserving them would not be difficult for her large family after the autumn harvest, potentially yielding 100 or 80 jin, translating to a handsome sum of 10 or 20 yuan. With such earnings, what could one not achieve? Li Chunhua felt compelled to speak with her husband, considering that Li Dong's uncle was a leader at the supply and marketing cooperative. Moreover, with Li Dong's cash dealings, what was there to fear? After a moment of contemplation, Korean Fu slammed the table in agreement. All right, it is settled then. The 2 daughters-in-law outside rejoiced upon hearing this. Mother, we shall venture into the mountains this evening to gather fruit. The wild persimmons are already turning red at the hillside. I spotted some wild grapes on the slope by the sorghum fields. We can collect those as well. Even if we manage to dry 3 to 5 jin, that would still be worth a yuan. A pound of salt is merely 1 dime and 5 cents, and a pound of vegetable oil is about 70 cents. This would suffice for a month's worth of oil and salt. With this revelation, not only the 2 daughters-in-law, but also Han Wei-jun and Han Wei-jung were intrigued. They contemplated secretly gathering some to exchange for money with Li Dong. Their household finances were under their mother's control, leaving them with no personal funds. When setting out for work, they still had to ask for money. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, scheming to craft a grass trap to catch wild chickens or rabbits. With a stroke of luck, capturing just one could earn them a yuan. Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity. On Li Dong's side, elation filled the air upon Korean Fu's agreement. Uncle Guofu, rest assured, when the time comes, I will provide cash or grain tickets as needed, ensuring everyone is satisfied. After a few drinks, Li Dong boasted about his impressive dealings, pulling out a bar of soap. Uncle Guofu, look here. This is soap, something our supply cooperative lacks. It is said to be used over in Port City. It was Shifujia, unwrapped, for Li Dong had removed the packaging before his time travel, adding considerable weight. The packaging bore critical information. Now, however, it was different. The Shifujia label had been worn away, leaving only the scent. The soap glimmered in the eyes of Zhang Qiujuan and Lu Xiaoli, the 2 sisters-in-law, for it was indeed a marvelous item. Not only did it emit a delightful fragrance, but using it for bathing left one's skin even more fragrant, while also repelling insects. Priced at merely 1.5 coins. It was equivalent to the cost of a wild rabbit, sufficient for an entire summer. The children who used it remained healthy. Li Dong, brimming with pride, placed the soap on the table, showering praises upon it. The other onlookers gazed at the soap with envy. Xian, noticing that her precious items had been carelessly placed, kept a vigilant eye on the soap, fearing it might be taken away. Han Xiaohua leaned in closer to inhale its scent before darting away. It smells so wonderful, like the flowers in the mountains, he exclaimed. Is that true? Came the eager response. Li Dong chuckled, explaining that this was soap, a luxury that many in the future would forsake for shower gel. But now, it's different. This is certainly far superior, with a floral aroma complemented by a refreshing hint of mint. Come, does anyone have a knife? Let us divide it. I'll procure more later. For now, we'll make do. Upon hearing this, Xian's eyes turned red. At a price of 1.5 coins, she was reluctant to share, especially with so many eyes upon her. Zhang Qiujuan and Lu Xiaoli hurried to the kitchen to fetch a knife for dividing the soap. Even Han Guofu could not restrain himself. Having had a few drinks, Li Dong seized the knife, slicing the soap into 2 halves, then further dividing it into 4 pieces. Here, take some. Aunt, your family is large. You may have 2 pieces. Uncle Guobing and Uncle Guohong, each of you take 1. The 2 men, although hesitant, clutched their pieces, while Zhang Qiujuan and Lu Xiaoli, eyes wide with excitement, swiftly grabbed their portions before Li Chunhua could utter a word. Mom, if you need some, just let me know, they exclaimed, treating the soap as a treasure, enchanted by its floral and minty fragrance. Seeing a fine piece of soap, originally worth 1.5 coins, reduced to 4 pieces and distributed, tears began to fall from Xian's eyes uncontrollably. Oh dear. Li Dong noticed his daughter crying and pulled her into his embrace. Don't cry, don't cry. I brought several pieces, including one just for you, Xian. It smells delightful. Haha, from now on, our little Xian will be known as the fragrant girl. Hearing this, Xian wiped her tears, but the thought that the soap, worth 1.5 coins, was given away for free left her feeling bereft. She couldn't help but shed more tears. I'll grab some peanuts for you to take along, said Han Guofu, feeling embarrassed. After all, Xian had brought wine, snacks, and meat. Now they were dividing the precious soap, worth over a coin. How could we accept this? Li Chunhua nodded in agreement, suggesting they gather more peanuts for Xian to enjoy. With a few drinks and some meat, Li Dong remained indifferent to the soap, his thoughts consumed with gathering wild chickens, rabbits, gourmet mushrooms, and dried wild fruits, all of which were indeed treasures. After a satisfying dinner, Li Dong felt quite content, particularly enjoying the flavorful stew of wild chicken with mountain flour. As he prepared to leave, Li Chunhua packed a couple of pounds of peanuts and a bag of mountain flour for him. Noticing Li Dong's fondness for mountain flour, he graciously accepted the gifts, thinking to himself that he would prepare a beef stew with the mountain flour the following morning and boil a few eggs for Xiaowan to take for lunch. Upon returning home, Xiaowan was pouting and ignoring him, fixated on a bar of soap worth 1 yuan and 50 cents. Hey, are you not upset anymore? Look what Daddy has brought, he exclaimed, unwrapping the parcel to reveal shoes, clothes, stationery, and toys. Xiaowan's eyes widened in delight. She had never seen such beautiful shoes before, especially the Kappa sports shoes. Quick, try them on, Li Dong urged, slipping a pair onto her feet. My feet are dirty. I need to wash them first, she protested, scampering off to rinse her feet, determined not to soil the new shoes. After trying on 3 pairs, all of which were too large, Li Dong found himself in a predicament. Xiaowan only needed a size of 26 or 27. Yet the smallest pair he had brought was size 30. What should we do? He chuckled helplessly, while Xiaowan remained cheerful, thinking that larger shoes would last her longer. Unlike kids nowadays who toss their shoes after just a few months, she mused. Don't worry, Dad will buy you 2 more pairs later. I don't want that. I want to save money to build a house and find a wife for Dada, she replied with a peculiar look at Li Dong, leaving him both amused and bewildered. You haven't even received that money yet. Once you do, will you let me buy you some? He asked. You're just trying to fool me. All this stuff costs over 10 yuan, she retorted, puffing her cheeks. All right, let us tie up the mosquito net. Li Dong picked up the mosquito net, which he considered a wonderful item. Xiaowan had never seen one before and curiously watched as he secured it. It looks nice. But what use is it? She wondered. With a smile, Li Dong patted her head. With this, we won't have to fear mosquitoes anymore. Okay, Dad is going to take a bath now. At the village entrance, many children spotted Li Dong's arrival, and Han Xiaohao immediately ran over. Uncle, there are so many people. Li Dong held a basin containing a new towel and a whole bar of soap. This time, he had brought 3 bars of soap, 2 for adults and 1 for children. Meant for Xiaowan, while he had just cut a piece for himself. Time to wash up. The area by the reservoir had been improved with a staircase and a section of concrete, transforming it into a natural bathing spot, albeit with a bit less water now. Requiring Li Dong to squat while washing. "Ah, this is refreshing," he exclaimed, lathering up with soap and creating bubbles that captivated the children nearby. The delightful scent of the bubbles drew the little ones in, their eyes wide with wonder. Han Xiaohao proudly shared that his family also had soap, boasting, "It only costs a hair. Uncle said anyone who catches a hair can trade it for soap." When had Li Dong ever said such a thing? This child certainly knew how to create his own opportunities. "Come on, everyone, use it." Li Dong casually divided the soap into 2 pieces, placing one in his basin and giving the other to the eager children. On the first occasion of using soap, the refreshing sensation of mint was a delightful experience. Each individual expressed their pleasure, and as adults came to bathe, they overheard their children marveling at the wonders of the soap, stirring their curiosity. At this moment, Li Dong had already returned home, carrying a basin, perhaps due to a few drinks and the exhaustion from a day of running about. He lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Upon noticing that Dada had drifted off to sleep, Xiaowan sighed. Mooncakes, almond pastries, candies, wine, and soap, she lamented her tendency to squander money. Under the dim light, she opened her cabinet and counted her savings, 40 yuan and 76 cents. Sighing again, Xiaowan recalled asking her team leader's wife about the cost of marrying a spouse. A decent one would require 200 to 300 yuan, while a woman from a refugee background could be acquired for 50 yuan, along with some clothing, bedding, and essentials, bringing the total to approximately 150 yuan. Yet Xiaowan feared that her indulgent and lazy father would look down upon a woman from such a background. "Oh, how difficult it is," she thought, "with a father who is so careless with money." Remembering her grandmother's words, she resolved to take good care of Dada, clenching her small fist. Xiaowan determined to tug at the blanket, vowing that Dada must not remain single. She pulled the blanket closer and lay down. The air grew cooler, and there was no need for her to fan her father anymore. With the mosquito net in place, she felt truly fortunate to be free from bites. Relishing the beauty of the white, elegant netting. As dawn broke the next day, a series of knocks at the door roused Li Dong from his slumber. "Who is it?" he called. "Uncle." "It's Xiaohao," replied a voice. Upon opening the door, Li Dong was greeted not only by Han Xiaohao but also by several other children from the village, each carrying baskets filled with an assortment of stones. What is going on? Li Dong was bewildered, unsure of why these children had come so early in the morning to deliver stones to him. Chapter 37. Ingenious Methods of the Indolent. "What are you doing? Brother Black, how do we exchange for candy?" Beside Han Zio, a mischievous pup sniffled and tugged at Han Zio's garment, whispering his query. Upon hearing exchange for candy, Li Dong recalled he had previously mentioned this. "Come quickly. The stones are piled in the southwest corner. Uncle will get you some candy." Xiaowan, quickly fetch some sweets for Brother Black and the others. "Good children. Now we need not fetch the stones for the house foundation from the riverbank." The combat prowess of these eager little ones craving sweets is indeed formidable. As for the legality of employing child labor, in this era, particularly in rural areas, it was a jest, after all. Which child did not grow up assisting their parents with work? Pouting, Xiaowan noticed the stones had already been piled in the corner. So she returned indoors to retrieve some fruit candies. "Here you go, Brother Black." The young girl distributed the candies with an air of authority, chiding the younger ones, Er Ha and Er Nyang, for their collection of small stones. Unfazed by the reprimand, Er Ha and Er Nyang eagerly accepted the sweets, unwrapped them, and stuffed them into their mouths with wide smiles, exclaiming how sweet it was. After all, these 2 little ones were merely 4 or 5 years old. How could they possibly carry a basket of large stones? They had only picked up a few small ones to exchange for treats. Xiaowan advised Han Zio, the leader, that next time, Er Nyang and Er Ha should only receive half a candy. Han Zio, however, was indifferent to the quantity, as long as there was candy. He was content as it kept Er Ha and Er Nyang from crying. Otherwise, and would scold him for not taking care of his younger siblings. With a group of children savoring their sweets, Han Zio wore a triumphant expression, solidifying his position as the leader among the children. His ability to procure treats for his companions earned him admiration from those slightly older than him. "Let us go collect stones. With 1 candy per basket of stones." The children were filled with enthusiasm. Xiaowan felt it was a bit unfair. She should have suggested half a candy instead. "All right, let's not be stingy." Seeing Xiaowan pout about the stones being unnecessary, Li Dong chuckled. It's quite fine. We can use pebbles for the ground. Now, little lady, don't wear a sour face. By the way, didn't your father bring you a toy yesterday that you didn't get to play with? Li Dong, unsure of what to bring for the little girl, had procured a kaleidoscope and several tin frogs among other toys. I want to play with the toys, Dad. I'm going to cook. Being a child, Xiaowan couldn't resist peeking at the toys. Li Dong chuckled at her excitement. Look at this. It's beautiful. Wow. Xiaowan exclaimed as she beheld the kaleidoscope, enchanted by its beauty, unable to take her eyes off it. The tin frogs were a novel sight to her, and she adored them immensely. When Han Zio and the other children saw Xiaowan playing with her toys during their second round of stone collection, their eyes widened in astonishment. A frog that jumps by itself? Who has ever seen such a thing? Ha and Yang scampered over to Xiaowan, squatting beside her. Sister Xiaowan, what is this? You can look through the kaleidoscope. Xiaowan explained, having learned about it from Dada. Yang, look at this. She held the kaleidoscope up to show the tin frog, and Yang gasped, clapping her hands, exclaiming, there are so many frogs inside. The older children, including Han Zio, felt an irresistible curiosity. What is this? Upon seeing the scene, Xiaowan was struck with an idea. When Li Dong finished cooking and emerged, he found several children had set aside their candies to play with tin frogs or to gaze through kaleidoscopes, eagerly queuing up for their turn. What was going on? Li Dong wore a puzzled expression, and upon inquiry, he learned that Xiaowan had suggested exchanging a basket of stones for a turn with the toys. Li Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the cleverness of the child. All right, let us go inside for dinner. Xiaohei, you all hurry home to eat. School will start soon. This group of children displayed remarkable vigor, having gathered quite a number of stones in the corner of the yard. It seemed that within a month, Li Dong would have enough stones for the foundation of his house, although larger stones would still need to be retrieved from the mountains or purchased. The children brought only small stones, which were too heavy for them to move, but they were quite suitable for paving the yard, especially since there were plenty of pebbles. Xiaowan quickly ate her meal, which her father had prepared, a hearty stew of beef and mountain flour accompanied by 2 wild chicken eggs. After finishing, she set off with Han Xiaohao and a few other children. In this day and age, there was no custom of escorting children. It was unnecessary, especially since they were going together with the wealthy Korean family's 3 children. Li Dong tidied up and headed to work. Today, the production team was organized to fetch water. Not just Li Dong, but even the strong, younger women were compelled to join in, as slacking off was not an option. The drought was severe. If they did not irrigate the fields, not only would the rice yield suffer, but beans and corn would also see a significant decline in production. Li Dong found it difficult to avoid the task of fetching water. What a toil it was. Apart from a fleeting moment of joy stealing bites of corn, the morning was filled with drudgery. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Li Dong felt he had managed to complete his tasks sufficiently well and cheerfully followed the wealthy Korean family to the warehouse to fetch tools. Uncle Guofu, this ox won't throw me off, will it? As he prepared to plow the sweet potato field, Li Dong held on to the old ox, feeling somewhat anxious. He vividly recalled the last time when the mule had spun in circles. This is an old ox. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine, he thought to himself. He attached the plow, but plowing proved to be no lighter a task than fetching water. Li Dong felt exasperated. No wonder his friends had laughed when he said he would follow Uncle Guofu to plow the field. He felt tricked, for not only was it tiring, but it was also frustrating. Oh, ox, please don't play tricks on me. What seemed to be an easy task turned out to be entirely different once he got started. The ox behaved obediently under Guofu's guidance, but in Li Dong's hands, it was another story entirely. With one hand steadying the plow and the other holding the whip, he tried to mimic Guofu's commands. Go on, go on. But the old ox, perhaps bewildered by the unfamiliar voice, stood still. Come on, move. Reluctantly, Li Dong cracked the whip, and finally, the old ox began to walk. However, it seemed to deliberately oppose Li Dong, meandering awkwardly as he struggled to keep the plow steady. Stop, don't run. In the end, the ox, along with Li Dong and the plow, rushed straight toward the field ridge. Before Guofu could react, the plow had already launched itself in the ridge, prompting Guofu to rush over and grab hold of the old ox. Shoo, shoo. The old ox, upon hearing a familiar voice, halted abruptly, nearly snapping the tether. Li Dong felt a sharp sting in his hands from pulling too forcefully. Han Guo sighed, pondering the misfortune that had befallen him, yet resolved to continue learning for a while longer. Throughout the afternoon, Li Dong struggled alongside the old ox, while the other team of plow oxen exhibited no issues. All the troubles seemed to stem from Li Dong's side. The spectacle provided great amusement to onlookers as Li Dong was pulled up onto the ridge, dragged through the fields with an empty plow, and huffed and puffed while trying to navigate the deep furrows. By the end of the day, both the old ox and Li Dong were panting heavily. "You may as well betray me," Li Dong bitterly thought, contemplating the day he would feast upon beef, lamenting the grueling nature of farming. That evening, utterly exhausted, he lay on his bed groaning, while Xiaowan gently lifted the mosquito net to massage his back. "Oh, that's sore. Yes, right there." Realizing he could not continue, he resolved to ask for a day off from his father. This labor was truly exhausting. He mused that hauling water in the afternoon would have been preferable. How foolish he felt for being lured into farming by an old ox. Who could he turn to for solace? "Li Hua, are you home?" "Who is it?" Li Dong reluctantly rose to see it was Aunt Lu. "Aunt Lu, what brings you here?" "I have some wood ear mushrooms drying at home. Could you take a look and see if they're good?" "Mushrooms? All right, just a moment." Li Dong, having gained some knowledge from running a farm, understood the importance of such matters. "They look fine. Let me weigh them." 1.5 Jin, 60 cents. "Very good." With the 60 cents in hand, Aunt Lu beamed with delight, exclaiming it would suffice for half a year's worth of salt. After she departed, more neighbors arrived, bringing mushrooms, wood ears, wild fruits, and even sweet potato slices. By the end of the night, Li Dong's meager savings had nearly vanished. Noticing Li Dong's gaze, Xiaowan quickly concealed the key to the wooden cabinet. "Oh, what daughter hides things from her father? How disheartening," he lamented, worrying if Gao Weiman would visit the next day. If not, he might have to resort to persuading his daughter for money, though he hesitated to call it deception. The following morning, instead of awaiting Gao Weiman, Li Dong was awakened early by the ruckus caused by Han Xiaohao and a few other children. It seemed they were in dire need of candy. Should he venture to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Gao Min? No, that would make him appear overly eager. How difficult it is. Here I am, a bright student of the 21st century, lamenting a few coins in 1978. Truly, what a strange turn of fate. "Uncle." Han Xiaohao tugged at Li Dong's sleeve. "Didn't you already give us candy?" "Uncle, do you buy large geese?" "What are you talking about?" "Big geese," Han Xiaohao whispered. "I set a grass rope trap at the reservoir and caught a large goose." "A grass rope trap? What is that?" Li Dong was momentarily puzzled until Han Xiaohao explained that it was akin to a modern-day snare, woven from grass and utilizing branches or bamboo for propulsion. This fortunate child had indeed caught a large goose. Li Dong mused, intrigued by the prospect, wondering if it was a type of waterfowl. "Let us go take a look. If it's edible, I'll buy it." A large goose stew in an iron pot, accompanied by some flatbread. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Li Dong and Xiaowan exchanged a few words before following Han Xiaohao to the reservoir. It appeared that the boy intended to engage in a clandestine transaction with Li Dong. After all, they were no longer in elementary school. Yet a few children still relished wandering around the supply and marketing cooperative after classes, where treasures abounded. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, enchanted by the array of toys and treats, their mouths watering as they imagined indulging in the delights within. Furthermore, Li Dong generously purchased stationery for Xiaowan, particularly a pencil case that made Han Xiaohao envious, especially since his own parents refused to buy him one. This clever lad, upon overhearing his grandfather, father, and uncle discussing setting traps to catch wild chickens and hares to sell to Uncle Li Dong, decided to mimic their endeavor. However, his approach was rather misguided. While others set traps in the mountains, he ventured to the reservoir, employing 2 small fish as bait. Remarkably, fortune smiled upon him. That morning, while collecting stones, he glanced over and found a large white goose ensnared in the trap, which filled Han Xiaohao with elation. Yet, as he moved closer, an even larger white goose burst forth, chasing him with ferocious pecks. Fortunately, he was swift on his feet and managed to fend off the larger goose with a stone, sustaining minimal injuries. Li Dong, taken aback by the commotion, was astonished. He had never heard of anyone rearing such a large goose. The two soon arrived at the reservoir, reaching the spot indicated by Han Xiaohao. "Uncle, it's just ahead, beneath the thicket," he pointed out. The trap was indeed well concealed. Li Dong instructed Han Xiaohao to wait while he approached to inspect the situation. As he drew near, a large white goose suddenly leaped out, fiercely pecking at Li Dong as if he were an easy target. Having recently picked up a stick during his walk, Li Dong retaliated against the creature. To his astonishment, it took flight. In disbelief, Li Dong wondered aloud, "Can geese actually fly? Is this a swan?" Chapter 38. The ideal of raising swans and the reality of goose farming, hasn't it been said in Chicheng that swans haven't been seen for decades? Li Dong instinctively thought, how foolish of me. It seems that in 1978, swans were not such a rarity after all. Indeed, they're swans. Li Dong tossed his stick aside, elated at the thought of raising 2 swans for home protection. Remarkably, the idea was quite appealing. Ha ha ha, swans, what marvelous creatures. Uncle, are you all right? Han Xiaohai was startled by Li Dong, fearing he had foolishly attacked a large goose. It's nothing, nothing. It's a good thing. Xiaohai, quickly tell me, where is the goose you caught? Over by the thicket. The two approached the thicket, and indeed, there was a slightly smaller swan ensnared by a grass rope, suspended in the air, one of its wings drooping. The poor swan was injured. Li Dong instinctively moved closer. But Han Xiaohai quickly called out, Uncle, uncle, it might peck you. Holding a stick, Han Xiaohai had just been struck by the bird, but fortunately, he retaliated, seemingly incapacitating one of its wings. It's fine, Li Dong thought. What was there to fear from a crippled swan? Little did he know, as he approached. The creature lunged at his arm, pecking him painfully. By the heavens, I shall eventually turn you into a preserved goose. You have no status now, he mused. In 1978, there was no such thing as protected species, if one were to eat it. So be it. No one would bat an eye even if swans or tigers were killed for meat. It wasn't until the late 1980s and early 1990s that such creatures became rare. Look at you, Li Dong said, grabbing the swan's wing, leaving it unable to peck back. Ha ha, not bad. This one must weigh at least 10 pounds. Xiaohai, I'll give you 5 yuan. This goose belongs to me now. Uncle, you're so generous. 5 yuan, Han Xiaohai had never anticipated such a sum. He thought he'd be fortunate to receive even a single yuan. This was quite a windfall, and he was at a loss as to how to spend it. Li Dong, carrying the injured swan, intended to head home, but unexpectedly, the larger swan soaring above descended, attempting to launch an aerial assault on him. Fortunately, Li Dong was prepared and struck it down with a stick. Ha ha ha, it came right to me. With 2 majestic swans in tow, Li Dong was overjoyed. The larger one must weigh at least 20 pounds, indeed, quite substantial. So you think you can peck at me, do you? Well, let us see how obedient you are now. Otherwise, you'll find yourself plucked and in the pot. Upon returning home, Li Dong was taken aback to find that he had barely over a yuan left in his pocket. How was he to manage? He had just promised 5 yuan. Yet he couldn't betray Han Xiaohai's trust. In the eyes of the children, he was a figure of prestige. He must not lose face. After securing the 2 swans, Li Dong approached his daughter, Xiaowan. Daughter, may I discuss something with you? What is it, Dad? Xiaowan eyed him warily. Li Dong, grinning, pointed to the 2 swans outside. I just bought 2 large swans for 5 yuan, but my pocket is a bit short. Would you lend your father 10 yuan? I promise to return 20 in due time. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan quickly clutched her pocket. Her key was inside, and she regarded Li Dong suspiciously. I don't want 20 yuan. What? My dear daughter, this is a doubling of your investment. Even loan sharks don't offer such returns. My dear daughter, those outside are swans. When we return to the city, they will fetch at least 6 or 7 yuan apiece, Li Dong remarked. How about this? I will keep these 2 swans for you, and you can repay me later. The little girl held on tightly, leaving Li Dong feeling helpless. He had overestimated his own prospects. He had yet to earn any money, yet had boasted extravagantly. With the mountain produce gathered, the little funds in hand were insufficient. I don't want the big goose. They consume too much, she replied. Dad, why don't you pluck their feathers before bringing them back? Li Dong was taken aback. He had expected Xiaowan to protect the beautiful swans. Surely, wouldn't children in later years adore such lovely creatures? He was unaware that in this day and age, few families would keep such high-maintenance birds that would consume so much. Raising chickens seemed far more sensible, as they could forage for their own sustenance. The large geese were simply too voracious, and few were inclined to raise them. Upon seeing the swans, Xiaowan immediately envisioned them as preserved meat, their legs hanging to dry in a delightful display. Once they're plucked, Dad will make you some preserved goose. Li Dong gritted his teeth. Deciding to first secure some funds, Xiaowan hesitated but eventually nodded. In her eyes, the 2 preserved geese were worth 5 yuan. She retrieved her keys and carefully opened the cabinet, gingerly extracting a small cloth bag containing her money, layer by layer. She fished out 5 yuan and handed it to Li Dong, her expression one of reluctance and unease. Li Dong felt a pang of hurt. His daughter did not trust him. Didn't we agree on 10 yuan? He protested. Upon hearing 10 yuan, Xiaowan instinctively began to withdraw her 5 yuan. One must not be greedy, he thought, hastily reclaiming the 5 coins. Alas, I am such a failure as a father. Li Dong reflected on this, only to turn and find Xiao Wan locking the cabinet, diligently writing in her notebook. A glance revealed that she was recording the date and amount of the loan, 5 yuan borrowed, with a promise of repayment of 10. Xiao Wan, you must believe that I am not one to default on my debts. I believe you. I just fear forgetting, she replied. Fine, dear daughter, that is quite wise. He replied, torn between laughter and sorrow. I must head to school now, Dad. When you pluck the feathers, don't discard them. They can be sold. Are we truly going to slaughter the geese? Li Dong, witnessing her serious demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and despair. Dear child, these are swans, known in ancient times as uncle. To kill them for meat seems rather tragic. Xiao Wan finished packing her school bag, and Li Dong sighed. It's not that I do not wish to keep you. It's simply that you prefer the bare-bottomed geese. I find myself at a loss. I can only prepare more pancakes and add a bit more oil for you, to accompany you on your final journey. Wiping his eyes, he cast a sorrowful glance at the 2 bare-bottomed geese. No, the white swans. Xiao Hao, he began, reaching for 5 yuan to give to Han Xiao Hao, who was signaling him frantically. What is it? Li Dong asked, perplexed. I heard that my little Hao has caught a big goose. Suddenly, Zhang Qiujuan, Han Weijun, and Li Chunhua came rushing over. No wonder Han Xiao Hao was so eager. He had boasted too much and was now wearing a pained expression as his family arrived. There was hardly any money left for him. At most, he might receive a few coins as a reward. But surely his grandmother would insist on saving for his education or future marriage, leaving him with barely a penny for sweets. Auntie, sister-in-law, brother Weijun. Li Dong hurriedly ushered them into the courtyard, and indeed, he spotted 2 large geese. Did Xiao Hao catch these? Zhang Qiujuan was somewhat incredulous. How can my son be so capable? Mom, I only caught the smaller one, Han Xiaohua whispered. The bigger one was knocked down by uncle with a stick. Oh, only the small one then. With a face full of disappointment, she nevertheless wasted no time in preparing to catch the geese to take home. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Xiao Hao sold the goose to me. Sold it? For how much? Zhang Qiujuan glared, astonished at the child's audacity in making decisions. I'll give him a good talking to when we get back. For $1.50. Han Xiaohua shot a significant look at Li Dong, who understood the boy's intentions well. However, $1 was too much for the child. He decided to keep 50 cents for him. How much? For $1.50? The commotion drew the attention of the onlookers, and upon hearing that Han Xiaohua had sold a large goose for $4.50, they were astounded. Such money could buy 40 to 50 pounds of grain. This boy truly has talent. Zhang Qiujuan was taken aback by the amount. Watching Li Dong count the money, her eyes were glued to the scene. For $1.50, sister-in-law, you take it. Zhang Qiujuan instinctively reached out, but was quickly interrupted by Li Chunhua, who snatched the money and counted it. For $1.50, I'll save it for Xiao He to use for school and marriage. She then rummaged through her pocket, hesitated for a moment, and pulled out a dime, struggling to find any smaller denomination. Finally, she handed it to Han Xiaohua, saying, Xiao He, here is a dime for you to buy 2 candies. You can give me the leftover money later. Han Xiaohua frowned. A dime for candy and I have to return the rest? Uncle, this is unfair. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiujuan sulked, feeling that her son had caught the large goose. Yet she received not a single cent from the sale. It would have been nice if the boy had secretly told her. The villagers watching were unconcerned with the family's matters. They were all stimulated by the $4.50. Goodness, actual cash. Just by setting a grass trap. This kid is remarkable. At that moment, no one mentioned anything about socialism's tale. Instead, they all contemplated making their own grass traps. If I could catch a large goose, that would be splendid. Even if not, catching a wild chicken would still fetch some money. What is not to like? The villagers were all invigorated by the prospect of $4.50. After sending off the Han family, Li Dong tousled Han Xiuhua's droopy head and chuckled as he slipped him 50 cents. $1 is too much. Uncle fears you might squander it. Ah, Uncle. Han Xiaohua beamed. Although 50 cents was significantly less than $5, it still constituted the greatest wealth he had ever possessed. Thrilled, he nearly boasted. But upon remembering the $4.50 taken by his grandmother, he held his tongue. I want to say anything. The big goose sold for $5. Han Xiaohua cheerfully headed off to school. Li Dong watched his daughter join Han Xiaohua and a group of children as they left, only to notice her gesturing with 5 fingers. What could that mean? Alas, this clever little girl. Turning back to the 2 geese, he approached the larger one. which flared its wings, ready to defend itself. Let me show you the injury, my dear. Don't mistake kindness for foolishness. Perhaps it was due to understanding Li Dong's words, or perhaps the sight of him wielding a stick had a deterrent effect. The swan finally refrained from biting. Li Dong inspected the little swan's wings, relieved to find they were not entirely broken, and it appeared that the injury was not as Han Xiaohua had described. It was likely an old wound. No wonder the swan was discovered here by the reservoir. It must have fallen due to its inability to fly. Fortunately, if he didn't disturb it further and secured it, it should recover. Li Dong then applied some Yunnan Baiyao to the little swan's leg, which had been painfully constricted by a grass rope. Once he finished tending to it, Li Dong began to ponder what to do with these two voracious creatures. Chickens and ducks were manageable. They could be raised for eggs, providing some support for the household by purchasing essentials like oil and salt. However, these swans posed a different challenge. If released, they would undoubtedly take flight. Yet, keeping them confined presented its own dilemma. These two gluttons consumed an alarming amount of food, especially considering their size. When their wings spread, they measured about 1.5 to 1.6 meters, and when standing, they were impressively tall. Able to peck at their own foreheads while jumping. What to do? Perhaps he could cut grass to feed them, as they devoured aquatic plants and snails. But how could he manage that? After a long day of work, he certainly wasn't about to cater to them. Feeding them grain was out of the question. That would be ludicrous. The moment he did, Han Guofu would surely come over, berate him. And it would be a waste of food, a serious taboo that could lead to public denunciation or even imprisonment. While Han Zhuang might not be as strict, there would certainly be no shortage of educational criticism. Oh, how difficult this is for me, thought Li Dong, feeling helpless. If only I could simply break their necks. How much easier that would be. What am I to do with this kind-hearted nature of mine, so naive in the 21st century? Sighing, he decided to keep them for now and consider bringing them back. If they could be trained, perhaps they could stay at the reservoir, creating a swan lake. If they remained stubborn and attempted to flee, he would have to break their necks and bring back cured goose for Xiao Wan's meals. Oh, how difficult this is for me. What to do? He scratched his head in frustration, deciding to stop pondering and focus on dinner. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, the familiar sound of a bicycle bell rang outside. Li Dong, are you home? Came the voice of Gao Weiman. My dear friend, you have arrived. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been left to the winds of the northwest. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming. My fortune has come. Ha ha. Xiao Wan's accounts will be settled tonight. Just imagine, if I manage to take 10 pictures of great unity. What expression will Xiao Wan have? Daughter, you'll soon have the chance to broaden your horizons. Chapter 39. Selling watches and collecting Wumi. Look, Zhuangzi even owns a bicycle. Li Dong was unaware that Gao Weiman had also borrowed this bicycle. In this era, acquiring a bicycle was quite a challenge, particularly in rural areas where it was almost impossible. Quick, come in and sit down, Weiman. Don't mind the mess at home, Li Dong urged. Not at all, Gao Weiman replied, locking the bicycle in the yard. This item was considered a luxury at the time. Losing it would mean facing a significant financial burden to replace it. Upon entering, Gao Weiman discreetly assessed the room. Aside from a bed, the space contained only a low table and 2 old cabinets, nothing else of note. Please, take a seat, Li Dong said, handing a small stool to Gao Weiman with a smile. Have some tea. I brought back a bit from my last trip to the city. Give it a try. This is from Tian Liang, Li Dong added, ultimately presenting a beautifully crafted iron box containing tea. The quality was commendable, as Tian Liang would not gift inferior tea. This is exquisite tea, Gao Weiman remarked, though he lacked expertise in such matters. Nevertheless, the aroma was delightful, and he realized that one should not underestimate it. The tea was far superior to what he typically consumed at home. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the pristine bedding. Oh, what's this? Li Dong chuckled, noticing Gao Weiman admiring the elegant mosquito net. With so many mosquitoes around, I happened to bring one back from the city. I must say, it does keep them at bay. As he spoke, Li Dong sliced a piece of mooncake, mango-flavored, which was quite rare in the mainland during those times. Many had never even heard of tropical fruits like mangoes, let alone tasted them. This mooncake is from the south. Try some. You were too kind, Gao Weiman replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he had hurried over without bringing anything noteworthy, just 2 bags of candies and a packet of snacks, which paled in comparison to the mooncake. Mango mooncake? I've never encountered this before. Upon tasting it, he was pleasantly surprised by the flavor, affirming that it was indeed a delightful treat from outside. Initially, upon entering and observing the sparsely furnished room, he had felt somewhat dismissive. But Li Dong's casual offerings revealed that he possessed items he had never even seen before. Care for a smoke? Li Dong offered, producing a lighter that caught Gao Weiman's eye. He envisioned how impressive it would be to possess such a beautiful lighter on his wedding day. Brother, about my matter? You truly came through, Li Dong said, pulling out an exquisite box. In this era, the emphasis on packaging was markedly different from the present, despite its retro appearance. It was far more aesthetically pleasing. Gao Weiman stood up to receive the box, opening it with great care. Inside lay a brand new Shanghai brand ladies' watch. Complete with a calendar feature, this was a luxury item. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Thank you so much. There is another one. It was originally given to me by a relative, and since I don't have a clock in the countryside, I thought I'd pass it on to you for your wedding, Li Dong explained. Gao Weiman found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Li Dong then produced another box, this one for men. Gao Weiman swallowed hard. Brother, I feel so unworthy of this. We are close. So there is no need for formality. Just see if you like it. Like it? I absolutely do, Gao Weiman exclaimed, eagerly opening the box to reveal another exquisite watch, equally luxurious and featuring a calendar. For a moment, he hesitated to speak, fearing the price tag might be beyond his means. Brother, do you see this money? 120 at the department store. You should contribute the same amount. Li Dong contemplated. Such items are rare and difficult to procure. In the black market, it could fetch not just 120, but even 150 or 200 if urgently needed. This won't do. Gao Weiman, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy, realizing the magnitude of this favor owed. In that case, perhaps you could spare some food coupons or snack tickets, just a token of goodwill. There's no need for formality. Li Dong understood well that cultivating a good relationship with Gao Weiman and Gao Min was undoubtedly beneficial. One was a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative, and the other was the militia captain. Moreover, Gao Weiman's father was the deputy secretary. It was likely that they would need to approach him for construction materials like cement and bricks, which are not easily acquired without connections. When Gao Weiman heard about the food and snack tickets, he recognized that Li Dong genuinely intended to help. These items were quite common. Brother, thank you. If anything comes up in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Gao Weiman indeed brought 240 yuan, and more than that. One must acknowledge that in his family's financial situation, several hundred yuan was not substantial. It was all about unity. Li Dong counted 24 tickets. I will deliver the food coupons to you in the afternoon. No rush. Bring them whenever you have the time. Just as they were conversing, the work bell rang from the high slope. Gao Weiman stood up. Brother, I won't delay you any further. I will return later with the food coupons. Truly, thank you. Brother. Li Dong watched Gao Weiman ride away on his bicycle, filled with suppressed excitement. 240 yuan could accomplish a great deal in these times. He could procure more food coupons, snack tickets, and daily necessity vouchers. Just a little exposure, and the villagers would eagerly gather mountain goods, wild fruits, and even game. Gao Weiman's timing was impeccable. Holding the 240 yuan, Li Dong felt an overwhelming sense of affluence. After securing the money, he tidied up and closed the door, then headed to the high slope where everyone had gathered. Upon his arrival, the villagers greeted him warmly. After all, those from the city had relatives who collected mountain goods. Who wouldn't want to exchange some for cash? Li Dong, you should follow Guobing. The tasks had been assigned yesterday. Han Guofu was displeased to see Li Dong. He had been infuriated yesterday afternoon while plowing the fields, wishing he could whip Li Dong. All right, Uncle Guofu. Today, Han Bing's group was tasked with transporting fertilizer to the sorghum field. The first patch of sorghum had been harvested, and another would be ready later in the evening. Thus, they were to transport the fertilizer to the harvested field and bring back the sorghum stalks. This time, they used a wheelbarrow, and Han Bing was adept at maneuvering it. Li Dong followed suit, intrigued by the wheelbarrow, but once he attempted to push it, he realized the challenge. The strap tightened around his neck and shoulders, making it feel like he was carrying a heavy burden. The wheelbarrow wobbled on the ridges of the field, and Li Dong nearly toppled into the crops. He had not anticipated that pushing a wheelbarrow would be so arduous. The effort varied significantly when going uphill or downhill, and he struggled to keep the vehicle steady. Adjust the strap properly, and remember to engage not just the strength in your arms, but also that from your back and abdomen. The Korean soldier imparted his teachings, and Li Dong diligently absorbed them. Ultimately, Li Dong managed to gain a rudimentary grasp of riding a unicycle, utterly exhausted, resembling a lifeless dog. Finally managing to wobble his way to a designated spot, he collapsed onto the ground to rest, for if he didn't, fatigue would surely claim him. Observing Li Dong sprawled on the ground, the Korean soldier and his companions erupted in hearty laughter. Finding amusement in the notion that Li Dong believed maneuvering a unicycle was a trivial endeavor. With a chuckle, the Korean soldier remarked, "All right, rise and shine. There are many bugs on the ground, and who knows, perhaps even a snake lurking about. Wuliangye wanted to crawl up your pants." Startled, Li Dong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "How malicious! A snake in my pants? In this day and age, with lice and fleas abounding, I truly fear a snake might emerge, which could jeopardize my very life." "Uncle Gubing, can these stalks be eaten?" Li Dong inquired. Eyeing the sorghum stalks that bore a resemblance to sugarcane, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Focus on your tasks and stop daydreaming about food," replied the Korean soldier, who then cut down a stalk, declaring, "It's quite sweet." Li Dong thought to himself, "I doubt your word," yet was soon convinced upon tasting a truly sweet stalk. He quickly devoured two before resuming his work. After unloading the earth, Li Dong bundled the cut sorghum stalks and placed them into the unicycle. He was cautious not to push the cart too swiftly, fearing it might topple over. Observing a few imbeciles ahead, carelessly racing downhill with their unicycles, he firmly gripped the handles, aware that descending too quickly could cause the front to collide with the ground. Li Dong had no desire to take a tumble. Although surrounded by fields, falling would be akin to landing in mud, which, while unsightly, would undoubtedly hurt. This dry land was riddled with clods of earth that felt as hard as small stones. What kind of unicycle is this? It moves slower than a snail." Women carrying burdens and wielding sickles, preparing to harvest sorghum, burst into laughter upon witnessing Li Dong's cautious and leisurely pace. Li Dong felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face in embarrassment, but as a professional in the art of embarrassment, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Continuing to push the unicycle back to the threshing ground. Without much rest, he loaded 2 baskets full of earth again. This time, Li Dong adjusted the straps and, surprisingly, discovered a technique that alleviated some of his previous fatigue. However, upon reaching the mountaintop, he sensed a shift in the mood of those around him. What's wrong? As he set down the earth, he heard a commotion coming from the sorghum field. "What is happening, Uncle Gobing?" "It's a disaster." "What disaster? What is going on?" Li Dong was bewildered, but upon witnessing the grim expressions on everyone's faces, he understood that this disaster was certainly not a good sign. He sprinted towards the sorghum field, where the late sorghum was plentiful. The women he had seen earlier were now devoid of smiles, their faces etched with sorrow. What could this disaster possibly be? Confused, Li Dong approached to investigate further. Each person was holding something dark and peculiar, resembling the tip of a brush, about 2 to 3 inches long. "What is this? This looks like sorghum ears. How did it end up like this?" "It's a disaster," they lamented. "Look, we must cut down all the affected ones." The drought had already threatened the harvest, and now with this disaster, the yield would diminish even more. It took Li Dong a while to grasp the situation. They were talking about black grains. Li Dong had indeed heard of this peculiar substance, known as black millet, which is a result of sorghum being infected by a certain fungus. It appears rather unappealing, yet in later times, it is considered quite a delicacy, fetching a price of over 100 yuan per pound. "Sister-in-law, what shall we do with this black millet?" "What else can we do? We'll feed it to the pigs." Upon hearing this, Li Dong mistakenly believed it was meant to be steamed and consumed. Who in their right mind would eat such a dark and unpalatable item when they had sufficient grain at home? However, in times of scarcity, it could serve a purpose. "Why not sell it to me?" Li Dong blurted out, immediately regretting his impulsive words. There was quite a bit of it, and he pondered how he would manage to purchase such a quantity. I acted rashly. What do you want with this stuff?" Zhang Qiu questioned, puzzled. As she knew it was not particularly tasty, Li Dong thought to himself that he couldn't very well admit that in the future, people would reminisce about black millet once their lives improved, only to find that sorghum seeds had been improved and black millet had become a rarity. "By the way, my uncle mentioned black millet a few days ago, saying he hadn't had it in a long time." Li Dong invoked the authority of his uncle, who was known for being capable and adventurous with food. Zhang Qiu mused about the peculiarities of city dwellers, who seemed to have developed so many quirks from indulging in fine food. "All right, I'll have everyone gather it for you shortly." "Great. How about 2 cents per pound?" 2 cents? That's indeed low. But considering it's for pig feed, Zhang Qiu shot Li Dong a look as if he were foolish. "Sister-in-law, isn't that too cheap?" No. I'll send it all to your home later." Li Dong felt the peculiar glances from everyone, as if they were pitying a child with a mental disability. Was he asking too high a price? What? The sorghum is producing black millet? Meanwhile, the news reached Han Guofu. who shuddered at the unfortunate turn of events. What are we to do now? Haven tea, we already stripped the leaves? Han Guohong furrowed his brow, knowing that to prevent black millet from forming, it was customary to remove the leaves to avoid overcrowding. Despite this, the black millet still emerged. What are we to do? Our rations today will surely fall short. They both wore grim expressions as the drought intensified. The best result had been a meager rice harvest. And now sorghum was facing its own troubles. Uncle Guofu, there's more. What more? Speak quickly. Li Dong mentioned that he would be collecting black millet at 2 cents per pound. What nonsense is this? Collecting black millet at 2 cents per pound? Did this boy just push his cart into a field? Han Guofu stared wide-eyed at the young man, while Han Guohong mirrored his disbelief. Unsure of what had gone awry in Li Dong's reasoning, let us go find him and ask. Chapter 40. The upgrade of Shaowan's little treasury to marry the village flower. Is it truly 2 cents for collection? Indeed, it is. Li Feng produced a large denomination note, slapping it down with a flourish. What a sight to behold. Such notes are rarely encountered, typically only seen during year-end wage settlements. This pristine currency is not something just anyone can produce. Initially, the onlookers believed that Li Dong would only collect a few pounds at most. Yet this lad boldly proclaimed he would accept as much as they could bring. The peculiar glances exchanged among the crowd suggested they thought Li Dong had truly lost his senses. At that moment, Han Guofu and Han Hong arrived just in time to witness the spectacle. Han Guofu snatched the large bill from Li Dong's grasp. Stop this foolishness, he exclaimed. Uncle Guofu, I genuinely wish to collect. Everyone can bring it to my yard, and I will accept it all, no matter the quantity. Incredulity washed over Han Guofu. He believed this boy needed a lesson to understand the gravity of the situation. Do you know what this is? Black rice. It won't last for long. How can you possibly consume this much? Just a few pounds for a taste would suffice. Li Dong had to concede that Han Guofu's words held merit. Yet he could not ignore that he hails from the 21st century. Such a delicacy, in the future, would cost 200 to 300 yuan per pound in restaurants and would require reservations. To leave such a valuable item unpreserved and carelessly stacked was unthinkable. Li Dong was confident he could keep it fresh for a month or so, and by then, it would likely be sold out. Uncle Guofu, you need not worry. I assure you I will not incur losses. Seeing Li Dong's unwavering confidence, Han Guofu harbored doubts. Could this boy possess some secret method? 2 cents per pound is not a trivial price. Who in their right mind would buy such an item? Surely, purchasing coarse grains would be more practical than this black rice. In truth, it is filling but lacks flavor. Who would choose this over sweet potatoes or potatoes that provide better sustenance? Han Guofu decided to let the boy continue on his errant course. Xiaoju, gather everyone to harvest the black rice and take it to Li Dong's home. Understood, came the enthusiastic reply. Let's get to work and collect the black rice. With Li Dong footing the bill, the earlier glum expressions of the crowd transformed into smiles. 2 cents is not a trivial sum. And while it may not fully compensate for the reduced yield of sorghum, it would certainly recover a portion. The collective enthusiasm surged among the people. At 2 cents per pound for black rice, a single plot could yield 100 pounds at minimum, and potentially 300 to 500 pounds at most. The youth were unconcerned, but the elders quietly calculated the implications. Li Dong would need to offer at least 5 yuan to collect the black rice. What a peculiar child he is. What shall we do? Can we really allow this to happen? Han Hong inquired of Han Guofu. What can we do? The lad has made his decision, Han Guofu sighed. Realizing his counsel had fallen on deaf ears. I believe this boy has some inkling of what he is doing. Otherwise, why would he be so audacious? Han Bing, though not fully understanding Li Dong's motives, sensed he was no fool. Perhaps city folk really do have their ways, Han Guofu pondered. Considering the issue of the reduced sorghum yield, any compensation, however small, was better than nothing. 5 yuan could at least cover 200 to 300 pounds of coarse grains. Let us return. We cannot afford to leave the other side unattended. You keep an eye on things here, he instructed Han Bing. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of the sorghum's misfortune, but thankfully, there was Li Dong, the optimistic boy collecting black rice for just 2 cents. In South Korea, the soldiers, though they did not openly express their thoughts, internally acknowledged that much of this situation was attributed to Li Dong. Otherwise, the team members would undoubtedly harbor some discontent. In times of drought, an additional morsel of food equates to an extra layer of security. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, the leaders of the team were secretly grateful to him. He merely joined the ranks of women harvesting black rice, dismissing the burdensome unicycle, which had left his shoulders sore. Now, it seemed, he had a justification for his actions. Li Feng was quite pleased. The South Korean soldiers remained silent, and the others said nothing either, convinced that Li Dong had likely lost his senses after a fall into the reservoir, reflecting on the foolishness he had exhibited in recent days. They lamented how this once good-natured lad had come to such a state. In a fleeting moment, some older individuals who had previously entertained the thought of matchmaking for Li Dong now extinguished that notion, feeling it would be unfair to the young lady. Li Dong was unaware that he had just been placed on the blacklist of matchmakers. If Xiaowan learned of this, she would likely be overcome with tears. The basket brimmed with an abundance of black rice. The women, nearly in tears from the labor, felt some relief upon seeing Li Dong behind them. A fool to take on the burden. The naive and wealthier individuals amusedly watched as Li Dong transported the basket of black rice. He managed to collect 2 baskets in the morning, totaling around 70 to 80 pounds, and in the afternoon, he gathered even more, over 100 pounds. In total, he collected around 200 pounds. Calculating at 2 cents per pound, it amounted to merely $5 or $6, which Li Dong thought was rather inexpensive and felt somewhat embarrassed, contemplating whether to raise the price. As he pondered this, Xiaowan rushed in, wiping her tears. Upon seeing the mountains of black rice in the yard, she let out a loud cry, even more heart-wrenching than before. At the village entrance, she encountered Wunai and spoke of the black rice collection. Wunai, sighing, urged Xiaowan to advise her father. Xiaowan, you must help him understand. Money should not be squandered recklessly. It's a grave mistake to collect such a large amount of useless black rice. What will we do? Filled with sympathy, Wunai lamented Xiaowan's plight. Her father had passed away, and while the new father figure treated her well, he seemed rather unwise. This morning, he had spent $4.50 on a large goose, and now he had amassed a pile of black rice. Within a single day, he had already spent over $10. Such reckless spending could deplete any fortune, and who would dare to consider a match for a girl in such a predicament? Wu Nai's words struck a chord, and Xiaowan could no longer hold back her tears. If her father could not find a wife, she would have no brother to rely on, and if she were to marry, she would be scorned by her in-laws. The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful she became. Returning home to find the pile of black rice, she wept uncontrollably, especially remembering how her father had no money in his pockets. Xiaowan wiped her tears and rushed indoors, while Li Dong stood bewildered. What happened? Which scoundrel dares to bully our daughter? I shall flay him alive. Enraged, he followed Xiaowan into the house. There, he found her counting her small savings, tears streaming down her face, seemingly counting money amidst her sorrow. Xiaowan, what is wrong? Who has wronged you? Tell your father, and he will deal with him. Upon seeing her father, Xiaowan could no longer contain her tears. It's over, even with money. We cannot find a wife. The child, speaking, weeping. Do not cry, do not cry. Li Dong recalled the surprise he had prepared for Xiaowan, closed the door, and took out a large sum of money, 10 crisp bills. Xiaowan, stop crying. Look what Dad has in his hand. Xiaowan wiped her tears and looked up, utterly astonished. Li Dong grinned widely. How about that? This is all money earned by Dad. Count them. 10 bills, 100 yuan. Ah. Xiaowan momentarily forgot her tears. Quickly swiping her nose and reaching for the money, examining each bill with great care, counting several times. Dad, where did this money come from? Do you think your father is foolish? Everything I gather, including the turtles and eels I catch, can be exchanged for money, big money. Li Dong chuckled. But you mustn't tell anyone. I won't tell a soul. Xiaowan hugged the 10 bills tightly, her thoughts swirling. That isn't foolish at all. 135 yuan and 76 cents. No, wait, I still need to account for the 5 yuan I lent you, and I owe you 10 yuan. That makes 145 yuan and 76 cents. Xiaowan began to scribble again. The little girl had inquired with the village elders about the cost of building a house and marrying a wife. The prices varied. A girl from a nearby village was only worth a few dozen yuan, while a city girl would demand at least 500 yuan, often without any willingness to come at all. Now, seeing such a sum of money, and with Li Dong boasting that it was merely a fraction of what he had, Xiaowan's ambitions grew. She no longer desired a girl from a refugee camp. She aimed to save more money. Yes, Dad should save more to marry the prettiest girl from the neighboring village. Our family has wealth, and I'll have a beautiful, plump little brother. Xiaowan was filled with dreams of a splendid future, while Li Dong remained oblivious to her thoughts, or he would surely choke on his own laughter. Uncle, it's the little ones again, bringing stones. Li Dong grabbed a handful of candy, ready to step outside. Xiaowan immediately climbed down from her bed. Dad, be careful. If you scatter the candy, that won't do. We must save more money. The more money we have, the prettier the wife we can get for you. If Li Dong knew of Xiaowan's aspirations, he would undoubtedly strive to earn more for her. Her little mind was full of delightful notions. Hey, what do you children have there? We picked wild fruits. Uncle, would you like some? Xiaowan spotted the hawthorn and wild jujubes. She could gather plenty on her way to school. We don't need them. Please, please. Fresh wild fruits. Li Dong cheerfully took out a scale to weigh them. 1 yuan for 1 pound. That's a total of 10 pounds. And each of you gets a piece of candy. Thank you, Uncle. A mere yuan and a piece of candy made the children jubilant as they cheered and ran off. Xiaowan's little mouth was pouting high with delight. These fruits cost nothing. Li Dong thought to himself, little girl, you've struck gold. These fruits could fetch at least 5 cents a pound in the city. If this were the 21st century, 5 yuan wouldn't buy anything, though small. Wild jujubes were quite sweet, and hawthorn made for excellent hawthorn cakes. What a treasure! Li Dong gazed at the abundance around him, suddenly exclaiming, goodness! Forget those 2 gluttons. My precious black rice. To my astonishment, the 2 swans have devoured it, consuming at least 5 to 6 pounds in no time. This could very well cost Li Dong dearly. How could such a fine delicacy be left to those beasts? Sooner or later, they will feast on preserved goose. These 2 swans have been rather haughty, showing no sense of wrongdoing whatsoever. When Li Dong approached, they even pecked at him, causing him to leap in frustration. After a considerable effort, he managed to move the black rice a bit farther away and began contemplating how to transport this treasure back home. The sun has been quite generous these past few days. Perhaps he should make a trip back tomorrow night. Yet, a single journey will not suffice. Li Dong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, pondering how to handle this situation. The abundance of such a splendid ingredient weighed heavily on his mind. He decided to set aside his worries for now and sample some of the black rice. Although he had heard tales of its exquisite taste, he had never had the pleasure of trying it himself. With such a bounty at hand, it would be a travesty not to prepare it. Steamed, tossed in a salad, or perhaps in a stew, Li Dong found himself momentarily perplexed. How should I proceed? He wondered. Allow me to take charge, said Xiaowan. Observing the bewildered Dido with a sigh. What shall we do? Could it be true what Fifth Granny said about Daddy losing his mind? Poor Dida. Li Dong remained blissfully unaware of Xiaowan's concerned gaze, eager to embrace the situation. He had been quite exhausted from the day's labor. Despite having sought a lighter task in the afternoon, the morning's endeavors nearly took a toll on him. The sun had indeed shone brightly these past few days. Yet he still required 5 more hours. He needed to make a trip back. How could he possibly transport all this black rice in one go? Li Dong felt a profound sense of melancholy. Would it not be splendid if 2018 offered a few more days of sunshine, allowing him to store up additional rays? If only he could make several trips back and forth, he would surely manage to transport the black rice. Ah, how clever of me, he mused. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell rang out. Look at me, Gao Weiman, he exclaimed, only to realize he had forgotten all about the grain tickets. To his surprise, it was indeed him. How curious that his partner had arrived as well. Chapter 41. Returning to 2018 sister-in-law, please hurry inside, urged Gao Weiman. Having secured their bicycles in the yard, Gao Weiman and Gao Min entered the house, laden with bags. The twilight cast a dim glow inside, while the outside was still somewhat bright. Li Dong turned on the kerosene lamp, which illuminated the room quite well. Gao Min discreetly surveyed the surroundings and confirmed Gao Weiman's description. There was indeed little furniture. Ah, Gao Min exclaimed, noticing a white mosquito net hanging over the bed, which was quite lovely. Although it was merely an ordinary white net, one had to admit that in the 21st century it appeared rather fashionable compared to 1978. Please sit. The space is limited here, Li Dong said as he prepared a cup of tea for Gao Weiman, while Gao Min brewed a glass of orange juice. Thank you, they replied, settling down. Li Dong introduced a dish that resembled incense coils but was dark in color. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he chuckled. This is mosquito-repellent incense I had brought from afar. It works quite well. Incense for mosquitoes? Interesting, Gao Weiman thought to himself, realizing he had underestimated Li Dong's resourcefulness. After lighting the incense and serving the tea, Li Dong produced some mooncakes and a handful of nuts, saying, there isn't much to offer, but do try the pistachios. I hear they are imported, though I know little about them. Imported goods, how impressive, Gao Min mused, realizing she had indeed misjudged him. Li Dong regarded the pistachios as merely average, having grabbed a handful casually, confident that nothing would go awry with such foreign delicacies. Delicious, Gao Weiman remarked, savoring the oily treat, which was a delight in those times. Li Dong encouraged them. Xiaowan has started stewing beef. Let us add some mountain flour and enjoy a meal together later. No, no, we have matters to attend to at home, Gao Weiman replied. Indeed. We've already prepared a meal. Please don't feel obliged, Comrade Li Dong. We came primarily to express our gratitude for your assistance. Gao-min added, we specifically came to thank you. They both wore their beautiful watches, a token of their appreciation. Sister-in-law, you are far too gracious, Li Dong remarked, adept at fostering connections. My relationship with Weiman makes this quite insignificant. Gratitude must still be expressed, Gao Weiman responded, producing a stack of various coupons, grain, daily necessities, and alcohol. It was undeniable that working as an official in the supply and marketing cooperative afforded him access to resources far superior to the farmers who had no such connections. I hardly know how to accept this, Li Dong said, though his demeanor betrayed no hesitation. These coupons were indeed what he needed. Weiman, do you smoke? Sister-in-law. Is that all right? Not at all. Go ahead, Gao Min replied. Li Dong casually lit a cigarette for Gao Weiman, whose gaze lingered on Li Dong's lighter, prompting a smile. Do you like it? It's yours, Li Dong said, gifting the disposable lighter to him. Oh, I can't possibly accept this, Gao Weiman said, happily tucking the lighter into his pocket as if it were a treasure. Thank you. This is a fine item when I go to propose. I'll bring it out to light cigarettes for Gao Min's relatives, broadening their horizons. Why thank me for a mere lighter? Li Dong chuckled, unaware of Xiao Wan's silent frustration. Despite her commendable qualities, she lamented his lazy and extravagant habits, recognizing that he lacked appreciation for valuable things, a trait she deemed unwise. She resolved that he must find a spouse who would instill a sense of value and respect for possessions. Well, Xiao Wan once again added a note in her little notebook for future mothers, a detail unbeknownst to Li Dong. He cast a glance at the fine liquor presented by Gao Weiman. Initially indifferent, he couldn't help but notice the words Wuliangye. A splendid item, indeed. Such a treasure is not easily acquired. While it may not be as elusive as Moutai, it certainly isn't something one can procure casually. After exchanging a few words of gratitude, Gao Weiman and Gao Min prepared to depart, having come only to deliver tickets and gifts of liquor, meat, and malted milk. Just before leaving, Gao Min nudged Gao Weiman and pointed towards the mosquito net in the room. Gao Weiman felt a bit awkward, as he had intended to express his gratitude, and asking for a favor at this moment felt somewhat inappropriate. What is the matter? As the two exited the room, Li Dong noticed Gao Weiman hesitating to speak. Brother, I have a small inquiry. Where did you purchase that mosquito net? The mosquito net? Li Dong was unsure how to respond, uncertain if such items were available in County D. I'm not quite sure. A relative brought it for me. Why? Are you planning to buy one? Indeed, I find it quite appealing. All right then, I'll arrange for one for you. What color do you prefer? There are other colors? Certainly, there are pink, red, and blue options available. Li Dong chuckled. I'm not particular. I'll take a white one. Gao Min nudged Gao Weiman. Then let us choose red. It's auspicious. Indeed, I'll get you a bright red one. Li Dong contemplated this. In these times, a bright red for weddings certainly brings joy. How much? Let us not worry about that. Consider it a gift from me. Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. Mosquito nets are not particularly valuable in later years, making it a fitting gift. Strengthening this connection could be beneficial, especially if Gao Weiman often brings fine liquor. He seemed to have a certain network. Such a generous offer. Gao Weiman thought highly of Li Dong. Not only he but Gao Min also felt that Li Dong was a decent person, someone worth befriending. Why are you being so polite? Li Dong smiled. In a couple of days, I'll deliver it to the supply and marketing cooperative. I won't keep you any longer. It would be much more enjoyable to linger over a meal. No, dinner is ready at home. Next time, I'll treat you to a restaurant. Gao Weiman, pushing his bicycle, intended to return home before nightfall. Li Dong accompanied them out of the courtyard, waving until they mounted their vehicle. As they departed, he vaguely heard something about the mosquito net. What is the matter? Upon arriving home, he noticed Xiao Wan with her lips pouted, resembling her father. What could be troubling the little girl? Xiao Wan, having just received a lighter from Dada, was now fretting over the prospect of receiving a mosquito net for free. Such extravagance! How would they manage? She was determined to find a wife who could reign in Dada. Li Dong, unaware of Xiao Wan's thoughts on his future spouse, assumed her discontent stemmed from his gift to Gao Weiman. He chuckled and playfully pinched her nose. Look at you, so stingy. These gifts are from them. Wow, she exclaimed, eyes wide at the stack of various tickets. These could serve as currency, though ordinarily, one wouldn't sell tickets. A typical family struggles to have enough. 100 pounds of grain tickets, 10 pounds of meat tickets, 2 pounds of pastry tickets, along with cloth tickets. There's an abundance of everything, scattered here and there. There are indeed quite a few, especially grain and meat tickets, which made Xiao Wan's eyes twinkle with delight. How wonderful! With so many tickets, the gifts for visiting will be sufficient. What is this? Li Dong looked utterly bewildered as Xiao Wan collected the meat and pastry tickets and tucked them away in her cabinet. What does this mean? Dada, you truly are remarkable. Flattered by Xiao Wan's praise, Li Dong felt elated. Regardless of the meat and grain tickets, as long as Xiao Wan was happy, that sufficed. This wine cannot be given to you. It is reserved for your father, and the meat is hung up. Let's not allow the mice to nibble on it. Yes, yes. The milk powder is saved for the visiting gifts. Very well, do as you please. Li Dong was perplexed by the notion of visiting gifts. Was there a need to pay respects? Never mind, he thought, his stomach grumbling. Let us not busy ourselves. Let us eat first. Father is hungry. I will serve you some rice. Beef stewed with mountain noodles, stir-fried black rice, and steamed white rice. This dinner in Han Village is truly exceptional. Which family still has meat for dinner these days? Not to mention, they wouldn't dare to use much oil. The autumn harvest has been poor, and every household is tightening its belt in preparation for the hard times ahead. With the autumn grain yield reduced, next year's food supply may face a crisis. Thus, saving a little now is prudent. After dinner, the men ventured out, while the women busied themselves washing, cutting, and drying the wild fruits gathered during work to make dried fruits. The men went out to set grass ropes and traps. This morning, Han Xiaohai had caught a large goose and sold it for $4.50. Everyone had witnessed it, and who wouldn't he be envious? $4 could buy 40 to 50 pounds of grain. After finishing his meal, Li Dong took a bamboo pole and wandered off to the reservoir to fish for turtles. Catching turtles at the reservoir had become increasingly difficult lately, and the wild fish were nowhere near as plentiful as imagined. The challenge was akin to trying to catch large fish there 40 years later. Why is everyone out? I should stay hidden. What are they all doing out here at such a late hour? By the end of the night, Li Dong had managed to catch just one turtle. And it was already past 10. Never mind, time to head back to sleep. It's becoming increasingly hard to catch turtles. Before drifting off, Li Dong mused about the next day's task, sunbathing for 100 hours and transporting some black rice back. To his surprise, the following morning, as soon as Li Dong rose, Han Weijun and Han Weihong arrived with wild chickens in tow. Goodness, 3 wild chickens. Are you still accepting wild chickens? Li Dong inquired. Of course, why wouldn't I? He took the chickens, still alive, assessing their size. One hen was smaller, while the rooster was slightly larger. The hen was worth $1, and the rooster $1.20. All right, he agreed. Han Weijun quietly handed over the wild chickens and whispered, Li Dong, don't mention this to my mother. Li Dong murmured, okay, I won't say a word. What on earth is going on? Nevertheless, Li Dong felt quite pleased. This trip back would yield many good items, wild chickens, swans, black rice, and 2 bottles of Wuliangye. Just thinking about it brought him joy. By the way, with the wine tickets in hand, he planned to buy 2 bottles of Xinghua Village Daku to bring along. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and he intended to gift it to his father-in-law. He wouldn't dare part with the Wuliangye, but would use the Xinghua Village Daku to appease Gao Guoyang. On that morning, Li Dong resumed his work from the previous day, pushing a wheelbarrow up the slope to deliver soil fertilizer to the sorghum field, while also gathering sorghum stalks. However, the afternoon proved to be considerably lighter as he assisted the women in chopping the sorghum stalks into small pieces to feed the livestock. The cattle, mules, and donkeys would rely on these stalks for their sustenance. Initially, Li Dong found the task of using the chopping knife to be quite simple. But after a while, he realized the true difficulty of the job. The relentless chopping continued without respite, and he sighed in resignation, understanding why others were reluctant to help. While he foolishly volunteered, enough sighing, let us get to work. We must finish this pile before dinner, he urged. The sheer volume of stalks nearly overwhelmed him, and after a short while, he found himself too exhausted to speak, opting instead to pass the sorghum stalks to others, which he found to be an easier task. Well then, let us switch roles, he suggested. However, lacking experience in passing the stalks, he nearly injured himself with the knife. No, this is too frightening. Sister-in-law, I can't handle this work. I think I'll go fetch some water instead. Haha, now you understand the challenge. Did you think our women were less capable than you men? No, I have always believed that you women hold up half the sky, Li Dong replied, giving a thumbs up. Realizing this task was beyond his ability. Stop flattering us. How about this? You can help us by delivering the chopped sorghum. All right. This task was relatively easier. Transporting the chopped sorghum stalks in a basket to the livestock shed was manageable for Li Dong, who had mastered the wheelbarrow. It wasn't easy, but it was not overly taxing. The afternoon passed in this manner, and when Li Dong finished work, he sought out Uncle Guofu. Next year, I'll take half a day off to go to the city. I've gathered quite a few things, and I plan to send some ahead. That sounds good. But be cautious. This matter should not be made public. You'll likely leave tonight. Traveling at night is certainly not as safe as during the day. Upon returning home, Li Dong finished dinner and made arrangements with Xiaojun. Be good and sleep well. Tomorrow at lunchtime, take the grain tickets and money to the commune canteen to buy some food. After preparing a few items, turtle, swan, wild chicken, 2 bottles of Wuliangye, and 2 bottles of Chihuahua village liquor that Uncle Guofu's youngest son had brought back, along with 2 small colorful turtles, he set off. Chapter 42. The farm's pet chickens and a little cart. Fortunately, nothing was lost. Upon returning to 2018, Li Dong's first task was to inspect his belongings, particularly the 2 bottles of Wuliangye, which were indeed treasures, worth at least 10 to 20,000 yuan each. What happened to the big goose? Li Dong noticed that the previously boisterous goose had quieted down significantly. It is important to note that these creatures were not docile. As Li Dong approached, they flapped their wings aggressively, attempting to peck at him with their formidable beaks. Surprisingly, the goose was alive and well but showed no inclination to attack Li Dong, which brought him great joy. Had the goose become enlightened? When Li Dong attempted to untie the ropes binding it, the injured little swan nuzzled against him. Not only had it gained intelligence, but it also seemed to grow fond of him, much to Li Dong's delight. The vision of Swan Lake appeared to be on the verge of realization. However, the grand swan displayed a hint of arrogance when Li Dong released it. It ignored him and strutted around the house, even knocking over Li Dong's teacup. Fortunately, the teacup remained intact. Otherwise, he would have resorted to a pot of stewed swan for dinner, a gift from his daughter for his birthday. The creature had indeed gained some intelligence. Yet it didn't seem particularly affectionate towards Li Dong, exhibiting a haughty demeanor. Thankfully, his wife still adored him. No, she was fond of him. The 2 swans presented Li Dong with an unexpected surprise. While among the 3 wild chickens, only 1 rooster had shown signs of intelligence, primarily becoming more sociable with Li Dong. Alas, it was not for lack of opportunity that the others remained oblivious. It seemed that a dish of stewed wild chicken was inevitable. The other 2 wild chickens were marked for the menu, and upon releasing the enlightened rooster, it became quite animated, filling the room with its clucking. However, it was quickly subdued by a flap from the proud swan, reminding it of its place. One could argue against the odds of matching this creature. After all, how could one contend with such a formidable opponent? The size difference was stark. The rooster weighed merely 2 pounds, while the swan surpassed 20, akin to a contest between O'Neill and a mere amateur. How could one possibly compete? Just as Li Dong had rescued the rooster, chaos erupted anew as 2 little colored turtles wandered into trouble, either floating aimlessly or otherwise, and dared to approach the grand swan. Li Dong rushed over to save them, but alas, he was a moment too late. The shells of the 2 turtles were pecked and cracked, though fortunately, they were unharmed inside. These reckless little turtles were a source of exasperation for Li Dong, who applied band-aids to their shells in a cross pattern. Next time, do not venture so close, he admonished, though it was uncertain whether the turtles comprehended his words. These creatures were intended as gifts for his daughter, so Li Dong found a box to safely accommodate the little turtles. As for the 2 swans, Li Dong observed them for a while, realizing there was little he could do. The house was not spacious enough for their antics, and he feared waking to find his bedroom in disarray. Thus, he decided to take them to the reservoir. The 2 swans followed Li Dong eagerly out of the yard, which was quite satisfactory. After all, it would be a pity to have gone through such effort only to end up with a meal of stewed goose. Upon arriving at the farm, the big black dog took notice of the swans with great enthusiasm, barking excitedly. The grand swan took flight, giving the big dog a few flaps, causing it to tuck its tail and retreat to Li Dong's feet, whimpering in dismay. Master, it appears you no longer love me. Why have you chosen such a fierce creature? Li Dong gently stroked the head of the large black rooster. Do not worry, I shall soon take them to the reservoir. To soothe the black rooster, Li Dong tossed 2 silly wild chickens into a cage. He affectionately released a clever wild rooster onto a tree in the courtyard of the farm. Look back, this is now your home. This creature was quite handsome, with a long tail and an agreeable call. Li Dong intended for it to make its abode in the tree, swaying gracefully when guests arrived. To showcase the beauty of the wild chicken, surely it cannot simply feast without labor, Li Dong mused as he accompanied 2 swans to the reservoir. To his surprise, The wild chicken leaped from the tree, eagerly following him. Are you not afraid of the dark? Li Dong chuckled. Very well, come along. The swans, however, showed no attachment to Li Dong. The male swan, proud and aloof, was distressed by his mate's reluctance to follow him into the water. My dear, you must not forget your husband in the presence of our master. Strangely, it seemed that animals transcending time and space had become more intelligent, perhaps developing a sense of familiarity with Li Dong. They were unafraid, even enjoying his company. Li Dong found this phenomenon puzzling. Perhaps their temporal journey with him was the cause. As the two swans entered the water, Li Dong turned to leave, only to be followed by a wild rooster that occasionally crowed. This creature was amusing. As Li Dong quickened his pace, it took flight, landing on his shoulder. Li Dong was astonished. What a marvelous occurrence. Do not move about too much. While others may have owls perched upon their shoulders, I have a wild chicken. I shall name you, little wild one. Cluck, cluck, cluck. It is settled then. Upon returning home, Li Dong packaged the black rice in vacuum-sealed bags, placing some in the refrigerator. He searched online for information about black rice. Although he had heard it was quite expensive, he was unaware that sorghum black rice was rich in protein, containing all 8 essential amino acids, as well as various minerals and vitamins A, B1, B2, B6, and C. This black fungus truly was a treasure, especially as it was naturally occurring and rather costly. This can indeed be considered organic green black rice, he reflected while bagging it. He planned to send some to his daughter and, of course, some to his parents back home. After a busy day, he finally finished sorting through the 40-odd pounds of black rice. By now, it was nearly midnight. After enjoying a hot shower, he blissfully fell asleep, only to be awakened the next morning by the calls of little wild one. What is all this commotion? I'm catching wild chickens. Upon hearing this, Li Dong jumped up, for he could not let his prized farm pet be harmed. Wait, uncle, this is my pet wild chicken, he called out, waving to little wild one, which flew back to his shoulder. Ah, so it is truly yours. Meanwhile, Han Weidong, who was transporting corn to sell in town, looked on in astonishment. It is quite rare to see someone keeping wild chickens as pets. Your wild chicken has been stealing corn from my cart. My apologies, uncle. That corn looks splendid. How about I buy some? Please give me 20 pounds. Very well. Li Dong could not retrieve it himself and asked Han Weidong for assistance. He inspected the horse-drawn carriage, an antiquated model that is increasingly rare these days. Uncle, are you selling this carriage and the horse as well? What are you saying? Han Weidong, who was busy measuring corn, looked perplexed by this young lad from the family village wanting to buy his vehicle. You want to buy my horse and carriage? Uncle, considering your age, wouldn't it be wiser to purchase an electric tricycle instead? Li Dong mused, contemplating the practicality of having his own vehicle. After all, driving a horse-drawn carriage is quite laborious, and maintaining such a large animal is no small feat. You make a valid point, Han Weidong conceded. Feeding this creature certainly consumes a considerable amount of fodder daily. Reflecting on Li Dong's words, he recognized that as he aged, his mobility had diminished, making it increasingly challenging to gather hay from the mountains. He often resorted to purchasing feed for the animal, which accumulated significant expenses throughout the year. The idea of a tricycle indeed seemed appealing. It would be as simple as pressing a button to get it moving, without the need for feeding, just a recharge, and off it goes. Upon realizing the potential of this arrangement, Li Dong, who initially posed the question casually, became genuinely interested. Uncle, how about this? I'll give you 5,000 along with the tricycle. This way, you won't need to travel to town for purchases. My tricycle cost over 5,000, and I've only had it for 6 months. After consideration, Han Weidong found the offer quite favorable. Although his horse was decent, it was valued at around 6,000, and the carriage, made of wood and rubber, had depreciated in value. Receiving 5,000 plus a new tricycle was indeed a good deal. Agreeing to the proposal, Han Weidong felt a surge of joy as Li Dong promised to instruct him on operating the tricycle. With merriment, he began transferring the corn onto the tricycle and assured, I'll bring you the feed from my home later. Uncle, don't trouble yourself. I'll fetch it, Li Dong replied, leading the somewhat obstinate horse. It took him a whole morning to get the carriage moving, albeit slowly, as the horse needed time to adjust to a new owner. Deciding not to rush things, Li Dong took the carriage to the village's old carpenter. Could you make some repairs? The carriage had seen better days, and some parts required a bit of work. Li Dong intended to replace the wooden boards with better quality ones. After spending over 1,000 on new boards, the carriage took on a new appearance. He also purchased 2 long benches to place on either side, giving it more character. Next, A coat of linseed oil and a shock-absorbing board will complete the transformation. The modifications to the carriage went smoothly, and the following day, Li Dong received it with great satisfaction, taking it for a leisurely drive. He realized he still needed to construct a stable for the horse. This impulsive purchase of a carriage led to numerous subsequent tasks. Oh, Li Dong sighed. Raising a livestock animal is indeed no easy task. This creature has a voracious appetite and requires constant feeding. Moreover, it has left many fields untended. I should consider buying a simple grass cutter. While preoccupied with applying linseed oil to the carriage, Li Dong's phone rang. Dad, you're calling again. His daughter's voice was as melodious as a chime. Is that Gao Jia? Brother-in-law. What is the matter? Li Dong set down his brush and oil barrel, propping his phone against his neck as he shooed away the mischievous young lad attempting to board his cart. Go on, Chu, he exclaimed. Ah, brother-in-law, what is it? I wasn't referring to you. I was speaking of my pet, Li Dong replied with a smile. Jia, what is the matter? Brother-in-law, have you forgotten? I mentioned that our group is organizing a team-building event. We agreed on the 30th. We are going to your farm for some fun. Jia had to exert considerable effort to convince everyone, as their interest in an obscure little farm was rather lukewarm. In order to secure Li Dong's business, Jia was fully committed. If the group was unsatisfied, it would be problematic for her. The 30th? We return on the 26th, and today is the 28th. So that means it's the day after tomorrow. All right then. Well, would you like to eat? Wild chicken, wild turtle, or organic vegetables? Wild chicken? That sounds excellent. Li Dong planned to cast another fishing net to catch some fish and shrimp. Moreover, he had brought along some mountain goods, dried wild fruits and black rice, which would be perfect for Jia to taste and also to share with her parents. Brother-in-law, what activities do you have there? Activities? Fishing, boating. Beyond that, there isn't much, Li Dong replied with a touch of resignation. He simply didn't have the funds for extravagant endeavors. Is there nothing distinctive? Jia sighed, realizing she shouldn't have oversold the place. Now she was at a loss. Distinctive? Li Dong also struggled to articulate anything particularly unique. Vegetable picking, fishing, none seemed particularly special. Perhaps we could create a 1978-style farm, or at the very least, establish a 1978 supply cooperative. Chapter 43. The horse cart to pick someone up. Gao Jia let out a sigh, feeling rather uninspired. What shall we do about this? Brother-in-law, you must ensure the food is exceptional. The expenses for this team-building event are quite substantial. Rest assured, I will make certain you are thoroughly satisfied with your meal. Li Dong could only promise. Unfortunately, his farm did not possess any unique features. Most small family farms were rather similar, offering fishing and simple farmhouse meals, or perhaps a leisurely stroll to take in the surrounding scenery. After ending the call, Li Dong continued to apply tung oil to the horse cart while also tending to the occasionally rowdy children. At last, he completed the task. He dragged the cart outside to dry in the open air, washed his hands, and led the horse out of the courtyard. The children, spotting him, flew from the trees and leapt onto the horse's back, clearly knowing how to enjoy themselves. Li Dong had never ridden this horse himself. Don't move around too much, he cautioned. If the horse were to become agitated, Li Dong knew he would be at a loss, as he was not yet well acquainted with the animal. Having only fed it a few times, it was already quite obedient to follow Li Feng. Observing the horse's rather thin figure, he resolved to purchase some more soybean meal and corn to mix with the fodder to help it gain some weight. Its emaciated appearance was displeasing, especially with its unkempt coat. Li Dong retrieved a small bucket of water and a brush, intending to give the horse a good grooming. He had contemplated this yesterday but hesitated due to their unfamiliarity. Now, having seen how docile the horse had become after a day of acquaintance, he felt encouraged to proceed. He led the horse to the reservoir, where he descended to fetch water for washing. The wild chickens clucked nearby, and soon 2 swans approached, having built a nest by the water's edge. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely that they would witness the hatching of cygnets this year. The earliest would be next April or May. The adult swan remained proud, while the smaller female, surprisingly, circled around Li Dong. Could it be that his charm had captivated the swans? What a curious thought. Fortunately, the horse was male. As Li Dong brushed the horse, his mind wandered to various musings. Gao Jia had mentioned the need for uniqueness, and he realized he needed to contemplate this matter seriously. After grooming the horse, he sat beside it, basking in the sun while casually cutting some grass. It felt rather pleasant, though the lack of business over the past couple of days was concerning. Running a farm should not merely be about making a profit. At the very least, it should not incur losses. Sighing, Li Dong pondered the concept of uniqueness for quite some time without any clear direction. Perhaps he could emulate a supply and marketing cooperative, sourcing goods directly from 1978. If he could manage to display a few bottles of Moutai from the 1970s, it might indeed be rather intriguing. This idea could be worth pursuing. With a clap of his hands, Li Dong resolved to begin with this approach and think of other methods later. In this era, with so many farms emerging, lacking distinctive features made survival difficult. While leading the horse back to the village, he encountered several elderly individuals heading to their vegetable gardens. Li Dong was one of the few young adults remaining in the village. Most others had migrated to the city. Nowadays, rural areas were characterized by an abundance of elders, idle land, and increasing wildlife, while the youth, agricultural workers, and lively gatherings had notably diminished. That child certainly has a wealth of money with nowhere to spend it, one elder remarked. How could Wei Dong's horse possibly be worth 5,000 yuan, plus a tricycle? That cart looks practically brand new. I heard it cost over 5,000. Li Dong could only smile wryly. How could they gossip as he walked away? It was quite exasperating to be scrutinized even after purchasing a horse. Strive to prove your worth, Li Dong encouraged as he patted the horse. After securing the horse at the farm, he fed it some fodder, tossed in a chunk of coarse salt, and filled the water trough. With a hose slung over his shoulder, Li Dong stepped out, followed closely by the wild child. Upon reaching the vegetable garden, Li Dong contemplated the autumn cucumbers, which were now bearing fruit and would soon be ready for harvest. The tomatoes had ripened as well, which could provide an opportunity for Gao Jia to bring her colleagues over for a picking session, along with the red peppers, autumn eggplants, winter melons, and pumpkins. All right for the taking. He first set about clearing the weeds to create a path. This task was trivial for Li Dong at this moment. Compared to hauling water or pushing a wheelbarrow, it was remarkably effortless. With intermittent breaks, he managed to tidy up the vegetable garden within the morning. Wild child. Time to head back, he called as lunchtime approached. Unexpectedly, the wild chicken that had been scavenging behind him flapped its wings and got into a scuffle with something, causing Li Dong considerable concern. Rushing over, he was pleasantly surprised to find a gray rat snake engaged in a struggle. This species was non-venomous and quite common in the area. This particular specimen was rather sizable, weighing about 1 to 2 pounds. The wild child was energetically pecking at the snake, which was coiled and flicking its tongue. Without hesitation, Li Dong swung his hoe, smashing the snake's head, and promptly tossed it into a basket for later skinning and drying, anticipating Gao Jia's arrival to prepare a snake soup. A splendid catch indeed. Such a snake could fetch 1 to 200 yuan, marking a modest success. Upon returning to the estate, Li Dong poured the grass into the horse's feed trough, took a moment to rest, and prepared a couple of simple dishes: cold cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sliced braised beef, alongside steaming buns. The grapevines in the yard would soon be ready for a trellis next year. This year's grape transplantation had been too recent, but the gourds had thrived, growing plentifully. Though Li Dong was not particularly fond of them, their appearance was pleasant enough, so he left them be for now. He planned to tidy up the trellis, as girls might appreciate a gourd arbor, complete with a round wooden tea table and a few tree stump stools, and of course, a teapot. After lunch, Li Dong busied himself, and before he knew it, time had flown by. For the remainder of the day, he continued his efforts, driving the horse-drawn cart into town to procure some small bamboo baskets and glass jars. The bamboo baskets were intended for Gao Jia and her colleagues to collect vegetables, while the jars would hold various dried goods like mushrooms, wood-ear mushrooms, wild raisins, hawthorn, dates, and chestnuts. Once arranged, the side of the neatly lined jars, numbering over a dozen, was quite pleasing. It was a satisfying endeavor, and he resolved to acquire more and perhaps a rack for display, giving it a more charming appearance. After considerable effort, it seemed things were finally falling into place. Li Dong gazed at the stone-paved path extending from the courtyard to the village's cement road. Though it was unfortunate that the small irrigation canal circling the village had run dry, otherwise, it would have been a picturesque scene, with clear water revealing the small stones beneath, where fish would swim. Now, however, it was devoid of water, leaving Li Dong with no recourse. He did plan for a fishing expedition, making a trip to the reservoir, where he activated the feeder to nourish the fish and set out nets to catch some fish and shrimp. Upon reflection, most of Gao Jia's colleagues are likely young women who may enjoy fishing. Given the considerable size of the reservoir, the likelihood of catching fish is rather slim. Perhaps it would be more prudent to enclose a section and stock it with fish. Li Dong mused that this might indeed be a viable option. With Gao Jia bringing friends over, Li Dong felt somewhat pressured, Such a rustic farmhouse inherently lacks distinctive features, and fishing coupled with rustic cuisine is merely the extent of entertainment available. His sister-in-law, with the best of intentions, deserved his utmost effort. And after 2 days of diligent preparation, he finally reached a satisfactory level of readiness. Seizing the remaining time, Li Dong commenced training 2 swans. While researching swan care, he stumbled upon an enchanting image of 2 swans entwined in a heart shape, beautifully mirrored in the water. Inspired, he resolved to see if he could replicate this captivating pose with the swans at the reservoir. After considerable effort in arranging their positions, he finally succeeded, and a wave of joy washed over him. This could certainly captivate the young women, diverting their attention from fishing altogether. After practicing several times, the 2 swans became increasingly adept, even beginning to pose of their own accord without Li Dong's guidance. Returning home, Li Dong suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten the most important matter. Uncle Weigua, we have guests arriving tomorrow afternoon. Please make an effort to come early. Once the call ended, he texted Gao Jia, inquiring about her arrival time and whether she needed him to pick her up, asking if she would be driving. No, we won't be driving, Gao Jia promptly replied. The roads in the mountains are difficult, and since we are all young women, we decided to take the bus. How many of you are there? 6. Not too many, Li Dong thought. The cart would suffice. All right, just call me when you reach the intersection, and I will come to collect you. The bus stop on the county road is still 3 to 4 miles from the farmhouse, so Li Dong planned to fetch them. I've noted that. I will call you when we arrive. Is there anything you would like me to bring? I can pick something up on the way. Nothing needed. We have everything at home. Really, we are not lacking anything, Li Dong replied with a smile. Do you all have any dietary restrictions? Please inquire and let me know, so I can inform the chef to ensure everyone's preferences are accommodated. I will ask shortly. Gao Jia had not anticipated this aspect. After exchanging a few more words, Li Dong ended the call, feeling the weight of the preparations over the past few days. Fortunately, there were no other guests tomorrow. He chuckled at the irony. With no guests in the past 2 days, how could a farmhouse thrive? It was imperative to introduce some distinctiveness to survive. Profitability aside, they must avoid significant losses. He contemplated bringing in some 1978 vintage items to attract attention. Speaking of which, he thought that certain wines from that year would be splendid. By showcasing 2 display cabinets filled with the 8 renowned domestic wines from that era, they could certainly stand out. With some promotion, even if the farmhouse did not turn a profit, it would at least stave off losses. How clever he felt. Imagining a group of wine enthusiasts gathering at the farmhouse for soirees made Li Dong's heart swell with excitement. It was indeed a splendid idea. As the prices of wine from that time were quite affordable, and with some connections, acquiring a few bottles would not be financially burdensome. As Li Dong indulged in 2 large bowls of rice and 3 dishes the previous night, he awoke early the next morning, ready to prepare the horse-drawn carriage. Gao Jia and her friends boarded the earliest bus, arriving at Xiangshan Road around 7:20. Brother-in-law, we are almost there, Gao Jia said, and upon hanging up, her friend beside her inquired, Jia, what has your brother-in-law prepared for us? I haven't eaten breakfast yet. You're not alone. None of us have eaten, replied Suyu, a slender girl with short hair, standing just above 1.6 meters tall. Lu Qing-er was the most beautiful among the girls and shared a close bond with Gao Jia. The other 3, Zhao Xiaowan, Qian Tongtong, and Sun Xia, formed a group of 6 known as the 6 beauties of the local tax bureau, all quite attractive. I wanted to buy some snacks, but you all wouldn't let me. Just don't complain about being hungry later, Suyu remarked. If we get hungry, we can always rely on Jia, came the agreement from the others. Just then, the bus arrived at Xiangshan Station, and it was Gao Jia's first visit. I heard they used to have rafting here, several years ago, she mentioned. Has your brother-in-law arrived? Gao Jia wondered aloud, though they did not have to wait long before Li Dong arrived with the horse-drawn carriage. Wow, look at the carriage, one girl exclaimed. I've never ridden in one before. The group gazed excitedly at the carriage, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Brother-in-law? As the carriage approached, Gao Jia was taken aback, realizing that her brother-in-law was indeed driving it. Is this for real? The other girls echoed her surprise. Jia, is that really your brother-in-law? Indeed. Does this mean we can ride in the carriage? How wonderful. Chapter 44. A small surprise at the farm. The other girls wore expressions of astonishment as they beheld the carriage. Jia, who would have thought your brother-in-law would come to fetch us in a horse-drawn carriage? How dashing. Prior to their arrival, everyone had expressed concerns about the lack of entertainment. Yet they were greeted by this delightful surprise the moment they disembarked. These city girls had never experienced such an antiquated mode of transport before. It was truly fascinating. Not only were they amazed, but even Gao Jiejia was taken aback by her brother-in-law's unexpected arrival with the carriage. When did he learn to drive a carriage? Feeling somewhat bashful, Jiejia noted the leisurely pace of the horse. Li Dong skillfully maneuvered the carriage, alighting with a smile to assist everyone by placing a stool for them to step up. "Come aboard, everyone," he called out. The girls cheered and eagerly climbed up onto the carriage, which featured a long bench that comfortably accommodated 5 or 6 people. "Hurry up, Jiejia." "Okay." Gao Jiejia felt a bit dazed, pondering where her brother-in-law had acquired the carriage. "Brother-in-law, when did you learn to drive a horse-drawn carriage?" she quietly inquired as she settled beside Li Dong. He chuckled, lowering his voice. "Just learned it in the past couple of days. But please, keep it a secret. I'm still a novice." Gao Jiejia thought to herself that her brother-in-law was quite audacious to come and fetch them so soon after learning to drive. The journey made her a bit anxious, fearing a mishap might occur. However, the other girls were devoid of such worries, enthusiastically snapping photos and sharing them on their social media, thoroughly engrossed in the experience. It's amusing how, in the past, everyone yearned to ride in cars. Now, the novelty of a carriage had replaced that desire. As they posted the pictures, many inquired about the location and the cost of such a ride. Gao Jiejia had to admit that her brother-in-law's idea of picking them up in a horse-drawn carriage was indeed inspired. "Jiejia, let us take a picture," Lu Qing'er suggested playfully while posing for a photo. "I never imagined your brother-in-law would be so charming. Are you sure he is not pulling our leg?" Indeed. Despite being 10 years younger, Li Dong sported a healthy complexion, and his physique was commendable, making him a fitting match for Gao Jiejia. "Please, don't spout nonsense. He truly is my brother-in-law," Gao Jiejia replied, bemused. "What is this? Are you all harboring secret affections? Is this a prank?" So you chimed in. Everyone knows Gao Jiejia's sister. Compared to her, Li Dong appears significantly younger. "Jiejia, don't deceive us. Didn't he your sister and brother-in-law divorce long ago? He seems a tad too youthful." Gao Jiejia felt exasperated, explaining that her brother-in-law had spent half a year in the countryside, not only losing weight but also enhancing his physique and youthful appearance. After much explanation, they remained skeptical. Honestly, at 36, he looks so youthful that one might believe he is merely 25 or 26. Li Dong thought to himself how these girls spoke so freely, lamenting their remarks about his looks. "Wow, the cobblestones sound delightful. Can we stop here?" At the village entrance stood a grove of ancient trees, over 100 years old, classified as a protected site. There was also an old well and a grinding stone, though now abandoned, alongside a quaint stone bridge. It was a pity the stream only trickled weekly, otherwise, it would have been more picturesque. "Brother-in-law, please help us take a group photo." As everyone followed Gao Jia, calling out to Li Dong as brother-in-law, he took the phone and captured several group photos. It felt truly delightful. If only there were a lounge chair nearby to rest upon, it would be quite pleasant. Indeed, the village was remarkably tranquil, given the sparse population and the early hour. One could hardly expect otherwise, save for the occasional chirping of birds. After a brief commotion at the village entrance, they resumed their journey on the horse-drawn carriage along the cobblestone path leading to the hillside farm. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed against the stones, harmonizing with the melodious bird calls and the lush green scenery surrounding them, albeit with a touch less water. It was a picturesque landscape, especially enhanced by the presence of a few lovely young ladies. With a smile, Li Dong urged the carriage forward, and as they approached the farm, a wild boy emerged to greet them. The girls, engrossed in taking pictures with their phones, were startled when a beautiful pheasant landed on Li Dong's shoulder. "What a stunning bird. Is that a wild chicken?" one exclaimed. Gao Jia, having seen a few wild chickens before, confirmed, "Indeed, that is a wild chicken. Quickly catch it. How wonderful that it has flown to the stove." The wild boy, frightened, took flight, leaving Li Dong bemused by the girl's fierce enthusiasm. "This is my pet, wild boy," he explained, waving his hand, prompting the wild creature to return and perch once more on his shoulder. Though it was peculiar to have a pet chicken, its beauty captivated everyone, and phones were raised to capture the moment, with some even wishing to take a photo alongside Wild Boy. "Let us first secure the carriage before we attend to this," Li Dong suggested, noting that it would be impractical to block the path to the farm with their carriage. Once parked, the girls eagerly snapped a photo in front of the carriage, posing with the horse and the Wild Boy. For a moment, they forgot about their missed breakfast, as the day had already unfolded with such delightful surprises. This was something none had anticipated before their arrival, and they chided Gao Jia playfully. "Jia Jia, Why didn't you tell us about this wonderful place sooner? Indeed, they echoed. Gao Jia thought to herself, this is my first visit as well. How would I know what to expect? Why are you all standing outside? Come in, she urged. The young ladies, enamored by everything they encountered, were oblivious to Li Dong's generational perspective, which did not quite grasp the whims of those in their 20s. As they entered the courtyard, their eyes lit up at the sight of gourds hanging from the trellis, prompting a chorus of excitement. How beautiful! Gourd babies. Truly stunning. Jia Jia, come here. Let us take a picture. The girls were utterly enchanted by the charming little yard adorned with gourds of various sizes, and the call for photos echoed incessantly. Li Dong found himself in disbelief at their unyielding enthusiasm. It was not until their stomachs began to grumble that the girls finally settled down, albeit shyly refraining from mentioning their hunger to Li Dong. Jia Jia, ask your brother-in-law if there is anything to eat. I'm feeling quite hungry, one of them suggested. I'm hungry too, another chimed in. After an energetic flurry of photo-taking, striking poses, posting to social media, and responding to friends' comments, they realized how ravenous they had become. Especially after skipping breakfast. I'll go ask, Gao Jia decided, recalling that they hadn't inquired about food upon their arrival. Ah, I am famished. I have yet to partake in breakfast. Why did you not mention it sooner? Li Dong found himself in a bemused state, pondering whether he should have prepared more provisions. Very well, I shall whip up a little something for you. At this moment, Han Weigua had not arrived, so Li Dong took it upon himself to start cooking. He grabbed a pair of scissors and cut several gourds. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? It seems a pity to cut such adorable gourds, Lu Qing remarked. I am making gourd pancakes for you all, he replied. Are gourd pancakes delicious? Lu Qing's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, her hunger becoming more apparent. Well, now I don't feel it is a waste, Li Dong chuckled. You shall judge for yourselves in a moment. He boiled some corn and prepared gourd pancakes along with a pot of hot and sour soup, a simple recipe for the pancakes. He grated the gourd and carrot into fine shreds, sprinkled some salt to extract moisture, and mixed in eggs, flour, and pepper to form a batter. After heating oil in a pan, he fried the pancakes until both sides were golden brown. Crisp on the outside and tender within, one of the few dishes Li Dong truly relished. As the fragrant gourd pancakes emerged from the pan, the young ladies could no longer contain their decorum. The aroma was irresistible, and they eagerly reached for them. Be careful, they are hot. Perhaps we should eat in the courtyard, one suggested. All right, let us enjoy our meal in the cooling pavilion, Li Dong agreed, handing a plate of gourd pancakes to Gao Jia with a smile. I will prepare some hot and sour soup for you as well. The hot and sour soup was straightforward. Unlike the traditional version, Li Dong's resembled a refreshing appetizer. It contained tender tofu cubes, shredded enoki mushrooms, diced century eggs, black fungus, and some minced beef, all seasoned to perfection. Finally, he thickened the broth and added a swirl of beaten egg before serving, with the soup's tangy flavor and hearty ingredients. And alongside the freshly boiled corn, the girls savored the crispy, fragrant gourd pancakes as they munched on the sweet corn, followed by a bowl of hot and sour soup. Such a generous serving of corn, and we devoured 3 or 4 plates of gourd pancakes along with a large bowl of soup, they exclaimed, still incredulous as they wiped their oily, fair hands. Did we really eat all of that? I can hardly believe it, one exclaimed. Brother-in-law, your breakfast is exquisite. What shall we do now? We have overeaten, Lu Qing whispered as she saw Li Dong coming to clear the dishes. We shall take a walk later, he chuckled. I was worried you might not enjoy it. How could we not? I had no idea that pancakes made from gourd could be so delightful, she replied. If you fancy them, do take a few gourds home. I have plenty, and I do not consume them often, Li Dong suggested. Gao Jia assisted Li Dong in tidying up the dishes, while the other girls joined in to help as well. No need. I can manage this myself. Jia Jia. Please pour tea for everyone. The tea leaves are in the cupboard over there. This place is truly comfortable, Suyu remarked, reclining in a lounge chair. Indeed. With such delectable food and a pleasant atmosphere, I wish to linger here indefinitely, another added. I have a suggestion for you, Suyu whispered, responding to Lu Qing's comment. Stay here and be brother-in-law's bride, she teased. Laughter erupted from Zhao Xiaowan, Qian Tongtong, and Sun Xia. While Lu Qing initially failed to comprehend the jest, once she did, she playfully smacked Suyu, exclaiming, You naughty one. What tea would you like to drink? Gao Jia was somewhat of a host, and upon hearing the cheerful laughter of her friends outside, she playfully inquired, I feel like I need some digestive tea. So do I, another chimed in. For digestion, perhaps we should snack on some dried hawthorn. Li Dong, wiping his hands, approached them. Let me give it a try. The group of girls entered the room, their eyes widening in surprise at the array of dried fruits displayed before them. Brother-in-law, your collection of dried fruits is quite impressive. Where did you purchase them? Please share the source with me. I would like to get some as well. Oh, these are foraged from the mountains, all wild fruits. Li Dong replied with a smile. Here we have green tea and black tea, and this is summer corydalus that I harvested myself. It helps clear heat and reduce fire. Traditionally, it was used to brew herbal tea. We should take some with us later, one girl suggested. Fishing, another girl exclaimed, eager to try her luck. But it's still early. All right, I'll escort you there shortly. Brother-in-law, what are these small baskets for? Lu Qing'er asked, her attention drawn to a row of artisan-like baskets. Li Dong slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. These are the picking baskets I prepared for you. The tomatoes in the garden are ripe, and the autumn cucumbers are ready to eat, along with some other vegetables. You can harvest some. These are organic, having never been treated with fertilizers or pesticides. Really? Then I can pick more to take home for my parents to taste, one girl exclaimed. I will also gather a bit more, another added. Upon hearing the mention of organic vegetables, the girls eagerly conferred and decided to head to the garden. Li Dong chuckled. All right. I will take you there and let the wild lad help drive away any snakes and insects in the garden. The wild lad can do that. Li Dong recounted the wild lad's exploits from the previous day, eliciting gasps from the girls, who were astonished that he dared to confront a large snake. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'er and the others remained oblivious to Gao Jia's expression. Brother-in-law claims he tends to the garden. Could it be true? He may not be idle. But he doesn't strike me as a farmer either. Chapter 45, Harvesting in the Vegetable Garden and Pleasures of the Wilderness. The vegetable garden, initially envisioned to span over 10 acres, saw Li Dong's aspirations for a flourishing vegetable-picking venture wane, primarily due to insufficient investment and a lack of clientele. Consequently, he managed to cultivate only a modest half-acre, relying on others for planting in the early stages. Recently, however, Li Dong took the reins of the garden, and under his care, it flourished splendidly. He cleared the surrounding weeds and carved out several pathways, making the picking process seamless. As the girls spotted the ripening tomatoes, their joy was palpable, and they rushed toward the vibrant red fruits adorning the branches. The tomatoes bore little resemblance to their supermarket counterparts, especially in the striking contrast of red and green, the vivid differentiation between ripe and unripe. The temptation to pluck one for a taste was irresistible. Lu Qing'er, unable to contain her excitement, was the first to pick one. How beautiful, she exclaimed. Qing'er, how did you manage to do that? Su Yu and a few others, having never set foot in a vegetable garden before, admired Lu Qing'er's ease. It's simple, just pick it directly. Lu Qing'er replied with a hint of pride, quickly adding 2 more to her basket. Observing her success, the others decided to give it a try. And to their surprise, it was indeed quite easy. Leave the unripe ones, Li Dong advised with a smile. The half-red ones are actually ripe inside. He demonstrated by picking a larger, half-red, half-green tomato, breaking it open to reveal the vibrant red interior. Give it a taste. It's quite delicious. The tomatoes grown in his garden differed significantly from those sold in supermarkets. They were chosen for their delightful texture, balanced acidity, and a hint of unique fragrance. Perfect for raw consumption, salads, or stir-fry. However, their shortcoming lay in their unsuitability for long-distance transport and extended storage. As the girls gazed at the glistening, juicy tomatoes, their mouths watered. Despite having just eaten, they could not resist sampling the fruit, and their reactions were enthusiastic. Delicious. How come these taste so different from the ones we usually buy? One exclaimed. Yes, they are sweet and tangy, so juicy. Another chimed in. The flesh is tender and there's a delightful aroma. Is there a secret? Brother-in-law, do share. They urged. Secrets? Not really, Li Dong chuckled. I simply chose a variety with better flavor, enriched the soil, and used spring water for irrigation. Beyond that, there's nothing special. He added that while his tomatoes might not be the most visually stunning or the largest, their taste was truly commendable. Upon hearing that there was no secret ingredient, the girls understood why the supermarket produce couldn't compare. With soil enrichment and spring water, it was no wonder they were so delectable. Encouraged, the girls enthusiastically resumed picking, eager to bring some home for their families to enjoy such a rare and healthy treat. Gao Jia thought to herself how impressive her brother-in-law had made the farm. The vegetable garden was well tended, and she planned to suggest to her parents that they spend a few days at the farm, especially since retirement left them with little to occupy their time. Let us not only pick tomatoes, she suggested. The vegetables we'll eat for lunch are all here in the garden. We can pick whatever we want. Brother-in-law, is that all right? Of course, pick freely. Take whatever you wish to eat, Li Dong replied with a smile. Cucumbers are great raw too, so crisp, and there's even a small patch of fruit cucumbers. Really? Then let us gather some. Tomatoes and cucumbers are delightful when consumed fresh. Everyone is enjoying them while picking. No one is lamenting about overeating or contemplating weight loss. Well, come over here. There's a gigantic pumpkin. What's so strange about a large pumpkin? This one is extraordinarily big. Siyu exclaimed in astonishment. While Li Dong cast a glance and remarked, Goodness, I hadn't even noticed this pumpkin. It must weigh around 30 to 40 pounds. Can we eat it? Certainly. We can eat it, but we might not finish it, Li Dong chuckled. All right then, I shall take charge. I'll prepare a pumpkin casserole for you at noon. When you return, each of you can take a piece to avoid waste. Sounds good. The large pumpkin was quite heavy. Even Li Dong found it cumbersome, let alone Gao Jia and the other girls who struggled to lift it. Thank you for your hard work, brother-in-law. Are we to pick anything else? Perhaps chili peppers, autumn eggplants, or green beans. Let's gather some of everything. Su Yu and Lu Qing'er exchanged glances, realizing that it would be fun to pick more. After all, fishing was enjoyable, and so was harvesting vegetables. Li Dong placed the pumpkin on the ridge and gathered a winter melon to set aside. Sitting on the ridge, he watched Gao Jia and the other girls frolicking in the vegetable patch, while a mischievous boy nestled close to Li Dong, clearly unfazed. Brother-in-law, could you take a few photos for me? Sure. After spending an hour in the vegetable field, they finally ascended the ridge with their bountiful harvest in hand. Let's go back and rest. The lively group returned to the farm, where Han Weigua had already arrived, surprised to see such lovely young guests. Uncle Weigua, we're here. Li Dong set down the pumpkin and winter melon, greeting Han Weigua with a smile. Ah, guests have arrived? Indeed, my sister-in-law and her friends. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Dong presented the ingredients collected that day. Is this a snake? I encountered it yesterday. Uncle Weigua will prepare snake soup for you, along with wild chicken stewed with chestnuts. The wild chicken is in the cage, and I'll fetch some fish and shrimp from the reservoir soon. Then we can get a pot ready. As for the vegetables, I'll make a pumpkin casserole. Unlike steamed pumpkin, this pan-fried version retains moisture and enhances the sweetness. We'll also prepare sweet sticky rice, as the girls enjoy desserts, and freshly made corn cakes. All right, I will get everything ready. Han Weigua took the menu from Li Dong and began to bustle about. After giving his instructions, Li Dong exited the kitchen, carrying a basket and a bamboo pole. Preparing to go chestnut foraging, as they were currently in season, tender enough to eat raw, sweet, and crunchy, the older ones would be stewed with wild chicken. Brother-in-law, where are you off to? I'm going to gather chestnuts. Do you want to join? Chestnuts. The girls perked up immediately. That sounds like fun. We want to come along. All right, let me fetch some tools for you. The outer layer of chestnuts is spiny, and one must be cautious not to handle them directly, as it can be quite painful. Li Dong decided to bring 2 pairs of kitchen tongs. Brother-in-law, what are you doing with those? Qing'er, have you forgotten that chestnuts have prickly shells? It seems our Qing'o has likely overlooked that detail. A group of girls laughed and frolicked while Li Dong shook his head, noting that the chestnut trees were somewhat distant from their location. The village indeed had some, but Li Dong had several chestnut trees on the mountain he had contracted, so there was no need to purchase them. As they walked intermittently, they were far from idle. Wow, are those jujube trees? Are they yours, brother-in-law? Well, sort of, he replied. The few jujube trees were neither tall nor large, and their fruit was sparse due to the severe drought that had affected even the fruit trees. Nonetheless, there were a few, and the girls plucked them, eating them without washing, enjoying their sweetness. They are quite sweet, one remarked. Indeed, they were enjoying themselves thoroughly, taking pictures and gathering jujubes, transforming what should have been a 10-minute walk into half an hour. Let us pick from this tree, Li Dong suggested. Ahead stood a larger chestnut tree, but they had to walk a bit further. A few chestnuts would suffice for stewing a chicken. Wielding a bamboo pole, Li Dong instructed the girls to wait aside, donning a straw hat to avoid any accidents from falling chestnuts. After a vigorous effort, chestnuts scattered across the ground, and the girls rushed over as he set down the pole. Be careful, they are prickly, he cautioned, though it was too late. Lu Qing'er and Qian Tongtong had already pricked their hands, having forgotten his warning. Are you all right? He asked. I'm fine, they replied, using fire tongs. Li Dong stepped on a few tender chestnuts to remove their prickly outer skin, revealing the greenish husks inside before handing them to Lu Qing'er and Suyu. Try this. The tender chestnuts are quite sweet when eaten raw. Raw? They exclaimed, as it was rare to find such tender chestnuts. In fact, raw tender chestnuts and walnuts are delightful. sweet and crisp, offering a wonderful taste. The two girls opened one and popped it into their mouths, their eyes lighting up. This is truly delicious. Everyone should try it. The tender ones taste good, while the older ones can be saved for stewing the wild chicken, Li Dong chuckled, handing a few more to Gao Jia while he himself abstained, having eaten enough in the past. After an hour of harvesting chestnuts, they returned to the farmhouse courtyard. Nearly at 10:30, having enjoyed their time and taken numerous photographs. Shall we go fishing? Gao Jia, seeing Li Dong head to the kitchen with the chestnuts, asked softly. The sun was quite intense at that moment. Maybe we should skip it. The sun is too strong, someone suggested, just as Li Dong was preparing fishing gear. He overheard their concerns about the heat. I have straw hats here. Would you like to wear them? He offered, noticing the girls hesitating. They are new straw hats. In that case, let us go for a little while. I'll collect the fish, he decided. I set the nets yesterday. I'll check them now and prepare some fish for everyone. Whatever I catch, we'll eat. Fish collection? Let us go take a look. While fishing might not pique the girls' interest much, the prospect of seeing the fish being caught was intriguing. With straw hats in place and buckets in hand, they followed Li Dong, for enjoying the scenery and taking photos was the real highlight of the day. As they reached the reservoir, the scenery was indeed quite lovely. Nestled between two mountains, the reservoir, although not vast, still appeared to cover a significant area from a distance. Wow, there is even a small boat. Brother-in-law, are you going to row out to collect the fishing nets? Indeed. Shall we embark on a boat ride shortly? Splendid. Everyone is filled with delight at the prospect of sailing, particularly in these charming little boats reminiscent of traditional covered vessels. It is truly fortuitous to have visited the reservoir. Let's proceed slowly. Upon reaching the newly constructed dock, a few girls captured some photographs before boarding the small boat. Li Dong took to rowing while the girls frolicked in the cabin, snapping pictures. Before long, the boat arrived at the stone islet at the heart of the reservoir. As the waters receded, revealing the stones, everyone disembarked onto the isle, taking photos. Li Dong cautioned them to be careful not to fall into the water while he busily tended to the fishing net. Fortune smiled upon him as he managed to catch several sizable crucian carp. At noon, he planned to prepare braised crucian carp for everyone, alongside a pot of assorted small fish. The fish broth served over crispy rice is truly delightful. Crispy rice, my absolute favorite. The crispy rice produced from the firewood stove is a unique specialty of the farm, much adored by all, whether soaked in meat broth or fish broth. It is a delightful treat. Oh, what is that? Ah, those must be my tenants from the reservoir. Li Dong looked up to see a pair of swans leisurely gliding towards them, though they were still a bit distant. Tenants? Yes, two magnificent swans. Chapter 46. I ruined my farm with photography technique swans? Leaving aside others, Gao Jia's mouth hung agape. Brother-in-law, you must be joking. Surely those aren't just two large white geese? Indeed, they're swans. Are you certain, brother-in-law? Could there be any doubt? Li Dong chuckled, waving his hand as the two swans flapped their wings and gracefully glided across the water, taking flight. At that moment, everyone began to trust Li Dong's words. Domestic geese could never soar so high. These were indeed swans. The magnificent white swans soared into the sky, embodying elegance, nobility, and grace, surpassing the appearance of the preserved geese. While preserved geese may be delectable, Li Dong gazed skyward, overcome by their beauty. Incredibly, they were truly swans, so stunning. The girls were filled with excitement, raising their phones to capture the moment, still somewhat incredulous. Brother-in-law, you didn't kidnap them, did you? Gao Jia whispered to Li Dong. She had heard nothing of swans in this area. Could it be that her brother-in-law had secretly purchased them from elsewhere? That would be illegal. Kidnap? Li Dong nearly lost his grip on the fishing net, almost tumbling into the reservoir, utterly speechless at his sister-in-law's dangerous assumption. He thought to himself how ludicrous that notion was. This was entirely voluntary, without a hint of coercion. Look, they're coming over. Everyone, be quiet. The two swans landed beside Li Dong, one even nuzzling against his pant leg, leaving the girls in awe. Brother-in-law, are these swans yours? She mused, finding her sister's brother-in-law rather remarkable. Well, sort of. These two got separated from the flock. One had a minor injury, but it's much better now. Time has healed the wound, though its flying is still a bit unsteady. Wow, how extraordinary. It's fascinating that swans seem to understand gratitude. Lu Qing's comment bewildered Li Dong. What do you mean by gratitude? Well, look, the swan staying here certainly adds allure to your farm. Doesn't that count as gratitude? There was some merit to her reasoning. Enough with the theories, brother-in-law. May we take a photo with the swans? Yes. We completely forgot the main purpose. The girls, overwhelmed with excitement, urged Li Dong to appease the proud swan husband. Eventually, they fulfilled the girl's wish, capturing a group photo while the haughty swan flapped its wings, feasting on some snails before submerging again. Seizing the moment while the girls were distracted, Li Dong made a subtle gesture, prompting the two swans to strike a long-practiced pose, their necks intertwining to form a heart shape, which Suyu immediately noticed. Ah, look, swans creating a heart. Wow, truly. Quick, take a photo. One by one, they snapped pictures and recorded videos, sharing them with friends, while Li Dong stood in astonished silence. Be careful, don't jump. You might fall into the water. Even Gao Jia was jumping with excitement, and the other girls followed suit, causing Li Dong to feel a surge of anxiety. The rocks were quite slippery. A tumble into the reservoir could spell disaster. After a while, the swans had drifted far away, yet the girls remained exuberant, eagerly comparing the photos they had taken. Yeah, this picture of yours is exquisite. Send it to me. I must share it on my social media. All right, yours is quite good too. Share it with me. Indeed, these girls had posted an innumerable amount of updates that morning. Truly the definition of social media enthusiasts, thought Li Dong, who hadn't posted anything in 6 months. Perhaps he could give it a try and engage in a bit of self-promotion. The thought struck him as a clever idea, after all. He had been a teacher for many years and had established a network on social media. He planned to take some photos of the black rice and the vegetable garden to promote the farm. As he pondered, he poured the fish and shrimp into a bucket, glancing at the lively girls and thinking how wonderful it is to be young. Why don't we board the boat first? We can look at the photos later. It's quite warm here, and I still need to take the fish and shrimp back. Upon hearing this, the girls agreed that the heat was quite oppressive. So they decided to return to shore to review the photos. Will you be going back, or shall we play for a while? There are 2 fishing spots to the east that are shaded and quite cool. Let us play for a bit. Brother-in-law, could we borrow your fishing net for a while? Let us skip that. I'll bring you a net later, along with some fish feed to play with. Li Dong instructed Gao Jia to attend to her friends while he carried the bucket back to the farm to hand the fish and shrimp over to Han Weigua. Uncle Weigua, please make some braised Crucian carp and a mixed fish stew. Sure. After giving instructions to tidy up and prepare the net, Li Dong retrieved a lightweight aluminum alloy frame net, known in some places as a lifting net. Once the frame was set, he transported it to the reservoir, seeking the shade of a tree to set the net, scattering some fish feed. You can try pulling it after about 10 minutes. The lifting net was constructed with 2 intersecting bow-shaped aluminum frames, with the net suspended at each corner. The net was slightly concave in the center, and there was a support rod at the junction of the 2 frames. By pulling the rod, the net could be raised, capturing any fish within. The support rod was secured to a frame at the edge of the reservoir, allowing for easy lifting with minimal effort. Lu Qinger and Suyu tried it and found it quite manageable. Brother-in-law, you carry on. We can handle it ourselves. All right then. Jia, call me if you need anything. Li Dong returned to the farm and arranged the black rice for a few photos, then ventured to the vegetable garden to snap a few more. Upon returning to the farmhouse, he took additional photos of the farm and shared them on social media. To his surprise, the first comment came from his daughter, which startled him. How does she even use her phone? Oh, it's from Gaolan. He found it amusing as he read his daughter's comment. Dad, your photography is so basic. It's a world apart from Andy's posts. Truly, a hopeless case of a straight man. One set of photos ruined all the classic cases. What's wrong with being realistic? Is it basic? Am I a straight man? Your aunt's photos are staged. While I am just being genuine, this daughter of mine lacks the ability to compliment her father. Li Dong responded with a crying emoji, and his daughter replied with a loving hug emoji. Li Dong believed that his daughter was indeed a good girl, but her hugging posture was incorrect and needed to be revised. He responded, Li Jingyi, stop playing and come to dinner. Mom, I'm chatting with Dad, Li Jingyi cheerfully replied. Mom, my aunt is visiting the farm Dad manages, and it's so beautiful. You must come and see the photos my aunt just sent. There are swans. Dad's farm has swans. Swans? Gaolan approached to take a look, and indeed, there were swans. What is going on? It seems like my dad is raising them. Is it legal to raise swans? What is happening? Gaolan's expression turned serious. If Li Dong were here, he would definitely stand at attention, but not now. I'll ask your aunt. Li Jingyi promptly called Gao Jia. Fortunately, the explanation came in time, and Gaolan didn't say much. Stop playing and come to dinner. Got it, Li Jingyi said with a playful tongue out. She thought about visiting her father's farm. It sounded interesting. Should she bring her mother? Perhaps not. Her mother was too busy. It would be better to surprise her father alone. Dad, I truly am a wonderful daughter. With such a lovely, kind, and beautiful girl like me, you must have accumulated great fortune over 8 lifetimes. Sigh, how am I this exceptional? Hurry up and stop dawdling. Eat your meal. What are you, your father? Mom, I'm following your pace. If Li Dong were to hear this, he would surely feel exasperated. His daughter was being insincere. At that moment, Li Dong was browsing through Gao Jia's social media posts, wondering how she took such stunning photos completely different from his own. He gazed at the tomatoes she captured, wishing he could take a bite. Then he compared them to his own photos. His tomatoes were smaller and lacked vibrant color. His garden appeared rather disheveled, resembling an abandoned patch. In contrast, Gao Jia's close-up shots of cucumbers showcased their fine hairs and blossoms clearly, adorned with droplets of water, absolutely exquisite. Li Dong surrendered to the realization that he lacked photographic talent. However, the photos did yield results. Tian Liang messaged him asking about the benefits of a particular ingredient. Li Dong sent the research he had gathered to Tian Liang. Brother, why didn't you tell me about this great thing earlier? How much do you have? I want it all. About 40 pounds. All right, I'll come by this afternoon. Indeed, a wealthy individual. He wanted everything without even asking the price. Li Dong mused. Why is making money so easy? But then he thought about the farm's precarious financial situation and scratched his head, realizing that while earning seemed simple, the farm's finances were in dire straits. If it weren't for the recent catch of some soft-shelled turtles and alcohol, his farm might have faced closure by the end of the year due to a lack of funds. As a teacher, Li Dong had little understanding of business management. I still need to visit. Business with acquaintances is tough. When Gao Jia comes, I really can't charge her too much. How much can a day at the farm cost? 200 per person amounts to just 1,200. Even if it were more, it would be better to go to Jinling. The round-trip high-speed train is just over 100 per person, and a day's entertainment would cost around 300. Your farm charges too much. People may not voice their thoughts, but what are they really thinking? It's so challenging. Why is managing a farm so difficult? It is not Li Dong's fault. There are dozens of farms surrounding Qi City, yet only a few genuinely profit from fishing and dining. Each establishment employs its own methods to generate income. Some fishing venues are abundant in fish and earn supplementary income through sales, managing to make a modest profit annually. However, the way Li Dong operates is not a viable option for most. His attempts to promote through social media have proven utterly fruitless, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Li Dong realizes even exceptional individuals possess flaws. Perfection is a myth. Unable to effectively market his endeavors, Li Dong resolves to focus on reselling goods, ensuring the farm operates smoothly by cultivating relationships with affluent patrons. He picks some vegetables and a large pumpkin to bring back to the farm, as General Tian is coming. And it is only fitting to offer some produce, a significant golden nugget that deserves careful attention. Ah, it smells delightful, Han Weidong remarks. This vegetable snake is impressively large. The snake soup is ready. I'll go call everyone to the table, Li Dong replies. Upon arriving at the reservoir, he notices several young women joyfully tossing their fishing lines while playing with a net. However, the bucket of bait Li Dong brought is nearly empty. Brother-in-law, you're here. Come see how many fish we've caught. One exclaims, revealing over a dozen crucian carp and a single white fish. Quite impressive indeed. Well done, everyone. Let us take a break and eat, Li Dong announces. Is it time already? I'm not too hungry yet, Gao Jia laughs. Come on. You just mentioned craving crispy rice. Upon returning to the farm, the table is laid out with an array of delectable dishes. Wild chicken stewed with chestnuts, soft-shelled turtle soup, braised fish, assorted fish stew, spicy cured meat, pumpkin in a clay pot, snake soup, and corn cakes all arranged on a single grand table. The aroma wafts through the air. And Lu Qinger, who earlier claimed not to be hungry, now finds her mouth watering. Delicious, isn't it? Everything is organic and green. Please, everyone, help yourselves. Li Dong invites warmly. Initially, he intended to forego dining at the table, but the young women insist he join them. All right. How about we have a drink? I have some mulberry wine that is quite suitable for ladies. Sounds great. They revel in the moment, enjoying the meal and expressing their delight in the flavors. After finishing their meal and brewing a pot of tea for conversation, the sound of a car can be heard outside. I'll go check who it is. Li Dong muses to himself, suspecting it might be Tian Liang. Sure enough, when he steps outside, it is indeed him. General Tian. Brother. Come take a look at the treasures you have here. Tian Liang exclaims. Black rice is quite rare in Qi City, especially the fresh variety. What is black rice? See you and the others, hearing Tian Liang's excitement, look puzzled, while Gao Jia shakes her head in confusion. It is no surprise that these young women in their 20s are unfamiliar with it. Even Li Dong, having grown up in the countryside, is unaware of its nature. Shall we go take a look? Is that appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Get up already, Gao Jia replies, slightly exasperated at her friend's intense curiosity. Inside, Li Dong is preparing the black rice, and upon seeing the fresh product, Tian Liang is impressed. Before coming, he had researched the local availability of black rice and found it exceedingly rare, with a guarantee of it being organic and green. Brother, the quality is excellent, but the packaging leaves much to be desired. You could at least use a gift box. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. I'll take the entire 40 pounds. Tian Liang, upon speaking, immediately transferred a sum of money to Li Dong. How much did he send? Mr. Tian, as a valued regular, let us settle on 200. The price Li Dong offered was considerably higher than the frozen goods available online. However, for fresh, organic black rice, 200 is indeed reasonable. All right, take a look at the 8,000. Tian Liang nodded, acknowledging that while it was not inexpensive, it was not unreasonable either. The value of organic green black rice justified the price. Well, what is this? It's so expensive, 200 per pound? Chapter 47. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative opens at the farm. Tian Zong paused for a moment. Tian Liang, having received the packed black rice, was about to depart, as he had some matters to attend to in the afternoon and did not wish to be delayed. A friend had procured a wild pheasant for him to take back and savor. Alongside the pheasant, Li Dong had gathered some vegetables. The vegetables, cultivated by himself, were free from pesticides and chemical fertilizers, and while they were not exquisite, their flavor was decent enough. Then I shall not be polite, Tian Liang replied without hesitation, discreetly inquiring of Li Dong whether the pheasant was farmed or genuinely wild. In hushed tone, Li Dong responded, it's sourced from the mountains, 100% wild. This is not something to disclose lightly. Ah, you have connections? Tian Liang chuckled. I almost forgot. Please wait a moment, Tian Zong. Li Dong proceeded to pack some dried mushrooms, black fungus, and dried fruits, all collected from the mountains. I had them evaluated by an expert, and they are all wild products. Excellent goods, Tian Liang remarked, momentarily delaying his departure. In truth, the flavor of these wild products was not vastly superior. Yet they held significant prestige, particularly among discerning individuals like Director Liu and others who appreciated such delicacies. Their quality was immediately recognizable upon tasting. My brother, is there a possibility of procuring more of these? Yes, it is feasible to acquire some, Li Dong thought to himself. Otherwise, how could I have obtained these? It's not difficult to gather 30 to 50 pounds. I will assist you in sourcing some. The price will definitely be fair. All right. Li Dong agreed after a moment's consideration. Once I have secured them, I will contact you. By the way, next time, please ensure the packaging is of high quality. Tian Liang nodded, smiling as he remarked, this packaging cannot be given away carelessly. Rest assured, next time, the packaging will be of a superior standard. As Tian Liang departed, Li Dong felt relieved to have found a viable market for the wild products, allowing him to collect them with confidence. Upon returning to the small courtyard, several young women were discussing the black rice, priced at 200 per pound. What is this, really? The good thing is, now that we can search online, there is actually a wealth of information about black rice. There were various claims regarding its medicinal and nutritional value. Lu Qing and the others could hardly contain their desire to purchase some, though the price was indeed steep. What is all this commotion about? Brother-in-law, do you still have any black rice left? I have a little. What is up? I originally intended to prepare some for you at noon but completely forgot. Li Dong admitted. Jia, please take some back for Mom and Dad to try. Brother-in-law, would it be possible for us to buy some? Lu Qing asked softly. Certainly. I can offer it to you at cost, Li Dong replied, holding up one finger. 100 per pound. Brother-in-law, how can we accept that? Who told you to be friends with Jia? Thank you, brother-in-law. Each of the young women purchased a pound, feeling the price was quite high. Yet not wanting to seem greedy, especially since they were given a fair price, 100 per pound was half the rate offered externally. With the quantity of black rice already low, it was swiftly sold out. However, Li Dong was unconcerned, as he still had 200 to 300 pounds of black rice left from 1978. The girls ventured once more to the reservoir in the afternoon, capturing a series of photographs with the graceful swans making their appearance. They played until after 3 o'clock before preparing to return. I shall take you back in the horse cart, I offered. Lu Qing'er and her companions were not overly coy. The path to the road was quite distant, and one of them was burdened with 4 to 5 kilograms of vegetables, a sizable pumpkin, and wintermelon, along with purchased black rice, mushrooms, and wood-ear mushrooms, all of which amounted to quite a load. Li Dong did not charge for the vegetables, pumpkin, and wintermelon, but certainly the mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms would incur a cost, as they were not from his own land. According to Li Dong, they were priced at cost, high-quality goods indeed. True mountain produce. As they reached the road, Jia called out to Li Dong, handing him a roll of money. "What is this for?" "Take it back," he insisted. "Brother-in-law, this is our team-building fund, 200 for each person," Gao Jia replied with a smile. "Quickly take it." This group of girls was just shy, mentioning that even a single lunch would exceed 200. "I'm your brother-in-law. Can I profit from you?" Li Dong remarked. "Well, part of the team-building fund comes from the local taxes," he conceded without further politeness. "Take your time on the road. Send me a message when you arrive." "Understood. By the way, Jingyi just messaged me to remind you not to forget her birthday gift, or she might get upset." "I know. The gift is already prepared and will surely satisfy her." Li Dong spoke with absolute confidence, which piqued Gao Jia's curiosity. However, at that moment, the bus arrived, and Lu Qing'er and the others waved. "Brother-in-law, I'm heading back now." After seeing the girls off, Li Dong waved goodbye. "Come again next time." "Absolutely, brother-in-law. Remember to prepare delicious food for us next time. Rest assured, the next visit will be even better." After bidding farewell to the girls, Li Dong hurried the horse cart back to the farm. He had earned quite a bit that day, and with the girls purchasing black rice, mushrooms, and wood-ear mushrooms, along with Tian Liang's payment for the black rice, the total exceeded 10,000. Well, the costs were minimal, aside from Han Wei was 50 yuan. Everything else added up to less than 100. The black rice, mushrooms, and wood-ear mushrooms were virtually free. Tomorrow, he planned to call and order a glass display case and shelves. Li Dong intended to create a small supply and marketing cooperative, envisioning a display for mushrooms, wood-ear mushrooms, and even some goods from 1978. Just imagine, with goods from 1978, who could rival the effect of his imitation? The thought was genuinely amusing, and Li Dong fell into a blissful slumber. However, upon placing the order the next day, he was taken aback. The glass cabinet and shelves totaled over 10,000, not including the installation fees. This money was insufficient, especially with expenses for fish feed, field maintenance, purchasing rapeseed, and repairing the pathways. Initially, he planned to pave the pathways with blue stone, but upon calculating the costs, he decided against it. With insufficient funds, even the income from selling liquor and black rice was inadequate, compounded by the leasing fees, leaving Li Dong in a state of financial distress. Selling liquor? Tian Liang would not be purchasing such fine liquor anytime soon. At that moment, Lu Mingdong happened to encounter Tian Liang, who was eager for construction funds. It was simply inconceivable to ask him to purchase aged liquor priced at tens of thousands per bottle. It was indeed a formidable challenge, which made me ponder the idea of opening a farmstead. First, I would have to revitalize the supply and marketing cooperative, making it a unique establishment in Qiqing. By infusing the farm with distinctive characteristics, I hoped to attract guests and at least recoup the contracting fees. Investment was not a priority for Li Dong at this juncture. Survival was paramount, as he could not allow his ex-wife to look down upon him. During their divorce, Li Dong had boasted about his ambitions, claiming he would build a successful enterprise. He could not afford to falter midway through his entrepreneurial journey. He had to maintain his pride, even if it meant continuing to boast while on his knees, at the very least ensuring that his metaphorical cow was pregnant. Thus, the plan was set in motion. I was determined to make it work, believing that if I persevered through a few more trials, success would follow. For the sake of the farm, Li Dong resolved to return and diligently procure local produce, acquiring a greater quantity of aged liquor, and if necessary, trading in the third series of renminbi. After all, even a small return from the old currency could amount to several thousand yuan. While earning substantial profits proved difficult, I remained confident in my ability to secure smaller gains. With unwavering enthusiasm, Li Dong embarked on the first step of transforming the farmstead, constructing a supply and marketing cooperative that dated back 70 years. The architectural design was remarkably simple, as I intended to replicate the layout of the cooperative from the 1978 Lishan commune. The goods would be sourced from there, and my connections with Gao Weimin and Gao Min would prove beneficial at this juncture. I thought to myself, how astute I was to have established these relationships early on. Over the next few days, Li Dong busied himself with the farmstead, and the cabinets and shelves he ordered arrived on the third day, accompanied by installation workers and 2 light trucks. The commotion was considerable, stirring the entire Han village, as the locals murmured about Li Dong's latest endeavors. How much is all this going to cost? Surely several tens of thousands. They wondered. This lad, really, who do we have coming to our neck of the woods? Can he truly earn it back? What a futile venture. If only he would return to the city and teach, what a stable job that would be. Indeed. Teaching was a reliable profession, with the state even providing for retirement. Now, the elderly villagers found themselves with a topic of conversation during their leisure time. Previously, there had been little to occupy them, but thanks to Li Dong's efforts, they now gathered to discuss his activities. After several days of renovation, the work was finally complete, and Li Dong hired workers to till the fields. In this day and age, few villagers engaged in farming. Yet here was Li Dong, a city dweller, ready to cultivate the land. He had no choice. Having contracted so much land, he could apply for subsidies if he planted crops. Furthermore, allowing the land to lie fallow would only result in unsightly weeds. Planting oil tea trees would not only beautify the landscape with blossoms in the spring, but might also attract flower enthusiasts among tourists. Every little bit counted. And selling oil extracted from the seeds would generate additional income. Even the smallest of profits could accumulate. Thus, I pressed on with my plans, knowing that time was of the essence before funds ran dry. The young people returning from the city on weekends shook their heads at the news. In the past, a farm might have turned a profit, but now there are dozens of competitors surrounding the urban area, not to mention those farther afield, without any distinctive features. Merely breaking even would be a blessing. Who else would go to such lengths like Li Dong? It's all about saving money. He'd even split a steel plate in half if he could. Li Dong remained oblivious to the whispers behind his back, tirelessly attending to his tasks. The activities extended until September 5th, during which he hosted 3 waves of guests. Remarkably, he managed to sell some mountain goods, earning nearly 2,000 yuan from these visitors, a commendable achievement. After tidying up the farm and locking the door, he secured the wild child in a cage. Tomorrow, he would venture into the city for his daughter's birthday. It was imperative that he be present. Li Dong meticulously prepared a gift for Wuliangye, placing it in an exquisite gift box. He had heeded Tian Liang's advice and ordered a batch of high-end gift boxes, each costing nearly 8 yuan, not an insignificant expense. However, something seemed amiss with the colorful turtle. Li Dong pondered what his daughter might appreciate. Ah, yes, her newfound passion for stamp collecting. He contemplated whether there were any rare stamps from 1978. After a thorough search on his phone, he realized that obtaining a postage stamp was quite a challenge. Rare items are not only scarce in later generations, but were also limited during their time, making them exceedingly valuable. This is the nature of antiques. The treasures that command high prices in the future were not necessarily inexpensive in the past. Rarity is a constant law. He wondered about the current value of his solar energy investment. Was it 160 already? He had been so preoccupied lately that he hadn't checked, having last seen it at just over 130. Should he return now? He had not procured anything particularly noteworthy. His neighbor Gao Weiman's wife had requested a mosquito net, and he had also prepared a set of red bedding to strengthen his rapport with Gao Weiman. Additionally, he had a flashlight, but that was about it. Deciding to take some provisions from the farm, he gathered cured meat, lamb, and a bucket of soybean oil. Realizing he lacked tofu, he supplemented his haul with tomatoes to ensure he had enough. With everything wrapped up, Li Dong set off. Chapter 48. The financial situation is revealed. And I find myself in a dilemma upon returning to the grove. Li Dong suddenly realized the fortunate timing of his return. Had he delayed for just a few more days, encountering someone in broad daylight would have posed an insurmountable problem. After all, one cannot resort to eliminating witnesses. He sighed, aware that he needed to devise a plan swiftly. Li Dong contemplated renting or purchasing a house in the city. In this era, property prices were relatively affordable. In a small county like Qicheng, one could acquire a room for a few hundred yuan. However, whether he could find an available property was a matter of luck. For now, he resolved to sell his clothes and consider trading other items. The last time he attempted to sell electronic watches, they had turned out to be worthless. Was it possible that electronic products could not transcend the boundaries of time? What a predicament! He had originally intended to trade such items in the future. Given their high market value, he decided to head home. This time, he brought back a substantial load, primarily consisting of food supplies, a kitchen knife, a shovel, and even a vegetable basket, all neatly wrapped in a brand new duvet cover. Li Dong slung the large bundle over his shoulder and carried a bucket of soybean oil as he exited the grove. As he reached the village crossroads, he was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance. There stood Granny Wu, balancing a dung basket, her eyes fixed intently on Li Dong's bulging package. Is she collecting dung? He thought, immediately regretting his impulsive words. Ah, yes, I've returned, he managed to say. Granny Wu continued to scrutinize the contents of Li Dong's bundle. Her curiosity piqued by the sight of a young man sneaking back from the city with intriguing goods. Li Dong felt a mix of resignation and relief. It was still early morning, and he had narrowly avoided an awkward situation. Had he arrived a moment later, Granny Wu might have stumbled upon him in a rather compromising position, and that would have spelled disaster. Granny Wu, you carry on with your work. I must head home, he said, quickening his pace towards his house, while Granny Wu continued to gaze at the large oil bucket he carried. Upon arriving home, he found Xiao Wan already awake, preparing to boil water for cooking. Seeing Li Dong return with his large bundle, she hurried out to greet him. She knew he had gone to the city to sell mountain goods, wild chickens, large geese, but she was curious about his sales and earnings. Come inside quickly. I can't wait to see what treasures your father has brought back, she exclaimed. Li Dong retrieved a pair of shoes from his bundle, pleased that he hadn't forgotten this detail. Try them on, he urged. The pair of warrior shoes fit perfectly, although Xiao Wan felt it was a bit extravagant. Surely, a pair of shoes must cost 1 or 2 yuan. Little did she know that such shoes were priced at 10 yuan in department stores. Had she been aware, she would have insisted Li Dong return them. Of course, returning them was out of the question, as they hadn't been purchased from a department store. Li Dong opened the package to reveal a mosquito net, bed sheets, and a duvet set for pieces in vibrant red, intended as a wedding gift for Gao Weiman. Oh, how beautiful, exclaimed Xiao Wan, mistakenly believing her father had purchased these for her future wedding. Li Dong, I'll keep these safe for you until you marry. What on earth? Li Dong, mid-sip of water, sputtered it out in surprise. You silly child, what are you thinking? These are for Uncle Gao. Let us put them away in the cupboard for now. In the household, the presence of mice had become a vexation. Last time, Li Dong had resorted to poison, which seemed to have worked for a couple of days, but soon enough, the rodents returned to wreak havoc. Xiao Wan felt a tinge of disappointment, not because of the preparations for Dada's marriage, but rather due to the exquisite gifts she couldn't bear to part with. Quickly, hang up the meat, take out the tofu and rice, she urged. This time, they had brought a substantial amount of food, cured meat, tofu, dried bean curd, and a few eggs. There was also a jar of beef chili sauce and a jar of chili oil, all delightful provisions. As Li Dong had thoroughly raided the kitchen of the farm, as Xiao Wan surveyed the bounty, her expression grew increasingly forlorn. The sight of so much food, especially meat and eggs, nearly brought her to tears. How can we afford to indulge like this? When will we earn enough to marry a beautiful wife? She lamented. The cost of the goose, wild chicken, and mountain goods had exceeded 10 yuan, and now all that expenditure had transformed into mere food. Xiao Wan felt the tears welling up. This year, her family's work points were insufficient, compelling them to purchase grain at inflated prices. With her appetite, Dada was reluctant to consume coarse grains. Initially, she had hoped to sell mountain goods for a profit, but instead, she had spent over 10 yuan without recouping her investment, merely exchanging it for a few eggs and meat. The more she pondered, the more regret she felt for believing Dada's empty promises of borrowing 5 yuan to repay 10. Her capital was gone. Li Dong, initially oblivious, soon noticed Xiao Wan wiping her tears. What troubles you, child? Is it the abundance of food that has overwhelmed you with joy? He asked. Don't cry. This is but a trifle. Soon, your father will ensure you feast on meat every day. Upon hearing about daily meat consumption, Xiao Wan was taken aback. How much would that cost? Even if I emptied my savings box, it wouldn't suffice for 2 months. This time, her tears flowed freely. I don't want to eat meat. I want to save money for Dada, to build a house, marry a wife, and have a chubby little brother. Dada, can we not eat meat? What is wrong? Is the meat unappetizing? Li Dong exclaimed, slapping his forehead, realizing the little girl had become quite irrational. Xiao Wan, please stop crying. Look at this. Just then, Moutai, having spotted Li Dong burdened with a large bundle and a bucket of oil, momentarily lost her motivation to collect manure. After circling around and finding no animal droppings, she returned, only to overhear Xiao Wan's sorrowful sobs and felt compelled to check in. Li Dong, in an effort to console Xiao Wan, inadvertently caught Mouai's attention as she witnessed him handing over money. What a delightful scene, she thought. As Li Dong produced 5 crisp 50 yuan bills, he had begun to understand Xiao Wan's sentiments, and indeed, upon seeing the money, her tears were momentarily brushed away. Such a sum, Wunai remarked, casting a glance at the spread of cured meat, lamb, oil, tofu, eggs, and lard on the table, a veritable feast that dazzled her eyes. Lost in his attempts to comfort Xiaowan, Li Dong had failed to notice Wunai's entrance. Wunai? What is Xiaowan upset? She inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing, Li Dong reassured her, relieved he had only produced 50 yuan, lest he frighten Wunai with a larger sum. Please, have a seat. I cannot stay. I must return to prepare dinner, she replied, glancing at the lavish spread with a shake of her head. What a fortune this must be. How could this child's relatives indulge her so? This bounty could suffice for the new year. What a waste. Alas, the child lacks the wisdom to manage her resources. Wuni shook her head, still pondering the matter upon returning home. During the morning shift, she spoke of it with several elderly folks, and they all gasped in astonishment, wondering how the young lad managed to acquire such an abundance of fine provisions. One might say this was an utter lack of frugality. Indeed it was. Though they voiced such sentiments, there was an undercurrent of envy. Who wouldn't desire a taste of meat? Yet, the family circumstances rendered such indulgence impractical. Besides, these items were not easily obtainable in the market. It was indeed fortunate to have a relative in the city. This young man. Before long, the news spread that Li Dong returned from the city with a considerable haul. Upon hearing of meat, eggs, and pork, Han Guofu's forehead was beset with veins of indignation. He suspected that the lad had sold his house. What kind of relative would permit such extravagance? It was a cause for concern that he might consume next year's grain supply. I must see for myself. If this boy is not careful, he could devour all their provisions. Li Dong, having taken a leave of absence the previous day, was not present for the morning shift. He was busy preparing a sumptuous lunch for Xiaowan, featuring scrambled eggs with green peppers, stir-fried preserved meat, and pan-fried tofu, generously drizzled with oil. He was blissfully engaged in his culinary endeavors, blissfully unaware of Han Guofu and Han Guobing's arrival. As they approached the entrance, they were met with an irresistible aroma wafting from the kitchen. The scent was intoxicating. Both men had yet to break their fast and could not help but swallow hard. This rascal was indulging in meat so early in the day. Even the wealthiest landowners would not squander their resources in such a manner. Team leader. Xiaowan was busy feeding her chicks, which had grown a bit larger. These chicks were her treasures. She had once punished 2 little turtles for bullying them. Uncle Guofu, Uncle Guobing, you've come. Just in time. We have yet to eat, so join us. Li Dong said with a smile, presenting fresh tofu. In these times, tofu was a rare commodity, and opportunities to savor such tender fare were scarce. Han Guofu and Han Guobing came to admonish Li Dong about the importance of frugality and the need to uphold the team's principles. Fortunately, in this current era, Li Dong's bourgeois revolutionary hedonism would not lead to severe criticism as it might have in previous years, where such behavior could have warranted public denunciation. That smells incredible. They exchanged glances, realizing that to deliver a serious reprimand, they first needed to nourish themselves. Very well, then. Xiaowan pouted, lamenting the household's meager rations while Li Dong hosted a feast. What folly was this? Rice, stir-fried preserved meat, simmered tofu, scrambled eggs, and even a soup. 3 dishes and a soup for 3 adults and a child. Li Dong served Xiaowan her portion before carrying the dishes to the table. There's nothing special to eat, he humbly remarked. Such modesty was excessive. Han Guofu and Han Guobing observed the generous spread, deeming it far from ordinary. This boy was becoming rather arrogant. A stern lesson was in order. With a swift motion, Han Guofu, as team leader, could not allow such a poor example to permeate the group. Xiaowan, eat quickly. You must get to school. Li Dong, no fool, sensed that his extravagance had been uncovered, and he hastily filled bowls for the 2 team leaders, pairing rice with the fine dishes. Both Han Guofu and Han Guobing could not resist devouring 2 large bowls each. At this moment, Xiaowan, with her backpack, left for the commune with Han Xiaohai, leaving Li Dong alone in the house. What is going on? Last time, you assured me thoroughly. Uncle Guofu, having sold some mountain goods. I thought I could buy a bit more since these items do not require tickets. After all, Xiaowan needs to supplement her studies. Li Dong thought to himself. Thankfully, I was well prepared. Alas, I can no longer expose my food supplies. If Uncle Hongwei gets angry, I would have to fetch water daily, or push a wheelbarrow, or even plow the fields, which would be exhausting. No tickets? Why has it come to this? Setting that aside, since the purchase is made, let us not waste it. Hongwei wiped the grease from his mouth, relishing the flavor. No tickets must surely be the handiwork of Uncle Li Dong. Your roof needs proper repair. I will find some time to help you fix it when the weather is good. Lunch will be on me. Save some meat and eggs. Do not indulge excessively. All right, Uncle Guofu, whenever you say, perhaps in the next few days. Everyone has been quite exhausted lately. Hanwa contemplated taking a day or two off. The rice fields are already in this state, and other crops have been sufficiently watered. It is a perfect opportunity to repair the warehouse while also mending Li Dong's house, which has been leaking dreadfully. If it doesn't rain, it's manageable. But once it does, the inside will turn into a waterfall. Hongwa had considered this matter long ago, and with Li Dong bringing so much cured meat, he decided to finalize it. This would also help mitigate any negative influences on Li Dong. Such hedonism is unacceptable. Farmers ought to diligently tend to their fields, earn their sustenance, and practice thrift. When can we afford such extravagance? With large amounts of meat, eggs, and oil, it is not the lifestyle befitting a farmer. Education is essential to ensure Li Dong's ideology progresses. Li Dong expressed his firm resolve to distance himself from bourgeois hedonism. Tomorrow morning, you will join the water-fetching group. Li Dong understood that Uncle Hongwa intended to punish him, fetching water. However, Li Dong had forgotten that although he had done some work upon returning home 10 days ago, it was not much. This time, he faced the task of fetching water, and by midday, he was utterly exhausted. I cannot do it, uncle. If you make me fetch water again, I will jump into the reservoir. My shoulders are swollen, and my legs feel as if they are leaden. I truly cannot manage anymore. Get lost. In the afternoon, go to the sorghum fields to push the cart. Hanwa glared at Li Dong. In the afternoon, while pushing the wheelbarrow with everyone, Li Dong was pursued by a few youngsters, inquiring whether he would still purchase mountain goods, like wild chickens. Everyone knew that Li Dong had stealthily entered the city to sell mountain goods the previous night and had returned with quite a haul, leading to various speculations. Who wouldn't want to earn a little extra money, especially to enjoy a couple of meat meals throughout the year, particularly the younger crowd? Of course I will buy. I will purchase in bulk, mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms for 5 cents, wild chickens for a dime, and rabbits for 2 yuan. Ah, 2 yuan? 2 yuan for a wild rabbit? Not only the men were excited, the women were equally thrilled. 2 yuan could buy a substantial amount. I have a shotgun at home. I will head into the mountains soon. A shotgun? Li Dong thought to himself, how could I have forgotten that in these times, such things are not confiscated? Chapter 49. The mischievous youth of the village, a shotgun? What man does not revel in the allure of firearms, particularly when it comes to hunting? The mere thought of it stirs excitement. However, upon encountering the shotgun, Li Dong immediately retreated, jesting that it was merely a homemade weapon. Such contraptions are perilously dangerous. One must tread carefully, for should an accident occur, the repercussions would be too great to bear. Weigwa, let us refrain from firearms, lest we provoke the militia to confiscate them. Moreover, the value of a rabbit hunted is hardly worth the risk. Han Weigwa, a lad barely in his 20s, exhibits a rather audacious spirit, toying with a homemade firearm that leaves Li Dong feeling uneasy. This device is fraught with danger, gunpowder loading, barrel explosions, and misfires. Li Dong dares not engage with such perilous instruments. Perhaps when I acquire sufficient funds, I shall procure a proper shotgun. Can one indeed purchase a shotgun? Li Dong was uncertain, as this notion had not crossed his mind. After all, one cannot possess firearms in the future. The supply cooperative has them, but one requires industrial coupons, and the price is rather steep. Han Weigwa was unsure of the exact cost, but it certainly exceeded that of a bicycle. Who possesses such disposable income for such items? It would be far more prudent to fashion a firearm from a steel pipe, costing merely a few dozen yuan, yet yielding comparable power to a shotgun. Li Dong mused to himself that he would later inquire with Gao Weiman about shotguns. The idea was undeniably thrilling. Weigwa, have you ever considered acquiring a skill, perhaps culinary arts? Culinary arts? Han Weigwa replied with a puzzled expression. Where would he even cook? The chefs at state-run restaurants all hail from the cities, and outsiders are not permitted as apprentices. No, I shan't pursue it. Old Bai from Bai's village faced severe repercussions for cooking for the landlord's family, enduring public humiliation and even having his head shaved. Currently, Han Weigwa is resolutely focused on being a farmer. How splendid! To toil in the fields, marry a wife. Both Da and Nyong have already agreed to build a house in the autumn. If he works diligently for another year, he shall surely find a bride next year. Compared to surrounding villages, Han village is relatively prosperous, and hunger is seldom a concern. Hence, marrying is not so daunting a task. Upon hearing Han Weigwa's aspirations, Li Dong gave a thumbs up. Indeed, sooner or later, you must learn. Alas, in the coming years, I shall not have the pleasure of tasting the meals you prepare. Li Ge, have you encountered any city girls? Are they beautiful? Li Dong chuckled, envisioning the future Han Weigua. Who would have thought you were so bashful in your youth? They're decent, I suppose. While not extraordinary, they certainly dress better than the girls in our village, washing their faces daily with soap. Really? Han Weigua pondered, imagining how fragrant their faces must be from daily soap use. Li Ge, do you have any soap left? I could trade a wild chicken for it. Unfortunately, there is none readily available at present. Observing Han Weigua's disappointed expression, Li Dong speculated that the lad might have a romantic interest. Weigua, is there someone you fancy? No. Hee. A secret crush. Li Dong mused to himself, commending Weigua on his subtlety. I have soap coupons. I shall lend them to you. Just bring me a wild chicken when you come to my home. Really? You jest. I must tell you. I also have connections to procure the fabric used in the city girl's clothing. Li Dong glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and spoke in hushed tones. Han Weigua's eyes brightened at this revelation, but he soon wore a rueful smile. My mother would certainly not give me any money. The attire donned by the young ladies of the town is, at the very least, 10 yuan, yet their mothers would never part with such funds. Even a trivial request for a few cents would elicit a lengthy discourse. If one were to spend 10 yuan on clothing, it would be a matter of self-flagellation rather than maternal reprimand. Li Dong chuckled and remarked, Weigua, fear not, for I shall assist you. 8 wild chickens, nay. If you can procure just 6, I shall provide you with a garment. What say you? Are you truly not deceiving me, brotherly? Why would I deceive you? And what are the fabric coupons? Should you manage to catch a rabbit, I shall also resolve the fabric coupon issue for you. Li Dong pounded his chest with noble resolve, pondering how to market the attire. Was he not overthinking the matter? The thought of inciting the village youth to spend 10 yuan on clothing made him reconsider. After all, the ramifications of such encouragement could be grave. He dismissed the notion, recognizing that this was a far graver sin than merely indulging in a morsel of meat. This is a secret. Do not divulge it to anyone. I understand. How could such good fortune be shared with others? Han Weigua felt that Li Dong was exceedingly generous. Brotherly, tomorrow, I shall assist you with the work. Li Dong was touched, reflecting on the kindness of such a person. Anticipating a more effortless day ahead, his pace quickened as he returned home. Uncle, what brings you here? Where have you been? I have waited for you for half the day. I went away was to discuss tomorrow's task of clearing the dung heap. Come. Let us head to the threshing ground. The reeds laid out for drying at the threshing ground were nearly ready. Within a couple of years, they would be suitable for roofing. Do not linger, hurry, and bundle them. I have seen your roof. You will need quite a few. Let us bundle 10 for now. If that is insufficient, we may return for more. I have already instructed Guobing to keep track of your account, Han Weifu stated. 1 bundle is worth 10 cents. Do you have any objections? No objections, but does 10 cents not seem a trifle? Han Weifu regarded Li Dong with a look of incredulity, as if to say, who among us would complain of too much money? Enough of this nonsense. Get on with your bundling. Borrow a cart from your uncle Guobing. I shall be on my way. Then, uncle, I shall let you be busy. As Li Dong recalled he had brought along some dried tofu, he exclaimed, Uncle, I shall bring you some dried tofu shortly. It pairs splendidly with liquor. Han Weifu mused, pondering what liquor the lad would indulge in. But with the mid-autumn festival approaching, he envisioned slicing the tofu into strips, garnishing it with cilantro, and drizzling it with soy sauce, a delightful treat. Do not take too much. Li Dong chuckled, acknowledging that Han Weifu had indeed treated him well. After bundling the reeds, Li Dong sought to borrow a cart from Uncle Guobing. You young lad, had you arrived earlier, I would not have had to wait for you half the day. I was delayed a bit at Weigua's. Li Dong produced a pack of cigarettes, sharing them among Uncle Guobing, his wife, and their eldest son, who eagerly accepted. A mouthful to cross the river, the eldest son joyfully remarked. Han Wei's family, younger than Han Weigua, had already married, with children running about. Li Dong noticed that his cigarette box was nearly empty and casually handed it to Han Wei's family. How can I accept this? Why engage in pleasantries with me? Li Dong directly handed the bundle to Han Wei's family, who chuckled and exclaimed how splendid the cigarettes were, boasting about them to Wei Guo and others later. The young lad seemed to have little concern. All right, I'll lend a hand, he said. As Han Wei's family exited their home, his wife rushed over. Her words a mystery to Li Dong, who mused to himself how the young ones were already becoming wives. In this day and age, being a wife was no easy task. The financial reins were firmly held by the elders, leaving little for the wives. Han Wei's family assisted Li Dong in loading the bundles of reeds onto the cart, accompanying him to his small courtyard. Along the way, Li Dong sensed Han Wei's hesitance, as if he had something to express. What's the matter with Wei's family? Is there a need for formality with me? Han Wei forced a smile, revealing that his wife had caused a bit of a stir. It turned out that with Li Dong's introduction of soap, the two sisters-in-law at the captain's home had taken to using it, while his own family had received only a small portion that his mother had locked away, insisting it be saved for the new year. Though it was indeed intended for the new year, when his wife returned from work smelling delightful, the envy among the others heightened. Upon learning that it was Li Dong's soap, Han Wei's wife insisted he inquire whether Li Dong had any more. Buying soap? I thought it was something serious, Li Dong responded. As fate would have it, he had a soap voucher that Wei Guo wanted, which he had already given away. Oh. Han Wei's face fell in disappointment. What now? My wife seldom asks for anything, and now that she has, I can't possibly go to my mother for it. Well, I can head into town to find someone to help. It's not a big deal, Li Dong chuckled. We can't let your sister-in-law down. Thank you so much. Li Gu. Han Wei felt indebted, recognizing the favor. How much do I owe you? What money? Just as you did for Wei Guo, a wild chicken will suffice. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? There is no need for pleasantries between us. Li Dong thought to himself that exchanging a wild chicken for a piece of soap was quite a bargain. Moved by Li Dong's gesture, Han Wei helped unload the reeds and patted his chest, assuring Li Dong that he would certainly assist when it came time to build. As Han Wei returned home with the cart, Li Dong pondered whether to introduce him to the cotton fabric, but dismissed the thought. Recalling the large smoking pipe in Han's hands, he decided to be cautious, using the soap as an opening to break the ice, gradually introducing new ideas to the younger generation. Once the reeds were stacked, Li Dong began preparing dinner, tomato and egg noodles, slicing some tofu and green onions, and almost forgetting a bit of fragrant dried tofu. While waiting for Xiaowan to return, he tucked half a pound of dried tofu and a piece of tofu into his pocket. Securing the door, he left the courtyard and soon arrived at Han Guo's home. Auntie, it's Li Dong. I've come in. Come in quickly. I'm just cooking, she replied. In the kitchen, two daughters-in-law were bustling about, while Han Wei Jiang and Han Guo were discussing the work in the fields for the next day. Uncle, Wei Jiang, are you busy? We're here. Li Dong responded as the door closed behind him, pulling out the dried tofu and some tofu. Auntie, I brought some dried tofu for Uncle to enjoy with his drink. In this tofu, one tea keep long. This lad. Zhang Chunhua beamed with joy as she admired the bouquet of flowers. Tofu and dried tofu were not easily obtainable, particularly the latter, which had a delightful aroma. She set it aside and delivered the tofu to the kitchen, where both daughters-in-law were equally pleased. Tofu was indeed a wonderful ingredient. Whether stewed or pan-fried, it was always delectable. In these times, fresh vegetables and radishes were commonplace, often accompanied by pickled vegetables. Thus, a piece of tofu was considered a precious commodity. The traditional calls echoed memories of fetching water to irrigate seedlings, and the simple yet cherished meal of rice, dry bread, and tofu soup represented people's aspirations for a better life. However, indulging in a meal of tofu was not always a straightforward affair. Uncle, I'll leave the money here. I must head back now. Li Dong, having not given the money directly to the Korean soldier, left it instead with the affluent Korean. As he prepared to depart, Zhang Chunhua graciously invited him to stay for a meal. No, Annie, Xiaowan will be back soon. I need to return home to prepare dinner for her. There is plenty of good food at home, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and 2 plates of side dishes. The beef sauce is exquisite. Why not stay for some tofu soup? As Li Dong stepped out, Zhang Chunhua praised him once more. What is so great about him? Thought the affluent Korean, he is adept at these trivial matters but neglects proper farming work. Upon returning home, it was too long before Xiaowan arrived, accompanied by a group of children. Uncle, we picked up some stones along the way. Very well, very well. Uncle will get you some candy. Xiaowan intervened. Noting that each child had collected only a few stones, and half a piece of candy would suffice. Let us not be stingy. When we return, let them gather us a basket of stones. After distributing the candy, Li Dong waved his hand, urging the children to hurry home for dinner. Goodbye, Uncle. Xiaowan. Aren't you tired from school? No, I finished weeding the playground. Xiaowan dropped her school bag and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Li Dong. Dad, I'll make dinner for you. Your father has already prepared it. Once the water boils, we shall eat. A bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 2 plates of side dishes, and a small bowl of fragrant beef sauce awaited them. Xiaowan was truly hungry, devouring a large bowl of noodles. Xiaowan. In a couple of days, we should repair the house. She thought about how tomorrow Li Dong would be asking for help from Wei Guo and the Wei family, making things a bit easier for himself. Oh, I must also visit the supply and marketing cooperative to deliver the mosquito nets. Li Dong considered in his mind to inquire about purchasing a hunting rifle for leisure during the farming off-season. Lost in thoughts of the rifle, he almost forgot essential matters. He needed to make a trip to the city to acquire more postage stamps, as they were more readily available there. Chapter 50. Driving the mule cart to the market collecting manure is a task traditionally assigned to men, and Li Dong was no exception. Fortunately, today, Han Weijun and Han Weiguo lent their assistance, allowing Li Dong a bit more leisure time to ponder the prospect of requesting a leave to go to the commune. The production team posed a particular challenge in this regard. Obtaining leave was no easy feat. Failing to request time off could lead to reprimands, and straying too far without an introduction letter could result in being apprehended as a vagrant, potentially facing a beating. During such times, criticism often came with the added threat of a whip. Li Dong dared not sneak into the city, fearing punishment. Unlike Zhang Kezi and his companions who were willing to take risks. Brotherly, what are you pondering? Li Dong felt his pockets, revealing a grin. He had finished his cigarettes and was contemplating returning to the commune to purchase a few more packs. What about those with filters? The mention of filtered cigarettes ignited excitement among the young men, as the older generation smoked pipe tobacco while the youth sought modernity, believing that smoking filtered cigarettes enhanced their status. However, most of them lacked the funds to indulge in such luxuries and could only dream about it. Brotherly, can you bring me back 2 packs of Xinghua? Xinghua was a locally produced cigarette, significantly cheaper than Dujiang, selling for merely 1.5 dimes per pack without a filter. All right, can I pay with some wild chicken? No problem. Uncle Guohong is coming. Everyone hurry up. Upon hearing that Han Guohong was approaching, the group immediately scattered, wielding hoes and picks, diligently digging up and loading manure onto the mule cart and bamboo baskets. Every production team had its own manure heap, and competition existed among them. The larger and more orderly the heap, the more prestige it brought during team meetings. After all, the prosperity of crops relied on fertilizer, and at that time, chemical fertilizer was scarce, primarily supplied to major grain-producing areas. In small counties like Chiqing, the annual supply of chemical fertilizer was limited, often prioritized for the flat areas along the river, leaving mountainous regions almost devoid of it. Consequently, natural manure was the primary fertilizer available. Typically, production teams would travel to the cities in winter to purchase manure and urine. Li Dong was astonished to learn that acquiring manure and urine required specific tickets. Without them, vendors would refuse to sell. The arduous process of obtaining these tickets was akin to begging, as the manure produced by the team's livestock was insufficient to meet their needs. Despite these challenges, the manure from each production team remained inadequate, and every year calls were made for donations of manure and urine. Generally, this involved purchasing the manure from team members, but often, collections fell short, as every household kept a portion for their own use. Li Dong was taken aback. It was no wonder that collecting manure had become an honorable pursuit, celebrated as a model of virtue. There were even articles in Xiao Wan's textbooks about young team members donating manure to the commune. Indeed, the fertile waters seldom flowed to outsiders. The reality was stark. Children who defecated outside faced severe reprimands upon returning home, a fact Li Dong had witnessed firsthand. Throughout the morning, Li Dong toiled alongside the others, digging and transporting manure, with dried grass stuffed in his nose to combat the overwhelming stench. By noon, he made his way to the reservoir to wash off the grime and change into a fresh set of clothes. It was unbearable. The foul stench was simply too much for Li Dong to endure. If the affluent Koreans were to discover this, they would surely roll their eyes in disdain. Who were they, after all? To discard clothing after a single bout of labor was nothing short of wasteful. With no other option, Li Dong pinched his nose and washed his clothes, hanging them out to dry. City dwellers were indeed quite particular about such matters. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Li Dong was spared from the unpleasant task of manure shoveling and instead assisted the women in transporting cotton, a considerably lighter chore. Dressed more elegantly than some young ladies, he sported a brand-new outfit, fit for a groom. Such attire, adorned with fragrant embellishments, was indeed reminiscent of a floral bridegroom. Lacking a change of clothes, Li Dong donned a crisp autumn ensemble, which incited envy among the younger crowd. This garment was typically reserved for grooms. It was uncommon to see anyone dressed so finely. Amidst the laughter of the young wives, Li Dong pushed a wheelbarrow to help transport the cotton, and he was met with teasing remarks. In these times, who had the luxury of such finery? Most adhered to the principle of wearing things for 3 years, mending them for another 3. That outfit must be quite expensive. Isn't it? Li Dong mused, well aware that such attire was indeed costly for officials. What, do you wish to acquire a set? Han Weigwa chuckled sheepishly. Undoubtedly yearning for a new outfit himself, especially considering his budding romance, what prestige a new ensemble would bring. If you truly desire it, it's not impossible. Wild goods, wild fowl, or wild fruits could work, Li Dong replied. Really? You're serious? Han Weigwa's face flushed with excitement at the prospect. If you manage to catch a wild boar, I shall procure you 2 complete sets for both autumn and summer. Both genders? Han Weigwa blushed at the thought. I possess a hunting rifle, so I'm not particularly afraid. I'll venture into the mountains. Li Dong observed, half amused, half worried. For hunting wild boars was no trivial endeavor. How about this? 5 wild rabbits, or perhaps a deer would suffice. 5 wild rabbits? Han Weigwa was incredulous. Surely you jest. 5 rabbits for a new outfit? Li Dong assured him. As long as you can procure 5 wild rabbits, I promise to furnish you with a complete outfit. Such a feat is no easy task. In these times, wild game isn't as plentiful as one might hope. Many have already hunted them for sustenance. After successfully convincing Han Weigwa amidst the laughter of the women, Li Dong finally completed the cotton transport. You have no idea how challenging this was. The pressure was immense. He decided then that he would take a day off tomorrow to relax. What of it? Using soap, wearing fine clothes, what's the harm? I accept the title of floral bridegroom, alas. I cannot help it if I am too dashing. The discerning eyes of the public are hard to elude. After washing his face, Li Dong ambled to Han Guofu's home with a piece of cured meat in hand. Uncle Guofu, what brings you here? I came to discuss the house repairs. I noticed there is a shortage of food at home. My second uncle has provided some food coupons. Tomorrow, I will head to the commune to purchase some provisions. Li Dong smiled as he settled in, placing the cured meat aside. This boy truly enjoys his little schemes, Han Guofu remarked. However, he is correct. Meals will be provided during the roof repairs. Very well, go ahead tomorrow. I will inform Gu Bing. Li Dong had intended to leave the cured meat for Han Guofu. But he was met with a playful dismissal. Be gone with you. Just a bit of cured meat. In South Korea, wealth has risen like a smoke-filled pole. And one must beware of overstepping boundaries, lest they find themselves on the receiving end of a reprimand. Though the matter at hand was resolved without delay, Li Dong returned home, elated, carrying a bundle of cured meat. As evening approached, he pondered what delectable dish to prepare, perhaps lamb or a hot pot would suffice. To his delight, he discovered he had indeed brought along the necessary ingredients for a hot pot. With a clever mind, he sliced a portion of the hot pot ingredients. Cautious not to overdo it, mindful that the spiciness might be too intense for Shaowan, he gathered some mushrooms, black fungus, and ventured into his vegetable garden to collect wild greens, radishes, cucumbers, and potato slices, even chopping a bit of sweet potato flour. Lacking a proper hot pot, he resolved to use a clay pot instead. Utilizing a small stove, he melted the hot pot ingredients in a large iron wok, adding a few additional seasonings before transferring the fragrant concoction into the clay pot. The aroma wafted through the courtyard, enticing a group of schoolchildren passing by. Their noses twitching as they envied Shaowan. They wondered what delightful dish Uncle Li was preparing, for it certainly smelled heavenly. The enticing scent reached even the far end of the village, where word spread of Li Dong's bountiful meal. In a time when spicy hot pot ingredients were a rarity, the rich fragrance was irresistible. Young people began to ponder how Li Dong could enjoy such a life while they struggled. Perhaps hunting wild game or foraging would allow them a taste of meat as well. Yet, some elders grumbled, criticizing the youth for squandering resources on extravagant meals, questioning how they would survive such indulgences, foreseeing a future of famine. The village leaders, having heard the chatter from their children, sighed in resignation, feeling the urgency to find a suitable partner for the boy, lest his reckless lifestyle squander their wealth. Indeed, while no one openly voiced their concerns, many harbored thoughts that should Li Dong continue down this path, he would become a burden to any future bride. The matchmakers in the village had all but given up on him, recognizing the futility of their efforts. Despite his previous city upbringing, his reputation had soured, and the villagers warned their daughters to steer clear of him. Li Dong remained blissfully unaware of how lowly he was regarded, for he had become a figure of disdain, worse than mere refuse, for even refuse could serve as fertilizer. Come, Shaowan, the lamb I have prepared is truly delectable. Isn't it? Shaowan nodded earnestly, no longer concerned, for Dido was capable of earning money. Her little savings had nearly reached 200 yuan, significantly increasing her tolerance for the culinary indulgences of comrade Li Dong. particularly as the hot pot was simply delightful. The father and daughter feasted, their mouths greasy and bellies round, resting for quite some time. Xiaowan, tomorrow I will head to the commune to purchase grain and repair the house. Please hand me the grain coupons I brought back last time, Li Dong said, picking his teeth contentedly. Soon, he would visit the reservoir to wash up and boast with the young men, including Han Wei-Guo, relishing the richness of life. The grain coupons, along with tickets for pastries, meat, soap, and daily necessities, were all kept by Xiaowan. The little girl rummaged through them and handed a stack to Li Dong. 100 jin of grain. Is there really this much? Li Dong had forgotten that Gao Weimin had given him 100 jin worth of coupons. There was no way he could carry it all himself. He would have to borrow a mule cart from Uncle Guofu. Otherwise, lugging over 100 jin of grain for more than 10 miles would be quite a task. Borrow a cart? When has anyone ever borrowed a cart from the long queue? This would be a first in Hanzhuang, he mused. Well, Uncle Guofu, I can pay for it, can I? 1 yuan a day should suffice, right? Li Dong boasted. Hearing this, Uncle Guofu realized that this young lad was merely trying to avoid the burden of carrying the grain himself. Get lost, kid. Go find your Uncle Gobing. He chuckled. Chapter 51. Aunt, why are you running? Uncle Gobing, I will come early tomorrow to fetch the cart. All right. Uncle Hanbing hurriedly stopped Li Dong. I will visit each household to tally the work points and inquire if anyone needs anything. I'll write you a list later. Will this delay you? Li Dong thought to himself, Uncle Gobing is truly a good person, helping me out. Not at all, Uncle. Once you've compiled the list, I will ensure everything is gathered. It's a trivial matter. Everyone is busy taking leave, and assisting with some necessities is no trouble at all. Upon returning home, Han Xiaohao, Fei, and a group of children were playing with tin frogs in the yard. Li Dong glanced at the towering pile of stones in the corner. The children had exchanged stones for toys once again. Xiaojun, go fetch some candies. This child must not be stingy. Xiaojun pouted, having already received a toy herself. All right. We want to be stingy. Uncle, you're so kind. Upon seeing the candies, Fei and the other children drooled. In these times, children rarely indulged in sweets. After a while, they returned home as darkness fell. Xiaohei, tomorrow I will drive the mule cart to the commune. So you all should wake up early to catch a ride. Really? That's wonderful. Li Dong planned to buy some pork tomorrow. While the mountainous area was vast, the commune was relatively small, and the pork stall was not open every day. Even if there was meat, arriving late might mean missing out, particularly on fatty cuts. Li Dong himself was indifferent, but when hiring someone to work, lean meat and ribs were hardly sufficient. One certainly craved the rich flavor of fatty meat. As Li Dong escorted the children out of the yard, he noticed a few running through a gap in the wall. He thought to himself that when the roof was repaired, he would take the opportunity to fix up the yard as well and seal the gaps. Xiaojun, did the teacher assign any homework? No. The teacher is incompetent. How can there be no assignments? Li Dong murmured. Then go to bed early. Fishing for turtles. Li Dong didn't feel tired that day. He carried his fishing rod and set off, and fortune smiled upon him. He caught 3 soft-shelled turtles and a grass carp. He planned to prepare a boiled fish dish later. Who is it? Li Gu? Weiguo, what are you up to? Oh, just catching wild chickens. How is it? I caught a weasel and was just about to release it. A weasel, Li Dong thought. What luck. He felt at a loss for words. By the way, I'm heading to the commune tomorrow. Do you need me to take anything? Han Weiguo considered it but felt financially constrained. Forget it. Perhaps next time. Oh, all right. Li Dong glanced at the weasel and mused that if only he could catch a rabbit. It had been years since he had wild rabbit, which would be delightful when braised. Upon returning home, Li Dong tossed the soft-shelled turtles into a wooden tub, contemplating how to care for them properly, and placed the grass carp in a basin to keep for his boiled fish preparation. The next morning, around 5, Li Dong rose to fetch the mule cart, receiving the list and money that Uncle Hanbing handed him. 2 pounds of salt for 5th aunt, a box of matches for 3rd aunt. The list primarily consisted of cooking essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, along with some daily necessities, matches, needles and thread, half a yard of cloth, combs, and some 6/6 powder, among other items. As the cart was laden with a stack of cash notes, primarily 5-cent bills along with some 1 and 2-cent coins, and grain and oil tickets, there was a reminder not to forget anything. Rest assured, Uncle Guobing, he said, as he readied the mule cart, tossing a bundle of fodder onto the cart. Without fodder, the mule would grow hungry after a round trip, and there were no large stores in the commune. Upon returning home, he wrapped the mosquito net and planned to take it to Gao Min Shao, one tidied up and departed. At the village entrance, Han Xiaohai and a group of children were already waiting. As the cart approached, they hurried over, climbing aboard. All right, everyone sit tight. Let us be off. With a crack of the whip, Li Dong displayed some driving skills, continuing until they reached the commune, where daylight finally broke. Slow down, he called out. But the children leaped off the cart before it had come to a complete stop. No worries, uncle, we're off now, they exclaimed, a rowdy bunch. Their first stop was to buy meat. In the commune, purchasing meat was restricted to certain days, and even on those days, arriving late meant missing out on quality cuts. Li Dong, however, was unreserved, buying 10 jin of meat tickets, selecting only the fatty portions at 8 Moutai per jin, totaling 82 kwai. Many onlookers, noticing the neatly dressed Li Dong, were curious. In these times, who would buy so much meat? Most people only bought half a jin to satisfy their cravings. After securing the meat, Li Dong headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. Sister-in-law, you're here. That's wonderful, he greeted. Li Dong, so early in the day. What brings you here? I came to bring some goods for the villagers. He handed over the list to Gao Min, along with the grain and oil tickets. And some coins. Once he had purchased for everyone, he finally took out his own grain ticket to acquire rice, which was free, alongside a thermos. Why buy so much at once? She inquired. We're repairing the roof, and when hiring workers, they need to be well fed. He explained as he packed the items into a basket. Then he retrieved the mosquito net. Sister-in-law, here's the mosquito net you wanted, sent by my relative. Take a look, is it all right? Really, so quick? Gao Min exclaimed, eagerly accepting it and unfolding it to admire its beauty. How much is it? I'll pay you. Just 10 kwai will do. Li Dong, unsure of the price, casually mentioned 10. All right, I'll get you the money. Gao Min didn't have enough money on her. So she stepped out to gather the 10 kwai and handed it to Li Dong. Thank you. Bring back some candy for Xiaowan. Oh, I shouldn't tea, he replied. Accepting the candy and placing it in the basket, he also took advantage of Gao Min's connections to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes and 4 bottles of liquor, filling both baskets to the brim. Sister-in-law, I'll be on my way now. Take care, and let Wayman treat you to some drinks later. Gao Min felt delighted. The mosquito net was truly beautiful, far superior to those available locally. Just the thought of having a mosquito net from Shanghai in her new home brought her immense joy. Li Dong was equally pleased, having gathered cigarettes, liquor, meat, rice, and flour, ensuring that the villagers' requests were fulfilled. He then bought some steamed buns from the state-run canteen, urging the mule cart to sway steadily back home. At the commune's entrance, 2 elderly ladies waved at the cart. Hey there, young man, where are you headed? To Han Village. And you, where are you going? To Baijia Village. That's on my way. I can give you a lift for a bit. Such kindness from the youth. 2 elderly women placed their baskets onto Li Dong's cart. Li Dong observed that the 2 ladies were well-dressed and clean, without a single patch on their clothing. In these times, that signified wealth in the countryside. The young man appeared robust and tall. Young man, are you married yet? Li Dong thought it curious that this question arose so quickly upon their meeting. Not yet, he replied. Oh dear, you must hurry. Li Dong mused that his own daughter was already in school, so what was the rush? The 2 women were quite enthusiastic, persistently engaging Li Dong in conversation. What is your name, young man? I shall introduce you to some suitable matches soon. The 2 women, known in their village as excellent matchmakers, took a liking to Li Dong. They noticed he was quite decent-looking, well-dressed, and possessed a strong physique, ideal for agricultural labor. Moreover, he had brought back quite a haul of items, indicating a stable background. Li Dong? Is there a Li family in Han Village? One of them inquired. I am an outsider, newly settled here, he answered. Oh, you are the educated youth who settled in Han Village? They exclaimed, and without hesitation. The 2 women leapt off the cart, swiftly making their way down the road and into the fields. Li Dong was left bewildered, pondering the abruptness of their departure. Just moments ago, they had been warm and engaging, and now they seemed to flee in fright. He was utterly confused as he returned to Han Village. Unable to comprehend what had just transpired, he decided to dismiss the perplexity and focus on his return. As Li Dong's cart entered the village, Granny Wu spotted him and shouted, prompting everyone to rush over, eager to see what he had brought back. The village was small, and it didn't take long for the news to spread. As the villagers gathered, Li Dong cheerfully greeted them. Noting the timing was perfect as they had just finished their midday work, he unloaded the 2 baskets, referencing the list he had prepared. Granny Wu, here are your 2 pounds of salt and a box of matches. Sister-in-law, here is your half a foot of cloth. As the villagers received their items, they couldn't help but eye the other goods Li Dong had procured. What is this? One asked, pointing to a large quantity of meat, likely weighing 7 or 8 pounds, along with a thermos, peanuts, and a bag of flour. What is this? Another inquired, noticing the hefty bag of rice. Rice? This is impressive. This bag must weigh over 100 pounds. This young man is quite resourceful. He must have amassed quite a few ration coupons. What does his family in the city do? Surely they are not high-ranking officials? Yes, I am preparing for a roof repair, Li Dong explained. Goodness, does repairing a roof come with meals and rice? They murmured, astonished by his words. And what else do you have? A few bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes, he replied casually. Li Dong felt there was nothing unusual about providing food and drink to those who helped him. However, it was indeed rare for someone to bring along such generous provisions, bottled liquor and cigarettes, while repairing a house. The villagers were left in awe at his boldness. What kind of treatment is this? It is more generous than what even relatives might receive. The women are all murmuring amongst themselves, planning to discuss with their husbands that this lad has been summoned to assist in the house repairs, and such favorable treatment is unprecedented. Indeed, at Li Dong's home, not only are they providing ample rice and meat, but they are also supplying cigarettes and liquor, and not just any liquor, but bottled spirits and fine cigarettes. No family would treat their in-laws with such extravagance. Even when relatives visit, they seldom extend such hospitality. This lad is certainly overstepping. The Korean soldiers and the wealthy Korean are perplexed, pondering the implications. What will happen when other families begin their renovations? Providing meals is customary, but Li Dong's provision of alcohol and cigarettes is quite extraordinary. I shall have to address this matter. The wealthy Korean thinks to himself that this young man's relatives are quite impressive, possessing connections to procure anything one might need. Being a cadre from the supply and marketing cooperative surely has its advantages. If the village finds itself in need of something, perhaps they could seek this lad's assistance in exchanging goods. The older generation shakes their heads, commenting that Li Dong does not know how to live sensibly. However, the younger crowd is eager to assist Li Dong with his roofing project, especially upon learning of his acquisition of fine cigarettes and liquor. What a spectacle! Li Dong boasts shamelessly, with this liquor, I could trade a wild chicken for a bottle. Really? Is there any doubt? Li Dong, reveling in his own cleverness, thinks that if necessary, he could bring back some excellent liquor from 2018, the finest from the capital. They wouldn't dare refuse. Mountain products would suffice as well. Anything of quality could be exchanged for money or goods. Initially, the young ones are skeptical of Li Dong, but upon witnessing the treasures he brings back, everything of exceptional quality, they start to waver. Staying up late is inconsequential if one is fortunate enough to encounter a wild deer. The prospect of trading for liquor and cigarettes is undeniably enticing. Look at you all, trying to play it cool. Over the past few days, while you've been boasting, I've hardly seen any of you setting traps. This cannot continue. Wild chickens are too good a prize to overlook. Chapter 52. The mischievous child always presents challenges to Uncle Y. Is there only 16 yuan and 50 cents left? Li Dong calculated his expenses. He had spent 240 yuan on a watch, giving the girl 150, leaving him with 90. Then he purchased rice, pork, cigarettes, and flour, which amounted to about 40 to 50 yuan, meaning he should still have over 30 left. But wait. He had also bought a mosquito net for 10 yuan. After a quick tally, he should have more than 40 left. So how did he end up with just over 10 yuan? Alas, he recalled the 2 thermoses, teapot, cups, a few towels, and a wash basin, which together accounted for another 20 or so, leaving him with just over 10. Goodness, it's been nearly 40 years, and money seems to evaporate so swiftly. Indeed, one must earn more. He still hadn't purchased the postage stamps, which would set him back at least 10 yuan. Upon reflection, Li Dong realized that not only was he unable to procure wild chickens, but even local goods were becoming scarce. Sigh. That little girl, Xiao Wan, tightly clutched her savings. Retrieving money from her little treasury was akin to climbing a mountain. It truly is a struggle. With only a single large bill in my pocket, life feels unbearable. What is this? Just a single large bill in my pocket, and I have not spent a dime. How am I to survive on mere 20 cents? Han Weijun harbored thoughts of strangling Li Dong in frustration. Han Weijun stealthily approached, having caught a wild chicken that morning but had not had the chance to deliver it before Li Dong went to the commune. Knock, knock, knock. Weijun, what's up? Li Dong wondered why Han Weijun seemed so secretive. To his surprise, Han Weijun pulled a wild chicken from his coat. Li Dong was speechless. He was quite the trickster, certainly concealing this from his aunt, not fearing her wrath. I caught a wild chicken. Here it is for you. It was a rooster, Quite splendid. Li Dong thought to himself, you truly are skilled, managing to catch 2 in a row. Who would have thought that beneath your seemingly honest exterior lies a talent for catching chickens? All right, 120. Understood. I will not mention this to my aunt or uncle. Sigh. I have no other choice. Han Weijun sighed, accepting the cigarette. This is a fine smoke. It brings such comfort. My wife wants to buy a bar of soap, but when she returns to her family in a few days, she will be envious of her sister-in-law. I tried to persuade her for quite some time, but to no avail. Goodness, this sounds like discord between sisters-in-law, Li Dong mused. Better to avoid that conflict. Weijun, if I may suggest, how about instead of soap, you buy your wife a new dress? Han Weijun's eyes widened in disbelief. You rascal. New clothes? That would cost at least 70 to 80 yuan. Do you think I have that kind of money? Forget the clothes. They are too expensive. Come now. Li Dong patted his chest. For the sake of your wife, I will lend you one. I can find a nice fabric for no more than 80 yuan. And you 1T even need a fabric coupon. Really? No fabric coupon. 80 yuan is quite reasonable. Just imagine my wife wearing a new dress back home. I would have some pride as well. But you know, I can't come up with that much money right now. Don't worry. I will lend it to you for now. You can settle it later with the wild chicken. Will that really work? Han Weijun hesitated. 8 yuan seemed significant. Yet, recalling his wife's vexed expression, especially after his sister-in-law had purchased a mirror that had infuriated her, he conceded. All right, he said, pressing 1 yuan and 20 cents into Li Dong's hand, deferring 6 yuan and 80 cents. Li Dong, chuckling, accompanied Han Weijun as he departed, reflecting on the matter. The fabric coupons were of little concern to him. After all, an 8 yuan polyester shirt was hardly extravagant, especially when department stores charged at least 10 yuan. One must do good deeds, Li Dong mused, relieved that Han Weijun no longer needed to fret over financial matters regarding mountain goods and wildfowl. Soon after Han Weijun left, several others arrived, bearing mountain produce and wild fruits, totaling 50 cents, which Li Dong collected and deposited into a basket. Alas, I must return to work this afternoon, he muttered, realizing he had returned home too early. He contemplated preparing a simple meal, perhaps stewing some pork, cooking rice porridge, and steaming the buns he had bought from the commune's canteen. As he was eating, Han Weig was stealthily entered. Li Dong, bemused, remarked, "What are you all up to? You move like thieves, without a sound." "Brotherly," Han Weigwa greeted, "What's this?" Li Dong wondered if Han Weigwa intended to hide items in his clothes, fearing it might be more wild game. "Ah, I dug up some old Huangjing. Would you like to buy it?" Han Weigwa asked. Huangjing? Li Dong slapped his forehead in realization. This local specialty, known for its 9 steaming 9 drying process, was esteemed akin to ginseng. Although Huangjing had become cultivated after 40 years, it still held value, especially in its wild form. Han Weigwa produced several large, knotted roots, indicating their age. Huangjing was indeed remarkable. Whether dried and sliced or infused in liquor, it was worth more than mushrooms or wood ear fungus. "I'll buy it," Li Dong declared. "Is it easy to find?" Han Weigwa thought to himself that it was quite the opposite. He had been fortunate to encounter it while hunting weasels the previous night. It's not easy to find, usually. They're not this sizable. How about 1 yuan per root? Li Dong suggested, uncertain of the current market price. "By the way, I was just about to look for you," he added, rummaging for a polyester shirt. "What do you think?" "Ah, a shirt? It's beautiful." Han Weigwa nodded eagerly. If Xiao Feng wore this, she would look stunning. "Brotherly, what is this? Do you like it?" 8 yuan, Li Dong responded with a smile. "No fabric coupons needed." "Really?" Han Weigwa exclaimed, then grimaced, realizing he had no money. Li Dong observed the shift in Han Weigwa's expression. "Here's the deal. I'll lend it to you. But you must keep this confidential. Can it really be on credit?" A glimmer of joy sparkled in Han Weigwa's eyes. Li Dong thought to himself that he wasn't short on money. It was just that they kept bringing him wild game and Huangjing. He felt quite helpless, especially since he had an overabundance of polyester shirts, fearing they would be unsellable once he ventured into the city. "I am truly a failed merchant, burdened with unsold goods. Thus, turning back, wild chickens, hares, and mountain goods would suffice." Li Dong spoke as he handed the clothes to Han Weigwa. "Do not divulge this matter to anyone." "Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself," Han Weigwa replied, his eyes reddening. What a good person Brotherly is, extending credit for his romantic endeavors. This is a significant favor that must not be shared, lest others seek to do the same and burden Brotherly. After bidding farewell to the grateful Han Weigwa, Li Dong returned to his room and began jotting down notes. Han Weijun owed 6 yuan and 80 cents, while Han Weigua owed 5 yuan. Not bad, he thought. Without spending a penny, he had accumulated 2 debts. Li Dong hummed a tune, and in the afternoon, he was fortunate enough to be assigned to Han Weijun's team, which made his work considerably lighter. As the day drew to a close, Li Dong lingered behind. The skies darkened, signaling the end of the workday for the production team. Yet Li Dong remained. Tomorrow morning, we will repair the warehouse, prepare accordingly at home, and we can fix it all at once during this downtime. All right, Uncle Guofu. Is there anything else you need from me? Nothing much, just follow along tomorrow to learn. This way, you can save some money for future roof repairs. Li Dong mused that they would be building brick houses in the future, so roof repairs seemed rather unnecessary. By the way, there's one more thing. Halt your dealings with the turtles for now. Li Dong thought. Could it be that someone reported him? All right then. After all, the reservoir belonged to the collective. Han Guofu was not particularly keen on managing this matter, but if someone had raised concerns, it could not be ignored. The team would be clearing the ditches in the autumn, and this was a good opportunity to clean the reservoir as well. When they capture turtles, at 2 mao each. You certainly do not lack for a bit of money, so refrain from such dealings for now. 2 mao each, Li Dong thought. You should have mentioned that earlier. After enduring mosquito bites at night, only to realize it was just 1 or 2 turtles caught. Returning home, Li Dong prepared dinner while contemplating how to make money. What should he bring next time? Perhaps a watch. It is in high demand, yet it cannot be sold in the countryside. Heading to the city, however, would be risky, as he was unfamiliar with the area. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. Engaging in speculation today carries severe penalties, unlike selling homegrown produce, which is an entirely different matter. Alas, it is challenging. If only he had a few relatives in the city to leverage connections, the watches would have sold by now. For now, I shall sell clothes, Li Dong muttered. I cannot possibly resort to selling pork. I have heard that on the black market, meat sells for nearly 1 yuan and 80 cents without needing meat coupons. In comparison, the crime of petty speculation by selling pork is far less severe. Selling one's own goods discreetly tends to go unnoticed by the patrols, who often turn a blind eye. Li Dong felt helpless. As there were so many good things yet no means to sell them, this predicament was indeed troublesome. If only I were a bit bolder. Regardless, he decided to focus on repairing the roof first. When Xiao Wan returned and saw the house filled with various items, ceramic basins, an iron kettle, 2 of them, along with a large teapot and teacups, she wondered what had transpired. With a suspicious gaze, she scrutinized Li Dong, who quickly responded, "Don't look at me, Dad. I truly haven't spent recklessly. With the roof needing repairs, when people come over, they need to be fed and offered tea, right? Money? None. I truly have no money left." The daughter, consumed by thoughts of wealth, seems oblivious to the hardships endured by her father. Xiao Wan huffed as she opened the cabinet to count her little treasure, finding her funds intact, which brought her a sense of relief. Li Dong gazed at the stack of cash, regretting his earlier pretensions. Now, his pockets were empty. It is truly difficult, he lamented, as he felt ashamed to touch his daughter's money. Resigned, he considered that it might be wise to seek opportunities elsewhere, as Wei Jun, Wei Gua, and Wei Dong were all potential clients. However, he could not help but ponder the consequences should his affluent relatives discover his situation. He could expect nothing less than a scolding. After dinner, Li Dong had intended to assist Xiao Wan with her studies, but to his dismay, she proclaimed that she had mastered everything. A wave of melancholy washed over him. His daughter's high intelligence robbed him of the chance to guide her. Why, oh heavens, must you punish me so? Could you not grant me a child with a more typical intellect? It is no small feat to be the father of a prodigy. I find myself quite helpless. He sighed, enviously contemplating the fathers who frequently tutor their children. Alas, I am bereft of such opportunities, and so I sought solace in slumber. Knock, knock, knock. An early morning disturbance shattered his peace. Just as the weather had turned pleasantly cool, perfect for sleeping, his dreams were interrupted. Who is it? He called out. Uncle, it's me, Xiaohe. Han Xiaohao, ever mischievous, had arrived. Li Dong was taken aback. What on earth do you have there? Uncle, is this for you? A lively little deer nestled in his arms presented yet another dilemma posed by this mischievous child. Chapter 53. A lifetime of pig farming is impossible. Only eating meat without raising pigs. Li Dong, with the mind of a 21st century individual, felt a slight headache. You mischievous rascal. Last time you brought in a swan, and I managed to refrain from using my knife. To think that compared to a roasted swan, Swan Lake is truly insignificant. Now, just as I was preparing to enjoy some venison, With all the necessary seasonings at hand, you present me with a fawn. How am I to sharpen my knife for this? Li Dong almost wished to send this troublesome boy flying. If only you had caught a larger one. I could have just closed my eyes and settled for a few meals of venison. But this little creature, my soft heart is beginning to feel compassion. Uncle, will you take it? If not, I shall simply release it. Han Xiaohai, under Li Dong's scrutinizing gaze, felt a tinge of fear. Uncle, what's wrong? You're quite intimidating. Through gritted teeth, Li Dong replied, I'll take it for 35 cents a pound. Currently, the lowest price for live pigs was 37.5 cents per pound, and this little fawn had hardly any meat on it. 35 cents was merely a nod to its beautiful coat. 35 cents? Han Xiaohai's eyes lit up. This fawn must weigh at least 10 pounds. That's just a few coins. Uncle, how about you just give me 3 yuan? Why bother weighing it? I don't even need it weighed. Just don't tell my grandma. Get lost. Li Dong thought to himself, do you think you're your father? What a joke. Han Weijun and Han Weiguo, as adults, might help keep things under wraps without causing a stir, but you, a mere child, could easily create a scene over an extra coin. Besides, you little rascal, you always bring me trouble. If you bring me something that's more of a liability than a meal, do you think I'll let you off easy? Go fetch your parents. Han Xiaohai was on the verge of tears. Uncle, you're too ruthless. If my parents were here, I wouldn't get a single cent. Do I have to go fetch them myself? Li Dong glared, and Han Xiaohai wore a pained expression. Uncle, how about you just say 30 cents a pound? Get lost. Li Dong tossed 50 cents at the boy, unwilling to give more. Hurry up. All right. 50 cents was not a trivial amount in Han Village. It was indeed a princely sum among miners, especially since even his uncle hardly had a few coins in his pocket. Although Han Xiaohai felt somewhat disappointed for not securing a larger sum, 50 cents was still quite commendable. He scampered home, eager to share his fortune with his parents. To their surprise, Han Weijun and Zhang Qiujuan had not anticipated that their son would manage to catch a fawn. Mom, Uncle said 35 cents a pound. I just caught a spotted one, weighing at least 10 pounds. 10 pounds? Han Weijun and Zhang Qiujuan sprang to their feet. That works out to over 3 yuan. With that, we could buy half a shirt made of quality fabric. By the way, have you told your grandma? Not yet. The couple exchanged glances, puzzled. Zhang Qiujuan gritted her teeth. Our child caught a spotted fawn to buy clothes for his mother. This is none of your concern. I will go speak to Li Dong. I should go instead. Han Xiaohai blinked, his mind swirling with confusion. Why not tell grandma? The young boy was struggling to grasp the situation. Li Dong, upon seeing Han Weijun approach alone, mused to himself that he likely had no intention of informing his parents, pondering whether he had led Weijun astray. A tinge of guilt flickered within him, yet he swiftly cast aside such thoughts. After all, the young lad was the architect of his own predicaments. If he had indeed been led astray, so be it. Li Dong bore no psychological burden. Weijun, I just waited. 15 Jin, Li Dong remarked, glancing around but noticing that Moutai had not yet emerged to collect the dong. Well, I want to be paying you today coincidentally. I had some clothes delivered last night. Do take a look and see if they suit you. Clothes? Already? Han Weijun exclaimed, astonished by the swiftness of the delivery. Yet, when Li Dong unveiled the garment, Han Weijun was left speechless. The fitted floral cuffed shirt was indeed exquisite. He could easily envision his wife donning it. Appearing as refined as someone from the city, in Zhang Village, it would surely draw a throng of women and girls, all eager to admire it. Splendid. As for the payment, I'll gather it shortly. There's no rush. Li Dong calculated that Han Weijun had only a meager 1 yuan and 55 fen left. That was trivial, merely the cost of a wild chicken and 2 jin of mushrooms. As for the matter of the patterned fabric, Han Weijun felt a modicum of embarrassment, secretly hiding it from his parents. It had been years since he had engaged in such clandestine dealings. Rest assured, Li Dong thought to himself, contemplating procuring a set of autumn attire for his sister-in-law. What's this? You two are quite impressive. Who knows? Next time you might even procure a wild piglet. It was essential to maintain the goodwill of such a valuable customer. Han Weijun tucked the shirt into his embrace and, pulling along, Han Xiaohao was at a loss for words. Han Xiaohao nodded vigorously, having received 50 fen from his uncle and a promise of 10 fen, totaling 60 fen. After accounting for the previous 50 fen, they were left with 35 fen. Hee, I can buy a pencil case now, Han Xiaohao contemplated, pondering which color and design would be most appealing. Upon returning home, Han Weijun surreptitiously ushered Zhang Qiujuan into their quarters. What do you think? He chuckled, revealing the exquisite shirt. Zhang Qiujuan's gaze was instantly captivated. It was the most beautiful garment she had ever seen. "Where did this come from?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement. "It feels so smooth." "I had it brought from the city by Li Dong," Han Weijun boasted. "Even the cadres in Shanghai wear such attire." Cadres from Shanghai? Zhang Qiujuan was even more animated, wondering when she had ever worn clothing meant for such distinguished individuals. "Shall I try it on?" "Of course." "It fits perfectly," she replied, clutching the shirt tightly, reluctant to let it go. For the first time, Han Weijun felt he had made the right decision. His wife had not been this joyous in ages. He realized how he had failed her all this time, over something as simple as a shirt. Meanwhile, as Han Weijun was about to veer off course, Li Dong was wide-eyed, staring at a young deer, a creature not overly large yet not insignificant. Weighing over 10 Jin with a sleek coat, though timid in nature. "What am I to do with you?" He sighed. "Ah, forget it. Kindness prevails. Henceforth, your fate shall rest in Xiaowan's hands." Li Dong mused. "Indeed, I am still too benevolent. Surely Xiaowan would take a liking to the spotted fawn." When Xiaowan caught sight of the little deer, her face lit up with delight as she rushed over to embrace it. "Did you catch this?" she inquired, her smile radiant. "I suppose so," he replied. Li Dongxin mused. "Indeed, Xiaowan still possesses a tender heart. Splendid. Dada, later on. You should sell the spotted deer and let us acquire piglets instead." With a puff, Li Dong spat out a mouthful of foam, wondering if he had misheard. "Xiaowan, is the little deer not adorable? How can we exchange it for piglets?" "Piglets are so filthy and unattractive. The little deer grows slowly and is quite picky. I have seen it at the accountant's home," Xiaowan stated matter-of-factly. "Piglets eat anything, grow quickly, and fetch a good price." "All right," Li Dong thought, "indeed. She is my daughter. Her reasoning is quite sound. In this day and age, the price of venison in rural areas simply cannot compete with that of fat pork. It lacks profitability. Moreover, the little deer is slow-growing and selective about its food. Raising pigs is far superior. Not only do they grow rapidly and relish their meals, but they also produce copious manure. Xiaowan adores the spotted deer, which can be easily acquired without cost, enabling us to trade for piglets." Goodness. Li Dong realized he had overthought this. Next time he conversed with Xiaowan, he must refrain from brushing his teeth, otherwise he might choke. As for the piglet matter, that can wait. Li Dong had no desire to raise pigs. They were far too odorous, and gathering pig fodder was exhausting. In households that raised pigs, the elderly and children were perpetually busy after work and school, tending to pig fodder. Li Dong had no intention of laboring all day only to come home to more work. He must dispel Xiaowan's alarming notion. Purchasing piglets was out of the question, though buying pork might be feasible. Resolutely, Li Dong contemplated smuggling the little deer away, perhaps releasing it onto the mountain he had contracted, allowing it to roam freely. It could not remain here, for otherwise, Xiaowan would inevitably associate it with piglets. Watching Xiaowan gently caressing and playing with the little deer was a harmonious scene. Yet, as he observed, the little deer seemed to transform into a piglet. Li Dong shuddered, shaking his head. No, absolutely not. Their home was already in disarray, and there were often mice launching surprise attacks. Adding a couple of piglets would surely drive him to despair. No one should expect him to raise pigs. That was an impossibility, not in this lifetime, nor the next. Should Xiaohei dare to deliver a wild boar to him, he would roast it whole. Reflecting on Han Xiaohai, that exceptionally fortunate rascal, he feared that one day he might indeed bring a wild boar cub. Li Dong resolved that should he dare to do so, he would swiftly dispatch it. He and pigs were irreconcilable. Where there was one, he would not be found. No, it was the other way around. Where he was, pigs should not exist. Dada, what troubles you? Li Dong gritted his teeth, his expression fearsome. Xiaowan worried that Li Dong had fallen ill. Perhaps Fifth Aunt was right. Dada might have water in his head. Dada, do you have a headache? Yes. Li Dong indeed felt a throbbing headache. Piglets must absolutely not enter the yard. Ah, it's over. Dada's head really has water in it. Is there something wrong? Should we consult the captain? Dada, do you need medicine? What medicine? Li Dong muttered. It was getting late. He would prepare breakfast. Ah, if only I had a bicycle. I wouldn't have to rise so early. Li Dong thought to himself that he must procure a bicycle soon, a forever brand. After breakfast, I prepared lunch for Xiaowan and watched as she, along with a group of children, followed the third son of a wealthy Korean family out of the main road. Li Dong then strolled to the shade of a large tree at the entrance of the village. Li Dong, you will assist Wei Jun in repairing the warehouse roof this morning. Li Dong had no understanding of roofing, but fortunately he was not required to climb atop the roof. Instead, he was assigned to work with mud. He removed his shoes and stepped directly into the mixture, which included crushed wheat husks that pricked at his delicate feet. As soon as he stepped in, he jumped in discomfort. "This is unbearable. My tender little feet are hurting." Yet, the others, including Hanwei Jun, seemed unfazed. "Doesn't your feet hurt? What pain? Just step on it quickly." They continued to pour water into the mixture. "Goodness, you all are remarkable." Li Dong endured the pain and itchiness as he stomped in the mud. Once the mixture was sufficiently prepared, it was transported to the roof using a makeshift earth hoist made of 2 wooden supports with a long pole that had a hook on one end. After a few attempts, Li Dong found it surprisingly simple and eagerly took over the operation of the pole, eliciting laughter from Hanwei Jun and the others. However, the task proved to be more arduous than it appeared, and soon Li Dong's arms felt sore and heavy. By the end of the morning, he felt as if his arms belonged to someone else. "I can't do this anymore. Come afternoon, I refuse to continue," he declared. The laughter continued. "You'll still have to fix the roof at your house." Hanwei Jun chuckled heartily, while Li Dong felt a mix of irritation and determination, thinking to himself, "I'll buy my sister-in-law a piece of clothing each quarter, just to enjoy this moment of laughter." Chapter 54. Steamed buns and braised meat in the newly renovated house in the following 2 days. Li Dong joined the roofing crew to learn the art of crafting straw clay dumplings, laying small beams, and spreading reeds. He not only acquired a wealth of knowledge, but also discovered that the reeds used on the roof were meticulously selected for quality. After laying the reeds, he smoothed out the clay dumplings and arranged the straw neatly. Repairing thatched cottages was no simple task, and Li Dong certainly learned a great deal. Early the next morning, we would head over. With the warehouse restored, everyone gathered their tools and called out to Li Dong, informing him of their plan to repair his roof the following day. They encouraged everyone to arrive early, as I would be steaming white buns and braising large cuts of fatty meat for all. "Then I must rise early," Li Dong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Will there be enough?" "Certainly, there will be plenty. 10 pounds of flour." As he gestured, laughter erupted among the group. 10 pounds of flour? Just imagine how many buns that will yield. They decided to bring their children along. Li Dong grew a bit apprehensive. His generosity was indeed grand. Everyone returned home joyfully, sharing the news with their families, and the entire household rejoiced. Only Han Guofu furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion. This young lad, with just a little in his belly, was already preparing to indulge. How could he consume 10 pounds of flour in one sitting? Though Han Guofu initially contemplated chastising him for such recklessness, he overheard his wife instructing their child to follow to Li Dong's home the next morning for those white buns. The children bounced with glee at the thought of the delicacies, having not tasted them for many days since the last festival. In fact, 1 bun each will suffice. "Don't take too many," one child advised. "Understood." The 2 wives agreed, then reminded their children not to forget to ask for some meat. Meanwhile, that night, Li Dong began preparing the dough, allowing it to ferment. With yeast finally on hand, he commenced steaming the buns at 3 in the morning. Borrowing a small steamer from Han Guofu's home, capable of holding only 20 buns at a time, with a ratio of 12 to 13 buns per pound of flour, he would need to steam at least 6 batches. He sliced 5 pounds of meat, reserving some for lunch, while also preparing radishes, mountain flower, and mushrooms. With determination, he even butchered a wild chicken for a hearty stew. In these times, a meal with meat was a luxury. And little did he know that the resulting dish would waft an irresistible aroma throughout Han Village. By 5 or 6 o'clock, the buns were nearly ready, piled high in the basket, while the pot of meat bubbled and simmered. Xiao Wan, rubbing her eyes, awoke to the delightful scent. "How fragrant!" she exclaimed. "Indeed," Li Dong replied with a smile, offering her a chicken leg. "Taste this, and soon I will pack some buns and stew for your lunch." As she savored the chicken leg while brushing her teeth and washing her face, a group of children, led by Han Xiaohai, arrived. Li Dong welcomed them warmly, urging everyone to wash their hands and enjoy the buns. As Han Weijun and Han Weigua entered the room, the yard was already filled with children, each clutching a bun stuffed with generous chunks of meat. "Weijun, you're here. Come, eat while it's hot." The men were quite straightforward. The fragrant aroma of the steamed buns and the savory scent of the meat was enough to make anyone salivate. Who could possibly resist? However, the men did not indulge excessively. Each consumed merely a piece to satisfy their cravings, leaving the remainder for their children. Over 100 buns shared among 7 men, plus Li Dong and more than 20 children, and within a short while, most of them had vanished, leaving Li Dong astounded. "Well, I'll boil some noodles," he decided. He had brought a few pounds of dried noodles from the farm, a true luxury in these times. With some of the meat broth still available, he boiled the noodles, creating a rich and oily noodle dish. Initially, Han Wei-jun and the others hesitated to eat the buns, concerned their wouldn't be enough for the children. But upon seeing the kids satiated, and the enticing aroma of the noodles wafting through the air, they wasted no time filling their bowls. A few buns were hardly sufficient, but a bowl of pork noodles was just perfect. The yard was filled with slurping sounds, and noticing that there were still about 10 buns left, Li Dong decided to slice some beef to share with the elderly in the village. Xiao Wan, take some to Grandma Wu and Grandpa Lu, he instructed. Li Dong's gesture of sharing the buns earned him commendations from Han Wei-jun and the others, acknowledging his kindness. In the morning, they had all toiled tirelessly, and Li Dong barely managed to lend a hand. By noon, he prepared rice and stewed all the pork, having barely eaten any himself that morning to save food for the children. Alongside the pork, he also prepared a pot of lamb and radish stew, opened 4 bottles of wine, and prepared some smashed cucumbers and fried peanuts, filling the table to capacity. They carried it all outside into the yard. A few men brought over a large millstone, which served as a sizable round table. Come, let us drink and relieve our fatigue, they urged. Each person downed half a gin of wine without hesitation, feasting on the meat until any trace of weariness had vanished. The fried peanuts were particularly delightful, though they consumed a fair amount of oil. The cucumbers tasted exquisite as well. Li Dong felt a sense of pride. After all, he had brought the seasonings himself. And how could it not taste good? He had cooked 2 pots of rice, using 10 pounds of rice, resulting in over 20 pounds of cooked rice, which was completely devoured by the 7 or 8 of them, along with 4 bottles of wine and 2 large bowls of meat dishes. By the end of the day, Li Dong had managed to repair the roof, and he also fortified the courtyard wall with small stones. Though the stones were insufficient for a proper foundation, there was little he could do. Cement was hard to come by in these times. After repairing the roof, Li Dong had nearly exhausted his supply of meat and vegetables. Building a brick house within a fortnight would require 100 pounds of pork, not to mention the rice and flour. Without at least 200 to 300 pounds, they would be sorely lacking. It's no wonder that building a house is considered a significant undertaking. Li Dong gazed at the freshly renovated roof and the patched-up courtyard wall with a silly grin. However, his joy was short-lived as a troubling thought struck him. They were out of meat, and dinner would consist solely of pickled vegetables. What was he to do? The money was spent, the meat was gone, and life was becoming untenable. Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the production team was not taking a break. This was unacceptable. Li Dong resolved to speak with Han Guofu. I have no choice. While repairing the roof, I've created a famine at home. I'm going to the city tomorrow to borrow some grain. Upon hearing this, Han Guofu could hardly contain his frustration. That is quite a predicament. With steamed buns, ample rice, and stewed meat and wine, you've certainly elevated the treatment for roof repairs to an entirely new level. Next time, if someone needs to repair their roof, they may find it difficult to afford help. Li Dong, however, believed that Korean Fu was reluctant to let him take a break. This simply wouldn't do. He had made plans with Huang Xingnan, and the dynamic duo of Lu Dehua and Huang Yingnan were ready to make their return. Uncle Guofu, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I simply wish to send a couple of turtles to the city as a gesture of filial piety. All right, here's your letter of introduction. Now be on your way. Korean Fu had already prepared the letter, and even if this young man didn't come, he would still ensure its delivery. Thank you, uncle. Elated, Li Dong hurried back. The following morning, he instructed Xiao Wan to remember that there was still some beef in the bowl and to steam some rice. Not to forget to cut it for herself. After ensuring that Xiao Wan had given a bit of water to Xiao Lu and taken a handful of salt, Li Dong set off with a large bundle. This time, he brought along 40 pieces of fine cotton shirts and 15 sets of Zhongshan suits, embarking just as dawn began to break. Upon arriving at the commune, Li Dong awaited the horse cart, pondering whether he should raise the price of the shirts. Considering how much the young ladies still cared for their appearance. Are you getting on the cart? Of course, why wouldn't I? Then be quick about it. 5 cents. Here you go. Seated on the cart, Li Dong mused about acquiring a bicycle for himself. This was far too inconvenient. After swaying for over an hour, the horse cart arrived at the large cart shop, where a middle-aged driver energetically cracked his whip. We've arrived. Hurry and disembark. Such service etiquette was unparalleled, almost making one feel like they might be struck with the whip. Li Dong rolled his eyes, shouldering his heavy bundle as he dismounted. There was simply too much to carry, making movement cumbersome. Hey, you. The reunion between Li Dong and Huang Shengnan was filled with comedic flair. Li Dong had donned a small mustache, while Huang Xingnan sported a pair of glasses. How remarkable, the two shared an unspoken understanding. Comrade Lu Dehua, you are late. Comrade Huang Ying'an, you are early. Huang Xing'an scrutinized Li Dong, exclaiming, Goodness, you're dressed in all new clothes. Let me see your bundle. It isn't all new clothes, is it? Li Dong returned the gaze, noting that Huang Xing'an had darkened a bit but remained adorably naive. However, her clothing had taken on a somewhat faded gray hue, which simply wouldn't do. Let us change your outfit. Conveniently, Li Dong had brought along several autumn garments to dress Huang Xing'an. Engaging in such risky business was perilous, this time. Li Dong intended to present himself as a leader from a clothing factory. The attire had to be respectable. Huang Xing'an hesitated upon receiving the clothes. Quickly change. Sell them off while you can. I'll treat you to a meal. At the mention of dining out, Huang Xing'an transformed from an innocent girl into a voracious foodie, nearly drooling at the thought of meat, having not savored its aroma for nearly a week. Just the thought of sliced meat and meatballs made her feel as if she, Huang Ying'an, was ready to make her mark once again. After changing clothes at the cinema, the two stealthily made their way to the textile factory. With their previous collaboration serving as a foundation, this time they worked together with even greater finesse. Li Dong took cover while Huang Xing'an pretended to search for relatives. After all, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the factory had closed early. Li Dong waited patiently, clutching a finely tailored waist-flowered cuff shirt. However, after a while, Huang Xing'an returned, her head hanging low. What happened? There was an incident. An incident? Li Dong was taken aback, glancing behind Huang Xing'an, only to find no one there. Startling himself as he feared being caught by the patrol team. What is going on? Can you guess what just happened? Li Dong was nearly beside himself with worry. His fortune depended on his clothing business. At home, aside from rice, only sweet potatoes remained. And the last bit of beef had already been sent with Shawan for lunch. He felt as if he were on the verge of starvation while engaging in this guessing game. The situation was, in fact, rather straightforward. The last time Li Dong sold shirts, someone had taken them to replicate, producing their own at 8 yuan apiece. Those in the textile factory could procure fabric without needing cloth tickets, and thus, the shirts began to sell like hotcakes. Suddenly, Li Dong recalled the few female textile workers who had pooled money to buy clothes. Goodness, this is nothing short of blatant piracy, and no one seems to care. It's utterly unjust. Reporting it is out of the question. The VE got me cornered. What do you suggest we do? Should we check out the pastry factory? He pondered. That could be difficult, he thought to himself. In a place as small as Qiqing, it was likely that workers were all interconnected. Anyone who donned a new garment would have the news circulating within 2 days. Upon arriving at the pastry factory and inquiring about the situation, they exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure of how to proceed. The factory had already captured the entire market in Qiqing, and Li Dong had to admit he had underestimated the savvy of those who had been in the industry for over 40 years, resulting in significant losses. Let us hurry. We need to buy tickets to another location. Chapter 55. Making money to buy Moutai. Huang Xing'an was perplexed as to why they were heading to the Qiqing region. Although it was larger than Qiqing, the unfamiliarity of the area raised concerns. Initially, I intended to interact with everyone as an ordinary person, yet I was met with counterfeiting. Enough of that. I shall assume the role of a teacher and enlighten them. Li Dong, burdened with a parcel, purchased 2 tickets. The tickets cost 50 cents, which made Huang Xing'an wince. Had they chosen to travel by tractor or mule cart, they could have saved 20 cents. Time was of the essence, so they set off. Once aboard, Li Dong relinquished his seat to Huang Xing'an and leaned against the side. The distance from Qiqing to Qiqing was approximately 30 kilometers, requiring a crossing of the Yangtze River. After more than an hour, they arrived at their destination. It was Li Dong's first visit, and he noted the abundance of bicycles, with the occasional sighting of small cars and trucks, a stark contrast to the mule carts of Qiqing. Let us explore, he suggested. Huang Xing'an was utterly bewildered, unsure of Li Dong's intentions as they wandered the streets with their heavy parcel. What shall we do now? She questioned, her mind filled with confusion. Relax. Just watch me, Li Dong replied. He had observed that speculation was rampant here, more so than in Qiqing, and nearly all participants were youthful. Come, let us meet our fellow traders. Today, I shall impart the meaning of wholesale. However, wholesale would not emerge until after 1983, when the individual economy began to take root. For now, everyone was still secretive, and speculation was considered a grave offense. Wholesale? Huang Xing'an asked, her expression one of utter perplexity. Indeed, wholesale, behold. Lu Dehua of Huaqing has arrived. Li Dong had already identified a sharp-witted individual to approach. Notably, This young man seemed to be acquainted with many others, as over half of the speculative traders recognized him. Li Dong mused that this young man held considerable promise. "Excuse me?" Li Dong inquired in a distinctive Huaqing accent. Jinshui, pondering whether to engage in further trading of sunflower seeds and peanuts, was startled by an unfamiliar voice nearby. "What did you say?" "Hello," came the reply. "All is well." Li Dong signaled Huang Shengnan to respond. "Greetings, we are from Huaqing, here for a trade fair in Feiqing. We have a relative passing through and would like to inquire about directions." "Huaqing?" Jinshui was intrigued, having heard of the affluence associated with the area. He observed the duo. Li Dong donned a crisp Zhongshan suit, complete with a wristwatch and a neat mustache. Beside him, Huang Shengnan sported stylish glasses and an impeccable outfit. Jinshui thought to himself how fortunate he was to encounter leaders from Huaqing. Perhaps he could secure some financial gain from them. "Just tell me the address." "I am very familiar with this area." Li Dong casually fabricated an address, leaving Jinshui momentarily bewildered. "Is there truly such a place in the Qiqing region?" "Ah. Perhaps it has been too long," Li Dong sighed. Upon hearing the Qiqing dialect, Jinshui realized that the Huaqing boss was, in fact, from Qiqing. Never mind. Perhaps it no longer exists. However, what shall we do with all these items? We certainly cannot bring them back. Huang Xingyan performed admirably, and Li Dong noted that Huang Xingnan's cooperation was quite commendable. "A few items, let us dispose of them." "Dispose?" Jinshui's interest was piqued. "What items?" "A few pieces of clothing, some quality shirts, and a few autumn outfits." Jinshui felt a surge of delight at the prospect of such fine goods. "Boss, how much are you selling these for?" "If the young brother likes them, I can sell them wholesale," replied Li Dong. "Typically, the retail price at department stores for such shirts is around 9 yuan and 8 jiao, but for you, I can offer them at 8 yuan and 5 jiao each." 8 yuan and 5 jiao? Jinshui calculated that the retail price for quality shirts was generally around 11 or 12 yuan, thus making a profit at 8 yuan and 5 jiao. "If you take all of them, I can offer an even better price." Jinshui thought to himself, "I will definitely take all of them. If the price drops a bit more, earning 3 or 4 yuan per shirt would be foolish to pass up. I'll take 5 pieces." "5 pieces?" Li Dong chuckled. Typically, when people come to the factory for business, they order at least 3 to 5,000 pieces. This is the first time I've had someone request just 5. However, I have no desire to take them back with me. For 5 pieces, I can offer them to you at 8 yuan and 3 jiao. If you want 10 pieces, I can lower the price by another 3 jiao, making it 8 yuan flat. Wholesale, 3 to 5,000 pieces, that's a large factory, indeed. They operate with such generosity, reducing the price by 2 jiao without a second thought. 5 pieces would save a whole yuan. This calculation made Jinshui's heart race. "Boss, how many do you have in total? If I were to take them all, could you possibly give me an even better deal?" "That won't work. The cost price is already 8 yuan. However, if you help me sell them all, I can offer you a 2 jiao rebate per piece." Upon hearing this, Jinshui felt as though his mind had exploded. All he needed to do was sell the clothes, and without lifting a finger, he could earn 8 yuan, a dream come true. "Boss, wait for me. I'll find someone right away." Although he couldn't afford 40 pieces, that didn't hinder him from absorbing all the clothing. He had plenty of friends to assist him. Such a lucrative opportunity was not to be missed. Jinshui rushed off, and Li Dong thought to himself that this deal was nearly sealed. Wholesale, rebates, this was undeniably a powerful strategy, and Jinshui had taken the bait. "Let us head over there for a moment." "Ah, we are no longer selling clothes. The bait has been cast, now we wait," Li Dong said with a smile, knowing that the effort he had put into finding people would pay off. Unless there were some opportunistic infiltrators, it was unlikely anyone would disrupt the current chaos. "Let us wait here for a while. Rest assured, we will sell the clothes in under half an hour." Jinshui quickly connected with his friends. But Li Dong was not the returning leader from Huaqing. Instead, he was Jinshui's uncle. 8 yuan and 5 jiao each. "But I told my uncle that I'd get them for 8 yuan and 3 jiao. Are you certain they are quality shirts? How about this? Let us each take 5 pieces for now." "Sounds good." They pooled their money together for 10 pieces, totaling 83 yuan, and Jinshui borrowed some. "My uncle is a bit shy. You all wait here, and I'll be right back." He has arrived. Huang Xingnan had been watching the entrance intently. Upon seeing Jinshui approach, she stepped forward and waved. "Over here." "Leader, how should I address you?" Lu Dehua inquired. Li Dongxiao chuckled inwardly, pondering whether this young fellow might not have achieved his ambitions after all. Jinshui, observing Li Dong's nonchalant demeanor, produced 80 yuan. "Leader Lu, let us start with 10 pieces. My friends wish to take a look at the merchandise first. Very well, Li Dong replied with a smile, directly handing over 2 yuan to Jin Shui. This is for you. Jin Shui exclaimed, realizing the true meaning of the term kickback for the first time. A surge of delight swelling within him. Having pocketed 3 yuan already, now receiving an additional 2 in kickbacks, the money was flowing in too quickly. A flicker of urgency crossed Jin Shui's eyes. If he were to acquire all these garments, he could potentially earn 20 yuan. The mere thought of earning 20 yuan in a single day sent a shiver of excitement coursing through him. Jin Shui returned. Quick, take a look. A few eager young men in the alley hastily accepted the garments. Indeed, this is quality fabric, and the style is unlike anything we've seen, truly beautiful. How many do you have left? 30 pieces, Jin Shui replied. And there are 14 sets of autumn clothing. Shall we go for it? Absolutely. We can sell these garments for 10 yuan each without requiring fabric coupons. Surely many will buy. Yes. After a brief discussion, they decided to first capitalize on this batch of goods. Li Dong and Huang Xingnan swiftly departed the street, with Li Dong's burden now considerably lighter. With over 500 yuan now in his pocket, Li Dong felt a wave of disbelief wash over Huang Xingnan. We sold everything just like that. Practically without lifting a finger, merely pretending to ask for directions. Enough, let us leave, Li Dong urged, uncertain whether Jin Shui would realize he was an imposter. Yet, even if he did, it mattered little. The profits were what counted, regardless of the garment's origins. Let us have a meal first. Although they hadn't traded fabric coupons, Li Dong still requested a bit of grain coupons, the reason being simple, they had run out. Whether Jin Shui believed it or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that he desired the clothing. Should we head back first? Huang Xingnan expressed her innate unease about the area, particularly recalling their previous encounter. Carrying such a sum of money made her wary of potential robbers. We've made the trip, let us buy something. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Li Dong removed his jacket and tore off his beard, while Huang Xingnan mimicked him by taking off her glasses. Now, even if Jin Shui were to see them, he would not recognize them immediately. Let us go. Arriving at the state-run restaurant, Li Dong ordered 3 dishes and a soup, displaying a generous demeanor. However, given the area and the Mid-Autumn Festival, their presence did not attract much attention. They merely appeared to be a couple of young people on a date. After enjoying a hearty meal, they proceeded to the department store. The 4-story establishment dwarfed that of Qiqing. Li Dong wandered around and discovered some Moutai liquor. Comrade, 1 bottle of Moutai, please. 8 yuan, are you sure you want to purchase? The salesperson's attitude was anything but pleasant. As who could blame them for being in a foul mood on a holiday while working? Absolutely, I'll take them all. The salesperson scoffed. You can only buy 2 bottles per person. This was still in the Qiqing area. In some places with better sales, the limit could be just 1 bottle. Or even less with special tickets. Now, with only a liquor coupon, being able to purchase 2 bottles was indeed fortunate for Li Dong. 2 bottles it is. Please issue the tickets. 2 bottles of Moutai caught Li Dong's eye. A 1975 vintage priced at 16 yuan, plus the wine ticket. Huang Xingnan thought Li Dong had lost his mind. Who would pay 8 yuan for a bottle of liquor? What is so special about such an expensive drink? She questioned. Oh, there are plenty of good reasons, Li Dong replied with a mysterious smile. In 40 years, this bottle will be worth at least 50,000. Come, let us wander through the antique market. In the region, there was indeed an antique market, and Li Dong intended to try his luck, hoping to stumble upon something valuable. Remarkably, he did find something. I'll take these 2 chairs, he declared. 15. 15? What kind of chairs are these? Huang Xingnan remarked, eyeing the dark, worn chairs. She thought they were hardly worth even 5 yuan, let alone 15. However, Li Dong handed over the money to the vendor without hesitation. Let us go. He's really bought them, Huang Xingnan mused, convinced that Li Dong had indeed gone mad, spending 15 yuan on 2 shabby chairs. Yet, the chairs were not shabby. Li Dong simply lacked knowledge about furniture. Nonetheless, their weight suggested they were crafted from quality wood, making the 15 yuan seem a reasonable investment. Upon returning to the bus station, the driver spotted Li Dong struggling with the 2 chairs and quickly intervened. No, you can't bring chairs aboard. I'll add 10 cents. Li Dong offered. All right then, just don't block the way. Don't worry, I won tea. Li Dong thought to himself that having money certainly made negotiations smoother. He now had over 500 yuan, feeling quite prosperous. By the time they arrived back in Qiqing, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Li Dong had intended to buy some pork, but it was all sold out. Fortunately, there was lamb available, which he purchased. As they prepared for a hot pot dinner, Li Dong noticed that Huang Xingyan seemed to be celebrating alone. Why not join us tonight? I still have some mooncakes. And we can make a lamb hot pot for dinner. Upon hearing about the mooncakes and lamb hot pot, Huang Xignan's mouth nearly watered. Am I intruding on you and Xiaowan? She inquired. Not at all, he assured her. Perfect, then I can help you carry the chairs. They bought a few more items, with Li Dong draping 2 bottles of Moutai around his neck, a selection of snacks in hand, and half a pound of meat dumplings tucked away in his pocket. He had intended to buy more, but alas, he was out of ration tickets, and the chairs were proving to be quite heavy. Arriving back at the commune just before 4 in the afternoon, they were fortunate to have hitched a ride for part of the journey, finally making it back to Hanzhuang around 5. Xiaowan, Aunt, he called out. What are you all up to? A group of children was busy tinkering with something, piquing Li Dong's curiosity. Uncle, did you manage to borrow any grains from the city? One child asked excitedly. Huang Xingyan couldn't help but laugh. Yes, we'll carry it back from the supply and marketing cooperative when we have the chance. Li Dong thought that next time he came, he should bring some rice and flour. Hey, what is going on here? Why has it changed from 250 to 335? Li Dong noticed the fluctuation in grain points, having not checked the screen for several days. Chapter 56. The Mid-Autumn Night Torch Festival and Wild Boar Hunt. Li Dong murmured to himself, pondering the situation. His weight had increased by 85 pounds. However, something seemed amiss. His weight was 165 pounds, and now the burden he carried had doubled. What could be the reason? Upon closer inspection of the 3 rows of numbers, he named the first row solar value, which had surpassed 200. Could it be that exceeding a solar value of 100 resulted in an increase in carrying capacity? This revelation filled Li Dong with joy. Did it mean that he could carry larger items in the future, storing more solar value? And perhaps transport several hundred, or even 1,000 pounds of goods? How splendid! Uncle, what's wrong with you? Li Dong clapped his hands, exclaiming in delight, startling the children around him. It's nothing at all. I was just admiring your torch. I made it from Remy stalks. Would you like one, Uncle? Sure. Make me one, and I'll trade you for some mooncakes. Li Dong was familiar with Remy. It was the inner stalk left after soaking and peeling the Remy plant, which, when dried, became lightweight and white, perfect for making torches. Unlike reeds, which tend to create sparks, Remy was lighter and burned smoothly. In those times, Remy had many uses, including making ropes and fabrics. Li Dong recalled seeing it often in his childhood, though it had gradually become less common since the early 21st century. Typically, Remy stalks were about 1.5 meters long, and a small torch could be made from a dozen or so. Intrigued, Li Dong decided to try crafting a few himself. Haven't you harvested the wild Remy this year? Where did you get these stalks? The children exchanged glances, lowering their heads as they confessed to stealthily taking firewood from the production team's reserves. Goodness, that was from last year, you little rascals. Don't worry. Your uncle won't tell anyone. Hey, isn't this a ball of sycamore fluff? I see now. You all are planning to make fireballs, right? Why haven't you soaked them in kerosene? Li Dong reminisced fondly about his childhood experiences with such activities. Dad, we mustn't soak them in kerosene. With kerosene costing 3 to 4 cents a pound, they were reluctant to waste it. And the children were daring enough to sneak some without finding a proper place to store the kerosene. Xiaowan, let us not be stingy. I'll have Dad buy 10 or 8 pounds of kerosene later. Huang Xinan rolled her eyes at this suggestion. If kerosene isn't stored properly, it will evaporate. We can't buy too much. Xiaohei, make a few for Uncle. All right, I'll get started right away. The children beamed with joy, thinking their uncle was truly kind. Li Dong playfully pinched Xiaowan's chubby cheeks, eliciting a pouting response as she squealed like a little piglet, prompting hearty laughter from Li Dong. Xiaowan, it's a festival. Let us enjoy ourselves. Dad definitely won tea. Let them soak any next time. Humph. Xiaowan was tea gullible. She knew better than to trust Li Dong completely, yet he was aware of her little preferences and whims. Reluctantly, she produced half a bottle of kerosene, puffing her cheeks as she instructed Xiaohei, just soak 5 mm. With a stern expression, Xiaowan appeared somewhat intimidating, reminding Xiaohei of his own mother. The children soaked the fluff, each receiving one with glee, and they even shared 2 milk candies, finding delight in the simplest of pleasures. If only we could watch a movie, that would be even better. Last year, there was a film during the festival. Why has the commune screened any films this year? Uncle, do you know? How would I know? Huang Xingyan murmured softly beside him. What is there to watch? A group of people are in a chaotic discussion, almost ready to come to blows over what constitutes truth and falsehood. A grand discussion on truth? Li Dong thought to himself. That indeed explains the situation. Once uncle has some free time, I'll see if I can borrow a projector to screen a few more films for you. Really? Truly? That is wonderful. Last time during the fight, I didn't even manage to collect any bullet casings. This time, I'll make sure to gather a few. I want some too. The words of the little ones amused Li Dong, yet he recalled having done something equally foolish in his own childhood. All right, let us head back and have dinner. We'll light the torches shortly. The children dispersed, and Li Dong tidied up. 2 bottles of Moutai are valuable. They must be stored properly. The chairs are nice, but they are too heavy to carry this time. Comrade Huang Xinan, please take a seat. Xiao Wan, make sure to greet your aunt. As Li Dong began to prepare the meal, the aroma of the hot pot ingredients wafted through the air, tantalizingly fragrant. Huang Xinan could hardly contain herself. The scent was so enticing. As the hot pot ingredients melted and mixed with water, Li Dong took the opportunity to chop the last of the mountain yam, dried tofu, and lamb, along with some radishes, potatoes, and the last 2 tomatoes he had brought. Don't just stand there, he said. He opened a tin filled with almond cakes, mooncakes, fried peanuts, and milk candies, casually filling a large bowl. Let us enjoy a little snack first. Upon seeing the milk candies, mooncakes, almond cakes, and fried peanuts, Huang Xianan's mouth watered. There were so many delightful treats. One must know that last year during the festival in the capital, one could only afford 3 tails of peanuts and 2 tails of sunflower seeds. The hot pot boiled simply, ready to be poured into the clay pot. As Li Dong added a few pieces of firewood to the small stove, eagerly awaiting it to bubble. Don't be shy, add the ingredients. Try the lamb. It's delicious. The hot pot was rich with oil, and seeing Huang Xinan salivating, Li Dong thought that if Xiaowan weren't present, she might not be able to resist diving in. All right, let us eat while it's hot. It's spicy, so tasty. Let us have some dumplings too. Half a pound of meat dumplings, this half pound isn't like the future half pound. It's made from half a pound of flour, yielding 30 to 40 large meat dumplings. Delicious. As Huang Xinan savored the meat dumplings and lamb from the hot pot, tears began to flow. Li Dong sighed upon noticing. Eating more meat will help you forget about home. But the mention of home only brought more tears to Huang Xinan's eyes. Home is long gone. Nonetheless, she was still Huang Xinan, the playful sister at the pool. After swallowing a few large meat dumplings, she wiped her tears, and all her troubles seemed to dissipate. So fragrant. Han Xiaohai and a few others rushed over after dinner, drawn by the delightful aroma of the hot pot, their mouths watering. Little Hey, you're here. Come in quickly. There are still some meat dumplings left. Each of you can have one to taste the flavor. These little ones now regard Li Dong as family, the closest person to them. They are willing to share anything with him. Uncle is such a kind-hearted man. After finishing the dumplings and nearly concluding the hot pot, Li Dong intended to invite Huang Xinan to stay over. However, upon surveying the condition of his home, he deemed it necessary to escort her back. There is no need for that. I am familiar with the path and shall arrive shortly, she replied. Well then, take the flashlight, he said. I will return it when I have the chance. Huang Xinan accepted the flashlight, expressing her gratitude. Li Dong then produced a 10 yuan note and handed it to her. But she waved her hands in refusal. Having soiled my clothes and enjoyed 2 meals, asking for money would be excessive. Take it. Perhaps that Jin Shui earns more than you do, he retorted with a chuckle. That is hardly conceivable, she responded. You don't understand. Do you not wonder why he left his name? That fellow likely knows we are not from Huaqing, Li Dong explained. But it's beneficial. We can seek him out should we need anything. Oh, Huang Xinan thought, uncertain of the truth, yet accepted the 10 yuan. Thank you. No need for formalities. We are the duo of Chiku, he replied. Indeed, she concurred. Once Huang Xinan departed, Li Dong initially planned to play a bit longer with the children. However, before he could return to the village, the copper bell at the entrance rang ominously. What is going on? Is there a serious matter at hand? He pondered. The bell rarely rang without cause. Rushing home, he seized a kitchen knife and made his way to the village entrance. What is the matter, uncle? What is happening? He inquired upon seeing Han Guo being present. The wild boars have invaded our cornfields. This is a dire situation, he replied. Wild boars? Li Dong had thought Han Guo was jesting days prior, but it appeared to be true. The villagers were armed with forks, pickaxes, and even shovels. Li Dong's kitchen knife seemed a rare weapon in comparison. Remarkably, there were 5 or 6 homemade guns among them. Li Dong decided to maintain a safe distance. Such a scenario was far too perilous. Wufu uncle, how impressive. Our production team possesses rifles. He exclaimed upon spotting Han Guofu holding a gun, momentarily taken aback. The villagers, young and old, brandished their weapons, while some wielded kitchen knives at the back of the line. The children had all been sent home. This was no trifling matter. A herd of wild boars was a serious threat, and any child daring to make noise would surely face consequences. The children's torches had even been requisitioned. Li Dong mused that they might harbor resentment towards the boars. Wild boars ravaging crops were akin to mortal enemies in these times. All eyes were fixed on the leader. There was no concept of protected species here. Having consumed his grain, the boars must pay with their lives. With 30 to 40 villagers armed with homemade guns, they unleashed a volley at the herd, which consisted of a considerable number, at least a dozen, of various sizes. As the gunfire erupted, the wild boars scattered in panic. The villagers, brandishing their weapons, charged forward. Li Dong was taken aback by their reckless advance. This was far too dangerous. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and drive the boars away, someone shouted. Ah, right, Li Dong thought, reconsidering his short-range weapon. It seemed absurd to think a kitchen knife could fell a wild boar. Fortunately, his knife was robust, crafted by an old blacksmith. Otherwise, a flimsy supermarket blade would likely break before even piercing the skin. Charge! In an effort to prove his courage, Li Dong brandished a kitchen knife and charged at a wild boar. The herd scattered, and he soon spotted several young boars ensnared by forks, a sight both brutal and disturbing. Just then, a dark figure rushed towards him, prompting a surge of instinctive fear. He swiftly dodged, swinging his knife at the shadowy form, only to feel a jolt of pain shoot through his hand as the blade became ensnared. Stunned, he watched as Han Guofu fired several shots at the wild boar, causing it to stagger and finally collapse. To his astonishment, Li Dong's knife was lodged deep in the neck of the boar, with only the handle visible. The blade had penetrated entirely. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength, as if he had transcended into a more powerful version of himself. Had it been earlier, penetrating the flesh would have been a formidable task. This strike had nearly claimed half the beast's life. It was clear that without proper firearms, they could only hope to scare off such formidable creatures. They had successfully taken down 5 boars, 4 of which were young, weighing between 20 to 30 pounds. While the largest boar exceeded 200 pounds, Li Dong chuckled to himself, reflecting on how he had been momentarily paralyzed by fear. The boar's hide was indeed thick, and its vitality seemed almost exaggerated, enduring multiple shots before succumbing. How would they divide the spoils? According to tradition, those who exerted more effort would receive a larger share. Everyone turned their gaze to Li Dong, who was momentarily taken aback. This was excessive. He proposed a compromise. I'll take 20 pounds of meat. And please leave the stomach for me, as my uncle has a weak stomach and I intend to bring it to him. Agreed, Han Guofu replied decisively. The boar was substantial, weighing over 200 pounds, and they estimated they could yield at least 100 to 120 pounds of meat. Distributing 2 or 3 pounds per household was manageable, though the distinct flavor of wild boar was rather strong. Many would prefer to trade 2 pounds of wild boar meat for a single pound of domestic pork. Chapter 57. Li Dafang. Invite everyone in the village to enjoy pork offal soup and distribute pork. Xiaowan, quickly fetch a basket to divide the pork. Your dada has taken down a wild boar. The children throughout the village are calling out. There is no need to ring the bell. As everyone is already aware of the exciting news, wild boar has been hunted and pork will be shared at the village entrance. It has been quite some time since there has been such a lively event. It is not just those who haven't slept. Even those who had laid down are now rushing to the village entrance. Upon hearing that Dada had caught a wild boar, Xiaowan felt a mix of joy and concern. She knew Dada's character well, lazy and gluttonous, so she couldn't help but wonder how he had decided to hunt a wild boar. Perhaps it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. She hoped he had not gotten hurt. After all, a blind cat could easily injure itself while chasing a dead mouse. Xiaowan hurried to the village entrance, carrying her basket. Upon arrival, she found Li Dong animatedly boasting about his prowess in dispatching the wild boar. She breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not been harmed. The irresponsible Dada had indeed accomplished something significant this time. Suddenly, she recalled her kitchen knife, which was newly purchased. She hoped it had not been damaged. Dada, I'm here. Li Dong greeted her with a broad smile, feeling proud. This was the first time he had gained such recognition in the village. Previously, he had often felt embarrassed. Come, take a look. Is this wild boar big? Xiaowan initially thought Dada had captured a small boar, but upon seeing the size, she was taken aback. She had to adhere to the village custom of taking half, but was her basket too small? Indeed, it is quite large. Dada, I will go back and fetch another basket. Ah, why do you need so many baskets? One is sufficient. But what about half a pig? What half a pig? Father is only distributing 20 pounds. Li Dong thought to himself that this little girl, though petite, had quite the ambitious mind. She mustn't be too greedy. Xiaowan pouted, believing that Dede was pulling a fast one on her, which made Li Dong chuckle. Enough. What do you need so much pork for? If you want to eat, I can buy some for you later. Dede, have you forgotten? Our family is building a new house and needs to feed everyone. Xiaowan wore an expression of exasperation, realizing her Dede was still so careless. Now, it seemed that the generous half-pig had dwindled to just 20 pounds. The little girl pouted, looking as if she were frustrated with her Dede, which only delighted Li Dong further. Don't worry. I will bring back a whole fat pig for you later. Li Dong was not exaggerating. Doubling the supplies was not a difficult task at all. Xiaowan rolled her eyes slightly, thinking he was boasting. Li Dong enjoyed teasing her, finding her increasingly reminiscent of a diligent housekeeper. As Li Dong playfully teased Xiaowan, nearly everyone from the village, men, women, and children, had gathered. Even a few mothers with babies in their arms had arrived. It was a rarity for Han family village to be so lively throughout the year. Light the gas lamp. Korean Fu shouted, and the children clapped their hands in delight. They knew that gas lamps were only lit during movies, double-barreled shooting events, or significant holidays. Li Dong had seen gas lamps before in a museum but had never witnessed one being lit. This contraption resembled a horse lamp but was slightly larger. Before lighting, it required pumping air. After observing for a moment, he noted that once ignited, it was indeed quite bright, akin to an electric bulb, far exceeding the brightness of a horse lamp. Uncle Guofu, how will we divide this pork? First, boil the water. Guoqiang, you come here. The prosperous Korean called out to the middle-aged man. Li Dong felt an inexplicable unease. Uncle Guoqiang is one of the best butchers in our village, with a single stroke ensuring that the pig cannot rise again. The greatest fear in pig slaughtering is when the pig, after being bled, manages to get back on its feet. It's both a waste of blood and an ill omen. Thus, it is customary to prefer experienced butchers. Uncle Guoqiang is not only skilled at slaughtering pigs, but also adept at dividing the meat with precise accuracy. Uncle Guoqiang, I will go. Li Dong finally recalled why he felt strange. The last time, it was the barefoot doctor who treated Xiaowan when she was ill. Can you believe that a butcher is also a barefoot doctor? As the large pot boiled water, the women began scrubbing the pig's hair, a chore that every household eagerly contended for. Li Dong, however, had little interest in it. Leave the pig's head and bones for me. I want them as a keepsake. The pig's head is for you, kid. Everyone knew of Li Dong's prowess in hunting wild boars, especially as Korean Chong chuckled. That cut was indeed deep. You have quite the strength, and that knife is exceptional. Kiki, I had the best blacksmith forge this knife for about $200. It's sturdy and can easily chop through bones. Let me borrow your knife. Feel free to use it. While speaking, Li Dong noticed his shirt being tugged. He looked down to see Xiaowan, her little mouth pouting high. He smacked his forehead. Well, Xiaowan, just this once. I won't lend it to you again next time. Humph. Xiaowan did not believe Li Dong's words, and he smiled awkwardly. Nowadays, daughters seem to want to control their fathers. It's truly challenging. After over half an hour, the pig hair was scrubbed clean, and everyone focused on the wild boar laid on the door plank, ready to divide the meat. Although wild boar meat is not particularly desirable, it suffices to satisfy cravings. In those days, wild boar meat was rather sought after, lacking in seasoning and fat. Its price was relatively low, while black market domestic pork could fetch up to 1.5 or even 1.8 yuan. In contrast, wild boar was just a few dimes per pound, lean and unappealing, making it undesirable for many. This was akin to mutton. People preferred the fatty domestic pork, unlike in later years when excessive fat and ample seasoning made people more inclined to consume nearly lean wild boar meat. Li Dong pondered, his eyes fixed on Korean Chong, who expertly began to divide the wild boar. The head and body were swiftly separated, leaving the belly for Li Dong, while the other entrails typically went to the butcher. As the meat was being divided, Korean Fu, Korean Bing, and Korean Hong prepared the large scale. The total weight of the pork, including the small wild boar, amounted to 180 jin of white meat. Each household would receive 3.5 jin, with the remainder going to Li Dong. All right. The Han village was neither large nor small, with about 30 to 40 households. Thus, Li Dong's share would exceed 20 jin. Just as Li Dong was about to speak, Xiaowan tugged at him. Well, about the pig meat, I will marinate some for later. It will be useful for building a house. Her voice was not quiet, eliciting laughter from everyone present. They no longer quibbled over the earlier mention of 20 Jin. For the sake of building a house, and who knows, they might even treat the children to some meat later, everyone knew Li Dong was quite generous. Li Dong decided to take all the lean meat, which delighted everyone, as Hu Wuliangye won a bit of fatty meat. Although wild boar meat is generally lean, having some fat is certainly a bonus. On one side, Han Guofu distributed the pork, while on the other, Han Chong began to slice it. Remarkably, there was no need for a scale, and Li Dong found it astonishing how accurate it was. You should weigh it, Han Chang chuckled, tossing a piece of meat to him. Li Dong, somewhat skeptical, caught the pork and hung it on a hook to weigh it. To his surprise, it indeed weighed exactly 3 Jin and 1 Liang, never a bit less. Hey, Uncle Guoqiang's skills are renowned for miles around. Li Dong couldn't help but exclaim. As Han Chong continued to cut, Li Dong weighed 2 more pieces, both coming in at precisely 3 Jin. Everyone was in high spirits. Not a single person suggesting they should weigh anything. Li Dong had to admire the precision. It was truly impressive. The lively distribution of pork continued until nearly 11 o'clock. And no one felt the slightest tinge of boredom. They eagerly awaited their share of the pork, their eyes glimmering with anticipation, having not tasted meat for quite some time. In the countryside, particularly among production teams, many had gone years without visiting the commune, all in pursuit of work points. Buying meat was nearly impossible. Aside from the occasional slaughter by production teams or raising their own pigs, few families ventured to buy pork from the commune. One reason was the lack of meat tickets. Obtaining them required money, and when calculated, a pound of pork could cost over a yuan. Who had that kind of spare cash? Li Dong had stirred quite a commotion in the village after eating meat a few times, and the local children practically wished to be reborn into his family. Once the pork was distributed, Han Chong wiped his hands. There remained nearly 40 Jin of pork in Li Dong's hands, along with 4 small and 1 large pig's head, and 5 sets of offal, trotters, and bones. What to do with all this offal? He pondered. Why don't you just take it all home? Han Chong had claimed a set of offal, leaving nothing for others. How about you, Uncle Guofu, Uncle Guobing, and Uncle Guang? You can divide it among yourselves. Li Dong truly had no idea how to handle the offal. He only wanted the pig's stomach, which would fetch a good price in the future, especially since wild boar stomachs were rare. This wouldn't he do? The cadre members waved their hands, dismissing the offer. Just then, Xiaojun tugged at Li Dong's sleeve. Li Dong, if you can't handle it, it'll just go to waste. Upon seeing the cadre's refuse, Li Dong clenched his teeth and declared, How about this? I'll cook a pig offal soup tomorrow morning and treat everyone. The others exchanged glances, surprised that he genuinely intended to give it away. Is that enough? There are still a few pig heads left, right? Uncle Guoqiang, could you help me out? I just need 1 set of pig bones. Li Dong decided against taking the pig heads, as he couldn't manage them. Fine, leave it to me, said Uncle Guoqiang. I still have some seasonings at home. I'll bring them to you later. What seasonings? Cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and a mix of 13 spices. Well, it seems you have everything covered. In Korea, the wealthy boasted, just wait and see. Tomorrow the entire village will be filled with the aroma of meat. I am eager to sample Uncle Guoqiang's culinary skills, someone replied. I fear you may overindulge, came the laughter. Once a few officials were settled, Li Dong returned home, carrying a basket and delivering a hefty bag of seasonings to Uncle Guoqiang's residence. The assortment of spices elicited exclamations of delight from Guoqiang, who remarked, with these, prepare to feast on a delectable pig offal soup. Initially, Li Dong thought it was mere bravado, but by dawn the next day, the commotion outside roused him from slumber. Uncle, rise and shine. It's time for pig offal soup. At such an early hour? Li Dong hurriedly dressed and stepped outside to find a long queue forming at the village entrance, with nearly every villager holding large and small bowls. Beneath the grand tree at the village square, a massive pot had been set up, a relic from the communal dining days of yore. It had not been used in many years, but now it was finally put to good use, fueled by robust logs burning fiercely beneath it. The soup bubbled vigorously, its fragrant broth frothing enticingly, while heaps of pig offal were meticulously chopped on a stone millstone. A handful was tossed into the boiling pot, and the aroma wafted through the air as they ladled out bowls, prompting Li Dong to swallow hard in anticipation. Xiaowan, quickly fetch a large bowl and steam some buns. Pig offal soup paired with steamed white buns created a divine experience. The village echoed with sounds of slurping. It had been at least 2 years since the production team had treated everyone to a meal. The elders reminisced fondly about the days of communal dining. Delicious. Li Dong had to admit that Uncle Guoqiang's claims were not exaggerated. The soup was exquisite, devoid of any unpleasant odor from the offal. It was truly remarkable. Li Dong felt confident in his ability to master this culinary art, contemplating the prospect of opening a pig offal soup establishment in the future. Should I set up a large pot at my own farm? Li Dong pondered, resolved to inquire if Uncle Guoqiang possessed any secret recipes. Chapter 58. Uncle Guoqiang's culinary skills astonished Li Dafeng. In a swift return to 2018, Li Dong held a large bowl, reminiscent of a basketball, brimming with creamy pig offal soup, the central portion piled high. Guoqiang had generously added a handful of offal for Li Dong, and while onlookers remained silent, it was evident that at least half of the ingredients came from Li Dong himself. This was merely a taste. With more time, the flavors would have been even richer. Guoqiang, sweating profusely, beamed with joy at Li Dong's praise. His spirits lifted. Indeed, Uncle Guoqiang's culinary prowess was beyond reproach. Not just Li Dong, but who could resist praising the delectable offal soup? The enticing aroma wafted far and wide, enticing women, the elderly, and children to return home with bowls of the soup. Pairing it with sweet potatoes, coarse grain flatbreads, or wild vegetable rice balls. What a delightful feast it was, for families with numerous members. Some could even save a couple of bowls for lunch or dinner. Consuming an entire bowl alone would be wasteful. After all, offal is still meat. And with the generous seasonings, adding some wild boar meat from home could save considerable effort in sourcing ingredients. While the elderly, women, and children savored their soup, the men squatted beneath a large tree or wandered about with their bowls and wild vegetable flatbreads, eagerly indulging in the warm, fragrant offal soup, slurping away as if they might consume the bowls themselves. Some hardy men inevitably finished their servings and sought another bowl. Guoqiang would chide them lightly, ladling out another scoop of soup. Though the offal was limited, the quantity mattered little, as each sip of soup was a treat. Comparatively, the offal was more plentiful for the women, children, and the elderly, while the soup was served in smaller portions, a sight that brought smiles all around. Just as Li Dong had savored a large bowl of soup, Xiaowan approached, having brought back a bowl of offal soup, only to dash off again to deliver white flour buns to Dada. The men, crouched and munching on wild vegetable flatbreads, watched in astonishment as the children eyed the soft white buns, their mouths watering. Who could enjoy such luxuries as white flour buns throughout the year? Most families were relegated to coarse grains, with many struggling to secure enough staple food. In urban areas, not every household could afford such fine grains. Only those in good jobs or in leadership positions could enjoy white flour regularly. Ordinary workers might savor it once every few days, and families with many children might go months without tasting it. Li Dong, taking a bite of the white bun, noticed the men around him staring intently, with several little ones smacking their lips in envy. Hey, drink your soup. You kids can scram, thought Guoqiang, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration for Li Dong, who was enjoying white buns early in the day while others could only manage wild vegetable rice balls, not wanting to linger in the heat. Li Dong decided to trade his bun for some corn cobs, sweet potatoes, and coarse grains from the children's hands, relishing the offal soup with his wholesome fare. What a clever lad he was. As silence enveloped the group, Li Dong's actions elicited unspoken admiration. This lad was indeed noble-hearted. They hastened to finish their meals and resume their tasks. After savoring a warm bowl of pig offal soup, Han Guofu felt a comforting warmth envelop him, and he mused that Guoqiang's culinary skills could surely warrant a restaurant. The previous day, everyone's duties had been meticulously assigned, leaving only Li Dong to assist in dredging the reservoir this year. The water level in the reservoir had significantly receded, rendering the area near the water intake dry. They were left with no choice but to find someone to clear the silt and redirect the water. It seemed the heavens were unyielding in providing sustenance to the people. As the work commenced, Li Feng joined the dredging crew, equipped with tools. Han Weijun led the group, accompanied by Han Weigua, Han Weidong, Han Weisheng, Han Weijiang, and Han Weizhao, all bearing shovels and woven baskets, setting off with great enthusiasm. As Li Feng pondered the possibility of unearthing a soft-shelled turtle, an entity fond of burrowing into silt, Li Dong unexpectedly stumbled upon a surprise. To his astonishment, he unearthed a clam the size of a basin, an impressive specimen weighing over 10 pounds, likely aged at least 20 years. Yet, amidst his fortune, Li Dong was dismayed. A gaping wound marred his calf, inflicted by the sharp silt. Blood flowed freely, prompting a hasty retreat to rinse the injury. Cursing his misfortune, Li Dong lamented the loss of the turtle, having instead encountered a calamity. Brother Weijun, I shall claim this clam. Upon my return, it shall meet a gruesome fate. The sight of Li Dong's wound, gaping like a child's mouth and bleeding profusely, elicited laughter from the others, who regarded it as a mere trifling injury. Nonetheless, Li Dong's streak of bad luck was undeniable. "Here, take it," he muttered, clutching the clam as he attempted to cleanse his wound, but the bleeding persisted. "Brother Weijun, I must return home to tend to this injury." "Very well, do not return until you are better," came the reply. Although the wound was not large, it was significant enough to warrant avoiding further immersion in water. Li Dong felt a profound sense of misfortune. "Clam, oh clam, I shall surely stir-fry you. Or perhaps prepare a broth or a clam pancake. I will not rest until you are thoroughly cooked, for my heart yearns for vengeance." Thus, Li Dong, beset by ill fate, retreated home to recuperate. After applying some medicinal powder, he finally managed to staunch the bleeding, lamenting that his life seemed plagued by an eternity of misfortune. Word of Li Dong's injury spread rapidly throughout the morning. It was indeed the first time someone from Hanzhuang had suffered such a wound from a clam. Curiosity piqued about the colossal clam. Many flocked to glimpse the rare find during the midday break. Li Dong, feeling exasperated, was taken aback when the following day revealed his wound swollen and red. Could it be infected? He pondered. "Go consult Uncle Guoqiang," suggested Han Guofu, casting a disapproving glance at Li Dong, who sought medical attention for such a minor injury. Reluctantly, Li Dong made his way to Guoqiang's home, where he found him sharpening a butcher's knife. Upon seeing Li Dong, Guoqiang inquired, "What brings you here?" "Uncle Guoqiang, my wound seems to be inflamed." "Inflamed? Indeed," Guoqiang replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall administer an anti-inflammatory injection for you." At first, Li Dong paid little attention. But when Han Guoqiang insisted on proceeding, he noticed the bottle placed beside him, which struck him as somewhat familiar. "Uncle Guoqiang, what exactly are you administering?" "Penicillin. It works wonders for inflammation." Li Dong nearly lost his balance and fell to the ground. "You must be jesting. Penicillin? I am aware that a skin test is required beforehand, even without a medical background. One knows this basic fact." "Uncle Guoqiang, have you forgotten something?" "Forgotten what?" "Hurry up and drop your trousers. What are you dawdling for? Don't waste time." Han Guoqiang urged Li Dong, who was utterly flabbergasted. "Please, Uncle Guoqiang. Did you not study at the commune health clinic?" "Of course I did. What did I learn?" "It's simple. Take cold medicine for a cold, fever medicine for a fever, and penicillin for inflammation. What more is there to learn?" "It took me half a month to get through, and I was completely exhausted. I studied by day, slaughtered pigs by night, and had to tend to my own vegetable patch as well." Han Guoqiang replied. "Fortunately, I am clever. I found a spot to nap for half the day." Li Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. "Uncle Guoqiang, I suddenly feel less pain. Perhaps there is no need for the injection. By the way, I heard that penicillin can cause allergic reactions. Shouldn't we conduct a skin test?" "Is that so?" "Goodness." Li Dong sprang to his feet, realizing the gravity of the situation. Administering injections as a butcher? If done incorrectly, it could be disastrous. He resolved to make a hasty exit. Uncle Guoqiang, please carry on with your work." "Wait a moment. The solution must be drawn. It cannot go to waste." As he approached, Li Dong waved his hands dismissively. "If this needle goes in, I might still be okay. Uncle, here is my money. I'd rather not have the injection. The medication is quite precious. Let us not waste it." He pulled out 20 cents and made a swift escape, feeling a surge of relief. Had he not inquired, he might have faced dire consequences from that injection. He resolved to inform Uncle Guofu about the reckless use of penicillin. It could lead to fatal outcomes. Thankfully, there were no medical disputes at that time. Should something have gone wrong, Li Dong shuddered at the thought of the chaos that would ensue. Barefoot doctors were indeed terrifying, especially when a pig butcher took on such a role, shrinking his neck. Li Dong decided it was best to return to 2018, where at least an anti-inflammatory injection wouldn't threaten his life. In the morning, Li Dong took a leave of absence and made his way to the commune. He had no choice. He still needed to buy postage stamps for his daughter. This time, he hitched a ride on a mule cart. His leg was causing him considerable discomfort. Upon arriving at the post office, he produced 10 yuan and requested 10 assorted stamps. To his dismay, the clerk refused to sell them and questioned him about their intended use, casting him a peculiar look. "Stamp collecting," he replied. "What is stamp collecting?" Others around him also appeared puzzled, wondering how many letters this child intended to write. Unfazed by their confusion, Li Dong replied, "I'm not familiar with the concept of stamp collecting." "Oh, I see. I plan to submit articles. I want to try various publishers and magazines." "Ah, understood. Upon this mention, it becomes apparent that in these times, the status of a writer holds considerable weight. Naturally, it is not surprising that a young man like Li Dong harbors a few literary aspirations and submits his works frequently. After purchasing over 100 stamps and acquiring various miscellaneous items from the supply store, Li Dong inquires about the wedding date of Gao Weimin and Gao Min. Gao Min did not come today, as tomorrow is her wedding day. She took leave yesterday. Li Dong learns that tomorrow, the 18th of August, is a momentous occasion. Unbeknownst to him, weddings in those days were not overly complicated. Relatives would gather for a meal, and the groom's procession could even consist of a single bicycle. This implies that Li Dong must prepare to offer his congratulations. However, with his injured leg, he decides to return to 2018. Having already bought the necessary items to bring back to Hanzhuang, Li Dong even requests a half-day off, joking that with his current injury, he is incapable of working. Upon organizing his belongings, he finds over 100 stamps, 5 bags the size of a wild boar's belly, 2 bottles of Moutai, 2 bottles of Gujing, and 2 recently purchased bottles of Xinghua Village Daku, along with the 10 wild turtles, over a dozen eels, 7 or 8 wild chickens, 2 hares, and nearly 30 pounds of wild boar meat he has gathered in the past few days. He realizes he has amassed quite a collection. Additionally, he has 2 suspected rosewood chairs, which, along with mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and various wild fruits, adds to his haul. Li Dong spent nearly 30 yuan just on foraged goods, and excluding the wild chickens and hares, the mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms alone amount to 20 or 30 pounds. Recently, agricultural work has eased somewhat, and women and girls from the village occasionally venture into the nearby mountains to gather wild goods in exchange for salt. However, it is simply too much to manage. After some calculations, excluding the rosewood chairs, he has at least over 120 pounds of goods. The rosewood chairs alone weigh quite a bit, so Li Dong decides to weigh them. They nearly reach 50 pounds, quite hefty indeed. Under these circumstances, he concludes he can only bring back 1 chair. 1 will suffice, he thinks, and he must remember to take the clams as well, planning to prepare them deliciously later. Once everything is packed, he awaits Xiaowan's return, handing her 100 yuan. Xiaowan's eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected money. Where did this come from? She asks. From selling mountain goods, but don't tell anyone. I want to tell a soul, Xiaowan replies eagerly, knowing that only a fool would disclose such lucrative information. With nearly 300 yuan in her possession, she feels emboldened. Believing she could now pursue the most beautiful girl in the neighboring village, blissfully unaware that her beloved Dada has already found himself on the matchmaker's blacklist. As night falls and the village grows silent, Li Dong sets off, shouldering the chair, carrying his bundle, leading the fawn, and toting a string of wild chickens, hares, and mushrooms. Dada, we must exchange for a plump piglet, he hears Xiaowan say. Understood, he replies. The little girl has long desired to raise pigs. So Li Dong readily agrees to trade the fawn for a piglet. At worst, he thinks, he can build a pig pen, provided it is situated far enough from the house. As the weather gradually cools, the scent will also become less pungent.